Demons burst into the school like wolves among sheep, turning the campus into a hell on earth. In this critical moment, the cheat code that Chen Nian had waited for 3 whole years finally arrived. Divine power has awakened, please draw authority. God of Slaughter, sequence 003, Blood King ignores all pain, can turn blood into any weapon. Each kill of a demon permanently increases blood strength by 1. As long as I slay demons and monsters, I can become infinitely stronger. I can also draw new divine abilities. Chen Nian chose to join 749, with only one goal in mind, to find the demons and kill them. Chapter 1. Morning, 9:50. University classroom. Chen Nian sat in the last row by the window, with a countdown floating in front of him that only he could see. Task completion countdown, 10:00. After crossing into this world, he received a task from a system. Survive for 3 years. Task reward, random divine fragment. Now, at 19 years old, Chen Nian was just 10 minutes away from completing the task and receiving the reward. For 3 full years, he had been training his mental and physical qualities in every way possible, earning black belts in Taekwondo, all to wait for this moment. If all goes well, as long as he safely survives the last 10 minutes, he can activate the cheat code. What kind of accident could happen in the classroom? Chen Nian's mind drifted to all the scenarios boys have imagined. What if a zombie crisis suddenly erupted at school, or the apocalypse began, with hordes of monsters appearing? To hell with school, I want to be a hero in the new era. As he thought about it, Chen Nian couldn't help but find it amusing. Is that even possible? Just a delusion of youth. After 3 years of crossing over, he had yet to see any abnormal events. Just as his thoughts soared, he suddenly noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Chapter 2. The demons paid no heed to the few girls who were paralyzed with fear. Instead, it turned around. It was clear that Chen Nian had provoked it. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It charged at Chen Nian like a rampaging war chariot, shaking the entire rooftop with its heavy footsteps. Chen Nian slashed his wrist with a fruit knife. Splash! Blood immediately gushed out. The blood froze in mid-air, transforming into a blood-colored long knife, tightly gripped in Chen Nian's hand. As the demon charged at him in a flash, Chen Nian swung the knife. Crack! The blood knife swept out in a crescent arc. A grotesque head rolled on the ground for several circles, landing right in front of Xia Yun. Ah! She was so frightened that she plopped down on the ground, covering her head and screaming wildly. The blood knife transformed back into blood and entered Chen Nian's body, and the wound on his wrist was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Divine task completed. Blood strength permanently 6. Kill a demon, hunting desire, effect triggered, blood strength permanently 2. Since blood can turn into any weapon or armor, an increase in blood strength means an enhancement in both attack and defense. As long as I keep hunting monsters, I can continuously increase my blood strength and enhance my combat power in every aspect.
Chapter 3. I received a survival mission. When does it start? In 7 days. It's fine, you can give up then and take a month or 2 to settle down. Normally, new recruits consider entering the reverse world only after more than 3 months of training. Let's go, take me to 749. Chen Nian didn't want to wait for a moment. He just wanted to start the training process quickly to prepare for entering the reverse world in 7 days. After all, the divine power he awakened could only grow stronger by killing monsters. Hearing that Chen Nian was willing to join 749, Zhu Lin was extremely excited. Let's go. I'll take you to the bureau. Don't worry, the aftermath here will be handled by the relevant teams, since we are officially organized. Of course, there are many civilian sects that also accommodate spiritual energy users, but I can responsibly tell you that our 749 is more professional and formal. Zhu Lin talked all the way, afraid that Chen Nian would change his mind midway. The group arrived at the subway station. From here? Chen Nian asked curiously. That's right. But we won't go to the regular platform, there is a 0 platform specifically for our 749, go this way. Zhao Qian answered enthusiastically. After passing through a safety door, the group arrived at the 0 platform, which had no outsiders. Chapter 4. Ahem. Wang Xiao coughed violently, with a red circle around his neck. And his face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that this rookie's power was so strong. The surrounding audience was also stunned. Wait, what's going on? Why is the newcomer fighting with Brother Wang? And Brother Wang is at a disadvantage, damn. Wang Xiao's face immediately turned sour. But he felt a hint of fear towards Chen Nian. That ability was too frightening. Amy. He called out to the super artificial intelligence from his terminal. Please speak. A silver-haired lowly appeared immediately. This person openly attacked other trainees in the training ground. I request a ruling to deduct his behavioral discipline points. Behavioral discipline points are very important. If they are insufficient, not only will he be denied a mission, but he will also have to undergo education and rectification. Amy replied expressionlessly, ruling completed, identified as self-humiliation. After saying that, she disappeared. Now, Wang Xiao's face looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. Please have Chen Nian come on stage for evaluation. The announcement sounded. Chen Nian ignored Wang Xiao and walked through the protective steel net into the evaluation area. Chapter 5. Chen Nian focused his eyes. In the center of the ice crystal, there was something resembling a pill. After the ice melted, that pill lay in the palm of Chen Nian's hand. Amy, help me scan what this thing is. Please point the terminal at the item you want to scan. Scanning in progress. The item is identified as a spirit healing pill produced by 749. Taking it can quickly heal injuries and requires 5 contribution points for exchange. It's actually a healing pill. What does it mean that she silently gave me the pill? Chen Nian was confused. He indeed had been injured earlier. And now there was a surge of blood energy in his body, after enduring too many intense impacts. But unexpectedly, after taking the pill, a warm current flowed through his body, and the blood energy became much smoother, and the injuries in his organs were clearly alleviated. The effect of the medicine was remarkable. There was no need to go to the infirmary. However, he did owe someone a favor, and Chen Nian didn't like owing favors. He thought he would find an opportunity to repay it next time. After Lu Lin left the training ground, she ran into her instructor and aunt, Zheng Xin. Every intern investigator needs to follow an instructor, just like a graduate student needs to find a mentor. Chapter 6. The door opened. The person was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, dressed in a neat white shirt and suit pants, holding a thermos cup. Chen Nian's and Lu Lin's instructor, Li Xiao. Hello. Director Li. Li Xiao nodded and walked into the room, looking around, even picking up a hair from the floor. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Approaching Chen Nian, he took out 3 bottles of spiritual liquid from his storage bag. Chen Nian, this is your ranking reward, no one can surpass your score. So I brought the reward directly to you. Pour it into the bathtub while taking a bath. It can be absorbed in 30 minutes, and effectively speed up your training. Chen Nian took the items. Thank you, Director Li. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics department to have a look and help you pick suitable combat techniques. Just as they were about to leave, Li Xiao suddenly stopped at the door of Yi Ya's room. Through a small gap, he saw the chaotic socks, underwear, cosmetics, dolls, and so on inside. Oh no. Yi Ya covered her face. How many times have I said that the room and appearance must be kept clean? This is how to cultivate a meticulous work ethic. If I see it again, you'll have to run 30 laps around the playground. Got it, got it. Chapter 7. You hit me. Violent law enforcement. Someone come, there's violent law enforcement. Chen Nian extended his index finger, and a long, thin blood spike suddenly emerged. This thing is very thin, not fatal, and won't make you faint, don't worry. After saying that, the blood spike pierced into Zhong Wei's arm. There's a kind of injection in hospitals that hurts terribly, called a skin test, which uses that kind of thin needle to pierce the skin. Those who understand know. Ah! The piercing pain made him scream like a dead pig. I didn't know, I really didn't know. Did I ask you anything? The blood spike twisted in Zhong Wei's skin. Even the group of security personnel next door felt a chill down their spines. When did the intern investigators of 749 become so ruthless? I said, I confess, stop. I don't want to hear it now. A while later, Chen Nian withdrew the blood spike and glanced indifferently at Zhong Wei, who was slumped in the chair, pale and drenched in sweat. I am going out for some tea. You can confess when you're ready. There's still 3 hours until the 24-hour mark, take your time. Chapter 8 Chen Nian directly killed the centipede. Containment. Not happening. Killing monsters makes him stronger, why not kill? Permanent blood strength 2, current blood strength, 10, divine resonance effect triggered, has received divine gift, at the same time. The splattered blood returned to Chen Nian's body. He lay on the sofa, although he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss and the wound didn't hurt. Such a large injury still needed treatment. Wow, Chen Nian, you're too awesome. Yi Yaya couldn't help but praise. Who is Chen Nian? Did you call the wrong name? All right, Chen Ji. Look at your smug face, are you okay? I have spirit healing pills here, hurry up and take one. Yi Yaya handed Chen Nian a pill. Another pill. Chen Nian laughed, realizing that the beauties of 749 loved to give him pills. What do you mean by besides you, e.g., is anyone else so generous? This thing costs 5 contribution points. Yes, and she doesn't even have a relationship with me, she just threw it to me and left. So generous that I suspect she wants me. Does that mean I'm stingy? Chen Nian didn't continue to bicker with her and called out to Amy, the mission is complete. Let the cleanup crew handle it. Chapter 9 Ren Xiaojie is a fire god sequence. The stereotype of fire abilities is that they are strong but not very smart. He is pretty much like that, he has a bad temper and is easily angered. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist wrapped in flames was already raised, hovering above Chen Nian's head. But Ren Xiaojie's movement stopped in mid-air. Because a blood-red spike was also suspended right in front of his eye, less than an inch away. As long as his fist dared to fall, the blood spike would pierce his eyeball. The two sides were at a standoff, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. At that moment, the announcement suddenly rang out. Please all groups enter the holographic simulation training room. The simulation exercise is about to begin. Repeating, please all groups enter, he. Ren Xiaojie lowered his fist. I don't want to bully you, later. I'll let 2 teammates stay still, hope you don't fall too far behind. Brother Chen, let's hurry up, it's time to go in. Let's go. In the office. The mentors of 749 had already opened a live stream to watch the show. Who do you think will take first place? Deputy Bureau. Your daughter Xiaoya's team is very strong. At least the teammates are all decent. Chapter 10 1 minute ago. Ren Xiaojie even thought this competition was a bit boring. He ranked first, and he couldn't even see Chen Nian's shadow in the top 10. He was actually looking forward to seeing his expression later. It must be quite wonderful. Let's see if that rebellious face will show any unwillingness or humiliation, haha. Just then, the score rankings changed. All teams in the top 10 dropped 1 rank. And 1 team surged from the back to take first place. 1. Chen Nian's team, 5,999 points. 2. Ren Xiaojie's team, 1,823 points. His pupils suddenly constricted. What happened? Did Amy have a bug? Chen Nian's team completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training. Total points 5,000 hidden achievement. Was there such a thing before? I've never heard of it. Does this mean Chen Nian is the first to complete a hidden achievement? Ren Xiaojie staggered back 2 steps. Looking at the huge point gap, his mood instantly plummeted from cloud 9 to rock bottom. How could he catch up now? In the office, even all the mentors showed an incredulous expression. No way, really? Chapter 11 Chen Nian finished reading the mission file. It looked very tricky. No wonder no one had taken this mission. First of all, several people had already gone missing and hadn't come out of the haunted house, most likely they were gone. Moreover, there was too little information, it was unclear what supernatural beings were inside. If they were strong, the intern investigators could easily get killed by rashly going in. In contrast, investigators preferred to take tasks with clear situations, low danger, and simplicity. However, the senior investigators at 749 were all very busy, often running around the country. So it was impossible to assign this task to the senior area right away, making it a hot potato in the lower area. Take it. As long as it was clear that there were supernatural beings, Chen Nian wasn't that picky. The task required 2 people, which was a rule from above. 2 people could support each other, increasing the success rate while reducing the death rate. Just took the haunted house mission, looking for a teammate. Must be afraid of ghosts. Sensible and obedient, Chen Nian posted a message on the forum. In less than 10 minutes, there were dozens of replies. X, wow, isn't this my brother Chen? X, brother Chen, look at me. X, I can shout 666, emotional value maxed out, my combat ability is also okay. Chapter 12. Tang Ji obediently walked forward, looking at the big man, who was a whole head taller than her. Sorry, please get lost. The girl looked familiar, but she didn't expect to be so irritable. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my elders. Lazy raised his palm. The next moment, a blood-red blade flashed past. Sizzle. Bright red droplets floated by. What? Lazy suddenly retreated 2 steps, looking down to see his chest cloth was torn, and a shocking knife wound appeared. I cultivated the Vajra body of Buddhism, my physical body can't even be harmed by bullets. How could I be so easily injured? He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. This boy is not simple. When did 749 produce such a talented new investigator? Moreover, his attack was a bit too decisive and ruthless. Does the official force have no scruples when dealing with us civilian organizations? Chen Nian casually shook the knife. A line of blood was shaken out on the ground. No matter if it's you or the Taoist hiding behind, listen up. Anyone crossing the line, I don't mind killing. Lei Zedi's expression added a hint of caution. And the Taoist watching from behind trembled all over. Chapter 13. Just as Chen Nian was about to make a move. Boom! The house behind suddenly collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. In the rolling smoke, a strong ghostly aura lingered. Captain, Qingshan Dan. Tang Ji handed over the elixir. And Chen Nian didn't expect it to actually come in handy. After taking the elixir, he immediately felt a bit clearer in his mind. But that female ghost was clearly killed by him, and even the reward had been credited. Why was there still such a heavy ghostly aura? In the cold evening wind, no one dared to act rashly. At that moment, a weak little hand slowly stretched out from the rubble. Crawling out from inside was a baby. Its little face was pale with no blood color, and its eyes were dark and deep like an abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Ghost baby. The Liuyun Taoist suddenly exclaimed, that woman had a child in her belly before she died. The unborn baby died with its mother, harboring great resentment, and absorbed a large amount of its mother's yin energy, thus forming this evil ghost baby. This is the most vicious ghost. It crawled out from the ruins, continuously approaching everyone, its body also expanding and becoming larger, turning into a giant resembling a child. Chapter 14. 10 miles outside the ancient town, there stood a small Taoist temple on the Green Mountain. Liuyun hurried back to the temple overnight, panting and still shaken. Damn! I just wanted to catch a female ghost, but unexpectedly, I found a ghost baby hidden inside. Luckily, I didn't encounter it earlier, otherwise, I would have been doomed. Looking back now, those 2 people probably couldn't survive either. The ghost baby has too much resentment and will kill upon being born, they couldn't possibly be a match. Thinking of this, Liu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched lazily, planning to go back to the observation room for a nap before making any plans. Just as he lay down, he hadn't even settled in for a good sleep when a loud bang rang out from outside. Who? Liu Yun hurriedly got up and came out, only to see the redwood door collapsed on the ground, with two people stepping over the wooden door to walk in. It's you. You're not dead. Liu Yun was stunned. That's right, the visitors were Chen Nian and Tang Ji. Should I be dead? Chen Nian replied with a smile. You escaped. As a member of the 749 Bureau, do you not care about the safety of the residents in that ancient town? Liu Yun subconsciously thought the other party was a deserter. Tang Ji interjected, the ghost baby has been eliminated by the captain. We wouldn't indulge in letting ghosts harm people like you for our own benefit. Chapter 15, Intern Investigator Training Ground. Zhao Qian was practicing shot put with her best friend, tossing it back and forth to train her strength. She was the senior, who previously led Chen Nian into the 749 Bureau. Recently, after the regional patrol mission ended, she returned to the Bureau. Qian. You don't know that a monstrous newcomer has arrived recently. The newcomer scored 100 in the assessment, incredibly strong. Haha, is that person called Chen Nian? Zhao Qian smiled proudly. How could I not know? We're from the same university, and I'm technically his senior. Wow, really? Her best friend looked incredulous. Do you know how powerful he is? The deputy director's daughter, Yiyaya, who usually runs wild, has been tamed by him. I know, although I just got back, I've seen quite a bit on the forum. Since you know him, doesn't that mean you can ride on his coattails? We've only met once, he is a proper genius, and whether he remembers my name is uncertain, so stop overthinking it. One must still rely on their own strength. Let us keep practicing. At that moment, three girls suddenly walked in. Xiaojiao, you're back. Why didn't you greet me? How unfriendly. Chapter 16, Dormitory 304, Living Room. Chen Nian and Yiyaya sat on the sofa eating snacks. Ziyi was cleaning the dormitory, but no one forced him. It was completely due to Li Xiao's teachings having deeply rooted in him, giving him a good habit of cleanliness. Chen Nian, you're too inconsiderate, right? Yiyaya munched on potato chips. You didn't even call me Yaya for that good news. I've long been annoyed by that pretentious woman Song Jinxiu. And I could have taken the chance to bully her. Haha, who doesn't know you're the deputy director's daughter? When you're here, the other party wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and there wouldn't be any further issues. You're quite cunning. Chen Nian laughed, by the way. I plan to go to the reverse world tomorrow, just giving you a heads up. What? Yiyaya and Ziyi both exclaimed in surprise. Yiyaya, you've only awakened for a short while, and you're rushing to the reverse world. Isn't that too hasty? I've only been there once. Ziyi, Brother Chen, I'm not a professional, but I want to give you a suggestion. This suggestion may not be very mature. Just as I said at the beginning, I'm not a professional. Have you completed your first mission? Chen Nian asked Yiyaya. Yes. Then it's settled. If you can pass, what is there to fear? Chapter 17, Ren Xiaojie's palm ignited with flames. He was also a chosen one. Fire God Sequence 010 True Flame Explosion. It could detonate the flames in his hand, instantly unleashing a strong wave of fire. For him, winning was incredibly simple. As long as he got close to Chen Nian and detonated the flames, he could blow him away. Don't worry, there will definitely be enough time. Ren Xiaojie lowered his center of gravity, palms facing backward. Boom! Flames erupted from his palms like two flame thrusters, instantaneously granting him powerful momentum. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Chen Nian. So fast. Can anyone react to this? Ren Xiaojie was truly not holding back. Various thoughts flashed through people's minds, and they instinctively held their breath, not daring to blink. It's over, kid. Ren Xiaojie punched towards Chen Nian's face. A smug smile already forming at the corner of his mouth. For him, whether this punch landed or not didn't matter. The explosion and resulting firestorm were something he could never dodge. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in front of Chen Nian, and the firestorm instantly engulfed both of them. Chen Nian didn't dodge. Isn't this the end? Close-range confrontation is Ren Xiaojie's specialty. His abilities are too unreasonable. Chapter 18. The number of survivors indicated cannot be wrong. Then why are we one person over? This is too terrifying. Chen Nian said solemnly, it's simple. One of us is not human. You mean there is a monster disguised as a human among us? How is that possible? Isn't this a safe house? It is indeed a safe house, but that monster wouldn't harm us during this time. However, once the safe house fails, who knows what will happen? Everyone instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. A monster mixed in among good people is horrifying to think about. It feels like there is someone who could turn into a zombie at any moment and bite you. Who wouldn't be scared? There is a saying that if someone in the mission is particularly strong, like a chosen one, then the mission difficulty will randomly increase. Damn. I'm just a rookie. I just wanted to mix in and get some task rewards, and now isn't it all over. Don't be afraid. I'm an experienced hand, who has already completed a mission. I will lead you to complete the survival task. A tall white man stood up. My name is Jackson. I passed one mission after rejecting two, currently ranked 998 on the ladder. Chapter 19. Current number of survivors, 10 this time. The number of survivors matched the heads on site, proving that Chen Nian didn't kill the wrong person. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I'm just a cautious person. Chen Nian sheathed the blood knife, and the wounds on his hands and back were healing rapidly, basically not affecting him at all. This is the power of the royal bloodline. Only 10 minutes left in the safe house. This brother, what do you call yourself? Chen. Brother Chen. You're a 749 investigator, and even helped us root out the hidden monster. You'll be our captain from now on, and we'll follow your lead. No need for that. I might not be on the same path as you. Hearing Chen Nian's words, Luo Xiaoke showed a hint of disappointment. She still wanted to learn more from the 749 investigator, and see if she could join in the future. And this Chen Ge, he's handsome and cool. After all, being a young girl in her naive, she can't help but have a crush even in such a dangerous environment as the reverse world. We don't know what the outside environment is like, but once the safe house disappears, we must immediately find cover. Yes, everyone, try not to make any noise. To avoid confusion from too many people, we'll split into 2 groups of 9. Chapter 20. What is happening? More and more people cautiously peeked out to check the situation. In the distance on the street, 2 distinctly monstrous bird heads were visible. They were the birds that had been circling in the air earlier. People suddenly realized, and immediately looked up. But the dark sky no longer had the presence of the monstrous birds. They are dead. Both of them were killed. Damn, that guy from 749. He directly took down 2 second-tier monsters. No way, is that for real? How could he be so strong yet still be matched with us in the shallow area? That means his ladder score isn't over 1000. Is it possible he is entering the reverse world for the first time? People immediately felt a chilling fear. Luo Xiaoke's delicate face was filled with admiration. So, Brother Chen isn't acting with us, because he is going to slay the monsters alone. As expected of an investigator from 749, so impressive. Little sister, I've seen 749 investigators before, not everyone is that powerful. That guy in 749 must at least be a genius level. After this exchange, everyone's vigilance eased. Chapter 21. After a while, 2 shambling figures walked out of the alley. Their skin was visibly rotting, saliva uncontrollably dripping, their pupils devoid of spirit, and their bodies reeked of decayed flesh. At this moment, the others were still chatting leisurely, completely unaware of the abnormality. What the hell is that smell? What have you two been doing? Did you not wipe after taking a dump? Wait, something's off with them. Before the words finished, the two lunged at them like beasts, knocking a woman to the ground. No, let go of me, ah. As the woman let out a terrified scream, her head was instantly wrapped by rotting flesh. And after struggling for a moment with twisted limbs, she stopped moving. What's wrong with you? They've been parasitized by monsters, run. A man was about to flee, but found his legs firmly grasped by the woman, who had just been knocked down. Her eyes were oozing pus and blood, and her once fair skin was covered in large patches of corpse-like spots. Damn! Let go of me, damn it! The man kept stomping on her hands. But even after bending her hand and breaking bones, she wouldn't let go. Chapter 22. Chen Nian headed straight for the underground parking lot from earlier. The rest were all dead, and Luo Xiaoke followed Chen Nian to the sealed lair. Earlier, Chen Nian's strength couldn't break the chains sealing this place. Now, it was time to try again. He directly bent his bow and pulled the string, fully drawing the blood moon great bow. Bang! An arrow shot out. The black iron chains sealing the lair shattered with a sound. It felt very easy. After the realm breakthrough, his power had indeed increased significantly. Brother Chen Nian, are you going in? It's very dangerous inside, you wait outside. Okay. Chen Nian stepped into the black-red vortex. After a brief moment of complete darkness, the surrounding scenery changed, and intense sounds of battle entered his ears. What came into view was a dark, damp, open lair, surrounded by twisted and sharp rocks. In the central open area, a battle was erupting. Several humans were engaged in a fierce fight with a monster. That monster had human body features but a ferocious dog face, wielding a cold, gleaming curved knife, moving with great agility. Captain, we're no match for it at all. We have to fight even if we can't win. We can't get out now. Chapter 23. Just as Chen Nian tortured the dog monster, an unexpected change occurred. A powerful demonic aura erupted from within him, and in an instant, countless cracks spread across the ground. Not good, kill it quickly. A man lying on the ground shouted. The dog monster's body rapidly grew larger, transforming from human form to beast form, breaking free from its restraints. A 2-meter-tall black dog appeared before them. Oh? Chen Nian's eyes revealed curiosity. Did you just reach your second stage? The previously relaxed mood of the others instantly sank into despair. It's over. It can even transform. The two front limbs of the dog monster that had just been severed grew back at an astonishing speed. It bared its teeth. Its ghostly blue pupils filled with resentment and killing intent. Not killing me earlier was the biggest mistake you ever made. I'm so scared. I'm about to die of fear. Come on, hurry up and kill me. The moment the two front legs restored, the enraged dog monster charged over, wanting to tear this human to shreds in its fury. When the dog monster was less than 5 meters away from Chen Nian, a crisp snap sounded. Bang! The dog monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Its massive body immediately fell to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 24. Qianhai City, Harbor District. The Luo family. Hello. I'm an investigator from 749. Get lost, get lost. This investigator was sent by Director Li, specifically to recruit Luo Xiaoke. But unexpectedly, he was met with a cold shoulder and directly kicked out by the Luo family. Luo Xiaoke was quite stubborn. Dad, I just want to join 749. I've already promised them. How can you do this? What the hell is joining 749? Our Luo family has resources to train you. What do you need 749 for? The head of the Luo family said irritably. But that is the official organization of our great Xia. I want to serve the country. Official organization my ass. The head of the Luo family was furious. there are two 749 investigators stationed in the harbor district, taking bribes and doing nothing. You don't understand, these organizations aren't as noble as you think. But not all 749 investigators are like that. I know one who is really good. No need to say more. Sneaking into the reverse world alone without telling the family, I haven't properly discussed this with you. You're not allowed to go out for the next month. HMPH, I want to go out, I hate you. Chapter 25. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng both looked up. At first, they felt puzzled, not angry. An intern investigator just arrived and attacked a formal investigator. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. Moreover, these two were empty-handed. Showing up for a first meeting without any gifts, it seemed they really were naive youngsters who didn't understand social etiquette. Since that is the case, they need a good lesson. Intern investigator. He has quite the fiery temper. Han Feng stood up, smiled, and suddenly grabbed the wreckage of a broken phone, aiming it straight at Chen Nian's face. But in the next moment, his arm froze in mid-air, unable to move. The temperature in the room plummeted. Han Feng's arm was already encased in ice, and a sharp blood spike floated dangerously close to his eyes. Both Chen Nian and Lu Lin had made their move. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office was tense. The situation had completely exceeded Han Feng's expectations. He initially wanted to intimidate the two interns to make them more obedient and not interfere. But he didn't expect to encounter such a rebellious spirit, who without hesitation attacked his superior. What shocked Han Feng even more was that both interns had the strength of the mountain-moving realm, not weak at all. He had been too focused on playing games and forgot to check their profiles. Chapter 26. As soon as Luo Xiaoke saw Chen Nian, her eyes lit up instantly. Chen Nian Ge. She didn't expect Chen Nian to come to her house personally, and she was overjoyed. But when she saw a particularly stunning young lady beside Chen Nian, she felt inexplicably blocked. Don't run around. Just as Luo Xiaoke was about to rush to Chen Nian's side, she was pulled back by her father's merciless grip. Chen Nian's high-profile entrance immediately attracted dissatisfaction from two groups. Who are you? Outsiders, get out. Seeing someone trying to block Chen Nian and Lu Lin, Yuan Zhen was terrified. These two were not to be trifled with. No, they are not outsiders, they are our colleagues from 749. What a coincidence, it really is too coincidental. Yuan Zhen greeted them enthusiastically. What brings you here? Visiting a friend. Chen Nian looked at Luo Xiaoke, who was about to wave at him, but was shot a fierce glare by her father. The head of the Luo family was already averse to 749. And now seeing Chen Nian with those two, he naturally wouldn't allow his daughter to get close. It's like this, there are some frictions between the two families. And our 749 is here to notarize. Since you're here, why not watch a good show together? All right, you all continue. Chapter 27. That night, Chen Nian and Lu Lin stayed at the Luo family. Snacks were spread out on the table, and the three sat together for a discussion, with a heater on to counteract Lu Lin's coldness. Lu Lin, help chill the cola. Oh? Lu Lin touched the edge of the glass with her finger, and ice cubes immediately floated to the top of the cola. Wow, impressive. Luo Xiaoke clapped her hands. During a few hours of discussion, with the help of the Luo family's connections, Chen Nian gathered more useful information. Summarizing all the news, he made deductions. The vampire was likely being hidden by the Wang family. What? Hearing this conclusion, Luo Xiaoke covered her mouth in shock. She didn't expect the Wang family to have such audacity to harbor monsters. Lu Lin, however, remained calm, expressionless, as she nibbled on the chilled potato chips. Every time the Wang family went out to sea, they would hire some beautiful young women, but often accidents occurred, leading to several women going missing. One accident might be just that, but repeated accidents were not. The two investigators stationed in the harbor area from 749 hadn't uncovered any tricks, but instead had close ties to the Wang family, likely having been bribed. Chapter 28, Chen Nian and Lulin arrived at the port. They immediately spotted the luxurious cruise ship docked at the shore. They divided their tasks. Chen Nian went to the top-level VIP room to look for the vampire, while Lulin went below to find the imprisoned girls. In the cruise ship's surveillance room, the monitor spotted the two and immediately reported to the head of the Wang family. "Sir, someone has broken in. They are the 749 investigators from earlier." "How did they find this place? Where are they?" The man went to the top VIP room, and the woman is heading downstairs. So they are looking for death. Alan will take care of them naturally, no need to worry." In the VIP room, Baron Alan was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. On the coffee table was an elegant goblet filled with a mixture of sweet fresh blood and red wine, his favorite 7-3 blend. This drink was prepared for tonight's feast on the little cake, and he could hardly wait, every cell in his body buzzing with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door. "Come in, hurry." Alan immediately stood up excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. The door opened. Instead of the long-awaited little cake, a boy with an unfamiliar face walked in. Chapter 29. After Chen Nian dealt with the vampire, he prepared to go downstairs to meet up with Lulin. "Amy, help me locate Lulin's coordinates." When the two were teamed up on a mission, they could use the super AI to get each other's location in real time. Location confirmed. A virtual map with a blue light screen appeared before Chen Nian. He took a glance, understood, and hurried on his way. Along the way, he saw numerous corpses, and there were large amounts of ice crystals left in the corridor. Shouldn't the Wang family members who blocked the way have all been killed by her? Goodness. This girl's personality is also that of a cold-blooded killer. Teaming up with her is quite fitting. After a while, Chen Nian found Lulin, who was standing in front of a large alloy door. "How is it inside?" Lulin raised her hand, and an ice blade shot out from her hand, piercing towards the grey-black alloy door. Crash! The ice blade shattered, but the door stood firm. "Let me try." Chen Nian transformed his blood into a blade, intending to show off, but he too failed to forcibly break the door, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed this door was specially made to resist spiritual energy users and couldn't be easily breached. Of course, Chen Nian could use the Blood Moon Great Bow to break through, but considering there might be ordinary people imprisoned inside, it would probably harm the innocent. Chapter 30. The air was tense and filled with a sense of oppression, and the onlookers had all fled to the back. Yuan Jin had envisioned many scenarios. The only one he hadn't considered was that Chen Nian would actually have the intent to kill an intern investigator executing a formal investigator. Not to mention the issue of overstepping authority, it was a significant problem in terms of strength. Even if he suspected the two, he should report it to 749. After which the Bureau would dispatch a higher-level formal investigator to handle it. That would be the proper procedure. This kid was simply too bold to disregard the rules. At this point, both sides knew there was no need to continue the charade. "Chen Nian, why do you have to do this? It's not beneficial for you to tear your face with us. If you turn a blind eye, we should be able to cooperate quite pleasantly." "Yes. We have some dealings with the Wang family, but isn't it natural for people to seek their own benefits? Just treat today as if nothing happened. The benefits you gain will definitely be much more than from a normal mission." Chen Nian frowned. "As a last word, you're being a bit too verbose." "You?" Han Feng glared at Chen Nian, not expecting this kid to be so stubborn. Chen Nian looked at Lulin. "How are you? You've used up a lot of energy just now, you can rest for a bit, I'll handle things here." Chapter 31. Master, people from 749 have barged in. Where did those two useless Yuan Jin go? Hurry and escape through the back door. The Wang family also knew that if they fell into the hands of 749, they would definitely suffer. Running away was their only chance of survival. Dad, what is going on? Aren't the people from 749 on our side? Wang Xiao rushed over in a panic. Don't talk nonsense, hurry and escape. The Wang family quickly arrived at the back door, ready to make a run for it. They saw a cold, petite girl standing behind them, expressionless, staring at them. It was the beautiful girl from that day. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up. What time is it? Still thinking about a woman. She is an investigator from 749. Old Master Wang couldn't help but want to slap his son. Got it, Dad. I'll knock her out first and then take her away. Wang Xiao rolled up his sleeves, his arm muscles bulging, veins like coiling dragons. Offending the girl. Chaotic lion fist. A rain of punches rushed towards him. An ice crystal snow blade appeared on Lu Lin's hand, and he stood still, expressionless, swinging the ice blade. Moving so fast that it almost created afterimages. After dozens of rounds of exchanges, Wang Xiao's arms were covered in intersecting wounds, while Lu Lin not even had a single hair out of place. Chapter 32, Dormitory 304. Chen Nian. I didn't expect you to be on a mission with that ice princess next door. Yi Yaya was very shocked. She was still wearing a trendy hoodie. Dressed like a spicy girl, giving off a sunny and lively vibe. What is it like to be her teammate? Is she hard to get along with? She seems more useful than you, tough and not talkative. Yi Yaya on the sofa couldn't help but kick Chen Nian in the chest with her bare foot. How can you say I'm not as good as the Ice Princess? Are you still my bro? Is this how you treat your own people? Chen Nian immediately used blood-red tentacles to bind Yi Yaya, grabbing her foot and starting to tickle her. What are you doing? Stop, it tickles. I am going to hit you. Although Yi Yaya struggled desperately, she was still tightly bound. Call me daddy, or I won't let go. My dad is the deputy director. Do you want to die? Hearing the commotion outside, Ziyi ran out to take a look. Chen Ji, Yag, you two are playing so much. Little brother admires you. Finally, Yi Yaya exploded. Zizizizi. A powerful electric current burst forth. Chapter 33, in his mind. The fist intent of the martial saint was like a general sweeping through thousands of troops. It was currently exterminating countless killing intents. The two collided. And Chen Nian was already bleeding from his mouth and nose. He was only bleeding from his mouth and nose. The old man was not far from Chen Nian. And in his estimation, Chen Nian could only hold on for a maximum of 2 breaths before bleeding from all 7 orifices and being sent to the medical department. But now, 20 breaths had passed, and he was still standing. The martial saint's fist intent was unbeatable. Each move could eliminate thousands of killing thoughts. But since ancient times, 2 fists could hardly match 4 hands. After a vigorous battle, the martial saint's fist intent was surprisingly suppressed. This meant that Chen Nian could barely bear this fist intent, and could also start cultivating inch power. After a while, Chen Nian opened his eyes. Wiping away the blood from his nose, he found the old man staring at him, as if he were a monster, hesitating to say something. Old man, our bet counts. So I'll take this. You little rascal, I underestimated you. All right, take it, since you can bear it. It proves you indeed have the qualifications to cultivate. Cultivating the inch power created by the martial saint in the Mount-moving realm is also an eye-opener. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. Chapter 34, Go. We must go. Chen Nian immediately agreed. To explore the underwater ruins, encountering extraordinary creatures to kill, and finding treasures and secrets was also acceptable. Okay, brother Chen Nian. If the exploration team finds any good stuff, you must grab more. Aren't the exploration team your family's? It's fine, our family is indeed relying on your fortune. So the benefits shouldn't be less for you, brother Chen Nian. Did your dad teach you to say that? No, I thought of it myself. Plus, my dad inviting you to go has his own intentions because you are powerful. So since he wants to use you, don't be polite with him. Good daughter. After finishing work, Chen Nian took Luo Xiaoke back home and continued to practice his punches all night. The mystery of inch power lies in speed. Using the fastest speed to mobilize the whole body's strength, drawing power from 100 spiritual acupoints in the shortest time, ultimately gathering it all in the fist to explode. One can only say that it truly lives up to the martial saint's creation. It seems simple and unadorned, but it contains profound mysteries. After 2 days of training, Chen Nian had only touched the threshold. The next morning, at the port, Chen Nian boarded a cargo ship more than 10 meters long, preparing to set sail with the exploration team. Chapter 35, We dug it out. At 3 in the morning during the night shift, good news came back. Chen Nian immediately dove underwater to check the situation. With the blessing of his talent, swimming in the water was obviously much more comfortable. As if he were truly a fish. Under the sea. Before his eyes was a square building made of white jade, with many intricate patterns carved into the stone walls. Embedded in the mud and sand. Everyone was excitedly gathered around. To be able to build structures underwater, even we modern people don't have that capability. This can't be the legendary Dragon Palace, right? If we can really get in, we be rich. No ambition. If it really is the Dragon Palace. Wealth is secondary, what's important is that we, these little people, might have a chance to soar. The captain said, we have observed that the stone walls on both sides are tightly sealed, only the top has a seam in the middle, more like a door. If we open this door, we can get in. After Chen Nian looked around, he had a similar thought, but after trying for a while, he found that the door wouldn't budge at all. Everyone, put all your strength into it. Opening the door is victory. Chapter 36, Run. The others were instantly scared out of their wits, forgetting about Chen Nian, desperately fleeing outside. Fortunately, the 2 dragon-like creatures did not pursue them, but headed straight for the coffin, allowing them to escape. Captain Chen is still inside. Forget it. Those 2 dragons are already alive. If we stay, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. Hurry back to the ship. We can't enjoy the blessings if we're dead. In the narrow dragon crystal coffin, Chen Nian could only lie sideways next to the woman. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed above him. Chen Nian could clearly feel that the 2 dragon-like creatures were hovering above the coffin, and fortunately, they indeed dared not move the coffin, so he was temporarily safe. He really made the right choice. If he had tried to escape just now, he would have run straight into the 2 dragons. However, the problem now was that he could only hide inside. As soon as he showed his head, he would be instantly killed. Chen Nian began to examine the woman inside the coffin. The girl was wearing a water blue flowing dress embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Her skin as white as snow, and her features appeared to be naturally exquisite. There were some crystalline dragon scales covering her eyes and forehead, and a pair of small, cute dragon horns topped her head. These features did not detract from her beauty, instead, they added a unique charm to her. Chapter 37 I didn't expect someone to react quickly. The man in black looked at Chen Nian, who was wrapped in blood, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The rest of the people, as if driven mad, rushed towards Chen Nian. Nearly 20 people surrounded him tightly, continuously attacking the blood barrier. Chen Nian did not expect such a development. It seemed that what the little dragon girl said was true. A bloody storm would indeed erupt here, and he was caught in it. Although the blood barrier was enduring fierce attacks, those people still could not break through. And Chen Nian remained calm, immediately opening his terminal to summon Amy. Amy, just now a man suddenly had many fire snakes jump out of his eyes. And everyone else seemed to lose their sanity in an instant and is attacking me madly. Identified as the evil outer god dazing fire evil god sequence owner. A distress signal has been sent to headquarters for you. Dazing fire can completely erode the minds of ordinary people and is permanently irreversible. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. If Amy could repeat the evacuation 3 times, one could imagine how terrifying the situation was. It was easy to say. But Chen Nian was now surrounded by a large group of people. Once he closed the blood shield, he would be at risk of being eroded. Chapter 38 Death. For madmen daring to receive the power of the evil god, it was not terrifying. So at the moment of death, the man in black did not plead for mercy, did not feel fear, and did not cry. The corner of his mouth even curled into a smile. The blood spikes piercing his body ignited a strange flame. What was happening? Boom! The man in black's head suddenly exploded, like a watermelon rigged with explosives. Immediately afterward, a ball of fire erupted from his body. In the center of the flames was a profound darkness, surrounded by an eerie dark red, resembling the eyes of a demon, an endless abyss. Without any warning, it shot towards Chen Nian. That ball of fire contained the divine essence of the dazing fire evil god and all the power of the man in black. Indeed, although he was dead, he wanted to pass on the fire. The followers of the evil god would continuously pass on the fire until their followers spread all over the world. Chen Nian was clearly an excellent target. It came too fast, too suddenly. Chen Nian did not have time to escape, and could only rely on the blood shield to protect himself. Once this ball of fire entered his body, his divine essence would be dominated by the dazing fire evil god, becoming a follower of the evil god despised by all righteous individuals. Chapter 39 Are you okay? The dragon girl's eyes trembled in surprise. This guy recovered his consciousness so quickly, after perfectly absorbing the power of the true dragon blood. Chen Nian not only suppressed the dazing fire within him, but also had a portion of surplus dragon power. Although this power was temporary, it could be used by him. Step back. Chen Nian stood in front of the dragon girl. The blood turned into blades, and his gaze swept coldly over the crowd below. Who is this kid? I haven't seen him before. Moving mountain realm, not a high realm, but he runs pretty fast. The reason we were discussing how to enter together at the door was to avoid conflict. But you, well, rushed in first. Which of you can go up and deal with this kid? I find him a bit unpleasant. I'll do it. A rugged man holding a hammer stepped forward. He was the crude guy who had just mentioned wanting to take the dragon girl. He spat, killing this skinny guy. I won't even use 30% of my strength. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he raised the hammer and leaped into the air. He raised both hands high with the war hammer, heavily smashing down towards Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian did not make any unnecessary movements. He executed the draw sword style, diving like a dragon out of the abyss. Chapter 40 Killing so many people, 749, has such great authority. Look, isn't that Zhu Heng, known as the Gale Leg? And that person beside him, what is his name again? Oh, I remember, it's Sun Ya, the Rainbow Spear. As a group entered the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere once again became tense. Starry Realm, Clear Light Realm, Sunlight Realm, everyone who came this time were masters of the 46th Realm, all seasoned veterans. Chen Nian. You take her back. The reinforcements from 749 are still on their way, we must protect the dragon girl. Zhu Heng did not explain that these people were not killed by 749, after all, their mission was to protect the dragon girl, and that conflict was naturally unavoidable. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, Do you all want to tear your faces with 749 for your own interests? Wait. We are not acting for any benefit. We just want justice for the countless innocent young ones you 749 have killed, using a grandiose reason to legitimize their actions. This was why they sent the younger generation to scout the path first. What a group of cunning old foxes. Everyone, talking is useless. Let us deal with these two first, or else the night is long and full of dreams. Chapter 41 Li Bai. People's understanding of this figure still rests on some rumors and legends. Starry Tower. This was the second time Chen Nian heard this name. He asked Zhu Heng, what exactly is this organization? Generally, they do not interfere in the affairs of the spirit energy world, but when they do, it's always for significant matters. Currently, the star-picking pavilion has 6 disciples, each one a super genius of the world. And what kind of person is Li Bai? Why do they all fall silent upon hearing his name? I haven't seen him either, but it is said that one year he rode a horse alone in the wild during spring, passing by a peach mountain. In a moment of inspiration while drinking, he flicked his sword and sent the peach blossoms flying across the mountain. That peach mountain is also known as Tianjian Mountain, founded by the Sword Saint. Thus, a poem was later written to describe him. In spring, proud and swift are the horse's hooves, with one sword he picks all the peach mountain flowers. Later, the Sword Saint felt he had lost face, so he went alone to question the sword at the star-picking pavilion, wanting to challenge Li Bai. No one knows the result of that battle, but since the Sword Saint returned, he only dared to call himself the second in the world. Chapter 42 In the air. A man in white stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was already standing very high, he looked even higher. Yes. His gaze did not look down, but instead stared at everyone through his nostrils. Third senior brother Ning Meng wrinkled his nose in disdain. His third senior brother was good at everything, except he loved to show off too much, always looking at people through his nostrils. Who are you? Zhong Sansi asked. Looking up. Zhong Sansi, you were defeated at the Genius Conference back then, you forget quickly, don't you? Xiao Chang'e. Upon hearing this name, people gasped again. Seeing so many big shots, this event today was truly worth it. Who is Xiao Chang'e? He is ranked 3rd in the star-picking tower. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he was also a super genius of that era. It is said that when he first entered the star-picking tower, he announced to the world in the capital, saying, if heaven did not give birth to me, Xiao Chang'e, the sword path would be an eternal night. Later, the Sword Saint came and beat him up. Although he was injured all over, he still insisted on looking at the Sword Saint through his nostrils. He is the most pretentious in the star-picking tower, but when it comes to strength, he is not weak at all. Chapter 43 So I said, Sister Ya, you better not hit me. I won't hit you. I feel like the deputy director is perhaps looking at his son-in-law. Are you thinking of reincarnating on the spot? Yi Yaya gave Ziyi a good beating. On the other side, Zheng Xin frowned. Lin Lin is in a difficult situation now. This Chen Nian is in his prime, many female investigators might have set their sights on him, your competition pressure is significant. We are just friends, Lu Lin said expressionlessly. Yes, other girls also want to be friends, but just boyfriends. However, with your personality, it's probably going to be very hard for you to find a boyfriend for the rest of your life. Auntie, to be honest, you are still angry. Chen Nian glanced at his file. D-level investigator, Chen Nian realm, mountain moving realm, LV24, permission level, B-level contribution points, 200. He even received an additional reward of 200 contribution points, equivalent to completing nearly 20 tasks, making a big profit. Any newly arrived intern investigator could not be as wealthy as Chen Nian. Li Xiao walked over and asked, I heard you received an invitation to the Genius Club. Yes. Chapter 44 Now, Chen Nian had become the focus of everyone's attention. If he failed to live up to his own boast, he would not only lose 200 contribution points, but also become a joke in front of everyone. Chen Nian stepped onto the flying sword. The moment he injected spiritual power, the sword shot up into the air like a firecracker. The speed was incredibly fast. Chen Nian's flying sword drew an unstable S-shape in the air, and was about to crash into the wall. What a joke. Remember to draft a script next time you brag. But just as Chen Nian was about to hit the wall, the flying sword bizarrely stopped. Less than a meter from the wall. What? How did he make such a sudden stop? Isn't that a high difficulty move? In that instant, everyone's expressions changed. Even the instructor couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chen Nian's flying sword was enveloped in a layer of blood. Indeed, he could not control the flying sword freely. But he could control the blood at will, just like having a steering wheel. This was Chen Nian's physical cheat. After stabilizing, he began to fly in a straight line. Then slowly accelerated and turned. Chapter 45. In front of Chen Nian, 3 elegantly dressed figures transformed into demons. Although they were human-shaped, their skin resembled rotting tree bark. And their features had no aesthetic appeal. The 3 demons were yin demon women. These demons grew stronger by absorbing human yang energy. So men who had visited this establishment would become very weak, even falling seriously ill. They were also in a state of intense shock. Why hasn't this human fallen asleep? How is it possible? Just then, a cold light surged from the right corner of Chen Nian. It was a sharp dagger coated with poison. The target was none other than Chen Nian's neck. Just when the dagger was 10 centimeters away from Chen Nian, a bloody hand accurately grabbed it in midair. What? The attacker was not one of the 3 demons. They did not want to expose their identity, so usually they only absorbed yang energy without taking lives. The attacker was Yu Ju. He looked at Chen Nian in disbelief, not expecting that he would not succeed. Did you think I didn't guard against you at all? Chen Nian smiled. You never trusted me from the start. I checked the personnel list of the Harbor District Security Bureau. Your name is not on it, you are not one of them. To see your intentions, I deliberately chose not to expose you. Chapter 46. Kill. The short and cold 2 words made the gate-guarding disciple tremble all over. How arrogant. How bold. A madman. Don't you think too little of Yuzhu Mountain? Chen Nian summoned his bloody hand and slapped the gate-guarding disciple away. You're right. I indeed don't think much of it. Chen Nian swaggered into the inner sect of Yuzhu Mountain. The disciples who were practicing also noticed the situation here, and hurriedly reported to the elders in the sect. Master, someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? Yes. That person is extremely arrogant, even beating the gate-guarding disciple. At the training plaza, Chen Nian sat casually at a stone table, his feet casually resting on the stone bench. A blade of grass in his mouth, while Ziyi stood beside him. The disciples of Yuzhu Mountain retreated a few meters away, whispering to each other. Who is this person? He looks so young, but his strength seems formidable. I don't know him, but he's definitely here to seek death. Look, the second elder is coming. The disciples hurriedly made way, and a middle-aged man dressed in grayish-white cloth walked to the front with an imposing aura. His thick black eyebrows stood up, and his expression was furious. Chapter 47. Chen Nian's sudden strike. The speed was astonishing. One moment he was smiling, the next moment he erupted into killing, which caught everyone off guard. Even the head of Yuzhu did not have time to stop him. By the time he reacted, he was furious. You rascal, you! Sorry, I accidentally killed your disciple. I've apologized, what else do you want? Chen Nian asked. Yuzhu's face changed colors, turning from green to red, his beard bristling. What is wrong, senior? Isn't an apology enough to negate the mistake? This is what you just said. Although Yuzhu was furious, he was an older person, and knew he couldn't recklessly attack an investigator of level 749, this matter had to be reported to their bureau. But those hot-blooded male disciples were different. Especially Fei Yangyang, who admired Han Shuang, immediately pointed at Chen Nian and cursed loudly. How dare you kill someone openly on my Yuzhu Mountain? The male disciple's words were interrupted as a bloody hand swung down heavily. The terrifying force slapped his face. sending him into a 360-degree spin in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Do you think it looks particularly cool, brave, and manly to stand out now? Chapter 48. Taking a punch head-on, Wei Shujin died on the spot. His tragic death prompted several female disciples to scream and shout, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wei Shixiang. No, no. How could this be? How could this be? In their hearts, Wei Shujin was like a male god, the renowned wind-chasing sword. The elegant and carefree senior brother. Just like that, he was dead. Chen Nian immediately took his ranking, rising to 95. Yuzhu watched this scene, murmuring in shock, It's the inch force. How could a martial saint's inch force be cultivated by someone in the mountain-moving realm? Monster, monster. He staggered back a couple of steps, nearly falling to the ground, and his face seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Sorry, senior, now even your last direct disciple is gone. Why not recruit a few more? Old Z, let's go down the mountain. Coming, brother Chen. The two left Yuzhu Mountain on their flying sword. 749, Office. That old man from Yuzhu Mountain came to report Chen Nian. What did Chen Nian do? Chapter 49, Am I qualified now? Chen Nian surveyed the crowd and casually asked. Am I qualified? Yes, yes. The three combatants were thus decided. Chen Nian then released his blooded hand. The crew-cut guy regained his freedom, his entire body tense. Glaring at Chen Nian, clearly extremely dissatisfied. You better not speak, or I might not be able to help but kill you. You? The crew-cut guy choked on his words, not daring to say them out loud. The chill running down his spine told him this kid was serious. He was the type to act as soon as he said he would. This kid is too arrogant. The others felt a wave of fear. Having someone like him in the team was not a good thing. It would ruin the team's atmosphere and cohesion. Let him go first in the match. If he loses, he'll behave. Everyone should rest and recuperate. The battle would officially begin in an hour. In the inverted world, the safe time was over. Before everyone appeared a circular beast fighting arena. The sky remained dark and gloomy, with occasional thunder flashing in the clouds, and the air was filled with a greyish atmosphere, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. The arena was divided into two sides, representing the two opposing teams. Next, the three members selected by each side would come to the center to fight. Chapter 50. The cages from all four directions opened completely. 4 black lions charged out. They stood 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, their size comparable to a large truck. Everyone huddled in the middle, backs against each other. Their faces pale without a hint of color. Just then, a figure rushed out. It was Chen Nian. The spiritual practitioners from Sakura country turned their gazes, ready to watch the fun. That kid actually dared to rush in to seek death. He won one battle, and he probably got too cocky, ha ha. Oh, Moseroi. Chen Nian gripped his blood knife, and a sharp blade of light slashed out in an instant. But the black lion was no pushover, after all. It was a third-tier demon, and it bit down on the blade with its sharp teeth. The next second, the knife melted into blood and entered the lion's mouth. Boom! The blood exploded inside the black lion, causing it to let out a tragic roar, its fierce gaze instantly becoming clearer. Chen Nian immediately jumped onto its head, stabbing a blood spike heavily into its skull. Black blood splattered. The black lion crashed to the ground, heavily injured and unable to rise. Another blade of light sliced down, severing the lion's head in two. Blood hunt feast triggered, blood intensity 4 what? That guy's strength is actually this strong. Chapter 51, Chen Nian released the bowstring. The arrow flew out. The guy in the floral shirt took a shot from the blood moon bow and died on the spot, reduced to nothing but meat scraps. The others were terrified. They couldn't fight back at all. Someone knelt down with a thud. I'll bark like a dog. Woof, woof. Woof. Woof, woof. Spare me. Not bad. Chen Nian stepped forward and stabbed through his chest. You all wanted to wipe out my great Shia spiritual practitioners. And I would let you go. I a saint. The other great Shia people were also filled with bloodlust, kill. They want to wipe us out. Can we endure this? Damn them. The battle was about to erupt. The remaining group of local chickens and ducks from Sakura country were no match. They could have stayed safely in the safe zone, but their evil thoughts led to their ultimate annihilation. Next, Chen Nian only needed to wait for the time to end to return to the real world. Killing the 4 black lions earlier, he leveled up 15 times, officially reaching the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Moreover, he received a divine gift. Open. 3 options immediately appeared in his mind. 1. Gain random slaughter sequence ability. 2. Gain the monster ability Lion's Roar. Emit a lion's roar to intimidate enemies. Chapter 52. Chen Nian's first target was, of course, the demon bird circling in the sky, constantly spewing fire. He flew up with his sword and jumped down directly. In mid-air, blood surged, transforming into a 6-meter-long blood-colored great sword. Crack! One slash severed the demon bird's wings, blood splattering across the sky. The demon bird let out a strange cry and immediately plummeted to the ground with a thud. The other 2 investigators were shocked. The reinforcements can actually fly. So powerful. Chen Nian also descended from the sky, landing right on the demon bird, raising his blood knife to finish it off. Wait. The male investigator named Shusong spoke up. Don't kill it. If we contain it back to 749, we can gain extra contributions. Puff. Chen Nian stabbed through the demon bird's head. What did you just say? Blood intensity permanent 2. His total blood intensity had now reached 89, and killing another small demon would give him a new lottery opportunity. Chen Nian would not leave any survivors. Shusong felt dissatisfied. This was his jurisdiction, and if he caught it, he would also gain contribution points. But killing it meant he lost everything. The office building was still burning fiercely, with flames soaring towards the sky. Chapter 53, P.S. Happy New Year 2025 to all readers. Set a goal for this year, to write a quality good book. The whole place was silent, and no one dared to speak. These capitalists, who usually indulged in luxury and wielded power, had their hearts skip a beat at this moment. There was no room for mercy in this ruthless display. This was the first time they had seen such a 749 investigator. Chen Nian stood up and looked at the crowd. I am in charge here in the Haigang district. Understand? Understood, understood. This group of usually high-ranking individuals nodded and bowed, not daring to say a word against him. By the way, Boss Huang, I heard you secretly colluded with demons to have them kill your competitors. Is that true? No, no. I have no such ability. Huang Zhenqian hurriedly pleaded. If you do, be sure to contact me. I am very interested in demons. Helping 749 catch demons would be a great contribution. After saying this, Chen Nian left the table. When everyone saw him completely exit the restaurant, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This lunatic was too terrifying. Damn it. I've lived for decades and almost wet myself for the first time. Boss Huang, let's not talk business anymore, goodbye. Chapter 54 Chen Nian sighed. I just wanted to interrogate you, but what do you know? You actually wanted to kill a 749 investigator. His tone suddenly became heavier. Huang Zhenqian, you have some guts. Now, even if you didn't do anything wrong, it's still a death penalty. Don't kill me, please. I'll do anything you want. Huang Zhenqian quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Not killing you is fine, but now you have to make amends. As I mentioned earlier, helping 749 catch demons is a great merit. Chen Nian raised a blood knife and pressed it against Huang Zhenqian's neck. You have 10 seconds to think. 10. I know where there are demons. I'll take you there right now. Old Z, stay here and protect the scene. Wait for the Public Security Bureau to come and collect evidence. After giving instructions, Chen Nian grabbed Huang Zhenqian and jumped out of the 30th floor window. Ah! Jian Lai. The flying sword spun in the air and landed right under Chen Nian's feet, carrying him away through the air. Don't just shout, point the way. Yes, yes. Under Huang Zhenqian's guidance, Chen Nian flew on the sword to the outskirts of a forest and entered an artificially dug cave. Chapter 55. Chen Nian had already become famous in the Haigang district. Anyone who heard the name Bloodhand Man-Eater Chen Nian would start crying. Some mischievous kids were taught by their parents, if you don't behave, we'll send you to Bloodhand Man-Eater to discipline you. Chen Nian thought that this order was too good and not necessarily a good thing. There were no demons to slaughter. One day, Chen Nian was lying on the office sofa, taking a nap, while Ziyi was working at his desk, his mouth taped shut. If his mouth wasn't sealed, he would keep chattering, and Chen Nian wouldn't be able to sleep. A guest arrived. Ziyi heard footsteps and thought it was Luo Xiaoke, who frequently came to play with Chen Nian. She visited every few days, often bringing delicious meals, and Ziyi enjoyed the benefits along with Chen Nian. But today, the visitor was not the obedient little girl, but a hot girl sucking on a lollipop, wearing an orange hoodie and fashionable ripped denim shorts. She had a pair of straight long legs. The first relationship of 749, the daughter of the deputy director, the 304 Tyrannosaurus, a chosen one in the Thor sequence. Yi Yaya. Huh? Ziyi instinctively wanted to shout Sister Ya, but the tape on his mouth restricted his voice. Chapter 56. Chen Nian rushed to the accident scene. Fortunately, it was just a multi-car pileup, and no one was injured. However, the culprit had actually escaped, which was unacceptable. He immediately stepped on his flying sword to pursue. And with a broad view, he quickly spotted two figures fleeing between the towering buildings. If you escape on my territory, what am I supposed to do? Chen Nian landed on the rooftop of a high-rise, just in time to block the two's path. Ning Meng rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. But then realized the other party was familiar. Why is it you? Chen Nian. Qianlong stepped forward, her eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Wait. You two are the ones who caused the accident. Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh. The little girl was the powerful senior sister from the star-picking tower. And the other was the little dragon girl, who had gone through life and death with him. Nonsense. That was to save someone. I just lost control of my strength and exerted a bit too much. Ning Meng put her hands on her hips. So how did you two end up here? She was worried that the evil god's power within you would backfire, constantly complaining that it was too boring on the mountain, and wanted to come down. So I reluctantly brought her with me. No, don't say that. I didn't. Qianlong hurriedly blushed and defended herself, two shimmering dragon scales emerging uncontrollably from her forehead. Chapter 57. Let's go. Chen Nian reacted quickly, holding Qianlong in his right arm, blood wrapping around a billboard, using the force to fly out. In mid-air, he stepped onto his flying sword, temporarily escaping the danger zone. It's the outer god cult. Chen Nian opened his headset. Lao Ya, how's it going? I'm fine for now. Yi Yaya was clinging to the outside wall of a tall building using electromagnetic force, looking down at the scene below that resembled a hell on earth. Feeling a sense of dread. What on earth happened? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Just as she finished speaking, a massive explosion of flames erupted in the center of the square. A dark, eerie flame formed a 5-meter-tall fire giant. Hundreds of nearby people were instantly infected. Their pupils ignited with that eerie flame. They clutched their heads, kneeling on the ground. And the flame energy shot from their pupils back to the fire giant. The fire giant grew larger, from 5 meters to 10 meters. Its entire body was engulfed in orange flames, but its eyes were as black as the abyss. Whoosh! Suddenly, those eyes shot out laser-like flames. Anyone affected became a follower of the eerie flame. Chapter 58 Shusong, pressed to the ground by Chen Nian. Felt a chill run down his spine and did not dare to speak. He could sense that if he uttered even another word, Chen Nian would genuinely kill him. Yi Yaya thought to herself, this is Chen Nian. He can joke and laugh with friends, but at critical moments, he shows why he has the nickname Bloodhand Man-Eater. Having a friend like him feels particularly reliable and reassuring because he will never let you down at crucial moments. Unlike Shusong, who would be scared to death if assigned a dangerous task. Action. Chen Nian shared the coordinates with Yi Yaya and Zhao Lin. There were 4 array eyes in total. They would each handle 2, while he would handle 2 himself. Chen Nian took off on his sword, taking Chen Long with him, heading towards the main battlefield. Reinforcements from 749 have arrived, consisting of high-level investigators from the 5th and even 6th realms. B-level investigator Guo Hao has arrived at the scene. B-level investigator Jiang Yun has arrived at the scene, awaiting instructions from headquarters. Command Center Liaison, the gigantic fire giant in the middle is continuously infecting ordinary people and expanding. Attempt to defeat it. Received. Chapter 59 He, it has come to this, and no one can stop it now. In the center of the fire giant, the cult priest of the outer god is laughing maniacally. The chaotic fire evil god sequence 015. Chaotic fire giant Scarlet. This is a summoning technique. Using itself as a conduit, it summons the evil god Scarlet, which can devour the power of all surrounding believers to infinitely strengthen itself. Thus, they chose the place with the most people on New Year's Eve. Welcome death, embrace chaotic fire, and gain rebirth. Boom. 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 Terrifying energy light cannons are scattering throughout the city. Its attack range is no longer limited to the square. A skyscraper a kilometer away has instantly turned to ruins. People are screaming and fleeing, smoke filling the city. Command Center. No. It can't be controlled, casualties are still increasing. At least nearly 5,000 people have been contaminated by chaotic fire, and they are continuously providing power to that fire giant. Damn it, can this monster become infinitely stronger? It's too abnormal. What should we do, Deputy Director? Deputy Director Yi sits in front of the command platform, his pupils reflecting the flames on the big screen. Arms crossed under his chin, silent. Chapter 60 Chen Nian was already psychologically prepared. This group of psychologically twisted outer god cultists, whenever they are about to die, like to pull some tricks. Greedy Wolf. In the next moment, Greedy Wolf bit off the priest's neck. As expected, the chaotic fire within his body was rapidly expanding and about to explode. Eat him. Greedy Wolf used the severed neck as a bowl, sucking up the chaotic fire energy inside him completely without any effect. This is the beast known as the Heavenly Killing Star. The head that rolled on the ground stared incredulously at this scene, finally dying with its eyes open. With the priest's death, the nearly 100-meter-high flames instantly collapsed. Talent Blood Hunt Feast triggered. Blood Strength 10, Divine Gift received. The increase in blood strength is so significant this time, because the priest absorbed a large amount of believer energy, making the individual unprecedentedly powerful. Chen Nian effectively killed him across several major realms. However, Chen Nian had no extra mood to enjoy the fruits of victory. As the effect of the dragon blood power faded, he could no longer resist the erosion of chaotic fire, with faint demonic flames igniting in his pupils. Chapter 61 The sky darkened, and it began to drizzle at some unknown time. Are you still human? As the hero who quelled the great disaster, Chen Nian had just escaped danger when he was met with a questioning voice. Indeed, this was for safety reasons. If Chen Nian had been contaminated and turned into an outer god cultist, it could also lead to a great disaster, which is why Wei Qianhu asked this. Stand still. Let me check your body. Wei Qianhu looked down from above, issuing an undeniable command to Chen Nian. If he found any abnormalities in Chen Nian's body, he would ruthlessly strike to kill. Chen Nian could not allow him to check, because there was indeed the power of the evil god within him. But he could suppress it himself. But others wouldn't believe it. Just because you say you can suppress it, does that mean you can? What if one day you can't suppress it? Wouldn't that be a ticking time bomb? Caught in a dilemma. Do you think I don't look like a normal person now? Chen Nian retorted. Don't say useless things. Whether you are a normal person will naturally be defined by me. If you resist, I won't hesitate to use force to make you submit. As his words fell, the terrifying aura of the earthly profound realm revealed itself. He was the strongest in the room. You think you're worthy? Chen Nian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Chapter 62 A Meeting Gift from the Martial Saint. Chen Nian's heart surged. It shouldn't be too bad. He saw Chu Wuwang open his palm, and a dark black elixir appeared immediately, releasing a strong and domineering aura. It was as if a flood beast rushed towards him. Martial Origin Body Refinement Pill. Since I am called the Martial Saint, I naturally walk the path of martial arts and physical bodies, unlike those who rely on flashy techniques. It's all about breaking through with strength. After taking this elixir, it will automatically refine your meridians, bones, and muscles in your body, giving you a more solid foundation. As my disciple, you naturally can't have a weak foundation. Don't think it's just a pill, this thing was personally refined by me. And you can't buy it anywhere in 749. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Nian gladly accepted the elixir. This is a treasure. You kid are also the chosen one with immense dragon energy within you, which can also refine muscles and bones, coupled with this elixir. Who knows what kind of monstrous physique will be shaped? Haha, if you run into those old guy's disciples from the Sword Saint in the future, let you spar with them and give me some face. Chapter 63 Chen Nian returned to 749 and completed the mission report. Soon, an announcement was made. Investigator Chen Nian, with his own strength, saved thousands of lives, awarded special merit. Contribution points, 200. The 749 Bureau Forum erupted. He's just a D-level investigator. And he has already received his second special merit. Can anyone still play? Chen Nian is a poet. I feel like a total loser compared to him in the same batch. Don't forget, he is now also the publicly recognized disciple of the Martial Saint. It's better not to compare with him. As for whether Chen Nian was infected by the power of the evil god, the Martial Saint would surely know. There was no need for others to worry. In the next 2 days, Chen Nian settled in the bureau, preparing to wait until the medicinal effect of the elixir was fully absorbed before going out to take on tasks. Unexpectedly, a task to enter the reverse world came. Received a task to exterminate a designated monster. Teleport countdown, 240,000 of Chen Nian loves extermination tasks. Killing a monster is an easy job. A great opportunity. He could soon enter the long-awaited reverse world again, and with his significantly enhanced physique, it was a perfect chance to test it out. Inja City. At an art exhibition hall. Chapter 64 A fat man knelt on the ground, letting out a wail like that of a slaughtered pig. The others, after a brief moment of shock, began to angrily accuse him. How can you harm your companion like this? Yes, even if he spoke unpleasantly, you shouldn't directly attack him. We are already short-handed. And now we've lost combat power. Do you want us to fail the mission? For a moment, Chen Nian became the target of everyone's ire. Of course, they did not know Chen Nian, nor did they know the Bloodhand Butcher. Otherwise, even with 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare speak like that. Chen Nian casually scanned the crowd and said, "Don't just talk, why not try taking action?" The chatter immediately ceased. Take action. The people present were not fools. The previous strike was quick and ruthless, clearly indicating that this person's combat power was not low. Acting rashly might lead to dire consequences. The lewd fat man had already picked up his severed arm, green light emerging from his hand as he quickly reattached it. It seemed he truly had healing abilities. Chen Nian said, "You, come here and heal her. But if you touch even a hair on her head, I will cut off the hand that touched her." Chapter 65, Blood Strength Permanent 6. With one punch, Chen Nian smashed the nine-headed demon bird into nothingness. A blood-red umbrella shielded him from above as he held Lu Lin. Walking through the blood rain with cold, indifferent eyes. The shocking scene left everyone stunned in place. What just happened? The nine-headed demon bird was killed in an instant. Is he still human? Impossible, impossible. Some held their heads in their hands, some trembled uncontrollably, and some had terror filling their pupils. Normally, having such a teammate would be a great benefit, allowing them to breeze through the mission. But no one present could feel happy. Because they had just tried to put Chen Nian to death, preparing to watch the show. Now, what to do? Wouldn't he seek revenge on us, would he? Don't run away, don't panic. Let us keep our composure and say that the monster was from his past, unrelated to us. Okay, let us say that. When Chen Nian approached, everyone stayed put, their faces relaxed as they stepped forward. Impressive, brother, you're amazing. We were just about to help. But didn't he expect you to take down the monster by yourself? Chapter 66, After Lu Lin finished her moment of self-reflection. Chen Nian immediately asked her about the situation, and learned key information. She was trapped in a painting called Village and Monster. All the missing people had been sucked into the painting, and only she was alive, with a gigantic monster like Godzilla chasing her. She had no idea how to escape from the painting. Okay, I understand the situation, Chen Nian said. Once we get out, I will request support from the Bureau, and rush to rescue you as quickly as possible. Just hang in there. Lu Lin nodded obediently. Her gaze still wandering on the ground, not daring to look at Chen Nian. Thank you. If we get out alive, I'll give you something. Chen Nian, curious, asked. What is it? Can't be another pill, right? It's a secret. Soon, the mission countdown ended. The two were about to say goodbye. Each being teleported back to their original locations. Take care of yourself, wait for me. Subjugation mission completed. Ladder points 300, current ladder points 1700. At the moment the mission was completed, a large amount of spiritual energy surged into Chen Nian's limbs, causing his level to rise again. LV 90. Only a thin line separated him from reaching the great perfection of mountain-moving realm. Chapter 67, Chen Nian had no choice but to run for now. However, he didn't expect that the world inside the painting was not large, with air walls all around. The actual range of movement was just this village. No matter where he ran, the monster could always find his position. Suddenly, a cold hand emerged from the thick fog, unexpectedly pulling Chen Nian behind a wooden house. Lu Lin. Before Chen Nian could speak, a layer of ice sealed his body. It was only when the monster's voice faded away that the ice slowly melted, revealing the girl beside him was indeed Lu Lin. It could sense sound and temperature. No wonder she had to seal him in ice. In the monster's view, he was just a red blob, a heat signature. Why did you come in? Lu Lin finally asked. The painting sucked me in, but it's fine. Friends should share both blessings and hardships, Chen Nian said nonchalantly. Lu Lin nodded, finding it reasonable. It wasn't that big at first. When I came in, there were many survivors. After they were all killed, it grew this large. So it can kill people to become stronger. Those sucked into the painting became some sort of offerings that made the monster stronger. Chapter 68. The other two investigators were also frozen in place, waves of shock rising in their hearts. They thought this kid was doomed, but not only was he fine. He actually rescued another girl. What the senior investigators couldn't do, he accomplished. Get out quickly. This person is a notorious demon on the 10,000 demon hall list. Extremely dangerous. The painting demon's face darkened, hands clenched into fists, veins bulging from his skin, unable to suppress the rage like a volcano ready to erupt. You dare to escape and desecrate my painting. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to forcibly summon Astros. Although its power will be reduced, it will be enough to kill you. He squatted down, and at the moment his gloved hand touched the ground, a massive purple magic circle instantly appeared. Yes, this was the summoning magic circle for the monster in the painting. According to the plan, when Astros killed all the offerings and was summoned, it would become a 7th-tier monster. Now, due to Chen Nian and the others' escape, the offerings were missing. So he could only forcibly summon it using his own blood. Phut! A mouthful of blood was spat onto the ground, and the magic circle immediately surged with terrifying energy. A dark purple beam shooting into the sky. Chapter 69. Just as the two came out, they coincidentally met Zheng Xin. Lin Lin. Zheng Xin rushed over and tightly hugged the doll-like Lu Lin in her arms. You worried me to death, you child. Are you all right? After a round of questioning, Zheng Xin finally understood the whole story. It turned out that if it weren't for Chen Nian, Lu Lin would probably have been in grave danger. Unexpectedly, Lin Lin had quite good judgment. She wanted to be friends with Chen Nian the first time she met him. And now it seemed that this friendship was well worth it. How many people would risk themselves to save a friend? Don't be fooled by the ruthless reputation of Chen Nian as the blood-hand butcher. He is very kind to those around him. Good lad. If you make a mistake in the future, when our mentor holds a discussion meeting, I will definitely speak well of you. Zheng Xin was quite protective, in her eyes. Chen Nian was as dear as a nephew. Under her escort, the two returned safely to 749. This time, even Chen Nian was sent to the medical department for hospitalization. Forcibly using high-level powers on his meridian still required treatment. Chen Nian lay on the hospital bed resting, while Lu Lin sat beside the bed watching him. I just need to rest for a few days, you don't have to keep an eye on me. Chapter 70. There are 3 people in this discussion group, Chu Wu Wang, Ning Meng, and Chen Nian. Chu Wu Wang, Chen Nian, you little brat, forcibly used my power, and now your body must be falling apart, right? Chen Nian, ha, fortunately. Thanks to the power left by the master. Ning Meng, I was going to take you to the 100 Refinement sect for training tomorrow, but since you're injured, forget it. I won't go either. Chu Wu Wang, Ning Meng, you're not going. Ning Meng, if this brat isn't going, why should I go? You don't think I want to train with you, do you? Chen Nian, no problem, my injury is almost healed. Chu Wu Wang. Ning Meng. Chu Wu Wang, impossible. You must have serious internal injuries, and I bet you're lying on a sickbed right now. Do you think your master is foolish? Chen Nian, I also broke through a realm, I'm almost fine now. Chu Wu Wang, broke through. You're pretty fast, no wonder you're my disciple. So will you both come to the 100 Refinement sect tomorrow? Chen Nian, sure. Ning Meng, Chen Nian, bring me a few cups of milk tea from the city. With 10 sugars. Chen Nian, no problem. Ning Meng, little dragon girl is also clamoring to come with me to play, so bring her some good food. That foodie dragon. Chen Nian, all right, see you tomorrow. The next day. Chapter 71, Chen Nian, come with me. I'll have you practice new martial arts techniques with Ning Meng. Chu Wu Wang led a few people to the back mountain of the 100 Refinement sect. You all know the inch force, next I will teach you a leg technique called whip thunder. First, let me show you the practical effect. A few hundred meters away in front of them, there is a tall mountain with a huge waterfall hanging in front of it. Just as Chu Wu Wang finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and he disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, a gap appeared in the middle of the waterfall, and the entire middle of the mountain was shattered by a kick, making it shorter. A whip kick, a broken waterfall, a shattered mountain, as fast as thunder. This is another famous martial skill of Chu Wu Wang, whip thunder. How about that? In the blink of an eye, Chu Wu Wang had returned. That's it. Ning Meng pouted. This martial skill is divided into two explosive phases. The first phase is an explosion at the feet, instantly closing the distance. The second phase is the kick. Attacking the enemy's forehead, a single kick to death. Chen Nian suddenly raised his hand. Master. What if I can't reach someone's forehead like Sister Ning Meng when I lift my leg? Damn it. Ning Meng kicked Chen Nian with her leg. The fierce look on her face seemed like she was about to jump up and hit Chen Nian's knee. Chapter 72. Chen Nian began to enjoy a life of ease. He just needed others to catch the monsters for him, and he would kill them, reaping the rewards and increasing his blood intensity. An afternoon passed, and he received a new round of divine gifts. 1. Blood intensity 3-2. Spirit orifices instantly filled with 10-3. The or death sentence chains can bind even stronger enemies. Option 3 is to strengthen his skill sequence, so it is naturally an easy choice. This is a powerful single-target control skill that can bind stronger enemies, meaning he can control people across major realms. A cross-border challenge divine skill. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Nian arriving at Flying Fish Island quickly spread. I feel that Chen Nian isn't that impressive. Cao Meng, as a victim, wondered, I see his movements are clumsy, and he has none of the rumored strength. Could it be that others are just blowing it out of proportion? I also think that if it comes to speed, I even feel he can't beat me. It's just that I haven't had the chance to see him actually fight. I don't know how strong he really is, and I want to see what the martial saint sees in him. Of course, Yi Yaya and Ziyi also sensed Chen Nian's unusualness. In the evening, all the investigators returned to the camp, made a fire to eat. And Chen Nian and the others also sat at a table. Chapter 73. Everyone's morale was high, plus there was a fifth realm leader. Dealing with these low-level monsters posed no problem. But before anyone knew it, a hazy purple mist had already spread around the camp, with visibility under 2 meters. Making everyone feel as if they were in the hidden mist technique from Naruto. Be careful. These monsters are being controlled to attack us. The mastermind behind this is very powerful. The leader shouted. Damn it, we can't see anything. Everyone tightened their formation, trying to huddle together for mutual protection. In that purple mist, the phantoms of monsters kept appearing, but the investigators did not know what was real or fake and could only keep attacking. While they were unaware, one by one, investigators were entangled by snake tails and dragged into the depths of the mist. Ah! The screams came from deep within. People's moods instantly dropped to the bottom. A terrifying fear gripped their hearts like an invisible hand, tightly squeezing their racing hearts. This can't go on. We must break this mist, otherwise, we won't even know how we died. I'll do it. The fifth realm leader soared into the air, ready to break through the mist formation from above and disperse the fog. Chapter 74. Blood Hunt Feast Effect Triggered. Blood Intensity 7, Chen Nian's wave of monster kills directly skyrocketed his blood intensity by nearly 20, gaining 2 opportunities to activate divine gifts. The greedy wolf had already begun to eat the corpses of the monsters, and the barrier trapping everyone finally disappeared. The people inside were already dumbfounded. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Where did that wolf come from? Why did it suddenly help Chen Nian? Its combat power is terrifying. That beast must be obeying Chen Nian. Another fifth realm leader weakly raised his head, dazed. They had been in despair, but unexpectedly, they welcomed a turnaround because of Chen Nian. No wonder he is the disciple of the martial saint, he can unleash power far beyond his realm. This is a true super genius. Cao Meng, who had previously robbed Chen Nian of the monster, was now alarmed. Fortunately, I had been polite before and returned all the monsters to him. From now on, anyone who says Chen Nian is weak is a fool. 749 has never had the wrong nickname. The title of blood-handed manslayer is not given for nothing. Chen Nian, how did your summoned beast become so strong? Yi Yaya asked curiously. Chapter 75. During the break, Chen Nian also opened the 2 accumulated divine gifts. First time, activate. 3 options immediately popped up. 1. Blood Intensity 3-2. Gain Random Killing Sequence Ability 3. Gain Random Dragon God Sequence Ability. There's even an option to gain Dragon God Sequence Ability. This is a huge surprise for Chen Nian. Last time, through the Vampire's Bloodline ability, after absorbing Little Dragon Girl's blood, he unexpectedly triggered a bug and awakened the divine status of the Dragon God. Now he can actually gain the abilities of that divine status through this method. Then I'll choose 3. In the next moment, a large number of cards surrounded Chen Nian. He chose one of the cards, and a bright light burst forth. Dragon God Sequence 090 Dragon Script Insight, Ability Effect. Allows you to understand Dragon Script, isn't this useless? Chen Nian was speechless and then activated the second divine gift. The options popped up again. 1. Blood Strength 3-2. Blood Regeneration Speed 5-3. Blood used by the Blood King can be stored externally. Does this mean that in the future, I won't need to draw blood from my body to activate this ability? That's quite convenient. Chapter 76 Command Center. Senior Chu has already dealt with all the demons here. Martial Saint. Why did he suddenly come to help us? 749. He said it was to help Chen Nian give a warning to the 10,000 Demons Temple, so that random characters wouldn't try to harm his disciple, in short. No need for reinforcements. Understood. The 749 Bureau was also amused. I didn't expect to benefit from Chen Nian this time. Normally, inviting a saint to take action is not something that can be easily arranged. As for the other side, Chu Wuwang took the ancient book back and found a respected elder who is knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times to inquire. What kind of script is this? I've never seen it before. The elder put on his glasses and studied it carefully for a moment, and his almost sunken pupils suddenly constricted. Is this dragon script? Dragon script. Although I can't understand the content, this type of script is recorded in history and is very likely to be a genuine dragon script secret. Chu Wuwang frowned in confusion. How could there be such a thing in the underground palace of the 10,000 Demons Temple? Perhaps they happened to excavate the human heritage from the Dragon Abyss and obtained this item. If we talk about archaeology, this is a great treasure. Chapter 77 Divine Weapon Conference. Held by Weapon 2 Mountain, every 3 years. Attracting young talents from all over the world. The reason is simple. The weapons produced by Weapon Tomb are recognized as the best quality. As long as you have the ability, you can come and take them for free. After saying goodbye to Ning Meng, Chen Nian called Yi Yaya and Ziyi to prepare to broaden their horizons. Chen Nian, you finally made it, let's hurry. Yi Yaya was quite excited. It said that this time, young talents from various sects are competing for weapons. It will be quite lively. Ordinary people can't get invitations. But luckily I can tag along with you. No, you two don't have flying artifacts. My flying sword probably can't carry 3 people, right? Ziyi suggested. How about we squeeze a little? How about this, Chen Nian? You use your blood to tie old Z and hang him at the tail of the sword. The 2 of us stand on the sword. Wouldn't that work? That's a good idea. Ziyi. So, Chen Nian and Yi Yaya stood on the flying sword while Ziyi was hung in mid-air, flying 1,000 meters high. Heading towards Weapon 2 Mountain. Weapon 2 Mountain stood majestically among the mountains and ridges. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the scenery was beautiful. Wow, so many people. Looking around. People were flying in from all directions, and various luxury cars were parked at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 78 A sentence from Chu Wuwang caused a stir. His disciple is here too. Only knows fist and kick skills. What does he want to do by grabbing weapons? Exactly, wasting resources. Which disciple is he? I want to see what kind of remarkable performance he can have. In the live broadcast footage, the first few already quickly reached the finish line, and as time passed, more and more people arrived one after another. However, until the last 10 minutes, Chen Nian arrived late, just in time. This one, my disciple. Chu Wuwang pointed at Chen Nian on the screen. Haha, looks like he's not that great. This round isn't difficult, and he's still struggling so much. Yeah. Old Chu, logically speaking, your disciple shouldn't have a very strong physique, right? I don't see any outstanding qualities in him. What a joke, it's just the beginning. Chu Wuwang leisurely took a sip of tea. He of course knew that Chen Nian was still in heavy training. It wasn't tea time for him to exert his full strength yet. Hundreds of people challenged the rounds, eliminating 2/3, only nearly 100 passed. Congratulations to all. Next, you have the qualification to seize spiritual grade weapons. There are a total of 17 spiritual grade weapons. Still, it's the capable ones who get them. But I hope everyone will show mercy when competing for them, and try not to use excessive force. Chapter 79. The force from this punch actually caused the entire wind domain to flow backward. So strong. Why didn't I notice that this guy had such strength before? The other contestants immediately felt relieved. Seizing the opportunity, they rushed towards the finish line. The pretty boy also stared blankly at Chen Nian for a while. So he was hiding his strength all along. However, it was really thanks to this person, otherwise I would have made a big joke on my first adventure out of the mountain. He hurried forward and quickly passed the checkpoint. However, the most shocked person was Li Qingcheng himself. He was a genius in Dao techniques, a disciple of the Dao Saint. Although he had just made a slight move, it was not something an ordinary person could easily block. The punch he threw felt like a mountain was pressing down on his face. That oppressive force almost made the air feel heavier. Definitely not an ordinary fist technique. Interesting, it seems that this divine weapon conference has a dark horse. Yu Nongzhou smiled faintly while holding a knife. This isn't really a dark horse, if nothing unexpected happens. It will still be you and me competing for the heavenly weapons in the end. As disciples of saints, if they can obtain the heavenly weapons from Weapon 2 Mountain, it will not only enhance their combat power, but also allow their names to resonate throughout the spiritual energy world, a win-win situation. Chapter 80. The pretty boy didn't expect to be bullied on his first outing. Yet he had no words to refute. From the woman's tone, she is Yu Nongzhou's junior sister. The rules only limit everyone to take a maximum of one weapon, but there are no restrictions on this kind of loophole behavior. So infuriating. He immediately wanted to rush over to snatch the sword back, but as soon as he got close, he saw Li Qingcheng point a finger into the void. Like a dragonfly touching the water, the air rippled. The pretty boy was immediately shaken back, staggering several steps before stabilizing himself. Sir, do not misjudge yourself. Although Li Qingcheng also felt that his junior sister's actions were somewhat inappropriate, he still defended her. Offending an outsider is not a big deal. The pretty boy even had the impulse to tear off his disguise and explode at this woman. If it weren't for my father, who values sons over daughters, refusing to teach me swordsmanship, forcing me to secretly practice with my mother, would I only have this little strength? A sense of grievance surged in his heart. This time, sneaking down the mountain to the Divine Weapon Conference was to prove his strength, hoping to make his father, who values sons over daughters, recognize him. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Forget it, it's not worth exposing my identity over this trivial matter. The only one who would be embarrassed after revealing my identity is myself. Chapter 81. Martial Saint Disciple. As soon as Yu Nongzhou's words came out, it immediately shocked the audience. Martial Saint's disciple. No wonder this brother is so strong. I often heard rumors about him recently, killing strong opponents across borders. I thought it was just bragging. Now that I've seen his true face, I can only say he's unfathomable. The pretty boy is also staring at Chen Nian in surprise. I didn't expect this guy to be Chu Wuwang's disciple. he didn't show any signs of it before. I often heard about his deeds on Peach Mountain recently, saying he was a genius who appeared out of nowhere. I didn't expect to run into him myself. This means he indeed has the ability to seize the last heavenly weapon. Oh no. Normally, I would definitely cheer for him. But cheering for him would mean I would be left with nothing in the end, right? Li Qingcheng gathered his energy, and the 8 trigrams formation transformed into fireflies and scattered. Knowing Chen Nian's identity, he also gave up on the idea of fighting him here. Even if he won, it would probably take a lot of effort, and he would lose the qualification to compete for the heavenly weapon in the end. To fight him would be at the last stage. Forget it. A mere earthly weapon isn't worth me fighting for, you can have it. Chapter 82, Start. As the words fell, everyone rushed towards the altar. They had to hold out for a quarter of an hour on it to qualify for the competition. The spectators outside began to discuss the competition heatedly. Who do you think will win the heavenly weapon in the end? I see that Martial Saint's disciple Chen Nian is radiating brilliance. He seems to have a good chance. No, Li Qingcheng didn't use all his strength just now. Don't forget he is at the peak of the breaking sky realm, a whole half a realm above that kid. And the Sword Saint's disciple also doesn't show any signs. He might not be weaker than Li Qingcheng. While everyone was discussing fiercely, Li Qingcheng's junior sister rolled her eyes at the pretty boy. A man actually needs another man to protect him, it's simply embarrassing. The pretty boy was furious upon hearing this. What do you mean? Are you saying a woman being protected by a man is just normal? Does being a woman give you a gender advantage? Such a bitchy attitude. Who are you cursing? Whoever curses me, I curse back. The two were exchanging verbal blows, almost to the point of pulling each other's hair. Ha, just wait. My senior brother will definitely give that kid a good beating later. Chapter 83, Qian is heaven, Kun is earth. Open. Li Qingcheng raised his 2 fingers, stepping on the 8 trigrams formation, and instantly enveloped Chen Nian within it. Dressed in a green shirt, he looked down with a faint expression and said, in this formation, I am the master of heaven and earth. Oh? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. Suddenly, the Gen position of the formation beneath his feet lit up. The Gen position corresponds to the mountain. Li Qingcheng raised his fingers, earth collapse. As his words fell, the ground beneath Chen Nian suddenly exploded, and several sharp stone spikes shot up from the ground. Chen Nian instinctively leaped to jump out, but due to the weight he was carrying, he couldn't jump very high, which instead earned him a sneer from Li Qingcheng. Having only power without agility, you foolish martial artist. The Jin position on the 8 trigrams lit up with blue lightning-like light. Li Qingcheng pointed out, and several bolts of thunder shot towards Chen Nian. Seeing the thunder magnifying in his vision, the blood around him spontaneously formed a protective barrier, completely sealing Chen Nian within. Boom! With a deafening roar, a hole was blasted open in the blood barrier in front of Chen Nian. His defense was actually breached. After all, he is a disciple of the Tao Saint. He is indeed not on the same level as ordinary weaklings, and the power of his attack has completely surpassed that of the breaking sky realm. Chapter 84, the moment Li Qingcheng's protective artifact took effect, it meant he had lost. The audience gasped in unison. Some even rubbed their eyes subconsciously, thinking they had seen it wrong. Chen Nian won, winning with a punch despite being a whole half a realm lower. Did I see that wrong? That junior sister turned pale, covering her mouth and murmuring, how could this be the result? It's impossible, how could my senior brother lose? Ah? See what I told you? It's a great relief. The pretty boy was beaming with joy, almost bursting with laughter, by the way. Didn't you say your father never hit you? Now that Chen Nian has hit you, you should call him your godfather, it's not a loss, ha. You? The pretty boy wasn't worried at all that Chen Nian could win in the end. He figured that defeating Li Qingcheng had probably exhausted all his strength. And he definitely wouldn't have the energy to fight Yunongzhou anymore. Wow, that punch was so cool. No wonder he is the boss of our 304. Yeah. This trip was definitely worth it. When we return to 749, we must boast about it. Sigh. It seems I won't have the chance to take the position of boss again. Yi sighed. Chapter 85, what did you say? Yunongzhou was confused. He thought Chen Nian was just saving face. Chen Nian raised his 2 fingers. Release? As his words fell, a circular artifact flew out from his hands and feet, landing in Chen Nian's hands. Yunongzhou squinted. What is that? Chen Nian smiled and let go of his hand. The artifact fell to the ground, instantly making a loud bang. A dent was smashed into the ground. A weight-bearing artifact. Yunongzhou's pupils suddenly constricted, and a strong sense of disbelief surged in his heart. This kid had been carrying a weight while fighting Li Qingcheng. No wonder his speed was so slow, which didn't match the style of a martial saint. It turns out he was really deliberately holding back his strength. In other words, he didn't take Li Qingcheng seriously at all. If the latter had seen this scene, he would probably have been so furious he would spit blood, or even have his Dao heart shattered. Fortunately, he had already left the arena in advance. Feeling comfortable, Chen Nian stretched his legs and feet, never feeling so light and graceful, as if he could fly with just a casual jump. The weight training truly had significant effects. The current me should be able to use that leg technique now. Ha. Chapter 86, Yunongzhou stepped on 1 foot, leaping into the air. He raised his long knife high. In an instant, a hurricane howled, kicking up flying sand and stones, and an unparalleled terrifying knife intent was condensing. The knife intent adhered to the raised knife, extending it by several dozen meters. The formless blade energy was like a sword aiming to pierce the heavens. What kind of knife technique is this? My knife is shaking uncontrollably. Mine too, hold it steady. The head judge frowned and hurriedly said to the crowd below, everyone, step back 10 meters, keep your distance. People were shocked, thinking that this knife technique was so terrifying that it required them to retreat to avoid it. This is the 3 cuts to the sky created by the Sword Saint. What is that? This so-called 3 cuts to the sky corresponds precisely to the martial saint's inch power, and it consists of 3 cuts. Each cut possesses boundless power. If the blade saint personally strikes, a single blow could cut through a clear sky for hundreds of miles. I remember the first move of the 3 styles of heaven slaying, called Falling Sun Burning River. It seems that Yunongzhou intends to unleash this move, truly a young genius. This strike, among peers of the past decade. How many could withstand it? Chapter 87, I declare. The final victor of the Divine Weapon Conference is Chen Nian. As the elder judge announced loudly, cheers filled the mountains and fields. Chen Nian won with his swordsmanship, truly deserving. This heavenly weapon indeed belongs to him. It is a good sword matched with a great talent. Chen Nian walked up to the altar and saw the sword embedded in the blood pool. Its blade long and dark red, glimmering with a faint cold light. He gripped the pitch-black hilt with one hand, and the bloodthirsty aura immediately transformed into countless ghosts surging toward his spirit. Scram! Chen Nian's mind, forged through countless trials, was not afraid of such things. With a single command, his mind became clear instantly. He exerted force with his wrist, and with a buzzing sound, he pulled out the corpse mountain blood sea. What a good sword! Truly a heavenly weapon. With this sword, Chen Nian's offensive destructive power would greatly increase. If he used this sword to unleash the 9 heavens dragon roar, it would not be just a tie, Yunongzhou would likely be cleaved in half. In the audience, the pretty boy saw Chen Nian achieve the final victory. His heart had risen to his throat. No way, right? At first, he thought he was a rookie. But it turns out this guy is truly capable. Chapter 88. Over 10 hours of spirit summoning indicates that the weapon is highly compatible with the owner's spiritual sea. Like two long-lost friends finally meeting, naturally needing to spend more time together. The old man hurriedly exited the cave and came outside. Tang Hong was startled. His father, at 120 years old, rarely appeared so excited. He quickly approached and asked, "Dad, how did Chen Nian's spirit summoning go?" "Third stage, unity of man and sword, ha ha." The old man laughed heartily. "What?" Tang Hong was shocked as well. Chen Nian's talent was already so terrifying, and the weapon's compatibility with him was so high. Wouldn't he be invincible in the future? The old man chuckled. The competition of geniuses is about to begin. If this kid wins first place and can become a disciple of Mr. Li, that would be a great honor for our Weapon 2 Mountain, ha ha. After speaking, the old man noticed Tang Hong's expression was a bit unnatural. "Son, you've grown up. Such great news in front of you and you're so calm, not bad." "Ah, Dad." Chen Nian ISNT registered under Weapon 2 Mountain. "What?" The old man's smile, filled with wrinkles, instantly froze. According to past rules, all geniuses who obtained heavenly weapons needed to register under Weapon 2 Mountain to have their spirit summoned. Chapter 89, 749 Bureau. Chen Nian is back. Just this news sent the investigators in the bureau into a frenzy. After all, Li Qingcheng and Yu Nongzhou were top talents in the spiritual energy world. Defeating them made it hard not to gain fame. After this battle, Chen Nian directly became a legendary figure in the bureau. Even as a disciple of the martial saint, he didn't forget to return to 749. Haji Chen, you guy. Chen Nian's return was met with unprecedented enthusiasm. Even the latest batch of investigators entering the bureau treated Chen Nian like a star idol. You might not believe it, but I've done missions in the reverse world with brother Chen Nian, and even protected him, Luo Xiaoke proudly declared, as she also successfully joined the 749 bureau. Becoming fresh blood. Unbelievable. You're just bragging, little sister. Really? Hey, brother Chen Nian. When Chen Nian passed by, Luo Xiaoke waved her hand enthusiastically. Chen Nian stopped, smiled, and patted her shoulder. "Xiaoke, work hard in the bureau, come to me if you need anything." Ham. After this encounter, a group of newcomers around cast envious glances at Luo Xiaoke. Chapter 90, the next day. At the meeting point of the bus station, Chen Nian, Lu Lin, and 3 other male team members had arrived. It was already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Jiang Mai come yet? Yeah, several male team members felt uneasy. They had heard of Chen Nian's reputation as a bloodthirsty killer. Despite his usual friendly demeanor with acquaintances, he could kill at any moment. So, they arrived half an hour early to wait. Who would have thought that the woman would dare to be late? Jiang Mai was not late because she overslept. She knew the time, but was not in a hurry, as she was in the bathroom putting on makeup. Confident in her ability to charm men, she wanted to look beautiful for the rare opportunity to go on a field mission with an outstanding man like Chen Nian. So, she didn't wear her uniform, but a t-shirt that highlighted her figure. "Jiang Mai, didn't you say we were meeting at 8? Why haven't you left yet?" Another roommate asked. "You don't understand, I'm deliberately being 10 minutes late. Later, I'll go over and act cute to the captain. And it'll actually help me get closer to him." You really know how to play. The woman who can act cute has the best life, and with her looks, she's definitely in the game. If I can establish a good relationship with Captain Chen, wouldn't I saw in the 749 Bureau. Chapter 91, Wushan Sect. A small sect located in the nearby mountains and forests. Chen Nian and his group trekked for half an hour, climbing dozens of stone steps before reaching their destination. Upon entering, they saw a large area of fallen leaves in the yard that hadn't been swept. Welcome, esteemed 749 investigators. An old man with squinty eyes approached. Looking amiable. I am the leader of Wushan sect. Our location is remote. I hope you don't mind. Chen Nian smiled and said, remote is fine. Just afraid this place is some cult that specifically lured us here. The air went quiet for a moment. Just joking. I'm a cautious person and tend to be suspicious. Chen Nian laughed and patted the leader's shoulder. It's been a while since I've killed someone. And my hands are getting itchy. I really want to encounter some outer god cult, or something like the Hall of 10,000 Demons to get my hands dirty. A stiff smile appeared on the leader's face. Taoist Chen is joking. Previously, 2 groups of investigators from your 749 bureau have rested here and praised my disciples' braised pork as delicious. Is that so? Chen Nian immediately pulled out his terminal and asked the investigators who had been on missions before. Chapter 92, the last person cast a pleading look at Chen Nian. What are you looking at me for? Eating. Captain, I feel I don't deserve to eat. I haven't found the demon beast after searching for so long. And thinking about so many victims who died without peace makes me restless. Saying this, he slammed his fist on the table, causing the bowls to bounce. You're quite responsible, huh? Captain, I'll go back and organize today's clues, striving to find the demon beast as soon as possible. After saying this, he smoothly excused himself. At the dining table, only Chen Nian and Lu Lin remained. After a while, the squinty-eyed sect leader walked in and asked with a smile, why has everyone left? It seems the investigators can't get used to the food here. Oh? They have picky tastes, but I think your braised pork is quite good, Chen Nian said, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth before putting down his chopsticks and getting up. I'm full, what about you, Lu Lin? I'm full too. Let's go back and rest, we'll continue working tomorrow. As they watched the two leave the hall, a disciple stepped forward and said, Master. The others didn't eat at all, only those 2 had quite a bit. No worries, the others are insignificant, only the one surnamed Chen is difficult to handle. Wait until the drug takes effect at night before we act, go prepare. Chapter 93, the first real battle in the blood sea of dead soldiers. The blood-red barrier enveloped everyone. Was Chen Nian surrounded? No, it was I who surrounded you. The situation flipped instantly. Soon, those disciples who were channeling power felt something was wrong. The blood in their bodies was slowly and uncontrollably flowing out. My blood. What's going on? Blood was seeping from their nostrils, ears, or directly breaking through capillaries. A large amount of blood droplets floated out from their bodies, being drawn toward the center as if caught in a whirlpool. Losing blood slowly for a short time was still manageable, but if it dragged on, they might die from excessive blood loss. This kid is indeed difficult to deal with. The sect leader's face darkened. He didn't expect the drugged food to have no effect. And to make matters worse, this kid had such a sinister ability. He unleashed a burst of chaotic fire energy towards the blood-red barrier. However, with his 4 realms of strength, the energy cannon he released couldn't break the barrier, only creating a ripple on the surface. Master, what should we do? Hold on. They must be suffering inside as well. Let's see who can't hold out first. Chapter 94, before long, Chen Nian had slaughtered all the disciples of the Wushan sect. In the end, only the kind-looking sect leader remained. He kept retreating, his wrinkled face no longer showing any kindness, but only terror. He had thought he had hooked a big fish with Chen Nian, a great opportunity to make a significant contribution. But he never expected this kid's strength to be so terrifying. If he couldn't be used by the outer god cult, then even if it meant sacrificing myself, I must find a way to destroy him completely. I surrender. The sect leader knelt on the ground, raising his hands. I know the locations of other branches of the outer god cult. If you take me back to the 749 bureau, I can tell you everything. Such a condition. You should be unable to refuse, right? Heh. The moment you get close, I'll let the chaotic fire in my body self-destruct and drag you down to hell with me. Wow, you're really sensible. Chen Nian looked surprised. This condition is indeed good, as long as you can spill the beans on your other accomplices. I definitely won't kill you. Come closer and grab me, just a few more steps. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian stopped 5 meters away from him. And 2 blood hands suddenly emerged from his back, binding the sect leader's hands. Go. Chapter 95, That Girl Can Eat Too Much. Yeah. I've never seen someone with such a big appetite. Is she never going to gain weight? Sure, keep your voice down, don't let the customers hear. The staff's whispers reached Chen Nian's ears, and he joked, they are talking about you, foodie. It's said that dragons have big appetites, isn't that normal? Ningmeng, sipping her milk tea, couldn't help but think that it's better to eat down the mountain. None of her senior brothers and sisters in the star-picking tower could cook. If Chen Nian became her junior brother, it would be great to mooch food off him every day. Chen Nian, I need to remind you of something. What is it? There aren't many people left in the Genius Club. When there are only 8 remaining, the competition will officially begin. You'd better aim for a good rank, otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage. Understood. Senior Sister Ningmeng, is this considered opening a back door for me? It seems you want me to win in the end. Phut. I just said that casually, I'm not helping you. Chen Nian's ranking was quite low. However, his realm was slightly lower now. So it seemed he needed to improve his realm in this reverse world mission. Then, he could start defeating other high-ranking strong opponents to compete for a higher rank. Chapter 96, A day passed. After Ningmeng and the others left, Chen Nian was about to enter a new reverse world instance. Countdown finished. The large survival mission 10-day abyss is about to start. Would you like to teleport immediately? Yes. His vision immediately became chaotic. When it became clear again, Chen Nian looked around. The entire mission area was a vast plain. The sky was still the unique grey of the reverse world, and even the air seemed murky, with large patches of black dead grass growing on the ground, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Notably, there were many houses on the plain, ordinary-looking rural wooden houses. But it was unclear what they were for. Current participants, 1426389. More and more new people were being teleported in, and the number of people on the plane was increasing. Previously, Chen Nian's tasks had a maximum of 10 people. He didn't expect this large survival mission to have so many people. After all, the range of the sky ladder is from 1000 to 4000, basically including the mountain-moving realm, breaking sky realm, and star sphere realm. So many people. Are they all our teammates? Hey, beautiful, let me introduce myself. I have 3,800 points on the sky ladder. Chapter 97, The only level 3 stronghold is gone. The others scattered in a rush and began to fight for the level 2 strongholds. There were only 3 level 2 strongholds, and like before, they were in high demand. But they were only willing to take in 10 people. After all, no one wanted to take on more monsters with novices. The pretty boy, as a breaking sky realm, although just driven away from the level 3 stronghold, still had people willing to recruit him in the level 2 stronghold. Hey, I'm talking to you, come here. A lewd-looking fat man waved at the pretty boy. We still have spots in this stronghold. The pretty boy glanced back at Chen Nian, who had an indifferent expression, and asked, Are there 2 spots? I want to bring a friend. Sure, no problem. The fat man was quite easygoing. All right. But the fat man's tone suddenly shifted. His greedy gaze sizing up the pretty boy. You'll have to sleep with me tonight. Upon hearing this, the pretty boy's expression changed drastically. I'm a guy. That's exactly what I want. Heh, I don't like girls. Get lost. The pretty boy was so angry he trembled and quickly left in disgust. Heh. Trying to act pure. You think you can get away with it? Look at the other level 2 strongholds. Are there any spots left? If you don't come to me, then go to the level 1 stronghold. Chapter 98. What are you doing? Yi Bailing was curious. Chen Nian wasn't sleeping or resting. Nor was he cultivating, but instead was studying a broken book. It's none of your business, so don't meddle. HMPH. On the first day, neither of them slept. Yi Bailing was too nervous. It was her first time sharing a bed with a man, and her heart never slowed down. Chen Nian, on the other hand, was addicted to studying talismans, realizing that this thing couldn't be learned just by reading it once. It required constant repetition in his mind, which was quite interesting. The next day, in the morning. Everyone, congratulations on surviving the first day. Matthew gathered everyone early in the morning. I believe everyone has felt the benefits of surviving. After a night of cultivation, my spirit channels are filled to 3, at least 10 times faster than outside. I hope everyone works hard during the day to collect supplies and strive to upgrade our base level so we can survive the second day as well. Next, we'll split into 2 small teams of 7 to go out and gather supplies. At this moment, someone asked, what supplies do we need to upgrade the base level? Matthew explained, the base command plate has the rules written on it. Explore various caves and dungeons, kill the monsters inside to obtain beast cores. The beast cores can be absorbed by the base, allowing it to upgrade. Chapter 99, Brother Chen, you're finally back. Quickly, close the base. Seeing Chen Nian return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking they would lose a teammate on the first day. There was still half an hour until 8 o'clock. Everyone, take out the beast cores you've collected. Let's see if we can upgrade the base. Our team only collected 1. A man dejectedly took out a beast core. With their average strength, getting 1 was already their utmost effort. Our team has 3. Xiaobai took out a beast core. Impressive, Brother Yi. It must be because of the broken sky realm. The efficiency is just different. So strong, bro. Everyone looked at Chen Nian. Chen Nian touched the nearly 20 beast cores in his pouch. If he took them out, wouldn't it scare them to death? He hesitated about how many to take out. Taking too many wouldn't be good either. If his base level increased too quickly, he might become a target for other bases. Therefore, it was best to maintain a level just enough to survive the night without drawing attention. It's okay, Brother Chen, these few beast cores should be enough. Matthew, seeing Chen Nian hesitate, thought he hadn't collected a single beast core, and immediately stepped in to smooth things over. After all, you are acting alone, it's understandable. Chapter 100. Chen Nian passed through the red fog gate, expecting to encounter a demon beast, but instead immediately saw a demon beast corpse lying in a pool of blood. By the rock wall, a few people were leaning against the wall, holding their chests, with large pools of blood on the ground, seemingly injured. Bro. A weak voice called out to Chen Nian. We just fought a demon beast and got injured. Can you help us? We can offer a beast core as a reward. Chen Nian walked closer to the few people. When he saw their faces, the fat guy also recognized Chen Nian. It's him. The fat guy remembered Chen Nian, the friend of that pretty boy, with a score of 1700 on the ladder. After being rejected by him, it seemed these two had gone to a level 1 base. It looked like this kid just happened to come here. The one who had been killing various demon beasts in a hurry definitely wasn't him. How can I help? Chen Nian asked. Do you have any healing medicine? Just lend us some or help us back to the base. We will definitely repay you. Another person was still earnestly acting. The fat guy suddenly stood up, and the weakness he was pretending to have instantly disappeared. Stop pretending. Get up. Chapter 101. On the 4th day of survival, 2 bases had already been destroyed. Current number of survivors, 82. After successfully surviving for several days, everyone's strength had significantly improved. Chen Nian was no exception. The high-intensity hunting of demon beasts over these days had allowed him to receive 2 rounds of divine gifts. The first round of gifts had nothing good, so he chose to immediately fill 10 spirit channels. Now, Chen Nian had progressed from the early stage of the Broken Sky realm to the middle stage. According to calculations, if he completed all survival tasks in 10 days, advancing to the late stage should be no problem. For the second round of gifts, he chose to increase his fire resistance by 10, bringing it to 20 now. However, these weren't crucial. Chen Nian's blood strength had already reached 196. When he broke through the 200 mark, he would definitely gain a sequence ability of 110. Killing a few more demon beasts should suffice. If we can't gather more resources today, our base might not hold up. Everyone, do your best, just try your best. This group consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Their base was number 9, the neighbor of Chen Nian's base number 10. There's an unexplored cave ahead. Chapter 102, Chen Nian began to draw a sequence ability. This was a guaranteed big payout. Draw in an instant, Chen Nian was pulled into the consciousness space, surrounded by several cards glowing with dark golden light. Each one was a divine sequence, a top-tier ability that was rare to encounter. This one. Chen Nian reached out and flipped over one of the ability cards. Blood light burst forth, and words appeared. Slaughter sequence 005, Twin Blood Shadow, main ability. Consume 100 of your own blood to create a Blood Shadow clone that inherits all your slaughter sequence abilities, and can swap positions with the main body at any time. Note, the clone is controlled by thought, but cannot exceed 100 meters from the main body, otherwise, it will immediately disappear. This ability. I can even command the clone to unleash Infinite Slaughter Realm to control the enemy while the main body outputs damage. Just thinking about it feels a bit perverse. If I encounter a particularly strong enemy, I can even hide a clone in a concealed position, go into fight, and if I can't win, instantly teleport the clone out. Just thinking about it opens up many possibilities. The downside is it consumes a lot of blood, and if the distance is too far, it will disappear. Wait. Suddenly, a good idea popped into Chen Nian's mind. Chapter 103, not long after, Chen Nian returned to the base. Brother Chen, you're finally back. As soon as Chen Nian entered, he tossed the 10 or so beast cores he had just collected onto the table, leaving everyone stunned. What is this? These were given to me by some good people just now. Respectfully, fake respect. Damn it. Ha ha ha, that's great. We can survive for another day now. The base level has been upgraded to level 4, maximum durability increased by 100, defense increased by 100. Brother Chen, you really are our lucky star. He's a lucky star. He's a killing star, Yi Bailing muttered to herself. Soon, night fell. Chen Nian went to the back of the base and activated the sequence ability Twin Blood Shadow. Instantly, all the blood in his body flowed out, gathering into a human form that looked exactly like Chen Nian. After completing the arrangements, Chen Nian returned to the base. Of course, he can not only control the actions of the Blood Shadow clones outside, but also synchronously obtain their vision and even control them to speak. It was 8 o'clock. In Chen Nian's view, he suddenly saw hundreds of scarlet pupils light up in the night. Chapter 104, under the effect of the perspective talisman. Chen Nian's expression could be described in 4 words, eager to see. His eyes almost went blind from staring. It wasn't that he was lecherous, but the strong contrast and shock made it hard for him to look away. Not a bro. No, it's a sis. That exquisite body curve was fully revealed to Chen Nian. No wonder he didn't look like a man at all, no wonder his face was so fair. And no wonder he had various strange behaviors before. It turned out to be a girl disguised as a boy. Why don't you say something? What is this? Yi Bailing noticed Chen Nian staring at her, her gaze drifting, and her expression somewhat unnatural. Power talisman, it enhances strength when used. I was just playing around. Chen Nian casually made up an excuse. About 30 seconds later, the perspective effect also disappeared. But the icy skin and jade bones hidden under the male outfit had already been etched into Chen Nian's mind. Boring. Yi Bailing lay down on the bed to rest. A moment later, Chen Nian also lay down on the bed, but this time he no longer lay next to Yi Bailing carelessly. Instead, he kept a few inches apart. Like an insurmountable boundary. After all, he had already seen everything, and he couldn't take advantage of the information gap anymore. Chen Nian thought this way and turned his body to face outward. Chapter 105 Chen Nian and Yi Bailing returned. A glance around. Outside the number 10 base. Two groups of people were facing each other, tension in the air. The group opposite was composed of the strong from the number 1 base. Brother Chen, Brother Yi. You're back. What is going on? Chen Nian asked. Matthew clenched his fists tightly. These people don't have enough beast cores and want to rob our beast cores. How despicable. Finally, we've been waiting for you. I heard that the big-headed beast cores are in your hands. Huang Biao said with a smile, upgrading to a level 10 base is extremely costly. The beast cores you have should be limited too, right? Why not join us? Yi Bailing sneered, ha ha, it seems you've forgotten what happened on the first day. Wasn't it you who told us to scram? Now you come recruiting us. Dream on. Big men shouldn't be so calculative, it's all for profit. Huang Biao frowned, but you don't look much like a man. Yi Bailing, what do you think, brother? Huang Biao looked at Chen Nian, join us, and the gates of the base will be wide open for you. Chen Nian looked at the other companions. They were all angry but dared not speak. After all, they were also following someone else's lead and had no right to speak. Only able to stand there gritting their teeth. Chapter 106 It's him. One person was so frightened that he kept retreating until he sat down on the ground. His trembling pupils filled with terror. Disciple of the martial saint, bloodhand butcher, leader of the Divine Weapon Society. Each title made people tremble with fear. Moreover, all these titles were concentrated on the same person. Several people were scared out of their wits right there. So it turns out Brother Chen is the famous Chen Nian. No wonder he can collect so many beast cores every day, this is pure strength. We didn't expect to latch onto such a big thigh. We really hit the jackpot. The companions at the number 10 base were excited, while those at the number 1 base looked ashen, as if mourning their dead. They thought that Chen Nian's reputation was somewhat exaggerated. But just now, seeing him kill a Star Realm opponent with one punch, where was there even a hint of exaggeration? A monster. Huang Biao's calmness had long disappeared, replaced by constantly twitching facial muscles. His throat seemed to have a thorn stuck in it, unable to speak. He had imagined that this person was strong. After all, he led the base to survive to this stage. But in his expectations, even in the worst-case scenario, their side should have many more strong fighters, making any possibility of defeat unthinkable. Chapter 107 This thing is not easy to deal with. A ghost level 4th rank monster is completely worlds apart from an ordinary level. Even Chen Nian felt a tremendous pressure. He removed all his weight and entered full power mode. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nian charged out, holding the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His speed was so fast that his figure couldn't be caught in the night. The monster also moved, with hundreds of centipede legs stabbing at him like sharp chains. Bang! 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 The ground was battered and bruised. Chen Nian continuously dodged in the downpour of attacks. Clang! A blade slashed at the centipede leg stabbing down from above. A dazzling spark erupting in the dark. Just that one strike was enough to knock Chen Nian back, leaving dozens of meters of ravines in the ground. Pain like tearing radiated from his palm. Fortunately, my body is strong. If it was someone else, just this one hit would have shattered their body. This thing is truly not something a human can fight. Its body is so huge that to inflict fatal damage, one has to get close and use high-power moves. Chen Nian shot out again like a cannonball. This time, he chose to multitask. He used his mind to control the mountain of corpses, and sea of blood to cut off those centipede tentacles from above while dodging and advancing until he got close enough to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 108. Bailing was running through the jungle, a white shadow so fast it was almost invisible. The tail of her sword stirred up countless fallen leaves in the forest. When she suddenly leaped up, it was like a dolphin coming out of the water. Go! With one sweep of her sword, countless fallen leaves turned into flying daggers shooting toward the monster. Although it looked spectacular, it was actually just a tickle, causing no damage to the monster, with the only effect being highly insulting. She successfully drew the monster's attention. 7 pairs of eyes continuously rotated, eventually stopping simultaneously, all locking onto Yi Bailing. The pupils suddenly brightened, and energy cannons fired out. Not good. Yi Bailing's heart sank. At this moment, she was in mid-air, unable to dodge. If hit by that terrifying laser, the consequences would be disastrous. In an instant, she suddenly realized something. She stepped on a floating fallen leaf and used the force to jump. Repeating this several times, she maneuvered in mid-air, narrowly avoiding all the laser blasts. Turning to look, the forest below had been blown to ruins. But it wasn't over. Those centipede tentacles that triggered a phobia of clusters were coming again. If they attacked separately, Yi Bailing could use her skill to deflect them, but this time, hundreds of tentacles attacked almost simultaneously, making it impossible to change their trajectories with sword energy. Chapter 109. Divine Symbol. Chen Nian suddenly became interested. Ning Meng explained, the so-called divine talisman is the most powerful talisman created by ancient talisman masters. It's extremely difficult to write even one divine talisman in a lifetime. Sounds impressive. Naturally, but don't get your hopes up, non-talisman inheritors will never learn it in their lifetime. My senior brothers and sisters can't do it either. Ning Meng's senior brothers and sisters are all top geniuses from the star-picking tower. If they can't learn it, it shows just how difficult it is. However, Chen Nian has a special advantage. I want to give it a try. Are there any precautions? You can observe each divine talisman for only half an hour. If you can't get a glimpse of its essence within that time, it means you are fated to be unrelated to that divine talisman. Forcing the observation will result in blindness. All right, understood. Thank you, sister. Chen Nian was excited. His requirement isn't high. If he can grasp even one divine talisman, after using the comprehension stone, that would be a blessing. After a good sleep, he adjusted his body to its best state. Then, he flew with his sword to a secluded mountain forest outside the city and chose a cave to enter. Greedy wolf. Come out. Guard the entrance and don't let anyone disturb me. Chapter 110. 7-String Cliff. Great. Brother Zhao, you are now one of the remaining 8 geniuses. I didn't expect our small sect would produce a genius like you. From now on, you will be competing with those famous geniuses, like Chen Nian from 749, and various saint disciples. Brother Zhao, I raise a glass to you, wishing you great success and victory. Zhao Ziyu ranked 13th among geniuses. He is the only one from a small sect who made it to the final genius competition, a true grassroots rise. If he can ultimately defeat the other geniuses and win, he would fit the mold of a typical protagonist in a satisfying story. Now, he is basking in everyone's praise. Overjoyed. Brother Zhao, someone is here to challenge you. What? The participants for the genius competition have already been decided. What is the point of a challenge now? I don't know, but he insists on fighting you or he won't leave. Let's go check it out. Zhao Ziyu hurriedly led everyone outside. There, a cold-faced youth dressed in tight clothing stood on the training ground, a displeasing and calm smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 111. Breaking through to level 100, Great Perfection. In the past month, not only has he improved in level, but he has also refined his techniques by practicing with the martial saint. Chu Wuwang warned Chen Nian, remember, kid, don't use that move unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you'll hurt 1,000 enemies. but lose 800 yourself. Understood. Let's go, Beidou Mountain. Beidou Mountain is one of the 7 connected peaks outside the star-picking tower, corresponding to the Big Dipper. The Genius Competition, a grand event held every 3 years, will take place here. The final 8 participants are all prodigies who have emerged from a pool of 100 geniuses, and they will compete to determine who can stand atop this era. Major forces and sects are heading to Beidou Mountain, including 749, Qingcheng Mountain, Baolian Sect, and Bingzhong Mountain, among others. Some are flying with magical artifacts, leaving trails of light in the sky, while others are more low-key, like 749, which arrived by bus. Haha, I didn't expect we could come to watch the battle too. Indeed, thanks to that kid Chen Nian. Director Li, you didn't expect the person you brought would be such a prodigy, did you? Cough, keep it low-key. Is my shirt buttoned properly? Li Xiao wore a perfectly pressed shirt, clearly nervous in this setting. Chapter 112, the disciples of the Sound Palace took their seats. However, a woman with a veil covering her face did not take a seat, but instead soared into the air, heading towards the star-picking tower among the 7 peaks. Dressed in a purple gown, she looked ethereal. Senior Zi Lianxi of the Sound Saint. What does she want? She is the only woman among the 7 saints and a remarkable figure who shocked a generation. Entering the path through music and is said to be able to kill invisibly with a pluck of her strings. Judging by her aura, it seems she comes with ill intent. Zi Lianxi gazed at the star-picking tower, her bright eyes flickering with complex emotions before returning to indifference. I have a piece I wish to ask Mr. Li for guidance on, may I trouble you for some pointers? Her voice was as cold as a mountain breeze, reaching everyone's ears. Is the Sound Saint challenging Mr. Li? Wow, I didn't expect the opening act to be so explosive, this is interesting. To witness a saint spar with Mr. Li in my lifetime makes this trip worthwhile. Wait, do you think Senior Z has any past with Mr. Li? It seems like there's a story there. After all, Mr. Li is just a mortal, you can't say that. Chapter 113, Ning Meng raised her fist and casually swung it. With a punch, bang. Terrifying power struck Chen Nian's chest, leaving a noticeable indentation. Chen Nian's feet left deep grooves in the ground, and he slid back 10 meters before stopping. Cai Lingyun raised his finger and wrote down his score. Chen Nian, 9 points. The perfect score is 10 points. And this person scored 9 right off the bat, only being pushed back 10 meters after taking a punch from the 6th junior sister. Is this for real? Cai Lingyun sent a message. Sister Ning Meng, you didn't go easy on him, did you? Nonsense. I am fair and just, and I wouldn't go easy on acquaintances. I just had a bit of a bad feel when I started, I'll adjust later. Well, I will calculate the score fairly based on your effort. I can't be careless under the watchful eyes of several saints. Next, the second participant stepped forward. A man dressed in black and white robes walked up confidently. His demeanor calm and relaxed, showing no signs of pressure. The black and white color scheme belonged to the chess saint's disciple. I already knew that old guy was hiding in the deep mountains, but I didn't expect he would take in such a good seed. His aura is not weak. I just wonder how strong he really is. If I remember correctly, this is his disciple's first appearance outside. Chapter 114, Getting Out of the Mountain Illusion. Chen Nian thought this wasn't his strong suit. Those skilled in techniques would have an advantage instead. But it's all right. As long as he can make it to the top 4, that's enough. The final battle is his forte. He plunged into the fog-covered mountain and quickly vanished from sight. The others also began to display their skills. Yu Nengzhou used sword energy to cut through the mist, attempting to break the array. Li Qingcheng stood on a Bagua array diagram, beginning to deduce the entrance to the illusion. Jiang Nan was the most peculiar. He simply sat down and started playing chess with himself. Who do you think will come out first in the second round? It's likely Li Qingcheng from Qingcheng Mountain. This is their area of expertise. I think it might be Jiang Nan. Don't be fooled by how he struggled in the first round. Now playing chess is actually breaking the illusion. Once he figures it out, the path will open. Don't you know? The music of the Sound Palace includes the melody of enchantment and calm. Surely, Suxianzi will be the first to take the field. Ha ha. Why is no one betting on Chen Nian? After all, this is not his area of expertise, and we can't just blow smoke. After Chen Nian entered, he first tried the most ordinary method of marking to identify the direction, but it completely failed. Chapter 115, these two actually faced off. A killing demon against a blood-handed butcher, interesting. Wait, isn't this round about who can break out of the illusion array first? Are these two really going to fight? Don't forget, both of them are killers, why would they care about that? Knocking others down is just a way to boost their own rankings, no problem with that. Yi Rong, dressed in black, stood out in the white mist, walking step by step toward Chen Nian. The arc at the corner of his mouth making him seem even more sinister. He couldn't find the way out, and knew he wouldn't score high in this round. However, encountering an opponent that excited him proved his luck wasn't too bad. The blood in his body boiled, moving like a swift wind. Yi Rong left a shadow behind and rushed toward Chen Nian, a short knife coated with deadly poison slipping into his hand from his sleeve. The sharp blade sliced through the air, creating intersecting cold lights. The true first face-off between geniuses suddenly began. Clang! The two clashed in close quarters. The sound of metal ringing. Sparks erupted in the mist as their speeds reached near the limit, the high-speed exchange resembling a violent storm. Fractal shadows. Chapter 116, How ridiculous. 0 points. Ha ha ha. Although his injuries were healed, his mentality is probably about to collapse. Isn't it amusing that he tried to mess with Chen Nian, and ended up getting wrecked in return? Sure, be careful of the assassination list at night, they hold grudges. The others were equally surprised when they saw this score. Who would have thought Chen Nian could also score 7 points? Isn't he a martial artist? He gives the impression of being brawn over brains. How is it that he can score higher than us in this type of challenge, while being physically strong? Su Miaoyin also looked at Chen Nian with a strange gaze. How did he find the exit using just one of my hairs? Please come here. The third trial is at Kaiyang Peak. As the host, Cai Lingyun led several people to the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported to an underground palace, the entrance door wide open, and the stone chamber inside empty. Welcome to my mechanism room. Let me introduce myself. I am Mo Liuguang, ranked 4th in the star-picking tower, and your examiner for the third trial. The rules are simple, inside is my carefully prepared mechanism room. As long as you break out and reach the finish line, you will pass, and I will evaluate your scores based on your performance. Chapter 117, Chen Nian, 25 points. Yu Nongzhou, 19 points, Fang Zimo, 18 points, Zhao Ziyu, 18 points, Su Miaoyin, 17 points, Li Qingcheng, 17 points, Yi Rong, 13 points, Jiang Nan, 16 points. Currently, Chen Nian is in the lead with a total score of 25 points. As soon as the leaderboard updated, Chen Nian, ranked first, immediately received a round of applause. The wind of fists howls across the 9 provinces. Brother Chen is mighty and shakes the 8 directions. Ziyi stood up and shouted. Next to him, Yi Yaya elbowed him. Can you not shout such a cringy slogan? It's embarrassing sitting next to you. Ziyi, in pain and grievance, said, but this slogan was thought of by your dad. He just mentioned it in the group and asked us to chant it. You can check. TSK, you clown. Next to them, Lulin expressionlessly raised his hand, robotically reading along, while also grabbing Yi Yaya's hand. Why aren't you cheering? As for the people from the 749 Kyoto headquarters, they were relatively calm, because their hopes for Fang Zimo were not realized. That person is the genius of the famous Fang family in Kyoto, having received the best resources since arriving at 749. Yet he performed worse than the people from the branch office. Chapter 118. Haha, do those two also want to break through third senior brothers Chi Men Dun Jia? Although one is a disciple of the Tao Saint and the other a disciple of the Chess Saint, they are still too far apart. Even if they stalemate all day, they won't be able to break through. The people from the star-picking tower are still aware of Xiao Chang'e's strength. His magical talent is not inferior to the Tao Saint. Just that he has been training for a shorter time. In the audience, not many could understand this battle. Most expressed confusion. Why aren't they moving? Isn't this round supposed to be about teaming up against that person? They wanted to break the Chi Men Dun Jia first before attacking, otherwise, the odds were too low. And they could easily lose themselves. The Tao Saint shook his head, stroking his beard with a sigh. The gap is too big, they can't break through. Hasn't he already suppressed his realm? Why is he still so strong? The level of mental state is worlds apart. He has already entered the Qianming realm. Able to see through the worldly fate, how could these young people shake him? Even Chu Wu Wang shook his head. He knew that even Chen Nian wouldn't have any means to use. It's fine, at worst, they will all score low in this round. And Chen Nian still has an advantage. No chance at all. Not a single chance. Didn't you see Li Qingcheng and Jiang Nan both sweating profusely while Xiao Chang'e still looked relaxed? Chapter 119, Everyone. No way, sister. How could this be? When did we get poisoned? We clearly didn't get close to her. And we didn't smell anything or touch anything else. If it's true, this method is a bit too terrifying. An hour later, the poison will take effect, and everyone will die. Although she definitely wouldn't kill us, especially with several saints watching. Just thinking about it still sends chills down our spines. In the star-picking tower, no one dared to disobey Shui Yu's words. Although she looked like a refined and elegant young lady and spoke politely, only those in the star-picking tower knew that she was particularly scheming. Once, when Xiao Chang'e accidentally broke a pot of flowers she was nurturing, she smiled and said it was fine, but that night, Xiao Chang'e was poisoned and spent the entire night in the bathroom, reeking of feces. In front of Shui Yu. Ning Meng didn't even dare to call herself aunt and could only act like a good girl. Of course, Xiao Chang'e dared not show off in front of her either. The content of the assessment was very simple. Shui Yu stretched out a slender finger, and at its tip hovered a golden cicada. Only this golden cicada can serve as the medicinal guide for the antidote. You have 1 hour to catch it and bring it back to me. And I will make an antidote. Chapter 120. The knife beside Jiang Nan suddenly erupted with intense blood light. Blood-red barriers immediately rose from all sides, trapping Jiang Nan inside. Although Jiang Nan immediately tried to escape, he still crashed into the blood-red barrier, and no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break it. You? Jiang Nan's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Chen Nian. You lied to me. This knife is a damn testament to trust. It's clearly something you used to set me up. Ha ha, this can't be considered cheating. If I don't keep an eye out, how can I be considered a disciple of the martial saint? Chen Nian returned the words. Jiang Nan felt as if a slap had been harshly delivered to her face. Unable to utter a single word, only able to clench her fists tightly. By the way, my formation will continuously drain your blood, and as time passes, the poison in your body will also act up. How about we see who can hold out longer? You despicable person, so vile, truly vile. The audience was already in uproar. Damn, bro, am I seeing things? Is there really such scheming going on? Ha ha ha. Damn it, Chen Nian's heart is too dark. Aren't martial practitioners supposed to be simple-minded and physically strong? Chapter 121. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted. Their hearts jumped to their throats. And they couldn't even bear to blink. The inch force taught by the martial saint against the 8 trigrams palm of the Tao Saint sect. Who will win? Chen Nian threw a punch, and a green dragon burst out, its momentum like a rainbow. What overwhelming power! As the chief examiner, Xiao Lingyun could feel the might of this punch. He couldn't even believe this was the power of someone in the breaking sky realm. A regular star sphere realm practitioner would undoubtedly be killed in one punch, unable to be saved. If someone were to die in this clash, the star-picking tower would have no way to take responsibility. An astonishing scene occurred. Li Qingcheng actually blocked the dragon with his elbow. His palm was covered with special spiritual energy, enabling him to catch energy attacks. Is there really such a thing? This is the power of the 8 trigrams palm from Qingcheng Mountain. Li Qingcheng suddenly unloaded to the side. The dragon's energy unleashed by Chen Nian was directly unloaded into the ground, smashing a large pit before disappearing into the depths. Chen Nian's inch force was broken. Is there really such a thing? It's simply unbelievable. Chapter 122 Chen Nian. Senior Sister Ningmeng, what's up? Why did you secretly call me out? Late at night, Chen Nian was quietly meeting with Ningmeng at the foot of the mountain. Didn't you say last time that you learned the divine talisman? I even bet with senior brother 4, wagering 2 magical artifacts. Why haven't I seen you use it? It's not time yet, hee. So you want to deceive your senior brother for his magical artifacts, then give me one, pocketing the difference for yourself. This is what your aunt deserves. After being discovered by Master for secretly giving you the talisman, I was punished. Chen Nian was puzzled. Didn't you say last time that you weren't punished? I was punished. But I made the little dragon girl take the punishment instead. She said not to tell you to avoid making you feel guilty. Chen Nian chuckled. You're even pulling a kind-hearted lie now. Fine, I won't let her down. So why did you call me out? Tomorrow's trial will be overseen by senior brother. As the chief examiner, I'll secretly leak the key points to you. I had to coax it out of him. You see, before he finished speaking, Ningmeng disappeared. That's right, the living person just vanished. Chen Nian felt a gust of wind sweep past him, but saw nothing else. Chapter 123 Chen Nian was the first to reach the destination. Falling from the cliff, he indeed found a cave, and upon entering, he saw 7 wooden boxes, as Zhang Yu had said. Experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood how terrifying Zhang Yu's speed was. No wonder he's ranked first in the star-picking tower. However, this test was quite simple. Any wooden box taken back could earn points. Chen Nian walked towards the first wooden box. Suddenly, a subtle breeze blew in from outside the cave, lifting his clothes. Opening the box, there indeed lay a note inside. It was written in ink with 4 characters. A gentleman does not save. Taking the note, Chen Nian quickly rushed back. If all goes well, he should be the first to return. Star-picking tower. Senior brother, what did you just do? Xiao Lingyun asked curiously. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. I switched Chen Nian's note to a gentleman does not save. Everyone thought your test was a speed challenge. But little did they know it tested character, which is also why you didn't let Junior Sister 6 leak anything, otherwise, it would be meaningless. Guess what? Will Chen Nian save? Next up was Sumiaoyin, who was more of an artistic girl type. Her speed was a bit faster than Jiang Nan's, but not by much. Chapter 124 Above the clouds, thousands of meters in the air. A gaunt old man walked among the clouds, emaciated, with a gash on his face extending to his ear. His fingertips sharp as blades. He was ranked 10th in the Hall of 10,000 Demons, nicknamed the Rakshasa Shadow Nightmare. An 8th tier demon, ghost level. On the 7-string cliff, he had crushed the sect leader into pulp with a single palm strike from the sky, leaving the opponent with no chance to fight back. Zhao Ziyu had summoned him. Now, he was set to strike Chen Nian dead from above with a single palm. It was just a matter of raising his hand. The only downside was that after succeeding, he would be exposed and must immediately use magic to escape to avoid retaliation from the star-picking tower. A premature death is the fate of a genius. Just as his hand was about to strike down from the sky, it was blocked in midair by a scroll. unable to move. What? In front of him stood a squinting, scholarly-looking young man. His left hand was behind his back, and in his right hand he held the scroll that blocked the old man. Who are you? Daring to ruin my plans, you seek death. The hand turned and attacked the scholar, swift as lightning. The air instantly split by a few streaks of blood light. In the next moment, the scroll struck the back of his head. Bang! Like a bell ringing out. Chapter 125. Seeing everyone disappear, the audience erupted in exclamations once again. The world of the cave is marvelous. Ha ha ha, this time coming to watch truly opened my eyes. What is the world of the cave? Have you heard of one flower is a world, one leaf is body? Simply put, it is an independent little world created by Mr. Lee. This method is simply seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Not to mention ordinary people. Even several saints could only be in or upon witnessing such a method. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the scenes inside. It's fine, anyway. The top 4 can still watch the final battle after advancing. Let us wait for them to come out. Once everyone entered the world of the cave, they immediately observed their surroundings, only to find themselves in an abandoned village, with not a single person in sight. Everywhere was ruin and broken walls. Mr. Lee didn't instruct us. What should we do after we come in? Indeed, everyone was puzzled about how to score points, and what constituted passing the trial. While everyone was in doubt, Zhao Ziyu was already overjoyed. Since outsiders cannot perceive or see inside, isn't this the perfect opportunity to take action? Sure. Here is the translation of the provided content. Chapter 126. The genius competition begins just right. I can wipe out this group of geniuses here. Chen Nian had been training with Chu Wu Wang for a month before the genius competition began. He knew all his competitors were strong, so he actively asked to learn a fierce move. That's why Chu Wu Wang warned him that unless absolutely necessary, he should never use it. Otherwise, with his current realm, he would only injure the enemy 1,000 while self-harming 800. Now, it was a moment he couldn't avoid using it. Chen Nian felt his blood boil in an instant, and the spiritual apertures throughout his body seemed to want to empty everything, desperately pouring spiritual energy into his right arm. Boom! The sleeve of his right arm burst open from the airflow, revealing muscles as hard as steel. The void exploded. The energy ball in the void was suddenly hurled towards Chen Nian. The terrifying cyclone surrounding it was enough to tear everything apart, let alone the energy ball itself, whose destructive power would be unparalleled. Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes. With 5 fingers thrusting forward an inch, a piercing sound of an explosion rang out. Punch out! Martial Saint Inch 4-second style, split the sea. Bang! At the moment of the punch, Chen Nian's arm muscles burst open. The meridians couldn't withstand the terrifying force and cracked, blood gushing out like a burst watermelon. This was the price of overloading. The punch force surged like waves covering the sky, as if to split the boundless sea in two, crashing forward. Chapter 127, Great. Seeing Chen Nian about to battle Su Miaoyin, the one most excited was Xiaolong Niu. She couldn't wait to see Chen Nian beat that woman up. Her big eyes sparkling, as she stared at the competition stage. On stage, Su Miaoyin, with her face partially veiled in a light gauze and dressed in a white cloud gauze skirt, stood gracefully. Countless male cultivators fixed their gazes on her, wishing they could see through her. I hope this guy Chen Nian can be a little gentle with her. That's right. If he dares to go hard on Su Fairy, I'll fight him. Come on, don't talk big. If you really faced Chen Nian, you'd probably wet your pants back then. Don't expose me, okay? Don't I have any pride? Su Miaoyin smiled faintly and said, Chen Nian, in terms of fighting, this little girl naturally can't compete with you. So I want to fight for this spot. That's good, lest it ruins our relationship. But since we're already on stage, it wouldn't be nice to disappoint everyone. How about I play a piece for everyone? That sounds great. Qianlong's head popped up with 3 question marks. Wait. What are they doing? Why haven't they started fighting yet, and why are they chatting? Ningmeng shrugged. I don't know either. Chapter 128, So it seems. Our little junior brother is Chen Nian. Isn't everyone happy? Junior sister Ningmeng is biased towards him, 4th senior brother supports him. 2nd senior sister also thinks highly of him, and even the senior brother likes him. The key is, he is indeed the most monstrous one in this genius competition. Cai Lingyun came to the center and announced loudly to everyone, I declare that Chen Nian has won, becoming a disciple of the star-picking tower, ranking 7th. The genius competition ends here. Haha, Chen Nian really did it. The champion of the genius competition, my goodness, such people used to be legendary figures. And now I actually know him. I'm even Chen Ji's roommate, do you see how proud I am? Everyone from 749 stand up and give a big round of applause. As soon as Deputy Director Yi spoke, everyone in 749 stood up. And the applause echoed throughout the mountain peak. The director patted the shoulder of another 749 genius, Fang Zimo, don't be discouraged, work hard, with your talent. You can also get close to Chen Nian. Of course, just close. With the director's seasoned eyes, how could he not see Chen Nian's talent? Looking at his peers, he had crushed everyone. Chapter 129, P.S. This chapter will supplement the worldview, fill in the gaps, and make the logic complete and rigorous. Chen Nian and the others went up a level, and saw the elegant and squinting senior brother. The top ranking of the star-picking tower, senior brother Zhang Yu. Whom you have seen before. Hello, senior brother. Chen Nian clasped his fists. Hello, little junior brother, welcome to join the star-picking tower. This is the talisman book from before, now I can officially give it to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Ningmeng added, usually when the master is not around, it's mostly senior brother who teaches, he basically knows everything. Okay, senior brother. I actually have a question that I'm very curious about. Feel free to ask. Chen Nian inquired, the star-picking tower is filled with the world's top geniuses. But it doesn't seem like a simple sect force. For example, Bingzhong Mountain specializes in weapon crafting, 749 is responsible for extraordinary events in the civilian world. And Nightshade takes on assassination missions. So what does the star-picking tower do? Hearing this question, both Zhang Yu and Ningmeng were momentarily taken aback. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu suddenly chuckled, Ningmeng junior sister, it seems our little junior brother is much smarter than you, when you joined back then. You didn't ask this question. Chapter 130, Understood, Master. After understanding all the background, Chen Nian felt even more motivated to become stronger. Not only must he deal with those demons and foreign god cults, but there will also be real foreign god forces descending in the future. Which creates a significant sense of crisis. Don't think too much. Li Bai smiled, if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I'm still here, it's not your turn yet. By the way, your realm is about to break through. Chen Nian showed surprise, you can tell that. Before participating in the genius competition, you had already reached the peak of the breaking sky realm, and now after winning multiple battles. Breaking through is just a matter of time. Go find Ningmeng to spar, perhaps you'll break through naturally. Spar with junior sister Ningmeng. Although Chen Nian was confident in his physical strength, he was still a bit afraid of this violent lowly, but with second senior sister around. He shouldn't be beaten to death. Then I'll go train with junior sister Ningmeng. But your time is limited. What does master mean by that? Someone is coming down the mountain. Have you heard? The Sword Saint's top disciple, Luo Chufeng, is coming down. Damn, is he going to the star-picking tower? Of course, who doesn't he know? The Sword Saint painstakingly cultivated Luo Chufeng just to let him surpass the disciples of the star-picking tower. Chapter 131, Then Come. Luo Chufeng felt somewhat disinterested. After all, the battles he had fought before were against opponents of higher realms. Meeting someone of a lower realm was inevitably a bit disappointing. The battle location for the two was set in a valley surrounded by the 7 stars peaks, with cliffs on all sides filled with spectators. The sunset painted the sky red, and the breeze swept the fallen leaves in the valley. The two stood 10 jong apart, staring at each other. Although neither had moved, the air around them seemed to solidify, causing those around to instinctively hold their breath. Luo Churfing's sword remained in its sheath. Why wasn't he drawing his sword? This is the sword intent cultivated for a full 10 years, so it certainly cannot be drawn easily. The moment he draws the sword, it is likely the moment of victory. How tense! Suddenly, Luo Churfing's sword sheath swept up from the ground. Go! Countless fallen leaves on the ground were swept away, transforming into a dense swarm of flying leaves that pierced towards Chen Nian. The sword name is Autumn Wind Sweeping Leaves. The blood surrounding Chen Nian automatically formed a barrier, blocking all the leaves. When the barrier shattered, Chen Nian shot out with his knife like a cannonball. A shocking blood light stretched out like a blood-red arc. Chapter 132, Clear. The sharp sound of the sword echoed throughout the valley. This arrow, as soon as it approached Luo Churfing, was cut to pieces by the sword energy in mid-air. The dispersing sword energy sliced a cliff in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. The sword has such power just 3 inches out of its sheath. If this sword were fully drawn, wouldn't it be able to split the entire valley in 2? Luo Churfing looked at Chen Nian calmly. You are indeed remarkable. However, if it ends here, it's not worth my full draw of the sword. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite pretentious? Chen Nian sighed. I have seen many disciples of sages. Although Yunongzhou is weak, his character is decent. And Miaoyin is understanding and gentle. You are the first one to be so pretentious. Luo Churfing was momentarily speechless. Because he indeed was quite pretentious. He wanted to suppress and belittle the disciples of the star-picking tower comprehensively, and prove his strength to the world. Therefore, if he could win against Chen Nian without drawing his sword, he certainly would not draw it. Winning with an overwhelming stance is the result he desires. Having been exposed by Chen Nian's words, he felt a bit of anger, but still forcefully suppressed it. Relying on verbal advantage won't make me draw my sword. Is that so? Chen Nian took a deep breath, and in an instant, the blood in his body boiled. Chapter 133, Chen Nian 1. Yunongzhou couldn't help but laugh. Damn, I voluntarily admitted defeat before and many people laughed at me, but now Luo Churfing has also done it. Who dares to say I am cowardly? Miaoyin also couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the strongest genius of this generation can indeed be concluded. The greatest gain from the genius competition is making friends with Chen Nian. Finally finished watching the show, I will continue to go back to the mountain to cultivate. If I can't compete with Chen Nian, how can I compete with others? Jiang Nan mumbled as she left. Well done. Yi Bailing was in a great mood, feeling that the pent-up breath in her heart had finally been completely released. Did you see that, Dad? Your disciple trained for 10 years still can't defeat Chen Nian. If you had spent that effort on your daughter, the result might have been different. Miss, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. Let's go. I also need to go back and work hard on my cultivation. In the future, I want to become the world's first female sword saint. On a certain peach mountain, Sword Saint Yishao sighed deeply, as if he had aged 10 years. Cultivating sword intent for 10 years, only to be defeated, is indeed regrettable. Luo Churfing came in high spirits, but left with a desolate back. Chapter 134. After staying in the star-picking tower for a few days, Chen Nian bid farewell to the little dragon girl and several senior brothers, preparing to continue his descent for cultivation. Remember to come back often. Qian Long shouted. If it was someone else, they would probably wish to never leave after entering the star-picking tower, but Chen Shidi is different. Wanting to leave after just a few days, I feel a little reluctant. Haha, Chen Shidi is a person of the world. How can he stay in the star-picking tower like us every day? Brother Xiao is also a person of the world, but his reputation is too poor. I hope Chen Shidi can restore some face for the star-picking tower. Agreed. In the 749th Bureau, office. Old Li, you shouldn't be so absent-minded. Chen Nian has finally entered the star-picking tower, shouldn't he stay for a while longer? Exactly, Old Li, our task is to guide the newcomers' growth. Look. Batches of newcomers are flocking here, hurry up and choose. Ah, the staff at the entrance just informed me that Chen Nian is back. What? This kid is quite quick to come back in glory, let's go, let's go. The news that Chen Nian won the genius competition, and then defeated the Sword Saint's disciple Luo Qiufeng, becoming the #1 genius of his generation, had already spread throughout the entire spiritual energy realm. Chapter 135, Chen Nian informed the senior brothers and sisters in the star-picking tower about his plans to travel far. There are indeed many demons hidden in the 10,000 mountains of the south border. In my early years, I traveled there to learn poison techniques. Senior sister Shui Yu has a serene appearance, her long black hair flowing behind her with a pure white ribbon. This lady, who looks like a refined young lady. No one knows that she was once a figure who instilled fear in the demon clan of the south border. She was even called a witch by the demons. Because the south border is full of poisons, many demons have poisonous abilities, but these poisons were like child's play in front of Shui Yu. Once, she accidentally entered the territory of the Millennium Poisonous Centipede Demon Clan, and those demons were overjoyed, thinking they had been gifted a tasty human. The next day, all the centipedes were poisoned to death, lying sprawled everywhere. How was your journey, senior sister? Chen Nian asked. Not great. I initially wanted to coexist harmoniously with those demons and discuss poison techniques together, but they only thought about eating me. In the end, I had no choice but to poison them to death. After that, I became famous. Those demons would run away upon seeing me, calling me a witch. It was boring. So I came back. Chen Nian, it must be senior sister. Chapter 136, let's take action. First, drive away these poisonous butterflies. Fire technique. The disciples of Qingcheng Mountain raised their hands and threw out several fireballs, which exploded in the air, burning the butterflies to death. Melody. The sound of the zither can cover the sea. The women of Qianyin Palace played the flute, and in an instant, the formless sound waves spread out like ripples. Shattering wave after wave of butterflies. Golden bell shield. The monk raised his palm, protecting everyone in golden light. Dealing with such small things is naturally no problem for Chen Nian, he enjoyed his leisure. Under everyone's various abilities, after a while, the swarm of butterflies finally retreated. It's fine now, how's your hand, little sister? It should be fine, the poison isn't heavy, just rest for a while. I didn't expect this to be a bottomless abyss. I heard that some demons like to hide in perilous geographical environments to avoid being hunted by humans. Makes sense. I propose we explore the abyss. Everyone looked down. The grey-brown rock surface was covered with snakebone vines, and the surface of the vines was covered with barbs, with ring-shaped joints every 7 inches. A bird flew by, and a vine suddenly shot out, instantly twisting it into a mist of blood. I have heard of this abyss, called the Bone Erosion Abyss, and it is said that this rock wall has devoured countless corpses. Chapter 137, 3 options immediately popped up. 1. Blood Strength 3-2. Miasma Resistance 10-3. Blood King attack range increased by 5 meters. What use is a single miasma resistance? If it's toxin resistance, we can choose one. But compared to that, choosing option 3 to increase the attack range is better. The second wave of divine gifts also has 3 options. 1. Immediately fill 5 spirit apertures. 2. Increase blood regeneration speed by 5-3. Increase the maximum control distance of the blood shadow clone by 50 meters. Of course, I will choose option 3. The maximum control distance used to be only 100 meters. Beyond that distance, the clone would disappear. This ability is so useful, it's a must-have. After the encounter, everyone only suffered minor injuries. Those demons clearly had an organization and came to hunt us, but unexpectedly, we became the prey. Should we continue the mission? Our whereabouts are already exposed, and there might be even stronger demons coming. Of course, we should continue. This is our first joint mission. How can we return in such a sorry state? I can't go back without eliminating that Viper Demon clan. Since everyone is so motivated. Let's take a break and prepare to continue exploring. Chapter 138. From all directions, there are dozens of oddly looking villages surrounding us, making it impossible to escape. Viper Demon clan. Attack, leave some alive. The second elder shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, all the villagers simultaneously spewed out dark green poisonous mist. Dozens of poisonous gases exploded in the air, instantly enveloping everyone. Be careful. The viper's poison is extremely potent. Inhaling too much will cause one to lose their mind. Everyone used the anti-poison tools they had prepared in advance. After all, they came to the Demon Mountain in the southern region, and had made preparations. Only Chen Nian continued to resist with his strong physique. This level of poison would automatically be eliminated by the dragon energy within him. And there was no need for senior Sister Shueyue's pills. Chen Nian no longer needed to hold back, now that the demon clan had been found. It was time to kill. Click. Chen Nian pressed the switch on the mechanical watch on his wrist. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, a large bow appeared in his hand, the dragon spine sunbow. Let's test the power of this artifact from Brother Mo. As he drew the bowstring, he activated the sequence ability Blood Moon Great Bow, and a blood-red arrow was immediately knocked onto the string. Bang! The moment the arrow was shot, 3 layers of acceleration light rings appeared around the artifact. Chapter 139, Chen Nian pondered. Could it be that this so-called Great Elder Viper is the one that second sister poisoned? It's quite a coincidence that he happened to emerge from seclusion just now. I was worried I wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by second sister. Blood Shadow Clone, come out. A large amount of blood poured out, condensing into a human form. Chen Nian controlled the clone to directly attack the Great Elder with a simple charge. Everyone was shocked. Is this guy too brave? That is a 5th-tier demon, completely not on the same level as those previous weaklings. Noisy. The Great Elder showed disdain and pointed his staff into the air. Whoosh! The clone disintegrated in mid-air. A large amount of blood splattered onto the Great Elder. Young man, your courage is commendable. It's been a long time since I've had fresh meat. You're just in time for me to have a taste. Chen Nian smiled, a friendly reminder. You are poisoned. The air fell silent for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Several viper demons and the second elder burst into laughter. Has this kid gone mad? What did he say, that the Great Elder is poisoned? That is hilarious. Our Viper Demon clan specializes in poison. Do you think ordinary toxins can affect us? Fool. The Great Elder also sneered repeatedly. Even that witch's poison couldn't harm me. Do you think common poison would work on me? But you. How long can you last under my nether ghost poison? Chapter 140. The resentful and venomous gazes of the 2 patients locked onto Chen Nian, wishing they could swallow him alive. Be careful. Everyone is not in good shape now. Their anti-poison artifacts are not as effective as Chen Nian's. And each of their bodies has symptoms of discomfort. Now the enemy has turned into 2 5th-tier demons, and fighting them would surely be a life-or-death struggle. But just then, Chen Nian suddenly stabbed a long knife into the ground. Blood sea of corpses, array activated. A blood-colored barrier rose up, immediately protecting everyone inside. Bang! 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 The attacks from the Great Elder and the suited man struck the barrier, creating ripples. With their 5th tier strength, it shouldn't be hard to break the barrier together. But now they are heavily poisoned, and their strength has greatly decreased. For the time being, they are helpless. If this drags on, they will definitely die. Chen Nian stepped forward and took out the remaining half of an ice heart Qianshan pill. The antidote is here, but there's only this one. The two of you definitely 1T have enough to share. How about this? Why don't you two fight first? The winner might negotiate terms with me. The great elder and the suited man locked eyes, and sparks flew in the air. Neither wanted to die. Moreover, they were poisoned by that woman. A painful death awaited them. Chapter 141, He is Chen Nian. The moment this speculation was voiced, all previous shock and doubt vanished. Why is he so arrogant? Why can he single-handedly take on 2 5th-tier demons? Because he is the blood-hand butcher of 749, a disciple of the martial saint. A newly admitted disciple of the star-picking tower, the top genius of the current younger generation, Chen Nian. No wonder I said this task was so easy. But I remember I've seen Chen Nian once. Doesn't he look like this, right? Perhaps he used a face-changing artifact, after all, with his level of notoriety. It's inconvenient to act in public. Wow, I fought alongside Chen Nian. I must post this on my social media. Chen Nian sighed, what a pity. I blasted the corpse into pieces, and couldn't submit a complete poisoning report to Second Sister. We were almost scared to death by 5th-tier demons. And you say it's a pity you killed them with one punch. Are you even speaking human language? Although everyone present may not match those top geniuses. They are all elites from their respective sects, and now standing in front of Chen Nian, they realize what it means to have people beyond people. The second elder is still not dead. Chapter 142, The helicopter is flying high in the sky. Chen Nian directly stepped on the artifact and flew outside. Gazing at a deep mountain forest. TSK, why is someone still keeping an eye on me? It's well concealed. But it happens to be within my killing intent perception range, so I'm sorry. Chen Nian directly drew the bow and aimed at that direction. Bang! The arrow shot through the air. Below, a loud explosion echoed as a mountain peak was instantly turned into ruins. I am Hya, a genius-level demon of the Viper Demon clan. Today, while out training, I suddenly discovered that something strange happened in the village upon returning. I never expected a group of humans to invade. Those humans are extremely hateful. Even the 2 elders were no match for them, and lost their lives in the great battle. I held back and didn't act rashly. Instead concealing my presence and hiding outside. Because I knew that I was not their match right now, I would only be walking to my death. However, I had already memorized their faces, and when I became strong enough, I would definitely kill this group of people. I believe that, with my talent, it's only a matter of time. Just wait for me. Boom! In the violent explosion, the body and head of the fire giant split apart. And the body could hardly be pieced together into a human form. Chapter 143, Who are you chatting with, so happily? Qianlong stared intently at Chen Nian with her pure, immaculate, and crystal-clear big eyes. Anyone who meets such innocent eyes would find it hard to lie. However, Chen Nian had strong psychological resilience. I'm just chatting with my brother, what's wrong? Brother? But why does it feel like a girl? Because you were just grinning like an idiot. Qianlong raised her snow-white chin, and confidently pointed out Chen Nian's flaw. Wow. It seems she's been in this world long enough not to be easily deceived. Indeed, people become more shrewd over time. The girl who used to be easily pleased by a piece of candy now demands that you have a car and a house. I just smiled casually, what's wrong? Don't you smile when chatting with your best friend? What's a best friend? Qianlong asked curiously. It's a close female friend. You don't even know this. Qianlong blinked. Is Ningmeng my best friend then? No, which best friend makes you clean every day? You, the mighty dragon girl. Have become the janitor of the star-picking tower, and Haven T noticed. Well, that's okay, anyway, I don't have anything else to do. Plus, Ningmeng said that girls who can do housework are more likely to be liked, he. Chapter 144, Now I will introduce the rules to you again. You 7 will be randomly distributed in a vast area, and there will be a shrinking barrier surrounding the area. Please make sure to stay within the barrier, or I will be responsible for erasing anyone outside of it. Isn't this just like the toxic circle in Peace Elite? The toxic circle keeps shrinking, it's a battle royale. Right? However, the toxic circle also has its benefits, promoting people to fight instead of hiding all the time. Besides that, I will introduce a special rule that will add some fun to this slaughter. The hidden cards. Misa took out 7 cards and arranged them in a circle on the table. Each hidden card has a special effect, and later each of you can draw one. The hidden cards can only be used once, and they might be your hope for survival or a comeback. Supplies will be periodically dropped in the area. If you grab them, you might gain an advantage. Your goal is very simple: kill all the others and be the last one standing. Someone immediately asked, can we form alliances? Alliances? There's no prohibition in the rules, but only one person can survive to the end. Are you sure your ally is trustworthy? Misa smiled slightly. Chapter 145, Kai Zhong was engulfed by the fire giant, his red hair dancing in the flames, like a king in hellfire. After all, he was the owner of the divine sequence, clearly not an ordinary shrimp. After all, these people could provide their gods with faith power. And those gods would not want them to die easily, otherwise, the power invested in them would go to waste. For example, Chen Nian even received a personal glance from the god of slaughter. Kai Zhong thought that since he had unleashed his ultimate move, the opponent would definitely be wary. But Chen Nian did not. He transformed into lightning, tearing through the flames with the speed of thunder, and suddenly executed a flame dragon whip thunder leg. Boom! Kai Zhong's fire giant took the hit head-on, and was completely unharmed. Now it's my turn. The fire giant raised its fist, resembling a mountain, and smashed down from above, as if delivering divine punishment. Chen Nian did not dodge or avoid, but threw a punch himself. It's the first time I've seen someone so eager to seek death. Kai Zhong was sure that Chen Nian's flesh would disintegrate the moment they made contact, leaving not even a trace. After all, the surface temperature of the fire giant's body reached 2000 degrees. The melting point of iron is only 1539 degrees. Could his body really withstand higher temperatures than iron? Chapter 146, Chen Nian rested in the cave for a few hours. After restoring his body to a perfect state, he came out again. It is worth mentioning that to avoid being recognized, Chen Nian specifically used a disguise artifact and even changed his clothes. After all, information in the spiritual energy realm is interconnected, and it's possible that foreigners have seen his appearance, and the others might not all be foreigners either. If he were recognized, he might be targeted together, which would be troublesome. Looking up, he saw that the barrier had shrunk quite a bit. There were still 6 people alive, meaning the others had not dealt with their enemies, and he had only killed 1. Countdown to supply artifact drop, 2 hours, the second wave of supply artifacts is coming. Chen Nian felt excited. Competing for the airdrop would be much more interesting than everyone hiding. If the barrier shrinks too small later, and there are still many people left, a chaotic battle might occur, which could lead to unexpected outcomes for him. So he needed to eliminate a few more people to ensure a one-on-one fight at the end. In a one-on-one fight, Chen Nian was confident that his odds of winning were immense. Soon, the time was up. The second wave of artifacts was officially dropped, and that conspicuous golden light appeared again on the horizon. It's a bit far. Chapter 147, Haha, we killed the strongest genius of Xia country. This is definitely an impressive feat. Chen Nian couldn't help but shout along, great. Finally, we killed this arrogant genius with extraordinary talent, strong abilities, good looks, and good fortune. The two turned to look at him, and the smiles on their faces had turned somewhat cold. Now it's your turn. The murderous intent perception activated at this moment. Chen Nian stepped back in terror. What do you want to do? Are you going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Don't blame us. Trust between people is so fragile. The white-skinned guy's lips curled into a sinister arc. Wait. The black-skinned guy suddenly spoke. I feel like something's not right. What? I know. The black-skinned guy shook violently, as if struck by lightning. We clearly killed him just now. Why is there still a count of 6 people alive? Upon hearing this, the tall, thin white guy seemed to wake up from a dream, and his pupils instinctively constricted. Cold sweat began to uncontrollably drip down his back. Indeed. Why? Could it be that he didn't die? But I clearly saw him being crushed. This spine-chilling feeling made it hard for him to breathe. As if an invisible hand was controlling everything. Chapter 148, Current Remaining Number 4. Having eliminated one enemy, Lu Lin was not happy. Because she learned one thing. Among the remaining 4 people, Chen Nian was also included. However, in the end, only one person can survive. Although the two had a good relationship on this battlefield. They were both followers of their respective deities, standing as enemies against each other. If only I hadn't come in. When this thought emerged in her mind, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, making it hard to breathe, as if her heart was being tightly gripped by a hand. Is this what it feels like to be sad? Lu Lin didn't know. Because her emotions seemed to be non-existent, she rarely experienced feelings that would disturb her mental state. Jiaxing Tower. Cai Lingyun was outside the tower setting up formations. He had arranged dozens of formations outside Jiaxing Tower. For example, in the forest below. He had set up a fog illusion array to confuse intruders. On the stones, he carved a ground fracture array that could make the earth collapse in an instant. And in the lake, he carved a water dragon coverage array, etc. He didn't like rain, so he even set up a wind and rain shelter array. Chapter 149. Time continued to pass. The barrier's range kept shrinking, and the night deepened. A cold, waning moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other 100 meters apart. The evening breeze brushed past, lifting a few strands of hair from the girl. And beneath her fluttering bangs were her cold, emotionless eyes. A woman. Basil felt disinterested. He longed to encounter a powerful opponent. Instead, he faced a woman who looked as if she could be easily crushed by a slap. It was somewhat boring. In Lu Lin's mind, there was only one thought: to kill him. Now only 3 people remained alive. Eliminating the 2 present, the remaining person should be Chen Nian. As long as she killed him, she could help Chen Nian clear obstacles to the greatest extent. Even if she couldn't win, she had to try to exhaust his strength. Without any unnecessary words, Lu Lin moved. She was as swift as a graceful female leopard, rapidly closing the distance between them. A proactive attack. Interesting. Well, since you are a woman, I'll let you use one hand. Basil placed one hand behind his back, standing still like a mountain. Suddenly, countless ice spikes shot towards him. He was not flustered and raised his right palm to swat the ice spikes away, creating a flurry of ice. His speed so fast that multiple after images of his hand appeared. Chapter 150. At some point, a grey rain began to fall from the sky, hiding the moonlight behind the dark clouds. In the drizzling rain, Lu Lin stood there, her body covered in countless bloodstains and wounds. On her cold and delicate face, blood and dirt were being washed away by the rain. In the swirling wind and rain, her hair fluttered among the ice crystal shards, creating a breathtakingly tragic scene. Card Overdraft temporarily increases spiritual power by 100, followed by a long period of weakness. Lu Lin only wanted to win this battle. Therefore, she had to give it her all. The domain called Absolute Zero suddenly unfolded in all directions. In an instant, the earth turned silvery white. And the rain curtain froze in mid-air. Hundreds of thousands of raindrops were frozen into solid ice, gathering under Lu Lin's control, transforming into a sword of Damocles hovering above her head. Beneath the giant sword, Basil trembled all over. For the first time, he had the thought of wanting to escape. But when he looked down, he saw that everything below his thighs was frozen, making it impossible to move. He gazed at the frozen divine sword in the sky, feeling a sense of helplessness arise within him. How could I lose to a woman? Chapter 151. You stay hidden, I'll handle the rest, Chen Nian said seriously, his expression grave. He knew clearly that the person in front of him, named Misa, came from another world. Perhaps from the divine realm. In that world, gods fought for supremacy, and the people there were almost a dimension stronger compared to his own world. It could be said that he was a high-dimensional being. He also understood that this person was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered, and perhaps this battle would cost him his life. But for Lu Lin, for this girl who was willing to face death, he was willing to give it a shot. Ha ha, you want to challenge me? Misa seemed to hear a great joke, the corners of his mouth curling up in a nearly uncontrollable smirk. To him, this joke was like encountering a rat on the roadside that suddenly spoke, saying it wanted to fight him. How ridiculous and laughable. Just now, you were able to block my attack, not by your own strength, but because of that magical artifact. Now that the artifact is gone, I can easily annihilate you. Even so, you still dare to look straight at me with those contemptible eyes. Very good, courageous little rat. Misa originally had no great interest in torturing rats, but being challenged in his authority as a judge made him feel angry. Chapter 152. I told you, you can't escape. The demon form of Misa looked at the two who had fallen to the ground, grinning. You seem very eager to protect this woman. You like the hero saving the beauty, right? I will tear her apart right in front of you. Let you feel what true despair is. Chen Nian did not give up, he continued to launch attacks. Until he squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body, he would not give up. But his attacks were nothing to the opponent, as even a slight impact felt like nothing. Yet the opponent's casual attacks could make him spit blood and break bones. After several rounds of fighting, Chen Nian's body was already on the brink of collapse, completely relying on willpower and instinct to fight. An unprecedented deadlock. The opponent's physical body, strength, and speed were all crushing him from all directions. There was no chance of winning. Thud. Chen Nian fell heavily to the ground again, his whole body in tatters. He lay there looking at the sky, bathed in the cold rain, unable to get up again. Why aren't you moving? Weren't you feeling strong just now? Misa mocked, looking at the blooded Chen Nian, as if he were watching a monkey performing at a circus. Chapter 153. Due to the death of the judge, the remaining two survivors became the final survivors. Therefore, both received a prompt. You have become the final survivor of the divine ranking battle, please choose your reward. 1. Obtain a random top 10 divine sequence. 2. Obtain a random legendary level item. Chen Nian thought for a moment and chose option 1. Not for any other reason, but because he now felt a sense of belonging to the god of slaughter. If it weren't for him casting a glance and injecting a power into his body, both he and Lu Lin would have died today. Breaking the rules, defying authority, participating in the divine ranking battle and killing the judge, thinking about it. It was truly crazy. Now Chen Nian is no longer resistant to the power of the god of slaughter, but if he dares to invade, he still has to treat him as an enemy and fight back. Let's draw. In an instant, the scene changed, and several cards floated around Chen Nian. These are all from the top 10 sequences, the unparalleled powerful divine sequences. The moment Chen Nian flipped the cards, he suddenly had a wonderful feeling in his heart. It was the feeling of suddenly pulling an SSR in a card game. The cards flipped, bursting forth with a sky-high blood light, instantly engulfing Chen Nian like a ferocious beast from the wilds. Chapter 154, There is indeed a possibility. Her ability comes from the water god Leah. But many people do not know that the water god has a dual personality. The outer personality is gentle as water, while the inner personality is cold as ice. Moreover, her ability is unstable, prone to runaway and loss of control. The Ice Age 2. 6 million years ago was the result of her ability going berserk. If the water god gave Lulin the power of her inner personality, it is very likely to affect her emotions. So that's how it is. The water god's inner personality power, which mainly involves ice, just happens to correspond with Lulin, so her emotional indifference is not innate. Indeed, the true 3-No girl only exists in the two-dimensional world. Can she recover? It's hard to say. Do you really think I'm all-knowing? Then let me ask. How should one cultivate the power of the Shura realm? Naturally, one must go to the Shura realm to cultivate the power of the Shura realm. That is the territory of the god of slaughter. What a pity. Chen Nian then said, So, Master, when can I go to the divine realm to broaden my horizons? You're in such a hurry. Let us talk about it after reaching the 5th realm. Why after the 5th realm? Little junior brother. Let me answer that question for you. I don't know when, but Junyu appeared beside Chen Nian, still squinting his eyes, looking friendly. Chapter 155, Chen Nian agreed to Qianlong's request. Hearing that the ATM binding was successful, Ningmeng happily joined the team. And the 3-person team then went down the mountain and entered the city. After wandering around, eating and drinking for half a day, they finally arrived at the meeting time. Chen Nian was also curious about who this mysterious female best friend of Qianlong really was. In the cafe, Chen Nian and Qianlong sat together. Mainly to protect her from encountering any ill-intentioned outer god cults. Why don't you let me sit here too? Ningmeng angrily questioned. Senior sister Ningmeng. You look like our daughter. You wouldn't want to be teased for bringing a daughter to meet someone, right? Grandma will knock your mother. So Ningmeng was arranged to sit elsewhere. Chen Nian went to buy 2 lattes, and just as he placed them on the table, Qianlong frowned and asked, Why did you only buy 2 cups? Why didn't you buy 1 for her? She hasn't arrived yet, right? I'll get it for her when she gets here, that way, it will give her a sense of security. Why? Think about it yourself. When meeting a stranger for the first time, you must never drink anything that hasn't been in your sight. What if she spiked it? Awareness of safety is very important. Oh, Chen Nian, you know so much. Chapter 156, Bye-bye. I had a great time today, see you next time. Su Li smiled and waved goodbye to the two, looking like an innocent and harmless sweet girl. After watching them leave, she walked home alone. The sky had grown darker, and the street lights coming on signaled the arrival of night. It was fine when Chen Nian was with her earlier, but now that there were no men around, this beautiful girl was alone, making her vulnerable to being approached. Hey, little sister, want to grab a drink at the bar? I'll treat. The blonde guy had his hands in his pockets, playing with his dyed bangs. Sure. If you're willing to get down on the ground and bark like a dog, I'll agree to you. Su Li smiled innocently. What the hell did you just say? The blonde guy's expression suddenly turned cold, dressed like a slut. And I'm treating you to a drink because I'm interested in you. Don't take it for granted. Oh, no one's getting angry, right? No way. Bitch. The blonde guy immediately lost his temper and reached out to teach this woman a lesson. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot through his fingertips. His thumb instantly disappeared, and blood spurted out, splattering his face. Su Li was surrounded by a blood-red orb of light, dazzling like the stars. Chapter 157, Chen Nian suddenly realized a lot. First, it can be confirmed that Zhu Wenwu is someone from the divine realm. He possesses the power of the Shura realm, and is a subordinate of the god of slaughter. The reason he could become the so-called mentor is also because he has the power of the Shura realm to enhance the abilities of the slaughter sequence. So what is his purpose? Chen Nian lowered his head, his brain working rapidly, constantly thinking. Until a cold killing intent penetrated deep into his mind, making his spine instantly chill. The killing intent perception took effect. It came from Zhu Wenwu. He has killing intent towards me. Wait. Zhu Wenwu is gathering a large number of slaughter sequence people. Could it be that he wants to find me and kill me to avenge Misa? There's one thing Chen Nian didn't figure out. Zhu Wenwu is a subordinate of the god of slaughter. He can't be ordered to kill me, after all. The power I used to kill Misa came from the god of slaughter, and I can provide plenty of faith. Then, another possibility arises. He isn't being sent by the god of slaughter, but by another organization, perhaps the one Misa belonged to. The situation is not looking good. Chen Nian took out his phone, wanting to notify the people from Bureau 749. The signal was cut off. Zhu Wenwu straightened his suit and tie and said, "Everyone. There was a slight unpleasant incident just now, please don't mind. Now I want to select a few good seeds from among you and use secret techniques to help you enhance your abilities." Chapter 158, Zhun Yu, if I remember correctly. It has been 10 years since we last met. 10 years and 3 months. Jiang Chen smiled. I went up, and you stayed down. Do you regret it? Why regret? People always have to see beyond the mountains, and beyond people. Only after broadening their horizons can they become stronger. With your talent, if you had gone up, your achievements wouldn't be any less than mine. Zhun Yu shook his head. I'm doing well now. With a good master and a group of lovely junior brothers and sisters, I don't feel anything wrong. Oh, what a pity. Your talent was higher than mine when we were at Gigu. Back then I couldn't even catch up to you. Now it's different. I have cultivated divine power. Congratulations. Hearing this plain congratulations, Jiang Chen frowned. He specifically came to find Zhun Yu, with a certain degree of boasting and pride, after all. He is now a high-ranking figure in the ring of myriad forms. As the only 2 disciples of the Gigu school, they inevitably faced comparisons. Zhun Yu surpasses Jiang Chen in both talent and character. The latter knows that normal cultivation cannot surpass him, which is why he joined the divine realm. Now he is back, in a superior position. But unexpectedly, Zhun Yu only congratulated him, with no jealousy at all. Chapter 159, This guy has gone mad. Hearing Chen Nian's astonishing words, the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their hearts instantly chilled. Seeking death. It's over, completely over. The 749 investigators did not expect Chen Nian to be so reckless. Is he really prepared to fight in a place like this? The casualties that would result are likely unimaginable. Zhu Wenwu smiled. He didn't expect there to be such a madman. So you killed Misa. And it turns out it was really found out. Wait, you don't have the power of the Asura realm on you. Zhu Wenwu could see at a glance that Chen Nian was just an ordinary person from the lower realm. He had initially thought to be cautious. But now it seemed unnecessary. Killing him would be an achievement for himself, and Lord Jiang Chen would surely appreciate his ability to handle matters. Dead Iron Prison, gather. In an instant, the cage sealing the auditorium rapidly shrank, and the thorny prison finally trapped both Chen Nian and Zhu Wenwu inside. It was like a closed arena. Chen Nian smiled. Now, he didn't have to worry about accidentally injuring others. There were no more concerns. Zhu Wenwu sneered, the rest can roll. I will only kill you. But I won't do it too quickly. Next, you can experience what despair truly means. Chapter 160, As Chen Nian's incantation fell. Countless blood-red malevolent energies surged from beneath his feet. Zhu Wenwu was shaken back several steps, his pupils filled with horror. The power of the Asura realm, a massive Asura phantom appeared behind Chen Nian. Limited by his lack of divine power, there was not as magnificent as that day. But it still exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Dressed in dark iron heavy armor, wielding a blood-red sword, and with a scarlet cloak billowing behind him. His gaze was indifferent and cold-blooded, disregarding countless living beings. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wenwu couldn't help but want to bow down and worship. His trembling legs almost buckled. His pale face filled with reverence and fear, for before him was the god of slaughter, his old employer before joining the Wanshang Ring. The Asura, who had slaughtered billions of lives. Now Zhu Wenwu finally understood how Chen Nian had killed Misa. It turned out he had gained the favor of the god of slaughter, he was a chosen one. Such people often had extraordinary talents and limitless potential. Capable of providing extremely strong faith. Zhu Wenwu had practiced in the Asura realm for several years before joining the Wanshang Ring. Yet he had never even seen the god of slaughter, because he was unworthy. Chapter 161, Cleaning House. Zhan Yu spoke very calmly. But there was a murderous intent hidden within his words. Jiang Chen knew he wasn't joking. That polite, book-loving senior brother also had a day when he wanted to kill. And the one he wanted to kill was his own junior brother from the same sect. Zhan Yu, right now I really can't beat you. I don't know how to fight. Jiang Chen instinctively clenched his fists. This person always spoke so calmly, like a modest gentleman, neither angry nor sad. It made people extremely furious. I am in the divine realm, and you are down below. Given time, I will eventually become stronger than you. Zhan Yu shook his head. No matter when, if you want to kill the junior brother, I will stand in front of him. Fine, I won't kill him. But just because I won't kill him doesn't mean others won't. Jiang Chen sneered. The others from the Wanshang Ring have already gone to find him. Your junior brother can't escape. Killing someone from the divine realm, he will definitely pay a price. Zhan Yu said lightly, no worries. I have already sent my junior brothers and sisters to help. You? Jiang Chen suddenly lost his voice. When did this happen? He was extremely shocked in his heart. When he had just fought him, he had actually gone back once. Just how fast was this person? Chapter 162, Kill on the Spot. A few messengers from the Wanshang Ring were stunned. It was just killing a person. Why was there such a big commotion? Are you crazy? We are from the divine realm. What are you babbling about? Just kill them. In the end, the three were beaten to death in a rather tragic manner. On the other side, Jiang Chen also sensed that the others had died. His expression became extremely ugly. After all, he was the highest-ranking leader among this group. Now that the others were dead, it would be difficult for him to explain when he returned. Zhan Yu. This time you won. For me, there is no concept of winning or losing. I just do what I need to do. Killing people from the Wanshang Ring. Aren't you afraid that someone stronger will be sent from above to deal with you? If I can't handle it, my master will step in. Jiang Chen's expression froze. Even Li Bai was somewhat wary of the three strongest figures at the top of the Wanshang Ring. Forget it. I won't let them send anyone else down to kill him when I go back. But if he comes to the divine realm himself, the Wanshang Ring will definitely hunt him down. You should be clear about that. Zhan Yu smiled and shook his head. When the junior brother goes to the divine realm, he will have his own means of self-protection. With his talent, he doesn't need to stay forever under our protection. Chapter 163, Divine Realm, Asura Realm. A man walked into the temple, his dark red and charred armor tightly wrapped around his towering 7-foot frame. His name was Su Tu. He was the leader of the three generals under the god of slaughter. He also had a well-known nickname, the Blood King. Chen Nian's sequence ability, Blood King, was named after him. Arriving before the throne of the god of slaughter, Su Tu first clasped his fists in greeting before speaking, My lord. I would like to send a clone down to the lower realm to take a look. He found it a bit difficult to speak. After all, he was too powerful. Even sending down a clone would consume a considerable amount of faith. And faith was very precious, right now. The gods were competing to see who could collect enough faith first to successfully descend to the lower realm. On the blood jade skeleton throne, the god of slaughter asked lightly, "To visit your daughter?" "Yes, I haven't been back for almost a year." Su Chu had a wife and 2 beautiful daughters in the lower realm. He was a father. However, he later chose to enter the divine realm. But his wife was unwilling to follow, so they had to part ways, with his wife raising their daughters alone below, and he could only return occasionally. But go ahead. Thank you, my lord. Although Su Chu was a fearsome general in the Asura realm, he was truly a daughter slave. Chapter 164, Come, eat. Su Li finished serving Chen Nian food and then rested her chin in her hands, smiling as she asked, "By the way, who do you think is prettier? Me or my sister? Don't ask such harmony-destroying questions, okay? It's better for us as a family to live well than anything else. Each has its own merits. Can't be compared. Phut. You really know how to keep things balanced. I heard that scumbags do this." Su Miaoyin frowned. "Chen Nian. You don't need to pay attention to her nonsense, she's always been so unreasonable." "Sure, here is the translation of the provided content, okay, you get used to it. I heard that I was inviting Chen Nian to my house, and he ran all the way back from Tianyin Palace. Usually, wouldn't he be willing to come back to visit his lonely sister?" Su Miaoyin remained silent, only focusing on eating. "Brother, the password for the door is 122,334. You are welcome to come and play anytime. Anyway, I'm usually home alone, so it's quite boring." Su Miaoyin put down her chopsticks. "How can you just tell him the password to the door? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "Sister. You don't come back usually, are you afraid of us being alone together?" "Of course not. You? Forget it." Chen Nian hurriedly changed the topic. "Are your parents usually not at home?" Chapter 165, however, Su Chu indeed did not plan to kill Chen Nian. It's not his style to repay kindness with enmity. He was just upset to see him hiding in his precious daughter's room. "I haven't enjoyed my little cotton-padded jacket enough. And you come here to let the wind in." Now that he knows Chen Nian is favored by the god of slaughter, it's even more impossible to make a move. "After all, this concerns matters of faith, uncle. Who are you?" "Su Chu, under the god of slaughter in the Shura realm, known as the Blood King." "What?" Chen Nian almost blurted out father-in-law. Many ability names in the slaughter sequence are named after relevant characters. For example, the Shura descent spell corresponds to the god of slaughter. The Blood King corresponds to this uncle in front of him, so my ability comes from you, uncle. We really have a connection. What a connection. Is that your reason for hiding in my daughter's wardrobe? I really shouldn't have. I need to learn a lesson. Next time I'll hide behind the air conditioning unit. Chen Nian chuckled. "Uncle, your coming to the lower realm consumed the faith power I provided, otherwise you wouldn't even be able to visit your daughter, right?" "Damn, that's really true." Su Chu had no way to refute this. He glared at Chen Nian fiercely before he sighed. Chapter 166, Chen Nian returned to the familiar wardrobe. Su Miaoyin couldn't help but giggle, covering her face slightly as she laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Nian asked. "I didn't expect the renowned young genius to have such a messy time. How should I put it? It's both funny and endearing. Unlike her cunning younger sister, Su Miaoyin spoke sincerely, and almost no one would think she was lying. Laughing at what? Your nose is as sensitive as a dog's. Do you have any spells to conceal your aura? If I get found out, wouldn't your reputation as Miaoyin fairy be ruined?" "Ah?" Su Miaoyin's smile abruptly stopped, and her face instantly paled. "There's no spell to conceal my aura. But I do have a spell that allows my body to emit a fragrance, simulating various natural floral scents." Chen Nian suddenly understood. "Oh. I thought you girls from Tianyin Palace had natural body scents. Turns out you have this kind of spell. Is this really the time to be concerned about that?" Su Miaoyin stomped her foot and simply hid in the wardrobe too. I'll use floral scents to cover your smell. That's the only way. Chen Nian didn't expect that he would also be in the same wardrobe as Miaoyin Fairy. Chapter 167, Meeting Point. Chen Nian had already arrived. Of course, he used a disguise artifact, and the several colleagues from 749 around him did not know his identity. Why haven't the people from Taoshan arrived? Do they have to be punctual? I don't know, but the higher-ups seem to want to cultivate the cooperation awareness between 749 and various major sects. Chen Nian actually knew why. Because when the people from the divine realm invade, everyone must unite. No side can act independently. Look, they are here. About 7 or 8 people, all dressed in training gear. Were all sword cultivators and spiritual energy users from Taoshan. Chen Nian scanned the crowd and immediately locked onto one person, thin arms and legs, a small face, fair-skinned, delicate features. A pretty boy. She was originally a disciple of Taoshan. Seems like she got addicted to dressing as a man. The two sides were greeting each other. And Chen Nian walked up to the pretty boy and grinned. We meet again, pretty boy, the only one who would call himself that is you, Chen Nian, you are Chen. Sure. Don't expose it, still hiding your identity, what a bad taste. Ha ha. As if you aren't hiding. Chapter 168, Wiping out this group of remnants from the demon sect is also a great achievement. Go. Zhong Heng was the strongest. Only he could match up against the blood shadow old man, so the two naturally faced off. As for the others, they were in a chaotic battle with other disciples of the demon sect. These evil cultivators used very insidious methods. Everyone be careful. I was just grazed and got poisoned. That lecherous monk aimed all his attacks at people's chests. Can't a few men help out? Everyone was being tormented by various evil methods. At such a critical moment, Chen Nian naturally didn't slack off and quickly killed several evil cultivators of the same realm. That kid is ruthless. Kill him first. A number of demon cultivators coordinated their attacks and all aimed at Chen Nian, trying to take him out first. Buddha Locking Pearl. Heavenly Poison Reincarnation Fist. Seeing Chen Nian being besieged, the first to rush to support him was Yi Bailing. Though she usually acted tough, she had a heart of gold and truly cared for Chen Nian. Yi Bailing's sword was completely different from the other disciples of Taoshan. The others were all disciples of the Sword Saint sect, while she was the daughter of the Sword Immortal. Chapter 169, Now is not the time for pretentiousness. Chen Nian said confidently, I am not being pretentious. What you're doing is not pretentious. You need to suppress your desire, and I need to suppress mine too. And it's harder for me, okay. How are you doing? I've temporarily suppressed it. I need some time to adjust and recover. Yi Bailing sat down on the ground, starting to use the power left by her mother to suppress the evil force. Okay, I'll protect you. After Chen Nian settled down, he returned to the perspective of the blood shadow clone. Fortunately, the battle was too chaotic, and almost no one noticed him. Otherwise, someone might complain, dude. The team battle is so intense, why are you still slacking off? However, the evil cultivators Chen Nian killed were basically the most. So taking a break for a while didn't affect his kill count. Captain, are you okay? That blood shadow old man and I were both severely injured. They retreated back to their sect, and we should also withdraw. Everyone, retreat. Everyone began to fall back. Seeing Chen Nian standing still, someone reminded him, hurry up and go, brother. If the demon sect catches their breath, they'll probably chase us down. We're just leaving like this. The demon sect suffered heavy losses, and we're not unscathed either. Let us call for reinforcements and come back to wipe them out completely. Hurry up, don't get left behind. Chapter 170, The Heir of the Martial Saint. Just these 4 words were enough to scare a group of remnants from the demon sect into submission. A group of people retreated a few steps. Could it be that he dares to stand here alone because the Martial Saint is nearby? Otherwise, how could the Martial Saint's disciple possibly come here to seek death alone? Chen Nian smiled. Don't worry, my master isn't here, and it seems I don't need him to deal with you. Originally, he couldn't defeat the Bloodyin old man of the 6 realms, but this guy was first injured and then seriously hurt by his own blood, basically rendered useless. The rest are all below the 5 realms. For Chen Nian, overcoming a major realm is as simple as eating and drinking. Just a martial saint's disciple scared you all like this. Do you want to know another identity of mine that you don't know? Chen Nian asked with a smile. What? A group of remnants from the demon sect live in seclusion, and their information is quite outdated. However, that demoness often takes outsiders as male servants. So she can learn quite a bit about the outside world. You are Chen Nian, the martial saint's disciple, the 749 blood-handed butcher. The number 1 genius of the younger generation, a disciple of the star-picking tower. Chapter 171, he is still alive. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the demon sect members were all so scared they couldn't close their mouths. No, it's impossible. Surviving at the center of a self-destructing formation. How could this happen at his level? Indeed, disciples of the star-picking tower are all monsters. The 749 and the others from Peach Mountain were also dumbfounded. Their hearts shaken by waves of shock. That brother, is he okay? With an explosion of this magnitude, even if I were inside, I would probably have a slim chance of survival. How could he possibly survive? The captain Zhong Heng murmured. He dared to stay behind. Perhaps not out of any great righteousness, but because he has this strength. Who exactly is he? Just at the critical moment, Chen Nian embraced Yi Balin. First wrapping his entire body in a blood barrier, then activating the Asura descent spell. This was how he resisted the terrifying explosion. He was furious. When a martial artist is enraged, blood splatters 5 steps. When an Asura is enraged, 100,000 corpses lie down. Because of the existence of murderous intent, he immediately locked onto the positions of the demon sect remnants. The Asura manifestation raised its great sword, condensing billions of blood lights on the sword, and in an instant, a strand of blood energy pierced through the clouds, penetrating the sky. Chapter 172, Ha ha ha, I did it, I did it. That day, the star-picking tower erupted with a burst of wild laughter, startling everyone who was resting and training. What's wrong with senior brother Xiao? Has he gone mad? When has he ever been normal? Brothers and sisters, my newly researched technique has finally succeeded, come and see. Everyone looked. Xiao Chang's body suddenly shrank a size, becoming a younger version of himself, instantly looking 20 years younger. Wait, what is this? From now on, I am just a 15-year-old boy. If I show up in this form and crush all the geniuses, how exhilarating would that be? So you made yourself smaller just to show off. Crazy. Definitely crazy. Ignoring you is my problem. Everyone dispersed. Xiao Chang'e sneered, you bunch of people without taste, fine. I will go attend the grand event in Kyoto, and let the world see. As for Chen Nian, he had already set off for Kyoto. Kyoto, the capital of the Great Xia, the headquarters of the 749, a place where fish and dragons mingle. Anyone or any sect that can establish a foothold in Kyoto is not an ordinary character. Chapter 173, Yi Balin, I didn't. Mom, child. Believe the experience of those who have been there, you are in love. Yi Balin, I am not. Mom, where are you? Yi Balin, Kyoto. Mom, with Chen Nian. Yi Balin. Mom, sleeping in the same room as him. Yi Balin. Mom, young people really know how to have fun. At night, Chen Nian and Yi Balin returned to the hotel. They shared a bed, but did not share pillows. Both had gotten used to it and felt nothing inappropriate. A night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the outside was bustling with activity, and the streets were crowded with people. The Kyoto Martial Arts Conference is about to begin. Chen Nian, hurry up and go out. If you are late, you can only watch from the sidelines. You just spent half an hour in the bathroom getting ready, and now you want to rush me. Hey, what's wrong with a girl taking a little more time? This sentence was swallowed down. My fault, my fault. Just hurry up. The two hurried out, randomly bought a few buns at a breakfast shop downstairs, and rushed to the Kyoto Grand Square. At the Kyoto Grand Square, at a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Great Shia spiritual practitioners, Sakura country spiritual practitioners, Bald Eagle spiritual practitioners, all gathered here for the grand event. Chapter 174. The fourth floor is only one level higher than the third. But it is a world of difference. Because, on the fourth floor, one can stand on the heads of those on the third floor. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel that his previous invitation was somewhat foolish. The Sword Saint and the Star-Picking Tower have a grudge. So how come his daughter is so familiar with the Star-Picking Tower? Lu Xiao found Xiaoyaozi and took out a jar of wine. Senior, this is the wine my master sent from the southern wilderness for you. I almost forgot to give it to you. By the way, can we go up to the fourth floor from the Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion? He. Xiaoyaozi smiled. The Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion is not yet on equal footing with the Star-Picking Tower. Let's not have such thoughts of comparison. Lu Xiao left in embarrassment with a dark face. Fourth floor. Yi Bailan was extremely nervous. This is Mr. Li from the Star-Picking Tower. He will definitely see through my identity. What if he reveals it? Master, are you here to watch the excitement too? By the way, this is my friend Xiao Bai. It should be fine to bring him up, right? No problem. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yi Bailan stammered her thanks. After sitting for a while, the martial arts conference finally officially began. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the official representatives of Great Shia, as the hosts, took the stage to speak. Chapter 175. Li Bai thanked Chen Nian. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he told Zilianshi about the truth regarding the gods. Are you saying that everyone receives an invitation from the divine realm after breaking through the 5 realms, and if they refuse, their related memories will be erased? That's right. But you don't have to worry. If the gods really come, I will stand in front of you, in front of the world. Li Bai smiled openly. This is the responsibility of the Star-Picking Tower. Fool, I'm not the weak woman you once knew. I can face it with you, right? Protecting the world is not just your responsibility, it's everyone's responsibility. Haha, what a responsibility for the world. Shall we toast? After finishing his drink, Zilingshi left the Drunken Dream building, while Li Bai, carried away by the alcohol, suddenly shouted, Xiaoyaozi, I want to take your red dust drunken sword. Are you out of your mind? I am taking it for my disciple. Your disciple uses a sword. He gives it away, to the daughter of your disciple Yi Xiao. Interesting. Then you should lower your realm, otherwise I won't do it. Come on. Li Bai lowered himself to the divine travel realm, and started fighting with this former grandmaster of the sword path in the tavern. He flicked away a cup of wine, using his fingers to manipulate the liquor into sword energy, creating moves that left the onlookers in awe. Chapter 176. Lu Xiao confesses to Yi Bailing, instantly causing a stir in the crowd. Wait, who is this girl that can make the famous Lu Xiao publicly express his feelings? Her surname is Yi. And with such exquisite swordsmanship, could she be the daughter of the Sword Saint Yi Xiao? The moment Yi Bailing's identity was revealed, the crowd's gasps surged like a tide. No wonder her sword is so beautiful. It turns out she learned from the legendary sword fairy. These two can be considered a perfect match. One a genius from the Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion, the other the daughter of the Peach Mountain Sword Saint. Indeed. And she even came out wanting to give the Wind and Moon Sword. If I remember correctly, the Wind and Moon Sword is ranked 12th on the sword spectrum, right? That's right, any sword that makes it onto the sword spectrum is extraordinary, and Lu Xiao has really invested in this. Together. The audience, who loved to watch the excitement, began to cheer wildly. raising their hands. In their eyes, this is definitely a beautiful match. A perfect pairing that will become a tale for the ages. Lu Xiao himself was very confident. This confession was 100% secure. Giving a sword not only resolved her urgent need, but it was also such a high-quality sword. Chapter 177, she accepted the sword. Now I feel like this pair seems even more delightful. A genius from the Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion can't possibly compare to the disciples of the Star-Picking Tower. Every single person from the Star-Picking Tower is at the peak of genius. Comparing people can be infuriating, it really is a loss. Lu Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. His nails almost embedding into the flesh of his palms. He never expected it to end this way. Chen Nian's realm is not as high as mine. And he knows nothing about swordsmanship. If we were in the same era, I would crush you with absolute strength. The others from the Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion were also furious, feeling a tightness in their chests. This international competition was supposed to be a great opportunity. But it unexpectedly became famous for being a laughingstock. Perhaps in the future, everyone will recount today as a joke. Yet, they dared not show any anger, and could only swallow their pride. Because the one taking the sword was Li Bai. Beside Chen Nian, several people's feelings varied. In this situation, Su Miaoyin felt a bit jealous. After all, Chen Nian had had ambiguous interactions with her last time. Yet today he was publicly giving a sword to another girl. But I have no relationship with him, so why think too much? Chapter 178, Lu Xiao was forced to unleash his fifth realm power, although he perfectly received Chen Nian's inch force. He was met with a chorus of boos from the audience. He was forced to unleash his power. Then Lu Xiao is basically admitting defeat, how boring. I thought there would be an earth-shattering battle. I'm not saying, how did Lu Xiao dare to challenge Chen Nian knowing he was invincible in the same realm? Indeed. From the very beginning, there was no suspense in this match. Yu Nengzhou laughed and said, "What did I say, that guy is too bold." Probably got so angry he lost his mind, wanting to challenge Chen Nian in the same realm. Jiang Nan sighed, even among geniuses, there are differences. The expressions of the people from the Wind and Moon Sword Pavilion were extremely grim. Their few talented individuals in the pavilion were defeated just like that. Moreover, they were first rejected, then defeated, losing completely, and now they've truly become a laughingstock. Well done. Yi Bailing couldn't help but cheer. As she had found Lu Xiao displeasing from the start. He came up, rambling on and on, thinking all women in the world would like him. Even the Sword Saint couple couldn't help but admire him at this moment. The Sword Fairy smiled and said, "I find Chen Nian much more pleasing than that Lu Xiao. I have no objections to my daughter dating him." Chapter 179, for Chen Nian, there was no change in his mindset. Because he already knew Yi Bailing's identity as a girl, he felt completely at ease and directly lay down on the bed. Just as he got on the bed, he was kicked out. "You reek of alcohol, it's disgusting. Can you go take a shower?" Yi Bailing pinched her nose, looking disdainful. "Sorry." Chen Nian had to go wash up in the bathroom. As mentioned earlier, the bathroom was almost translucent. Yi Bailing lay on the bed, glancing over a few times. Her face suddenly flushing with heartbeat. Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go shower. Covering her hot face with the pillow for a moment, she gradually calmed down. Soon, Chen Nian returned to the bed. The night was quiet. The lights of Kyoto's night mixed with the moonlight shining on the floor. And the wind lifted a corner of the curtains, dancing in the light. Yi Bailing leaned against Chen Nian, occasionally stealing glances back. Wait. Isn't this guy going to say anything? You're sleeping in the same bed with a girl, don't you have any thoughts? You're too skilled at this, right? Hey. What's up? Chen Nian asked. Don't you have anything to say? Oh right, I didn't expect you to be a girl. I really got tricked badly. No wonder you kissed me and ended up at a disadvantage. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you earlier. Chapter 180. Have you ever experienced failure? The appearance of Xiao Chang'e immediately drew a wave of boos. Who is this kid? Not even fully grown, why is he talking so arrogantly? Whose kid is this? Hurry up and take him home to watch Ultraman. Xiao Chang'e shook his head. You don't understand what an extraordinary genius is. Although I'm only 10 years old, I have more than enough power to defeat you. This kid looks somewhat familiar. Yeah, I think so too, he resembles that Xiao Chang'e from the star-picking tower. That's right, that's him. I have a deep impression of that person. Hearing this, Xiao Chang'e confidently retorted, nonsense, although that Xiao Chang'e is exceptionally gifted, stunningly talented, and has an extraordinary temperament, I do not know him. The crowd, in the distance, in the tavern, Li Bai was holding his forehead. Is this kid here to embarrass the star-picking tower? With such top-notch skills and talent, he is wasting it on researching this shrinking technique, just to show off on stage. What a bizarre character. Li Bai reached out, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted from his palm. Xiao Chang'e, who was preparing to show off on stage, was suddenly sent flying backwards, and he immediately became furious. Chapter 181. Apart from the thousands of spectators on site, and countless viewers from various countries in the live broadcast room, the high-ranking officials of the Great Shia in Kyoto were also paying close attention to this battle. This fight was of great significance. If they won, Great Shia would dominate the spiritual practitioners of various countries for 2 consecutive days, and the national prestige would soar. If they lost, being mocked by the Sakura country on their home turf would not be a glorious affair. In the office, a group of formally dressed executives were glued to the live broadcast, their fists subconsciously clenched in front of them, silence so palpable that a pin drop could be heard. Of course, the officials from the 749 Bureau were also highly focused on this battle. Everyone, don't be nervous, Chen Nian never drops the ball at critical moments. Director Li, aren't you the one most nervous? That thermos cup is shaking so much that tea is spilling out. Start. With the referee's whistle, Qingqian Liangtai's hand was already on the knife handle. His Wind God sequence combined with the quick draw technique made speed his greatest asset. Previously, during the battle with Yunongzhou, he took the initiative, completely suppressing Yunongzhou with a lightning-fast draw before he could even respond. He planned to use the same tactic against Chen Nian. Quick draw technique. Vacuum unlimited kill realm. Chapter 182. The Kyoto Martial Arts Conference thus came to a close. Chen Nian and Yi Bailing bid farewell, as neither of them was in a mood for romance at the moment. Chen Nian had to remain vigilant against threats from the divine realm, while the latter aspired to become the world's #1 swordsman. At the same time, Chen Nian received a message from Qianlong. Chen Nian, when are you coming back to the star-picking tower? I've recently learned a few good dishes, and want to cook for you. A smile. Damn. This message feels eerily unsettling. Chen Nian, I'm busy with affairs lately and want to be back for now. Please send my regards to the senior brothers and sisters. Qianlong, so busy. But I haven't seen you in a long time, want you come back and see me. Chen Nian, I promise I will next time. After leaving Kyoto, Chen Nian didn't return to the 749 Bureau, but instead went to the 100 Refinements sect to join Master Chu Wuwang. He had basically mastered the second style of inch force, and it was time to learn some new techniques. After training with Chu Wuwang for several days, Chen Nian initially grasped a new martial skill, 8 Desolations Shock Abyss. This move was also very domineering, stepping down from above. But it could shock the 8 Desolations and shatter the deep abyss. A single stomp could create an earthquake in a given area. This was the kind of dominance a martial saint should possess. Chapter 183. Don't crash, Qianlong. I'll take you out to play, okay? The streets are bustling today. Let us go eat something delicious. Chen Nian raised both hands in surrender. HMPH, do you think I'm that easy to coax? Let us first go to the snack street to eat your favorite octopus balls. And then we'll go eat hot pot and order 10 servings of your favorite shrimp paste, okay? Alright, but we'll settle the score after we eat. Qianlong took Su Li's hand. Let us go out together to eat something delicious, he. You forgave him just like that. Su Li was surprised and covered her mouth. If it were me, I'd have to throw a tantrum for a few more days for him to coax me. Qianlong tilted her head and thought for a moment. He is usually very busy, we don't have much time together, so it's better to be happy. All right. You're lucky to have met little Qian, that is a blessing for 8 generations. Su Li instinctively thought of her father, Su Tu, who also returned very briefly each time, and she would often sulk and ignore him. Qianlong made sense, they didn't have much time together. And perhaps next time they met, she could give her dad a good hug. By the way, little Su, what is the magic of black stockings? Why do men like them so much? Chapter 184, The Outer God Sect. The most evil organization. The members of the organization would stop at nothing to become puppets for the power of the evil god, and the evil god also used them to corrupt this world. The fanatics of the fire cult that Chen Nian had previously encountered were already quite insane. They forcibly increased their followers through fire, putting Chen Nian in danger several times. And this time, the crimson corruption was even more terrifying. It could spread rapidly through the air, infecting all living beings in the area with its aura, ultimately causing their bodies to rot and turn into flesh mud, finally blooming into a crimson flower. Its lethality and transmissibility were extremely strong, comparable to a biological virus. Those who were watching inhaled the aura of the crimson corruption, and their bodies began to react. Skin rotting, physical mutations, crimson flower branches growing from their bodies. The hundreds of people closest in the first-floor hall had all simultaneously mutated, as ordinary people. They had almost no resistance, and were about to turn into flesh mud for the crimson flower to grow. My hand. What is happening? My skin is rotting. No. Ah. Hurry and escape. The others realized too late and desperately tried to flee, causing a stampede in the lively indoor plaza. Chapter 185, The Dragon Palace Ruins. This was the place where the two first met. Passing through the water curtain, they entered a jade-white palace filled with light and shadow. In a sense, this was Qianlong's old home, the place where she awakened from her slumber. During their first meeting, Chen Nian was infected by the evil god's cultists, and Qianlong suppressed it for him. Thus, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Qianlong knelt on the ground, and in front of her was a silver-white stone wall painted with a huge dragon totem. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in earnest. Qianlong was already a mature dragon. She had just protected many people, hoping that her ancestors would bless her. After praying with her eyes closed for a moment, suddenly, the totem on the stone wall lit up. Countless white light points emerged, condensing in midair into the shadow of a domineering giant dragon. The kinship from her bloodline told Qianlong that this shadow was the remnant soul of her father, the dragon god. My daughter, Qianlong Dad. I left a trace of remnant soul so that I could meet you in the future. As long as I see you safe, my heart will be at peace. Look at me, how am I safe? I'm all injured like this. Qianlong huffed. Next, I will pass the power of the remnant soul to you. By the way, who is this human beside you? Why does he have the power of a dragon within him? Chapter 186, New Mission. Chen Nian suddenly became spirited. It's not easy. If he wanted to quickly elevate his realm, he still needed to train in the reverse world, and this came just in time. Accept. Mission accepted. Transporting to the reverse world. Soon, the world turned pure white, and when his vision cleared again, he had already left the real world. Under the grey sky was a range of towering mountains. The mountains were unclear, the waters were not green, the clouds obscured the sun, and the vegetation seemed to be covered with a grey filter. He was standing on a patch of grass overgrown with weeds. Mission content: collect, battle, evacuate. You will form a 3-person team with 2 other teammates to defeat monsters in this vast area, collect materials and items, and finally evacuate at the evacuation point. After successfully evacuating, all obtained items will belong to you. As for the so-called rules, Chen Nian didn't care about them anymore. The reverse world is a chessboard, and all the rules are set by the people of the divine realm. It is not irresistible, as long as one has the ability. They can even slay the people of the divine realm. In short, the reverse world is a game organized by the people of the divine realm. And only those who continuously win in this game are qualified to receive the gifts of the gods. Come on, let's first see who my other 2 teammates are. Chapter 187, Chen Nian stepped forward and raised his palm. In an instant, a powerful suction erupted from his palm, drawing all the blood from the monster's body. The torrent of blood was refined in mid-air, and eventually transformed into a wisp of red light that shot into Chen Nian's chest. Shura Realm Divine Power, 20 points. Chen Nian felt the power within his body and estimated that reaching the upper limit of 100 points would be just enough to activate the Shura Descent spell. Perfect. To prevent the Shura Realm Divine Power from overflowing, he could also condense the excess divine power into divine blood for storage. God of Slaughter. You did well this time. I, Lord Chen Nian, am very satisfied. You can consider continuing to provide some faith in the future. After the monster's body turned into black mist and completely disappeared, a black crystal emerged. It seems this is the material obtained from killing the monster. Energy crystal. Normal can fill 2 spirit apertures immediately after absorbing energy. This means that after absorption, it can enhance the realm. Filling 100 spirit apertures signifies reaching the peak of the realm, which is not bad. However, this item is currently in a non-usable state. All obtained items can only be used after successfully retreating. Chen Nian looked at Su Li and said, after we successfully retreat, let's split all the spoils evenly. What do you think? Chapter 188, The Shura Realm Divine Power is full, which means Chen Nian can unleash his ultimate move. But to be cautious, he decided not to use it unless absolutely necessary, because this would expose his Shura Realm Divine Power. Last time, he was targeted and hunted down by the people of the Myriad Forms Ring, because he revealed his power in front of the judge. In the reverse world mission, there must be a judge from the divine realm present. Perhaps he is somewhere enjoying this game. After searching for most of the day and exterminating monsters, Chen Nian had collected nearly 10 energy crystals of different qualities, and his blood strength had significantly improved. Let's find a place to rest and recover some spiritual power. Chen Nian and Su Li found a secluded cave to rest. The former was sitting on the ground adjusting his breath, when he suddenly noticed Su Li leaning against his shoulder. Brother, will Xiao Qian be angry if I lean on you like this? Don't worry, she won't even be angry if I touch your leg. Phut. If you want to touch it, just say so, no need for all the roundabout. Did I say I wanted to? Got it, not taking the initiative is not rejecting. It's me putting my leg in your hand, right, brother? You understood it perfectly. Chapter 189, Damn. That bastard stole our spoils. A group of people lay on the ground, suppressed by the power of the divine talisman. They couldn't get up for a short time, and could only watch helplessly as Chen Nian took the items. Chen Nian arrived quickly and left just as fast, flying out on his sword in the blink of an eye. Chase. If we don't kill him, I swear I won't rest. Let's pause for now. Let's deal with this thief first. 2 powerful individuals were the first to recover, and immediately urged their flying artifacts to closely pursue behind. They had worked hard for half a day, only to have their fruits picked by someone else. Anyone would be furious. Now they were completely enraged, even going so far as to say they were mad. Chen Nian landed urgently on the ground and found Su Li hiding. Take this. He handed all the energy crystals and the red dragon blood crystal to Su Li. I am going to draw them away. Find a chance to take the items and retreat without waiting for me. But Su Li didn't have time to speak. And Chen Nian had already soared into the air again, flying towards the distant sky. Behind him, several streaks of light followed closely. Those were the pursuers. That bastard is up ahead, chase. Soon, everyone went after Chen Nian, and this area immediately fell silent. Chapter 190. Su Li was surrounded by a blood-red aura. Her red eyes enchanting and beautiful. The wounds on her body were recovering at an astonishing speed. Blood-colored symbols spread across her skin. The snake-like crimson patterns crawling up her neck and even onto her face, transforming the sweet young girl into a demon returned from the abyss. The unparalleled killing intent radiating from her maid Aota Ryota continuously retreat. He could not comprehend this power, because it had exceeded the level he recognized. Had enough. Now it's my turn. Su Li instantly vanished from her spot and appeared in front of Ryota in the blink of an eye. The scenes for both parties had switched. Fast, too fast. Even Aota Ryota, who controlled wind powers, couldn't see the trajectory of her movements. He instinctively wanted to draw his sword. But as soon as his hand pressed on the hilt, a blood-red light flashed by. Crack! His wrist suddenly snapped, and half of his right hand flew away. The splattered blood landed on Su Li's lips. She raised her hand, grabbed Aota Ryota's head, and slammed it face first into the ground with a loud bang. Then, in the most brutal way, she dragged him across the ground for over 1,000 meters, crushing countless wild grasses and stones along the way, leaving a kilometer-long ravine in the earth. Chapter 191. Just as the battle was about to erupt, suddenly, a deafening thunder roared in the pitch-black sky. The thunder exploded, and a blinding white light flashed. Boom! Not far away, a mountain peak was blasted into powder by the thunder. It's heavenly thunder! Someone exclaimed in horror. We've delayed too long. Heavenly thunder will keep descending, indiscriminately attacking all those who haven't retreated. Watching the rolling thunder in the sky becoming increasingly fierce, several people turned pale and trembled. In the clouds thousands of meters high, Jerick stood in the void, forming a spell in his hand. He was releasing the heavenly thunder spell to summon the thunder. If he couldn't even withstand this thunder, then erasing her should be no problem. Especially since she had exhausted her strength, she probably couldn't cause any waves now. Jerick was a very cautious person, even if he couldn't strike her dead. He would be absolutely safe. No one could discover his position. Quick, work together to resist the heavenly thunder. The four were already frightened out of their wits. Having never seen such a grand scene, they thought it was a great terror, even the power of rules, and hurriedly worked together to erect a defensive barrier to resist. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, rippling across the barrier. Chapter 192. He can even break the rules of the reverse world. The few people looked at Chen Nian with trembling eyes, their bodies stiff, and there was not a trace of color on their faces. To challenge the heavens with mortal power. If you have such terrifying power, why not kill us sooner? Why play cat and mouse with us? After Chen Nian used the 9 tribulations and 1,000 prisons slash, he had almost exhausted the previously stored Asura realm divine power, and at this moment, his Dharma form disappeared. And he returned to his original state. The heavenly thunder stopped, and it seemed that the judge did not intend to show up. Perhaps he was afraid of unexpected events. He appeared to be a cautious person. Chen Nian then shifted his gaze to the few people, and although he had exhausted his divine power, those few had also depleted their spiritual power to resist the heavenly thunder, posing no threat to him. In his eyes, these people were merely walking 40 points of Asura realm divine power. Moments later, they were all eliminated. Asura realm divine power 40 now, all the teams had been annihilated, leaving only Su Li and Chen Nian. It's all right now, let's go. Brother, you're really handsome, just like a prince in a fairy tale. Don't be too happy. Things may not be over yet. After we go back, you can stay at my house for a while. Chapter 193. Divine Realm, Asura Realm. Su Tu was urgently summoned and hurried to the temple. Kneeling on one knee before the god of slaughter on the throne, he said, "My lord, what orders do you have for your subordinate?" The god of slaughter said in a deep voice, "Just now, a spy I placed in the Wanshang ring reported that a girl with Asura realm divine power was found in the lower realm, and that I was about to send someone to eliminate her." Su Tu suddenly stiffened. "If I remember correctly, that's your daughter. To prevent the Asura realm divine power in her body from being exposed, I specifically set a blood curse seal. It shouldn't be able to be broken unless in a life-threatening situation. Did she break it?" Su Tu hurriedly stood up, but was stopped by the god of slaughter. "Wait. What do you want to do?" "I want to confirm my daughter's safety. You must know that what you are doing is a great sin in the divine realm. The divine realm cannot tolerate any threats to its rule. If you openly resist the enforcement of the Wanshang ring, what will the consequences be? It will drag the entire Asura realm into the water." Facing the joint targeting of the gods, Su Tu suddenly became aware and showed shame. This matter must not involve the Asura realm. Chapter 194. Chen Nian even suspected that Su Li might be the reincarnation of the fox spirit Daji. In short, it's a joke. He certainly didn't accept this proposal. "I'll go myself." "Just kidding, don't take it seriously. It's impossible for someone to do such a thing behind Xiao Qian's back." Su Li went to take a shower, while Chen Nian continued to absorb energy crystals in the room. Each energy crystal could provide a large amount of spiritual energy to the spiritual aperture, and his realm should be able to improve significantly. Moments later, Su Li knocked on the door from outside. "I'm done showering, brother. I've prepared clean bath water for you in the tub." "Okay, got it." Chen Nian was also drenched in sweat and needed a shower. When he came out after washing, Su Li had already prepared a midnight snack for him. After they finished eating the barbecue, it was already 1 a.m. Chen Nian tidied up the table and prepared to turn off the lights to rest. "Hey, wait. Can we not turn off the lights?" "I sleep with the lights on at night," Su Li said with a pitiful expression. Fine, I'll do as you wish." At night, after Chen Nian absorbed a few energy cores, he was ready to sleep. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot into his sea of consciousness, projecting a broad man's back in his consciousness world. "Kid, do you still remember who I am?" Chapter 195, Asura Realm. A thought from Su Tu returned. "How is it?" The god of slaughter asked lightly, "Did that kid agree to you?" "He did agree, but he said he wanted me to bring you a message. He said to give him more power. This is hardly enough for even raising a cat. Quite greedy. For a mere star sphere realm believer. The power I've given him is already the most among those of the same realm." The god of slaughter smiled, however. "I would rather see the people from the Wanshang ring suffer, and see if that kid can accomplish what you requested, and reward him afterward." Of course. Su Li was eventually sent back to her room by Chen Nian. A night without incident. Chen Nian and Su Li lived together like this for several days. Under the rational control of Dai Chu, nothing out of the ordinary happened. But to say he didn't touch her legs when they were right in front of him wearing black stockings, Chen Nian still casually touched them a few times. Over the past few days, Chen Nian had absorbed all the energy crystals he had collected, and his realm had risen from the mid-star sphere realm to the late stage. At the same time, he had barely learned the divine rune Yanzi to a practical level. His senior brother was right, my comprehension is strong enough. Even without special tools for enhancement, I can gradually understand. Chapter 196, Chen Nian confirmed again. The perception of the mark was indeed nearby. That was the mark left by Su Tu, so it couldn't possibly be wrong. After all, it concerned his daughter's life. But why was there no abnormality here? Oh no, this is really strange. Yes, that tall foreigner suddenly disappeared. I thought I was seeing ghosts. Isn't that right? I thought I was getting old and had presbyopia. It turns out you all saw it too. Chen Nian heard the discussion among the vegetable-selling aunties at the stall and suddenly became alert, quickly stepping forward to ask. Auntie, could you please tell me in detail what happened just now? Reverse world plane. Su Li lay on the ground, struggling to move forward, and even with all her might, she could only crawl a little bit, at an extremely slow pace. The ground she crawled over was left with a shocking trail of blood. Heavily injured. Although she had Asura realm divine power, this divine power only came from her father Su Tu's bloodline, and she had not undergone any systematic training. Nor did she have the techniques to use divine power like Chen Nian. Pure brute force, naturally, could not defeat Jerick. The final result was thus. Chapter 197, Retreat. Quickly retreat. The other 749 investigators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. Chen Nian, don't be impulsive. The outside investigators shouted. Chen Nian, being the closest person, showed no fear of the other party's desperate move, even unwilling to take half a step back. The passing thunder tore his clothes apart, exposing his arms and muscles. Jerick suddenly discovered that a faint golden light flowed through his muscles, as if the muscles were cast in gold. This power is so strong. Is it divine power? No, it's not Asura realm divine power, it's a divine power form he has never seen before. His pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen something incredible. Indeed, this was not Asura realm divine power. Chen Nian's Asura realm divine power had not been replenished since the last use. So now he was activating the Dragon Huang realm divine power, activate. The last time he performed ancestor worship with Qianlong, his body was transformed, allowing him to regenerate Dragon Huang realm divine power by himself. This was the first time Chen Nian used it. You have two types of divine power. Jerick suddenly realized, his voice breaking. In his eyes, this was impossible. Chapter 198, The Shura Realm, Inside the Temple. Su Tu was pacing back and forth, restless and exuding a constant aura of malevolence, which frightened the other subordinates into silence. At that moment, someone suddenly came to report. My lord, the scout from the Infinite Ring has brought news. Quick, tell me. Su Tu hurriedly pressed for details. The officer assigned to the assassination mission is dead, and the soul fire has been extinguished, but it's unknown who did it. It's speculated to be the work of someone from the lower realm. Good, well done. Su Tu laughed heartily. He finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Who killed him? Of course, it was Chen Nian. That kid has lived up to expectations. It seems my judgment was correct. The god of slaughter smiled faintly, that kid has potential. Giving him more Shura realm power wouldn't hurt. Consider it a good deed, otherwise, if he keeps hanging out with my daughter, I'll skin him alive sooner or later. Su Tu laughed again. However, he knew that this matter wasn't over. The people from the Infinite Ring had been killed, which would only anger them. And they might send even stronger officers. Su Li was still not completely out of danger, unless they could give them some deterrence to make them think twice about acting. I am going out for a bit. Su Tu turned and left the temple, and the moment he stepped out of the main hall, he was already clad in a set of dark red armor. Chapter 199, Chen Nian returned to 749 and checked the task details. Task details: find the B-level investigator Zhu Lei from 749 and kill him on the spot. Who is Zhu Lei? A heinous demon. He has committed all kinds of atrocities, including murder and robbery. His ability is the Fire God Sequence Energy Detonation, which allows him to compress high-pressure energy into a very small space, like a timed bomb. 2 days ago, 3 investigators from 749 jointly pursued him, but were lured into a kindergarten by him. In the kindergarten, there were bombs made from compressed high-intensity energy. To protect the ordinary people, one investigator did everything to suppress the bomb's energy from exploding, ultimately sacrificing himself after all the ordinary people were evacuated. Chen Nian asked, where is he now? He has joined the outer god cult, which usually keeps a low profile like rats in the sewers, but has suddenly become active recently. According to Amy's satellite scan and positioning, it seems he has gone north with the outer god cult. North? The northern regions. Beyond the Great Wall, vast territories of nomadic tribes. That area is too remote, and 749's control is insufficient, if they sent people there in full force. It might provoke hostility from the locals. Chapter 200, Set Off. Along the way, Chen Nian saw the Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles, as well as the Yanmenguan Pass, known as the first pass of the Great Shia. There are actually energy users stationed at Yanmenguan. Chen Nian asked curiously. Lu Lin, those are energy users from the National Security Bureau, considered colleagues of 749. They have a position called Watchers, who guard various sections of the Great Wall. I always thought that ever since the ancient resistance against the Xiongnu, the Great Wall had become a scenic area. But I didn't expect it to still be functional today. When foreign enemies invade, the Great Wall can activate barriers for defense. This shows that the National Security Bureau indeed knows about the divine domain and is secretly making preparations. Just imagine, if there really were external forces invading the Great Shia. The Great Wall would certainly be an indispensable defense line. Chen Nian frowned. You, a simpleton, actually know more than I do. Is this scientific? I asked Amy. Lu Lin expressionlessly picked up his terminal. Amy, where is Zulei? Navigate. Currently unable to pinpoint precisely. I have sent the target's photo to the terminal, and the facial recognition mode is activated. It will automatically alert when the target appears within the range. No, how do we find him then? This place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 201, Chen Nian drew his bow to the full moon. Countless blood droplets condensing into arrows on the string. Bang! The moment the arrow was released, a piercing sonic boom echoed. In the distance, there was an arrow hole in the apple on Lu Lin's head. Wow! He got hit too. So strong, he is as powerful as Brother Qing. Wait a minute. Someone pointed at the back and murmured, didn't you notice that the arrow not only went through the apple, but also hit a passing bird? Really? I'll go take a look. A young man immediately galloped out, and after a while, he really came back with a bird. Amazing. Qingjela was not annoyed. Brother, what is your name? You must stay for dinner today. Our tribe will treat you well. Chen Nian. Just call me Da Qing. This is my sister Hai Tang. We belong to the White Wolf tribe of the 7 major tribes. Welcome. Chen Nian explained his purpose and asked if there had been any strange people recently. There are many tourists, but no particularly strange ones. However, don't worry. We can help you inquire with other tribes, we'll surely get some news. But you have to stay with us for a few more days. No problem. Chen Nian readily agreed. With someone helping him gather information and experiencing the unique local customs here, how could it not be enjoyable? Chapter 202, On the Vast and Boundless Grasslands. The 7 major tribes gathered here. At a glance, there were thousands of cute valley bags set up on the grassland. And the nomads from the 7 major tribes numbered in the tens of thousands. Truly magnificent. Chen Nian took out his phone and took a few pictures, preparing to go back and tell Qian Long about the infinite beauty of the grassland. Our White Wolf tribe is located in this area. Brother Chen, you two can sleep in this cute valley bag, is that okay? Hai Tang led Chen Nian and Lu Lin to their lodging. No problem, you go ahead and be busy. We'll just wander around. Okay, there will be an opening ceremony for the 7 tribes tonight. Each tribe will select 3 contestants to participate, so don't forget. All right. Chen Nian and Lu Lin strolled around for a while. Of course, the purpose was not merely to wander but to find someone, as his objective was to capture a criminal. Amy, any reactions? No targets detected within the facial recognition range. Please do not question Amy's professionalism. All right. Lu Lin. Let us both open our terminals. You go east and I'll go west, trying to cover all 7 tribes, and we'll meet up later. The two separated to take action. In the Eagle tribe, Yunongzhou and Jiang Nan were the external aides here. Chapter 203, Ladies and Gentlemen. Now let us introduce the external contestants from each tribe. Eagle tribe, Yunongzhou, Jiang Nan. Yunongzhou stepped out of the crowd. Enthusiastically waving to everyone, I declare that we will bring the championship back to the Eagle tribe. Ha ha, this kid is quite arrogant. Amid cheers and applause. Yunongzhou stood tall, but the host's next words made his expression suddenly freeze. White Wolf tribe, Chen Nian. What the heck? Yunongzhou doubted he had misheard. Upon taking a closer look, damn. It really is Chen Nian. Jiang Nan shook his head. I told you we would meet acquaintances, do you believe it now? Damn it. Why is he suffering in the grasslands, when he was fine at the star-picking tower? 2 people came to Chen Nian's side. Old Chen, what brought you here? Executing official duties. I am curious how you two ended up here, what a coincidence, huh? Chen Nian said, let's go to my place and talk. The few of them entered Chen Nian's Mengu bag. So you guys are here for training? Yes. My master said something big is happening in the north and told me to come, so I brought him along. Chen Nian asked curiously, why didn't you call me? Jiang Nan replied, he said not to call you, we secretly want to get stronger and surprise you. Chapter 204, Yunongzhou had previously held the upper hand. But when a flicker of flame passed through his opponent's pupils, the situation instantly reversed. Several blood-red patterns spread across Batua's muscles, instantly unleashing unparalleled combat power. Bang! A punch was thrown. Yunongzhou, along with his sword, was blasted off the stage. It wasn't until he plunged the sword into the ground that he managed to unload the terrifying force and stabilize himself. The outcome was clear. Ha! Batua pounded his chest like a gorilla, exuding a hint of mad ferocity. When did Batua become so strong? It seems he is the first warrior of the 7 tribes. Yeah, with this level of strength, it seems no one can defeat him. The plan to win over the goddess had failed, and Yunongzhou was dejected. His bangs covering his dim eyes. Sure enough, I still can't do anything. Damn, I'm such a waste. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Losing is normal because he is not normal, Chen Nian said. What do you mean? He has the power of the madness fire within him, Chen Nian whispered. From the outer god cult. No, he is a local, he must have been contaminated recently. But it's not a good time to act rashly. Especially with so many people surrounding him. Chapter 205, Chen Nian suddenly understood the situation. Batur entered the battle to win. Because only the ultimate victor among the 7 tribes could gain ownership of the meteorite. Now that Batur had lost, the opponent would take the opportunity to incite a large-scale riot and seize the meteorite amid the chaos. The meteorite must be hiding something they desperately wanted. Where is the meteorite? 2 kilometers west of the base camp, there is a small river, the meteorite is there. And the 7 tribes have sent people to guard it closely. After getting the location information, Chen Nian immediately flew westward, but before he reached his destination, he suddenly saw a beam of blinding red light shooting up into the sky. The crimson crack tore open the heavens, piercing through the entire night sky like an aurora. Chen Nian's pupils suddenly contracted. Guards lay sprawled across the ground, and a group of black cloaks surrounded the edge of the crater. Above the shattered meteorite, thick blood light continued to surge. The followers of the outer god. The terminal beeped. Facial recognition confirmed. Target identified as extremely dangerous criminal Zhu Lei. Zhu Lei reached into the blood-red beam and grabbed the weapon that was slanted inside. The artifact belonging to the madness fire evil god, the Spear of Divine Punishment. The spear's body twisted like a snake emerging from the abyss, its surface covered in burn-like dark purple crystals, and the grip was entwined with charred nerve bundles, each vein twitching as if in spasm. Chapter 206. Xiao Jiang, what time is it, and you're still playing chess? Yu Nongzhou complained. I am deducing. Jiang Nan said solemnly. It can be confirmed now that the nomads have almost all been infected by the madness fire. They have an army of tens of thousands. What do they intend to do with it? Chen Nian continued. They want to break into Yangmen Pass and breach the border defenses. Exactly. Jiang Nan smiled, not expecting Chen Nian to keep up with his line of thought. Although Yangmen Pass is also guarded by practitioners, its forces definitely cannot withstand this super army. Moreover, as a tourist attraction, there are a large number of visitors. If breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Nian looked at everyone. The grassland is no longer safe. They might have even left people outside to ambush us. We still have nearly 2,000 here. The only way to escape danger is to enter Yangmen Pass. Chen Nian and the others naturally couldn't abandon the 2,000 people, otherwise, they could have flown away long ago. So we need to enter Yangmen Pass and help defend it. We cannot let them invade, Yu Nongzhou realized. I'll alert the guards at Yangmen Pass. Chen Nian took out his terminal to call Amy, but a notification popped up indicating that it was offline. Chapter 207, Yangmen Pass, can he defend it? If it was some other young hothead saying such nonsense, General Ma would have wanted to slap him. But the one speaking was Chen Nian. In multiple battles, he had been recognized as the top of the younger generation. General Ma immediately called the National Security Bureau to explain the situation. The person who answered the phone was none other than the mother of the Su sisters, Deputy Director Zhu Ting of the National Security Bureau. Upon hearing Chen Nian's name, she didn't hesitate at all. She trusted this young man. Open the gate. Received. General Ma immediately ordered, prepare to open the door. In the southwest valley, the sound of hooves was like thunder, shaking the earth. 2,000 nomads galloped forward, carrying a fierce momentum straight into the mad army. Like a steel knife ruthlessly carving a path. Chen Nian held his sword at the forefront, the sharp blade light tearing through the blood mist. As the defense barrier was lifted and the gate opened, Chen Nian shouted, "Get into the gate, hurry." Now that the gate was open, they could enter. And so could the enemy. So it was time for Chen Nian to fulfill his promise. Defend Yangmen Pass until everyone is safely inside. Before that, he must face the attack of tens of thousands of madmen. Chapter 208. The Spear of Divine Punishment was aimed at Chen Nian. In that instant, Chen Nian felt as if his soul had detached from his body. Just being pointed at by that spear made him feel as though a monstrous snake from the primordial era was staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Ants? It's over. The Spear of Divine Punishment erupted with overwhelming madness fire, flames instantly illuminating the entire night sky, transforming into a dark red serpent hovering over the battlefield. The people inside the pass looked up at the massive serpent, feeling a sense of powerlessness and despair. Can we really fight such a terrifying monster? No, it's impossible. Some were so scared they sat down on the ground, pale and trembling. General, order to abandon Yangmen Pass. If this continues, we're all dead. General, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. General Ma's face was ashen. Chen Nian dares to charge into the thousands alone to defend the pass, as soldiers of the nation. How can we flee in the face of danger? Those who want to leave, I want to force you to stay. The rest, prepare to fight to the death. Suddenly, that 1,000-foot serpent lunged down. Its target was unmistakably Chen Nian. Chen Nian's Asura form was instantly swallowed by the serpent, and the overwhelming madness fire completely engulfed him, leaving only a vast sea of raging flames on the battlefield. Chapter 209, Madness Fire Evil God. He is the first deity to successfully descend to the mortal realm, only to be destroyed by Chen Nian, failing to possess a complete divine body and full powers. My lord has descended. We welcome our lord. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of believers bowed their heads in reverence, their expressions filled with awe. On the city wall of Yangmen Pass, people looked at the existence that could no longer be called human, feeling a chill run down their spines. What is that thing? A monster? An outside occultist? Just looking at him sends shivers down my spine. That is not an existence that should be in our world. General Ma's expression was grave, as he recalled the code name documented in the top-secret files of the Great Shia. God? As the commander guarding Yangmen Pass, he stood here day after day to prepare for the invasion of the divine realm on some future day, making the Great Wall a barrier to protect the Great Shia. And now, he finally witnessed a true God. Earlier, he didn't want to open the barrier to fend off the tens of thousands of frenzied believers. And he didn't go out to help Chen Nian because, as the highest realm practitioner, he had to provide spiritual energy for the barrier's operation. But now, from the moment he descended, any barrier would lose its function. Chapter 2:10, 36 Scarlet moon rings suddenly burst forth with shimmering light, shattering the night sky with an eerie glow. A meteor wrapped in infernal fire tore through the night, its massive shadow instantly filling the horizon. The earth trembled and cracked as living beings looked up, allowing the firelight to illuminate the fear frozen in their pupils. Even their breaths were searing. Are we going to die? Amidst the continuous sound of knees hitting the ground, fear made them let out desperate wails. This was humanity's most honest posture in the face of divine punishment. The stones of the city wall crumbled as the robes of the two saints billowed. The two of them looked serious. If it weren't for him coming, we would likely have faced a fierce battle. Thankfully, Mr. Li is here. Chen Nian inhaled a breath of scorching air, crushed the green rock beneath his right foot, and his spine tightened like a bowstring. With the sound of bones cracking, a torrent of energy surged through his veins, rushing into his right fist. Excess spiritual energy burst forth from his pores, transforming into a white flame dragon that wrapped around his body. The martial saint technique of Li Bai and Chen Nian's fist perfectly merged at this moment. Inch force, open the heavens. A punch was hurled upwards. At the moment of the sonic explosion, 7 circular clouds erupted on the skyline. The meteor that originally pressed down on the city turned into a torrential rain of fire, with burning shards tracing countless crimson trajectories across the night sky. Chapter 2:11, Li Bai instantly appeared in front of Chen Nian. Master, don't speak. He pointed with his finger like a sword, suddenly touching Chen Nian's forehead, releasing a brilliant white light. This white light entered Chen Nian's body, transforming into a cage that sealed the thread of the evil god's divinity within. Li Bai slowly exhaled. It's fine now, open your eyes. Chen Nian opened his eyes and looked at his body. Master, I won't suddenly mutate, right? Li Bai smiled. That won't happen. I have sealed his divinity. It won't erode your consciousness in the short term. However, to completely eradicate his divinity, only a true god can do it. If you have the chance to meet the god of Asura, he might be able to help you. Soon, the remaining frenzied believers were all eliminated. With that, this battle came to a complete end. On the city wall, the chess saint murmured, a deity has fallen just like that. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. That god did not descend in full form, he was damaged beforehand, and was too impatient. Otherwise, even Mr. Li would probably find it difficult to easily erase him. Speaking of which, the greatest credit for this battle goes to that kid. Chapter 2:12, I found this at your house. Whose hair is this? Qian Long asked with a smile. Chen Nian trembled. This hair definitely belongs to Su Li. She had stayed at his house for a while. How did you go to my house? I thought you hadn't returned for so long. So I went to help clean up. You haven't answered me yet. It's yours. Mine? Of course it's yours. This hair is so long, could it possibly be mine? Chen Nian retorted. Are you kidding me, Chen Nian? This hair is clearly tea-colored. Look at me, am I tea-colored? Is it really? Chen Nian picked up the hair. Puzzled, then I don't know, you don't think other girls have come to my house, do you? No way. Qianlong, I didn't expect you to distrust me so much. Seeing Chen Nian let out a long sigh with a disappointed expression, Qianlong hurriedly explained. I don't distrust you. I just wanted to ask why my best friend's hair would be at your house. Oh, so you secretly brought your best friend to my house to play? Chen Nian exclaimed in disbelief. Is my house that casual? Besides you, no other girl can just come in. Really? That's great. Chapter 213, Li Rui wanted to say, in our team, you don't even need to look at the other rotten fish and shrimp. Including me. I'm also a rotten fish and shrimp. As long as Brother Chen is here, no other team can compete, understand? However, he still didn't say it directly. Not daring to expose Chen Nian's identity. All right. Jiang Wenwen hesitated for a moment, but still joined the team with skepticism. Soon, the 5 6-member teams were all formed. Task rules: each level of the demon ceiling tower will have 2 guarding demons, split into left and right sides. Each team can only choose one side to challenge. Completing all 9 levels of the demon ceiling tower is considered completing the task. Task time, 240,000 additional rules, before entering the demon ceiling tower. You can choose a blessing once. Each time you clear a level of the demon ceiling tower, a treasure chest will appear. Each team can open 1 treasure chest. Oh my, it looks like we must assign strong teams to both sides, otherwise, we won't be able to clear it. Let's go in and take a look. Each team headed towards the demon ceiling tower, walking over the decayed stone path, until they reached the rusted steel doors. With a loud bang, the door opened a crack. And a foul-smelling demonic aura immediately leaked out, causing everyone to cover their mouths and noses. Chapter 214, This is it. Xiao Rizu walked confidently to the treasure chest and bent down. The moment he opened the treasure chest, it suddenly cracked open its mouth and unexpectedly bit his hand. Ah! After a scream, his entire right hand was bitten and bleeding profusely. Ha ha ha! It's actually a treasure chest monster, this is hilarious. Both great Xia teams couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The team from Sakura country not only faced heavy ridicule, but also returned to their team to be cursed by their teammates with words like baker, and so on. Bro. Thanks for the reminder just now, otherwise, it would have been us in trouble. The neighboring team came over to thank Chen Nian. You're welcome. The next layer was similarly without pressure, but the strength of the guarding demons had increased significantly. Soon it was time for the much-anticipated treasure chest opening segment. Still determined by the lottery order of who chooses first. Oh, it's me again. Seeing that Xia Guo drew the first choice again. The other 3 teams showed their dissatisfaction. That guy again, fuck. Gritting his teeth, he watched Chen Nian step forward. Several people instinctively clenched their fists. Chapter 215, Bro. You're back, how did it go? You'll know when the time comes. Chen Nian smiled mysteriously. The next strategy wasn't difficult. They smoothly passed the 7th and 8th floors and finally reached the 9th floor of the Demon Lock Tower. This was the final floor. As long as both sides could defeat the guarding demons, this dungeon would be cleared. Everyone adjusted themselves to their best state. The 2 teams from Daxia prepared to set off, but when they turned around, they saw that the 3 foreign teams were still resting. When are you planning to take action? Jiang Wenwen asked loudly. Xia Guo girl, mind your own business. Haha, our progress won't be slower than yours, okay? A group of people burst into laughter. Jiang Wenwen snorted coldly, you better be. After saying that, she hurriedly caught up with the team and soon disappeared into the teleportation array. Big brother, when do we take action? The one called Big Brother had a score of 4,990 in the ladder, named Harry, a white-skinned man recognized as the strongest. The smile on Harry's face instantly turned cold. With a hint of a chilling tone he said, "Keep resting, wait for them to come back." "Big Brother, what do you mean?" "Those treasure chests in front. They took quite a few good things. Later, we'll kill them, grab the other half of the keys, and then we can go hunt the demons." Chapter 2:16, What do you mean? Ha ha. What do we mean, can't you tell? Playing dumb or really dumb? Harry said coldly, "Hand over the other half of the keys, we can give you a quick end. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. You want to burn the bridge after crossing it." A foreigner bent down and bowed. "For your hard work, I sincerely thank you." Ha ha ha. Just after saying that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at them, they must be desperate and angry, right? So much fun. However, the people from Xiaoguo were neither angry nor desperate, they were laughing too. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I get to see something so funny in my lifetime. I'm dying of laughter. After just battling the boss, they were surrounded and killed by 3 foreign teams. If everyone didn't know Chen Nian's identity, they would surely be in despair now. But now they just wanted to laugh, and they laughed even happier than the opposing side. With Chen Nian in the team, nothing could be more reassuring than that. And those who dared to provoke Chen Nian were just asking for trouble. What are you laughing at? Are you furious? Chapter 2:17, Chen Nian slaughtered this group of people without any pressure. After a while, there were no living beings left in the area. In the dark, the referee personally witnessed the whole scene, especially when Chen Nian directly killed the demon on the 10th floor. His heart was already churning with waves of shock. Where did this kid get such strength? It was the first time he had seen someone break through the 10th floor with the strength of the 5th realm and obtain such a precious item, truly not to be underestimated. The remaining Daxia psychics still on the 9th floor also received the notification. Earlier, I was worried if he would encounter any accidents, but now it seems unnecessary. What a joke, ha ha ha, he even went to the 10th floor to farm a hidden boss. Look, he's back. The light of the teleportation array flashed. And Chen Nian returned to the 9th floor. Brother Chen. Everyone rushed forward. Upon learning that the foreign team had all died on the 10th floor, they let out a long sigh of relief. That was satisfying. But now the problem arose. The right half of the key on the 9th floor hadn't been obtained yet. How do we clear it? That's right. Li Rui comforted, it doesn't matter. We can wait for the next mission. The main thing is that we dealt with those idiots who burned the bridge after crossing it, which feels good. Chapter 2:18, Li Rui and Jiang Wenwen exchanged glances, also understanding the meaning behind each other's words. Sir, this is the best artifact I have on me. I just want you to help keep it safe, he. Li Rui spoke in a low voice as he took out the item. Grofen glanced at it. What trash. In the divine realm, this kind of thing isn't even worth a dog's attention. After saying that, he casually tossed it away. Although Li Rui was angry in his heart, he didn't dare to retort and could only swallow his anger. What about you? It was Jiang Wenwen's turn. She rolled her eyes and took out a pill. This is a healing pill my mentor gave me, it can heal injuries, nothing else. Grofen took the pill, pinched it between 2 fingers, and the pill turned to dust and dissipated in the air. You? Jiang Wenwen's eyes widened. He. Falling to the ground is like a frog climbing up from the bottom of the well, what you brought out isn't worth looking at. Finally, his gaze fell on Chen Nian. If I remember correctly, this kid obtained an epic-level item in the Demon Lock Tower. Those items are extremely rare in the divine realm. What about you? Grofen smiled and said, earlier, you got that blood condensation crystal, hand it over. Sorry, I refuse, Chen Nian casually replied. Chapter 2:19, Not long after. Chen Nian collected the domain mirror, and brought Li Rui and Jiang Wenwen out. As soon as they emerged, they found the surroundings in disarray, along with the wreckage of the already scrapped airship. What happened here? Jiang Wenwen began to speak, when she was suddenly covered by Li Rui's mouth, her eyes widening, because not far away, a gigantic python was coiled up, sleeping. Just looking from a distance sent chills down their spines. Jiang Wenwen nodded vigorously, indicating she wouldn't make a sound, and her mouth was finally released. That's a magical beast from the divine realm. So terrifying. Let us go. Chen Nian reminded the two. However, how could a magical beast of the level of the Black Underworld King Snake not smell human presence? A pair of dark green snake eyes suddenly opened. Just being locked onto by its aura, Li Rui and Jiang Wenwen found themselves unable to move, stiff as statues. Only Chen Nian could barely move, but he was also feeling cold all over. This snake was at least a 7th tier ghost level. I didn't expect there to be a few humans. What a surprise harvest. I can have a good feast. Even Chen Nian felt an unparalleled pressure, his blood rising automatically, ready to welcome a fierce battle. Chapter 220. Of course, ordinary people like Li Rui and Jiang Wenwen weren't qualified to enter the Divine Temple. Only Chen Nian was special, having received a personal summons from the God of Slaughter. Kid, since you're here, work hard. I won't treat you poorly. If you have any issues, tell me. In the Shura realm, no one dares to bully you. Chen Nian was able to join the Asura realm. And Su Tu was naturally the happiest one, his smile never fading. Not to mention that his talent was enough to be extraordinary. And his future achievements would not be weaker than his own. More importantly, he could use him as a cornerstone to elevate both of his daughters. The temple has arrived. Remember to regulate your words and actions, do not act rashly. Chen Nian raised his eyes to the grand temple door ahead, and followed Su Tu inside. Upon entering, the first thing that greeted them was a massive corridor 10 meters high, with enormous armored statues on either side, wielding large swords and battle axes, exuding a fierce aura. Passing through the corridor, a metallic grey hall came into view. The walls were covered with war reliefs carved by blades and axes. And at the top of the wall was a blood-red moon. Beneath the blood moon was a blood jade throne. A man sat on the throne, resting his chin on his palm, his crimson eyes scanning the area below. Chapter 221. After Chen Nian left the temple, Su Tu hurriedly bowed in thanks to the God of Slaughter. Thank you, my lord. He certainly knew that making this request would allow Chen Nian to persuade his daughters to come to the divine realm, which was in his interest. No need. The competition for the divine son is brutal. Whether your daughter can survive until the end is still uncertain. Haha, I'm not worried about that. With Chen Nian as my partner, if he can't help my daughter win, I'll deal with him. Chen Nian stepped outside and immediately saw Li Bai surrounded by 1,000 troops, sitting at a low table drinking tea. Master, how did the discussion go? It was difficult to reach an agreement, but I must bring someone to participate in their competition. The Divine Son and Divine Daughter competition. Li Bai nodded and smiled. That makes sense, gods cannot have emotions. So each divine realm has its own way of selecting divine sons and daughters to choose the most suitable successor. Then let us head back. By the way, Master, I was brought up by the divine realm's messenger. How did you come up? Naturally, I secretly opened a passage to the divine realm. You opened a private passage. Impressive. Soon, Chen Nian returned to the lower realm. Chapter 222. After Su's father and daughter caught up, they quickly got to the main topic. So, next, we need to participate in the so-called Divine Son and Divine Daughter competition, and I will team up with Chen Nian. That's right. The divinity of the God of Slaughter is a great blessing. Only true talented individuals are qualified to receive it. Su Tu said solemnly, there are a total of 10 teams participating, 1 male and 1 female per team, all of whom are top young powers in the Asura realm. Chen Nian, the level of enemies in the divine realm will be vastly different from the lower realm. You cannot let your guard down. Understood. In the lower realm, Chen Nian could easily surpass major realms, and with divine power activated, he could even surpass 2 major realms. But up there, everyone has divine power. And theirs is genuinely cultivated divine power, which will definitely increase in strength several times. Talents from the lower realm are like ants to those in the divine realm. With 2 days until the start, you all should rest and recuperate. I will send the information on the other opponents. Knowing yourself and your enemy increases your chances of winning. Su Tu was extremely concerned about this matter. Because the loser might die, the winner has the chance to stay in the divine realm and become a goddess above all. Chapter 223, on the day of the Divine Son and Divine Daughter competition. According to the rules, all 10 teams must go to the temple. One is to worship the gods, and the other is to read the rules. As Chen Nian and Su Li arrived at the temple door, they happened to encounter a man with a middle-part hairstyle, dressed luxuriously, exuding an air of a noble young master. So you are the new competitors. The man sized them up. Non-Asura realm people can also participate. It seems this so-called Divine Son competition is not as rigorous as it seems. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a surge of blood shot out from Chen Nian's body, transforming into a large palm that slapped the man's right cheek with a loud smack. The force of the slap was so great that it turned his head 45 degrees. The man turned his head, staring at Chen Nian in disbelief, his face burning with pain. He was one of the Divine Son competitors. A young master from the prominent Hu family, Hu Mingzhuan. His father was one of the generals under the god of slaughter, wielding immense power. Hu Mingzhuan was now dazed. The first thought that popped into his mind was not why did he dare to hit me, but rather, why did he hit me? Sorry about that. Chen Nian smiled apologetically. According to the routine, I thought you were going to mock me, so I preemptively judged, but it seems I was a bit quick. Chapter 224, Chen Nian and Su Li stepped into the teleportation array together. The next moment, the ground beneath their feet was no longer the temple, but dark red soil. The blood burial wasteland. Chen Nian looked up, the eroded landscape filled with jagged rocks and various mutated vegetation, with a rusty, bloody scent carried by the wind. Interesting. If they fought in the lower realm, they would worry about damaging buildings, but in the divine realm, they could let loose. This wasteland had the other 9 teams. Ferocious magical beasts, and mysterious ancient inheritances, just thinking about it made them excited. No wonder he's my brother, last night's fatigue is completely gone. I am feeling a bit weak in the legs right now. Su Li chuckled beside him. Cough, stop making jokes, let us get to business. Our goal is to hunt magical beasts and seize the crystal stones from other teams, filling them with energy. All right, look up. A magical beast is eyeing us. Chen Nian looked up to see a 5-meter-long black eagle circling above, its feathers gleaming like swords in the sunlight. Suddenly, it let out a sharp cry. Its wings spread to their maximum extent, and countless feathers rained down like a violent storm. Chapter 225, Is someone coming? Feng Yi frowned, not expecting to be interrupted at such a time. If you don't want to die, join me to deal with the other teams. Don't forget we are teammates now. After saying that, Feng Yi walked outside, casually exploding the head of a grey-white giant wolf as he passed. Boom! Like a watermelon bursting, thick liquid splattered everywhere. That grey-white giant wolf was naturally the Shadow Moon Phantom Wolf that Chen Nian and Su Li were pursuing. The wolf seemed to have escaped into a cave. It's seriously injured, it can't get away. The two were about to enter the cave to absorb the energy of the magical beast when suddenly Chen Nian raised his hand to stop Su Li. Wait. There's someone inside. Chen Nian's vigilant gaze fixed on the cave entrance, where a man in a satin robe leisurely walked out. Behind him followed a woman, who seemed to be injured, holding her left hand with her right. Is it her? Chen Nian recognized the woman at a glance. Her scarlet hair was quite distinctive. Last time we met her, She seemed to be called Luo Hongwei. Su Li also recalled. Feng Yi had not expected that these two would be the ones to arrive. He didn't even glance at Chen Nian, his fixed gaze landing on Su Li, suddenly bursting into laughter. Chapter 226. Don't mind it, she's just teasing you. I'm not that easygoing. Chen Nian explained seriously. In short, Luo Hongwei took a deep breath. I will fulfill my promise and do my best to help you. In the following exploration, she indeed kept her word, being the first to confront the magical beasts they encountered. Although her strength wasn't particularly outstanding, she helped Chen Nian and the others save quite a bit of energy. Current crystal concentration, 30, as the crystal concentration continued to rise. It seemed that the frequency of the magical beasts attacking us increased significantly, right? That's right, this thing attracts magical beasts. And the ones that come later will get stronger and stronger. After crossing the barren wasteland, the group stepped onto another yellow desert, where yellow sand was visible to the naked eye, occasionally with snake-like magical beasts and poisonous scorpions moving through the sand. Moments later, they killed a giant scorpion in the desert and harvested its essence blood. While resting, a strong wind suddenly swept in. Chen Nian. Why do I feel like the wind has suddenly become much stronger? Su Li shielded her eyes, her hair flying wildly in the yellow wind. Not good. A sandstorm might be coming, Luo Hongwei said with a serious expression. Chapter 227. At a critical moment, several blood tentacles wrapped around Luo Hongwei's body, pulling her away. Just as Chen Nian caught her in his arms, the demon ape's fist came crashing down. That iron fist, the size of a small hill, could crush stones. Chen Nian held Luo Hongwei with his left hand and raised his right arm in front of him, creating a blood shield. Boom! With a deafening roar, Chen Nian was knocked back 100 meters. The blood shield dissipated, but fortunately, both of them were safe. Thankfully, the demon ape seemed to only guard that spot and didn't pursue them, allowing them to escape safely. Luo Hongwei blinked, feeling a bit emotional. She had thought of herself as a bait that could be discarded at any time, but she didn't expect that in a life-and-death moment, Chen Nian would come back to save her, putting himself in danger as well. Why did you take the risk to save me? If I die, it would be good for you, at least you wouldn't have trouble from the Feng family. Luo Hongwei knew that once they got out, she would definitely be retaliated against by the Feng family for betraying Feng Yi. Don't think too much, I'm not interested in you. Although you joined us temporarily and are considered a half-comrade, I don't like abandoning comrades. Chapter 228. Sorry to interrupt. The two teams simultaneously looked up towards the sky. On the cliff of the valley stood a tall figure, his clothes fluttering in the refreshing breeze. It's him. Both sides recognized the person, Chen Nian. He's the one who hit you. Shu Qingqing murmured softly, you said he seemed unfathomable, but I think he looks quite ordinary. Hu Mingxuan slowly shook his head. What I said before was just an intuitive guess. But from the moment I saw him just now, I am certain my guess was not wrong. What do you mean? Didn't you notice, he didn't even bring teammates, appearing alone to persuade us to stop fighting? That is the essence of a true strong man. Is it that exaggerated? I don't believe it. Compared to Hu Mingxuan's caution, Ma Zhon's group had a completely opposite attitude and didn't take Chen Nian seriously at all. Unexpectedly, there's an unexpected gain. What, did you come specifically to deliver crystals? Want my crystals? Sure. Chen Nian played with the dark red crystal in his hand for a moment, and then just threw it off the cliff. Both sides were shocked. What on earth was he trying to do? Chapter 229. Ma Zhon didn't dare to speak. His overwhelming anger could only be suppressed in his heart. If he used his full strength, he could indeed break free from Chen Nian's restraint, but he knew that Chen Nian wasn't using his full strength either. In a real fight to the death, he wouldn't gain any advantage. This person is ruthless, and his strength is terrifying, not to be underestimated. Not talking. I'm waiting for you to hand over the crystal. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Chen Nian asked. Handing over the crystal means surrendering and losing the qualification to compete. Ma Zhan was so angry he almost bit his crown, but the situation was stronger than the person. So he had no choice but to bow his head. He took out the crystal, his sharp gaze filled with anger. Very well, I will remember what happened today. Ma Zhan. Later, smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Nian's blood hand had already slapped him. Ma Zhan's head was slapped to a 45-degree angle. And the rest of his words were swallowed back down his throat, feeling a burning pain on his face. I told you to hand over the crystal. Not to threaten me. The first slap is a warning, the second sends you on your way, got it? Chen Nian snatched the crystal. This is really a mess. It's as if you can't live without throwing a few harsh words. Try glaring at me again. Chapter 230. These two have been lurking in the shadows for a long time. We'll follow behind them and reap the benefits, enjoying ourselves. But have you ever thought that the man's strength is so terrifying, he even slaughtered the demon ape guarding the gate? Isn't going in to snatch treasures from him courting death? Ah, that seems to be true. However, they will inevitably face other enemies once they go in. And when their strength is almost exhausted, we can make our move and still reap the benefits. All right, then I'll listen to you and follow to take a look. Just as the two crossed the gate, they suddenly felt the temperature rising sharply, and even the air was distorting. Suddenly looking up, they saw a bright red talisman lighting up on the wall. The divine symbol flame. Not good, there's a trap. Run! In the next moment, a sea of hellfire engulfed the two, and the world fell into flames. After a while, the two escaped from the sea of fire in a very sorry state. Their bodies completely charred. This was left behind by that team, it was too insidious. The woman said, that person is not only strong, but also so meticulous in thought. This might be a warning, if we really go in and compete with him, it might not just be a matter of being burned. Chapter 231, The God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter, who was half closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone entered the old shrine. The old shrine. The subordinate was startled. My lord, are you referring to the shrine of the previous God of Slaughter? The God of Slaughter raised his hand and waved. The space in front of him twisted, revealing a scene where Chen Nian was battling a stone statue. It's him. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, my lord. This person does not belong to my domain of slaughter. If he obtains the inheritance of the previous God of Slaughter, it could be detrimental to our Asura realm. Should I go stop him? No need. The God of Slaughter rested his chin on his hand and said lightly, it's not that he was lucky to enter the old shrine, but that the old God chose him, believing he is suitable to receive the inheritance, which is why the shrine appeared before him. To become an inheritor relies on talent, not luck. He has this talent to be chosen, and if we interfere, it would be too reckless. Interesting, this kid's connection with the Asura realm is becoming deeper. Yet he has no intention of joining. I wonder how this connection will evolve. Let me wait and see. Chen Nian's ultimate goal is to defeat the statue. Chapter 232, You? The proud smiles on the faces of the two instantly vanished, replaced by terror and disbelief. You're faking it. The two instinctively took a few steps back. Luo Hongwei also realized it late, thinking back to how she had intentionally leaned against Chen Nian. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Indeed, Chen Nian was pretending to be weak, but it wasn't just for the sake of taking advantage. The divine talisman he left behind had been activated, and he knew it was to draw the snake out of its hole. Even if you are faking it, you must have consumed quite a bit of energy just now. Do you really think you can win against us? Chen Nian said calmly, the man is mine. And the two women are yours, is that all right? No problem. On the opposite side, the man said to the woman solemnly, then the two women are mine. And the man is yours, is that all right? That's a problem. Shouldn't you be the one dealing with him? The woman widened her eyes. I take on two. You take on one, it should be easier for you. I'm doing this for your own good. Nonsense. Anyone with eyes can see that the man is stronger. You want me to go to my death and act on my own. If the situation goes wrong, I just run. The man's thoughts were exposed. And he turned red instantly. What a joke. Am I the kind of coward who runs away at the last moment? Chapter 233. The golden light was swallowed by the overwhelming blood light. Billions of scarlet ripples spread out, reducing everything in its path to powder, carving the battlefield into intersecting deep ravines. The surrounding fierce beasts that got too close were all shaken into a bloody mess. Chen Nian's figure slowly descended, and behind him appeared a majestic Asura phantom, clad in heavy black iron armor, wielding a blood-red sword, with a scarlet cloak billowing in the wind. The Asura phantom swung the great sword, delivering a downward slash. The golden lion king raised its sharp claws, crossing them through the void, leaving several golden light slashes. The extreme powers of both sides collided. Boom! The ground beneath them was shaken into a massive pit, with a radius of 100 meters. Both sides continued to attack each other. The sound of sonic booms echoed across the battlefield, as blood light and golden light collided continuously. Bang! 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 The scene of this battle on the wasteland was naturally projected into the temple, witnessed by the prominent figures of the Asura realm and the god of slaughter. This golden lion king is a 6th-tier magical beast, and can become a dominant force among magical beasts, possessing an extremely noble bloodline of fierce beasts. That kid's strength and speed are inferior, and he will probably not hold on for long. Su Tu didn't speak, but had subconsciously clenched his fists. He naturally hoped that Chen Nian and his daughter Su Li would become the final victors. Watching this thrilling battle was more nerve-wracking than being on the battlefield himself. Chapter 234. Chen Nian, upon hearing this, was not angry. What is there to be angry about towards a dying person? However, killing him would require some means. After all, once the crystal stone was crushed, he could be directly teleported out of the battlefield. That was a life-saving talisman. You seem very confident. Ha ha. After dealing with that beast tide, you have no strength left, and your divine power is almost depleted. Do you think I couldn't see that? Feng Yi laughed wildly. I've been waiting for this moment. What's wrong? Are you angry? Unfortunately, the one who will laugh last is me. Want to play something exciting? Oh? Interesting, tell me more. To determine the winner, and also decide life and death. Feng Yi squinted his eyes slightly. You want me to drop the crystal stone, ha ha ha. You want to play with my life. That is indeed exciting. What, are you scared? Not scared at all. Feng Yi took out the crystal stone from his pocket and casually tossed it into the air, then raised a finger and shot through the crystal stone. Wow! Crystal light rained down. Inside the Asura temple, all the key figures looked shocked. They threw away the crystal stone. These two kids are playing with their lives. Playing this big, then I must cheer for General Feng's son. After all, that kid came from the lower realm. Chapter 235. Feng Yi was completely panicked. Right now, he was severely injured, with almost no combat power left. The teleportation crystal stone was his last trump card. But now that last trump card had failed, this meant he might really die. He is the young master of the Feng family, with a bright future ahead, surrounded by beautiful women. And his status in the Asura realm was rising. His life was more precious than gold. So he didn't want to die, even if he couldn't become the godson. He had never thought he would die. What is this? The air was filled with blood-like mist. A dark purple sky enveloped the horizon, and 12 skeletal chains rose from the ground, enveloping the entire space. Like a cage. The first divine technique that can be unlocked after the blood is ignited. Asura Yellow Spring Rebirth Realm. It binds a piece of space, preventing anyone within that space from leaving, and can restrict spatial movement abilities, unless the spatial domain is broken. Chen Nian had activated this ability. causing the teleportation effect of the crystal stone to lose its effect. How could he let the person he wanted to kill escape? What, anxious? What did you do? The heavily injured Feng Yi's voice was extremely hoarse. He needed medical attention now. Ha ha. Chapter 236. No one is allowed to have any objections. The god of slaughter's words declared his stance. Upon hearing this, Feng Wentian clenched his fists tightly. Your Highness, this kid has clearly harbored murderous intentions for a long time. My son has no strength left to fight, yet he still resorts to such ruthless measures. He is unworthy of becoming the god's son. Ha ha ha. Chen Nian laughed out loud. Your son agreed to fight to the death with me, but in the end, he wants to flee like a turtle. And he doesn't allow me to keep him. Nonsense. Who do you think you are to speak here? Feng Wentian roared in rage. His gaze capable of piercing Chen Nian with 1,000 knives. Chen Nian's expression suddenly turned cold. Old man, don't think you can be so arrogant. What nonsense are you talking about? I said, come and try to kill me. Come on. Chen Nian beckoned with his finger. Seeing this scene, the other high-ranking leaders of the Asura realm went crazy. Even they only dared to show utmost respect to Feng Wentian. Even the god of slaughter had to give him face, but Chen Nian showed none. I have seen the first person in the Asura realm who dares to speak to Feng Wentian like this. Is that kid crazy? He really isn't afraid of death. Even if the Asura king is protecting him now, one can't be sure when the other side will pull a trick to kill him. Chapter 237. In a remote suburb of the Asura realm, there is a village. To the north of the village is a graveyard. A red-haired girl kneels before a tombstone, bowing 3 times. Dad, Mom, your revenge has been avenged. I hope you can rest in peace in the spirit world. After Luo Hongwei finished paying respects to her parents, she let out a sigh of relief, finally putting down the stone that had burdened her for years. She no longer had to live for revenge. It should be easier from now on. Thinking this, she hurried back to her residence. Hey! Just as she returned home, she suddenly became alert. The lights in the house were on. Is someone inside? With vigilance, Luo Hongwei drew her fine sword and suddenly pushed open the door, stabbing towards the figure inside. Wait! Chen Nian also sensed the killing intent in advance, pinching the sword tip between his fingers just in time. Upon seeing the other person's appearance, Luo Hongwei gasped in surprise. She hurriedly sheathed her sword. Sorry, I didn't know it was you inside. But why are you in my place? Do you fancy my looks and want to demand some rewards from me? As she thought about it, Luo Hongwei's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze dropping. And her legs twisted awkwardly a couple of times. Chapter 238. Chen Nian glanced around. Feng Wentian no longer had the imposing presence from yesterday. And his domineering armor was gone, leaving him in only a thin, plain robe, looking quite disheveled. Feng Wentian. Did you send assassins to kill the son of God last night? The god of slaughter questioned. No. Bring them up. The assassins from last night were also brought to the temple. They had never seen such a grand scene and immediately fell to their knees, desperately begging for mercy. No. It has nothing to do with us. It was all instigated by the Feng family. That's right, the Feng family hired us. To be honest, how would I know if you are deliberately slandering the Feng family? What we say is the truth, Lord Shura King. Every word is true, absolutely no falsehood. The god of slaughter casually raised a finger. Bang! A beam of red light instantly pierced through one assassin's forehead, blood gushing out. His pupils immediately lost their luster, collapsing to the ground without breath. The crowd was horrified. The remaining 2 assassins nearly wet themselves in fear, even explaining the entire process of how they were hired in detail. The nobleman stepped forward and asked, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to kill the son of God or Luo Hongwei? Answer truthfully. Chapter 239. Early morning. Outside the god of slaughter temple. Chen Nian and Su Li had just arrived and saw Su Tu, the nobleman, and others waiting outside. You finally made it, hurry inside. The Shura King is already waiting for you. Su Tu pulled Chen Nian over, gritting his teeth and warning in a low voice, Kid, you better be gentle, or else. What gentle? Chen Nian was puzzled, what are you trying to do with that expression? The two walked side by side into the temple. In the empty temple, only the god of slaughter sat on the throne. He nodded slightly and looked at Su Li. You, come forward. Su Li subconsciously glanced at Chen Nian and walked up. The god of slaughter placed his index finger on her forehead and slowly drew out a thread-like golden substance, which was a manifestation of divinity. The golden light slowly floated towards Su Li, merging into her forehead. She immediately trembled, her whole body wrapped in a crimson glow. And Chen Nian instantly felt her realm rapidly rising. Moreover, her divine power became solid and abundant, even showing signs of overflowing. After a while, Su Li slowly opened her eyes, her gaze now holding a captivating crimson hue. Her aura was extraordinary, and she exuded a sense of sanctity. Thank you, Your Highness, for the bestowal. Chapter 240, In the Sea of Scarlet Flowers, a room was thoughtfully prepared. It meant that if one didn't like being outside, the inside was also an option. Quite considerate. Shall we go inside? Okay. The two entered the room. And a large double bed draped with petals from the other shore flower came into view. Of course, bathing facilities were also provided. Su Li bit her red lips. A charming blush mixed with her delicate features. Although she had secretly watched many educational videos, when it came to this moment, she still felt quite shy. Are you feeling uncomfortable? After all, I brought you into the divine realm. Of course not. Su Li smiled sweetly, although we are locked in here now. If there are no feelings in our hearts, I certainly wouldn't do that with anyone else. You risked your life to save me, brought me to meet my father, and even became a goddess. I only have affection and gratitude for you, so I have no rejection. What's wrong? Don't you like me, brother? The little fairy leaned close to Chen Nian's ear, her breath like orchids, posing a soul-stirring question. I like you. Then that's fine. I understand. You're struggling in your heart, because I'm Xiao Qian's close friend. Let's play a little roleplay. Chapter 241, Master. Just as Chen Nian left the Shura realm, he saw Li Bai waiting for him. Thank you, Master, for guarding me all this time. If it weren't for you, I really would have feared for my life here. The two walked and chatted. It's only natural for a master to take care of his disciple. Li Bai chuckled and asked, how was your trip to the divine realm? The world is vast, and my horizons have been broadened. If I had stayed below, I would have been a frog at the bottom of a well for life. Then why not just stay in the Shura realm? Now that you're the son of God, I see the god of slaughter appreciates you quite a bit. Hey, I came to learn skills to become stronger. My ultimate goal is still to protect my homeland. One must not forget their roots. However, Chen Nian shifted his tone. I do have an idea. Let's hear it. How do people from the divine realm descend to the lower realms? They have established teleportation points in various locations, strictly guarded by those from the Ring of All Things. Chen Nian thought for a moment, if not recruited by the divine realm. It's extremely difficult for people from the lower realms to reach the divine realm, right? We can't always have you paving the way for us, can we? Can we open a path to the divine realm ourselves? In that case, people from the lower realms can go to the divine realm to train and become stronger without having to rely on any divine realm forces. Chapter 242, Jiang Nan sighed, calculating is not divination, it requires information. Where are you going, and what are you planning to do? I plan to find Su Miaoyin. Chen Nian intended to tell her about his sister, Su Li. Let me calculate. Jiang Nan picked up one black and one white chess piece. pinching them in his hand and closing his eyes to calculate. After a while, he said slowly, "Your peach blossom luck remains strong. But there will also be tribulations and bloodshed. Not good, buddy. Your lucky items are peach blossoms and strings of the zither. I suggest you keep them on you to avert disaster." "All right, I trust you." Chen Nian hung up the phone and began to contact Su Miaoyin. However, he found he couldn't get through. It was only after inquiring with his mother-in-law, no, the deputy director of the National Security Bureau, Zhu Ting, that he learned Su Miaoyin had gone with the Qianyan Palace team to the country of the setting sun to participate in an international music competition. If she wins the competition, she will be able to reclaim the ancient zither, Nine Heavens Ringing. This ancient zither, inherited from the Tang dynasty, has become an extraordinary musical artifact, but for various reasons, it is currently housed in the British Museum, and Su Miaoyin wants to retrieve it. During the recent competition preparation period, she didn't want to be disturbed by any external factors, which is why she couldn't be contacted. Chapter 243, the maid said. "There's no need for that, Your Highness. He saved others, I can protect you." "What do you mean there's no need? This is the demeanor I should have as royalty. Go quickly." "All right." The maid stood up and walked straight to Chen Nian, bowing at a 90-degree angle before returning. Chen Nian, there were no further disturbances after that. When the plane landed in London, fire trucks and ambulances were already waiting at the airport. Chen Nian didn't linger and glanced at the destination. The music competition was scheduled for tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden, London. Wait. Shouldn't tickets for such a high-end opera house be bought in advance? Those who can enter must be important figures. Forget it, let me ask first. Alice carefully lifted her skirt and walked down the plane steps. A group of psychic bodyguards was already waiting below. "Is there something wrong, Your Highness? We can take you to the hospital for a checkup immediately." Alice shook her head. "No, it's not that serious. I have a music meeting scheduled for tonight. I just got a bit startled, you don't need to follow me." The maid repeated this, dismissing the bodyguards. "Where are we going now?" Chapter 244, noticing the whispers around her, Alice felt a bit flushed. Could it be because she was wearing gloves that he wouldn't bow? So, the princess took off her black velvet gloves, revealing her smooth, white hands, and extended them towards Chen Nian again. Ahem. She even coughed twice to remind him. Chen Nian shrugged. "Fine, let us give this princess some face so she won't feel embarrassed." He slightly lowered his head and kissed the back of Alice's hand. "Ah." Alice felt like she had been electrocuted, her hand retracting suddenly, her skin tinted with an alluring blush under the light. "He actually kissed me." The so-called hand-kissing gesture typically doesn't involve actual contact between the lips and the skin. There should be a centimeter of distance, especially for a young girl. But Chen Nian only knew of this custom and wasn't aware of the specifics. After all, he wasn't from this country. "Since you insist I kiss, then I will." Maid Lucy didn't expect that the princess would take the initiative to remove her gloves and invite a stranger for a hand kiss, only to be genuinely kissed. She hurriedly whispered, "Your Highness, if you stay here any longer, you might make tomorrow's headlines." Chapter 245, the howling echoed in the hall for a while. Su Miaoyin had stopped playing. She never imagined such an unexpected situation would occur, and panic appeared in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The host showed an apologetic smile. The microphone malfunctioned for some unknown reason. "How can you do this?" Below, a disciple from Qianyan Palace couldn't hold back any longer. Standing up loudly to question, "We should compete fairly, is it fun to use such tricks?" The host looked confused. "Your words are a bit sharp. What do you mean by tricks? This is an on-site accident, we don't want such things to happen either." "Bah? How can a royal opera house have such an accident and say it's not intentional? I think you just can't take a loss." The collective protest from Qianyan Palace immediately sparked a wave of noisy discussions. This bunch from the summer country really doesn't understand etiquette, shouting in such an occasion. Can you be quieter? This isn't a vegetable market. Shut up. You are simply too much. Several women from Chen Nian Palace turned red with anger. But it was only after Su Miaoyin shook her head at them that they returned to their seats. Chapter 246, Chen Nian. The moment this name was called, the Royal Opera House erupted. He is Chen Nian from the summer country. A disciple of the martial saint, the blood-hand butcher with 749 kills. The disciple of Li Bai from the star-picking tower, the #1 genius in martial arts. The whole audience was shocked. Gasps of astonishment arose one after another. Lucy stood frozen in place. No wonder this person was so strong. She didn't expect him to be that top genius from the summer country. Wow, you are Chen Nian. Alice covered her small mouth, her eyes instantly brightening. She was a fan of Chen Nian. As for how she became a fan, it wasn't simply because she admired strength. Many suitors would often say they would protect her for a lifetime. To fend off those people, she had said, I heard the strongest young genius now is Chen Nian from the summer country. If you want to protect me, you must first defeat him. Thus, those suitors backed off, saving her a lot of trouble. Over time, she naturally became a fan. No wonder he spoke so casually with this princess. No wonder he acted so boldly. It turns out he wasn't afraid at all. Blood, the blood-hand butcher. Dylan was so scared that he plopped back into his chair, his face twisted in terror. He was afraid of this cold-blooded killer, worried that he would mercilessly take him down later. Chapter 247, next. Chen Nian pointed with his fingertip, and the strings of the zither suddenly shot out. Su Miaoyin caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and immediately drew the strings into her hands, feeling overjoyed. What a timely help! She knew at once that these strings were definitely not ordinary, and they were just right to replace the broken ones. Rise! Su Miaoyin slapped the guqin, and as the instrument spun in mid-air, the strings were already stored within it. With the strings back in place, she suddenly plucked them with her fingers. Break! Instantly, it was like an army of 100,000 surged forward. Peter could not resist and felt a rush of sweetness in his throat. The sound ceased, victory and defeat were already determined. Dylan immediately stood up. But he no longer dared to yell at Chen Nian, only managing to voice his accusations in a slightly timid tone. Is it a bit unfair to interfere with the competition using external forces? Chen Nian dug at his ears. What did you say? Dylan trembled in fear. I said your interference with the normal process of the competition is merely a normal objection. Can you be unreasonable? Oh? So is it normal for Su Miaoyin's zither to suddenly break? Chen Nian looked at the people from Chen Nian Palace. Not normal. Senior Sister Su's zither has never had such a situation. Chapter 248, Su Miaoyin and the others also escaped from the opera hall, just in time to run into Chen Nian. What should we do now? Chen Nian stood at the entrance of the hall. Leave this to me. You go gather people and find a way to break open the barrier. You alone? Alice instinctively asked, as there were still hundreds of demons frantically pouring out from inside the hall. Your Highness, he is Chen Nian. You should be worried about those demons, not him. Be careful. Su Miaoyin nodded and immediately led everyone toward the edge of the barrier. At this moment, the demonized people had already rushed out, their expensive suits torn apart, their dark blue skin covered in bulging muscles, and a pair of demonic horns emitting a black aura. Chen Nian stood alone with a knife, accompanied by a wolf, guarding the exit. Start the kill. The sharp blade light slashed out, separating the heads and bodies of demons, and corpses piled up at the entrance like small mountains. Outside, those who had not mutated were either powerful, or had high-level magical artifacts like Alice for protection. Everyone, let's break the barrier together. Move. Nearly 10 beams of spiritual energy cannons shot out from all directions, concentrating their fire on the black barrier. Chapter 249. Soon after, an explosive news report broke out. Igniting the nation of the sun never sets in the dead of night. The Royal Theatre of London was attacked, Princess Alice faced a crisis. And the genius of the Summer Kingdom, Chen Nian, stepped in to turn the tide. Originally, according to the upper echelon's thinking, such news should not be released. It would boost outsiders' morale and diminish their own prestige, making them lose face. However, the explosion of internet information was too rapid to contain. Especially after Princess Alice personally acknowledged it, Chen Nian's name from the Summer Kingdom had already topped the trending topics on major social media platforms. The Prime Minister was furious and slammed his palm on the table. Our country is facing a crisis, and we need outsiders to come to our rescue. What kind of situation is this? Where are our people? Those highly paid guards, what are they doing? Eating pig food. At this moment, a few from the demon realm found the Prime Minister again. We can help you with a small favor, by eliminating that person named Chen Nian. If someone like him grows up, he could become quite a threat, right? You think you can kill him? He is the top genius of the Summer Kingdom. Let me reiterate, we come from the divine realm, a dimension you cannot imagine. As long as I make a move, crushing him will be as easy as pie. Chapter 250 You can try. Facing a divine realm powerhouse, who was a major realm above him, Chen Nian was not going to hold back. Divine technique, blood burning. As his blood burned, divine power surged through his limbs, rapidly increasing his strength and speed. Ozda saw the blood energy continuously emanating from Chen Nian. And his pupils suddenly constricted. Divine power. Are you from the Shura realm? Before he finished speaking, Chen Nian had already punched towards him. The overwhelming force crashing like mountains and seas. Ha! Ozda raised his right arm, his muscles bulging at an exaggerated speed, transforming into a massive demonic beast arm. Fist against fist, bang. The sea surface instantly exploded into towering waves. Partial demonization of the flesh is a characteristic ability of the demon realm. They can collect parts from slain magical beasts and transform them for their own use. At this moment, the right arm summoned by Ozda was that of the celestial ape. Capable of crushing other magical beasts of the same rank in terms of power, not to mention he had a realm advantage. It surprisingly only had a slight advantage. Shouldn't this punch have crushed him directly? Chen Nian shook his fist and continued. The two kept attacking each other on the sea surface, with waves of water erupting one after another. Chapter 251 The boss has been gone for so long, why is there still no news? Could something have happened? Ha ha. The boss could get into trouble. You must think too highly of the people from the lower realms. Try contacting him. So, a few people began to reach out to Ozda. The communication tool used was a crystal ball artifact from the Shura realm. It's connected. See? I told you the boss couldn't be in trouble. Hey boss, have you finished over there? After a 2-second silence, an unfamiliar and lazy voice came from the other end. Your boss is in the sea, if you hurry over now. You might still catch a glimpse of him before the sharks finish him off. After saying that, the crystal ball communication was cut off. The faces of the few were filled with horror, and they were speechless for a long time. So Chen Nian took the boss's communication artifact. What happened to the boss? They didn't dare to think. Hours later, a drone sent back some photos. Below the photos was a strait, with countless pieces of flesh and blood floating on the water, and broken limbs attracting large schools of sharks. The few looked at the photos, their scalps tingling, and they couldn't utter a word for a long time. This is the boss. Murmuring this unbelievable fact, they all felt a wave of fear. Chapter 252 Yi Bailing held the peach blossom in her hand, her eyes brightening. Chen Nian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So the peach blossom was for this purpose. Without it, he would have truly faced a blood disaster. The value of the chess sage lineage was still increasing. Yi Bailing looked at it for a while. All right, I'll forgive you, let's talk next time. I need to go review my sword dance now. She took the peach blossom and hummed a cheerful tune as she left. "Miss?" The maid quickly followed behind. "We've lived in Peach Mountain for so many years. Can we not recognize the peach blossoms of Peach Mountain? This is clearly not it. He is deceiving you. Forget it, let's not expose him. Besides, he at least brought a petal of peach blossom, no matter where it's from. It means he was thinking of me, right?" Just as Bailing left, Chen Nian was surrounded by a group of disciples from Qianyan Palace. "Brother Chen. My little sister has recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, could you give her some guidance? Brother Chen, can you take me for a ride? I still don't have a flying artifact." Unable to refuse their enthusiasm, Chen Nian had no choice but to accompany them. When the people dispersed, it was already night. Chen Nian felt awkward. After Su Miaoyin left, no one attended to him, not even arranging a guest room for him. Chapter 253 Good. With the eldest senior brother present, Chen Nian felt quite reliable. The final decision on who would go to the divine realm was made. Chen Nian, Yi Bailing, fifth senior brother Cai Lingyun, and eldest senior brother Zhun Yu. Objective: secretly open a long-term passage between the lower realm and the divine realm. Li Bai soared into the sky, using his sword to open the heavens and create a passage between the two realms. Open. The sword energy shot into the sky, opening the heavenly gate. A swirling hole appeared in the sky, which was the entrance to the divine realm. Chen Nian grabbed Yi Bailing's hand. "Let's go." The few of them passed through the vortex one after another, re-entering the divine realm. Here, the spiritual energy of the divine realm is abundant. The flowers, birds, and beasts are all different from those in the lower realm. It is indeed a magical place. Yi Bailing was full of curiosity, constantly observing her surroundings. Cai Lingyun looked at the surrounding terrain. "Let's first choose a secret location as the base for setting up the teleportation array, otherwise, if the forces of the divine realm discover us, they might send people to clean up. Eldest brother, you are the fastest, could you take care of this?" "All right. You all wait for me here for a moment." After saying that, Zhun Yu flashed and disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind in his place. He began to travel around the divine realm at an incredibly terrifying speed, crossing mountains, rivers, deserts, and grasslands. Chapter 254 Where is it? In various places of the divine realm, random secret realms may appear, where divine energy crystal mines can usually be extracted. Secret realms? Chen Nian thought. Isn't that just a dungeon? The gathering teams are divided into two groups, one consisting of lower-ranking miners and the other of guards. They are responsible for exploring the secret realms and collecting divine energy crystal mines. If the young master wants to mine himself, he needs to first find a secret realm. Where to look? Luo Hongwei continued. I came from a remote village when I was young, and I had a friend who was a miner. She told me recently that it seems a secret realm has formed near the Feiyin Mountains, and they are about to set off to mine. Great! Chen Nian showed a joyful expression. It seems having a local, as a maid, is really good. Luo Hongwei was also very happy. Being able to help Chen Nian and demonstrate her value made her feel very satisfied. Then let us set off to the Feiyin Mountains. All right. However, Luo Hongwei changed the subject. The Feiyin Mountains are outside the territory of the Shura realm, and it's common to have conflicts with other divine realms. So the mortality rate of gathering teams is usually very high. It's fine, let us go. Chapter 255, Not good, it's the Demon Realm's mining team. Prepare for battle. Different divine realms are equivalent to hostile countries. When they meet outside, they will definitely fight for resources. Only the winners have the right to stay. Both sides' guard teams began a fierce battle, and after a while, the Shura realm's guard team was defeated by the opposing side. That person is so strong. After the guards were defeated by a black-clothed man from the opposing side, they realized they were no match. Soon, the remaining soldiers and ordinary miners were all surrounded. The black-clothed man stepped forward, carrying a long knife on his shoulder, his gaze filled with impatience and disgust. This demon son has been sent to this remote place for training and has been bored for a long time. Finally, there's a bit of fun, he. The top rulers of the demon realm are referred to as 1 god, 3 lords, and 8 kings. 1 god is the deity of the demon realm, the demon god. The 3 demon lords are only below the gods and above 10,000 people, with terrifying strength. Next are the 8 demon kings, who rule various regions. Nanjin is the offspring of one of the demon kings, respected as the demon son and the leader of the group. Lord Demon Son. How should we deal with these people? A subordinate asked respectfully. Those who surrender can be spared. Nanjin looked at everyone and said, you have 1 minute to consider. Chapter 256, Unexpectedly Escaping Death. The miners' faces were filled with excited smiles as they eagerly awaited the opening of the secret realm. The secret realm is about to open. When the time comes, the divine energy crystal mines they collect in the secret realm will be their achievements. This time we've turned misfortune into fortune. Maybe we can discover other treasures inside. At that time, we'll take off in one go. Chen Nian found Luo Hongwei and quietly arranged, Hongwei. Send the news back to the Shura realm, and in my name, ask for some strong helpers to come over. Remember, they must be strong. Why, young master? Didn't you want to avoid exposing yourself? I thought so before, but just now we let one person go. That person has a protective artifact. So he shouldn't have a low status in the demon realm. Young master means, he might come back for revenge. Chen Nian smiled slightly, exactly. If we enter the secret realm and their people are waiting at the entrance, not only will we be surrounded and killed, but everything we obtained will also have to be handed over to them. Young master is meticulous, Hongwei admires you. I'll go get people right away. Chen Nian looked up at the secret realm, which was actually a distorted space in the form of a halo. When will the secret realm open? Soon. That halo will soon form a teleportation portal, and then we can go in. Generally, the opening time is 2 to 3 days. And there will be signs before it closes. Chapter 257, Chen Nian and Yi Bailing swept away all the ores inside. They stored everything in their storage artifacts. This is a lot, it should be enough for now. The task assigned by the 5th senior brother was successfully completed. Chen Nian suddenly remembered, I heard that there's a chance to find good treasures in the deepest part of the secret realm. We just killed that magical beast. We haven't explored inside yet, let's go take a look. So, the two returned to the deepest cave while pinching their noses. They didn't find other treasures, but discovered a brilliantly blooming red flower, which was planted on a stone platform, its petals shimmering with a cold red glow. Although they didn't know what it was useful for, they decided to collect it first. Wait! Just as Chen Nian was about to reach out, Yi Bailing hurriedly said, this flower can grow in the habitat of that highly poisonous magical beast. It probably has toxicity too, so don't touch it with your hands. That makes sense. Chen Nian wrapped his hand in blood and unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the petal, the blood made a sizzling sound, continuously emitting white mist. It really is highly poisonous. After picking the flower and storing it away, Chen Nian decided to give it to the 2nd senior sister when he returned. She would definitely like it. There's nothing else left, let's go out. Outside the secret realm, the mining teams were all worried about Chen Nian. Chapter 258, Everyone from the demon realm suddenly had faces that looked as if they had eaten feces. He is the son of the Shura realm. Nanjin took 2 steps back, his face pale, nearly sitting on the ground. He is the son of a demon king. But above the demon kings are 3 demon lords. Not to mention him. Even the offspring of the demon lords are only fit to carry the shoes of the son of the gods. In front of the son of the gods, he is nothing. Nan Qianhai turned his head and spoke with difficulty, nephew, the person you have offended is the son of the Shura realm. I didn't know either. Nan Jin stuttered. Nan Qianhai clenched his fists. It seems we had quite a few misunderstandings earlier. I represent my nephew to apologize to you. How about we let this matter go? Chen Nian smiled. I still prefer how you were just now. Nan Qianhai gritted his teeth. The Shura guards are strong. But if you want to take us down, you'll probably have to pay a price. Think carefully. Kill. A single word from Li Shou opened the curtain for the great battle. The Shura guards all charged into the sky, leaving countless streaks of blood-red light in the sky. As for Li Shou, he actively approached Nan Qianhai. The battle between two 8th-level powerhouses would directly influence the final outcome of this battle. The moment Nanjin learned of Chen Nian's identity, he lost all his spirit and now only wanted to escape amidst the chaos. Chapter 259, Nan Qianhai's heart was already stirred up with waves. He had an impression of the well-known strong figures from various divine realms. But this person he had never seen before. No more holding back. Demon eyes, heavenly demon possess. With a shout, the spine of Nan Qianhai erupted with a chilling cracking sound. His entire body's armor suddenly exploded, and his swollen muscles were dyed a metallic black sheen, with charred patterns crawling all over his body like incantations. His skin cracked inch by inch, with molten gold-like light flowing through the crevices. He had transformed into a 10-meter-tall great demon. Die, 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 die. He continuously hurled black energy balls with both hands. Dozens of energy balls tore through the void, creating a distortion in space, demonstrating the terrifying power of the energy within. With Junyu's speed, he could easily dodge. However, if he did, this valley would instantly turn into ruins, rendering all of Xi Lingyun's previous efforts in vain. Junyu suddenly unfolded the scroll in his hand. There are golden houses within the book. The scroll suddenly expanded, absorbing those black energy balls into it. Many black energy balls immediately appeared on the pages, as if they had been painted on. Junyu raised his finger and abruptly pointed. Chapter 260, the transmission array between the two realms officially begins construction. From now on, there was nothing Chen Nian could assist with, it was all up to Xi Lingyun. Once successful, people from the lower realm could freely travel to the upper realm, and even develop their own forces in the divine realm. You invade me. No. I will invade you. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Yi Bailing approached Junyu and slightly cupped her hands in greeting. Mr. Junyu, I have a question to ask. Feel free to ask. Is there a sword cultivator force in the divine realm? I would like to go train and experience. Yi Bailing said seriously. Sword cultivator force. Indeed. There is one called the Qingshan Sword Domain. Chen Nian interjected, Senior brother, how does the Qingshan Sword Domain compare to the Taoshan? Once, there was a sword god in the Qingshan Sword Domain, and at that time, it was a top force just like the Shura realm. Later, the sword god fell. And they gradually declined. Although the current Qingshan Sword Domain is not strong, they do have the legacy of the sword god, and their foundation in swordsmanship remains. Thank you. Sir. I've made up my mind. I will go train in the Qingshan Sword Domain. Chen Nian said, Shall I escort you? No need. You are now a prominent son of the Shura realm. If you go, the Qingshan Sword Domain will definitely give me special treatment. But I want to rely on myself. Chapter 261, 2 days later. Chen Nian officially prepared to set out for the Qingshan Sword Domain. Of course, the maid Luo Hongwei was by his side. Young master. Your eyes look a bit dark, you don't seem to be in good spirits. It's nothing, Chen Nian waved his hand. Having just returned from nearly being drained by the little. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard and into the outside, he saw a group of Shura guards waiting outside, led by General Li Shou, a strong 8th realm expert. General Li, what brings you here? I will accompany the Son of God. Since the Son of God represents the Shura realm, we cannot lose face. It indeed carried a lot of weight. Chen Nian did not expect to still be able to show off in the divine realm. The feeling of having a high status was quite nice. Then I will rely on the general. Let us set off. Chen Nian summoned a golden lion, allowing it to pull the carriage into the air, while he lay inside. It seems a bit uncomfortable lying alone. Earlier, when he was with Yi Bailing, he could lie on her lap. Now he could only lean against this rough wooden board, which was quite uncomfortable. Chen Nian lifted the curtain and called to Luo Hongwei outside. Hongwei, come in. Huh? Can I come in? Luo Hongwei was a bit surprised. If I say you can come in, then come in. Chapter 262. Two female disciples hurriedly returned to report to the elder. Why are you back? The Son of God is unperturbed. He seems to be quite a gentleman. A gentleman? That's somewhat surprising. All right, you will stay outside the Son of God's residence, awaiting orders, ready to serve him at any time. After all, the Shura realm's great mountain is still too powerful. If the Son of God were to be displeased, given their personalities, they could easily destroy the Qingshan sword domain. A night passed without incident. The next day, the Qingshan sword trial officially began. Thousands of participants flocked to the foot of Qingshan, waiting for the chief examiner to announce the trial content. Yi Bailing was among them, dressed in male attire, looking both handsome and spirited, attracting the attention of many nearby girls. Hey, handsome! Suddenly, a girl patted her shoulder. Yi Bailing turned around. It was a girl coming to flirt. Do you have a companion? How about we team up? We can look out for each other later. Yi Bailing replied, I don't have a companion. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to team up with a stranger? What is inappropriate about it? Are you afraid I have ulterior motives? How about you have ulterior motives instead? I won't resist. Chapter 263. The second round of the Qingshan sword trial ended. The last 100 people who qualified would continue climbing the mountain for the final round of tests. Yi Bailing and the others were brought into the sword tomb, where various swords were slanted into the ground, resembling the weapon tomb mountain in the lower realm. The elder announced, put the iron sword you drew in the first round and the sword puppet core you obtained in the second round into that sword pool. It will then become a new sword, with the words inscribed on it being your assessment results. Those who received the character would enter as outer disciples. Those with would become core disciples. Those with would have their swords shatter on the spot, and would not be allowed to enter the Qingshan sword domain for 10 years. The participants stepped forward one by one. This round was closely watched by the elders, as it revealed which disciples had extraordinary talent, and would be good to take under their wing. Damn, why did I get when my realm is clearly higher than theirs? High realm, but low talent in swordsmanship, you can only be an outer disciple. Yay, I got, ha 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 ha, looks like I'm a once-in-a-century sword genius. Damn, my sword shattered. Are you kidding me? With an insincere heart and no talent, you cannot participate for 10 years. Chapter 264, Chen Nian laughed. It sounded so ridiculous that outsiders were begging me to protect my wife. However, he still forced himself to suppress his laughter, maintaining a calm demeanor. How do I take them away? Qing Chen whispered, there is an escape transmission array in the Qingshan sword sect that can secretly escape. Then why don't you escape? The Qingshan sword domain is the sword god's place of proof. It has thousands of years of inheritance. Plus there are tens of thousands of ordinary people in Qingshan city. We can escape, but they cannot. Qing Chen sighed, if the sword god's foundation were to be destroyed, I would rather accompany it to the grave, otherwise, how could I face the ancestors? Old Deng is still playing the pity card with me. How long can your protective mountain formation hold? At most 3 days. Chen Nian glanced at Qingji, your daughter is spoiled and willful. If this Son of God takes the risk to take her away, she can come and serve this Son of God as a maid for the next 2 days to temper her temper. Okay, I'll go tell that girl. As soon as Qing Chen finished speaking, Qingji exploded, no way. How could I possibly be his maid? Absolutely not. Little girl, this is not the time to be willful. If you don't have the Son of God protecting you, even if you escape, you might still be hunted down. Chapter 265, 5th Senior Brother. Little Junior Brother. I have good news for you, the transmission array that connects the two realms has been completed. Senior Brother, you are amazing. I knew you could do it. Chen Nian was overjoyed. This major project finally had results, and soon the frogs at the bottom of the well would be able to climb up by themselves. Chen Shidi. There's another question. If we open this teleportation passage, what if someone with ulterior motives exposes our hidden location and attracts other divine realms to destroy us? I've thought about this. Shixiang, you can build another random teleportation array inside, which can randomly transport to other locations, making it harder for our base to be exposed. Haha, clever, Shidi. Cai Lingyun seemed to wake up from a dream. Chen Nian changed the subject. However, I have some bad news. Shidi, I'm currently in trouble. Surrounded by people from the demon realm. Is Da Shixiang still here? Shixiang also has some bad news for you. Da Shixiang is the first experimenter, and has already returned to the lower realm through the teleportation array. Chen Nian, however, Shixiang, I have some good news for you. Our second Shijie has come up. What? Chapter 266. You didn't tell me she was coming, just watching the show. I heard you even called the female disciples to serve you at night. How extravagant. Yi Bailing said while pinching the flesh at Chen Nian's waist. Her biting expression was both cute and funny. It's all rumors, just rumors. You can ask the Mountain Master. I couldn't be bothered to even glance at that female disciple he sent. The Mountain Master nodded. That is true. The Son of God is not a lecherous person, otherwise I wouldn't dare to entrust my daughter to him. Oh, the reputation is not bad. After hearing the conversation between the two, the Mountain Master realized that the Son of God did come to recruit talent, but he initially had no intention of taking Yi Bailing with him. He just didn't expect that the demon realm would suddenly launch a large-scale invasion. Since that is the case, I can rest assured. Please, Son of God, take good care of my daughter. In the future, there will surely be opportunities to restore the glory of the Qingshan Sword Realm. Qing Chen knelt down to pay his respects. But Chen Nian hurriedly caught his hands. It's too inappropriate for an old senior in the Destiny Realm to bow to him. Even though the other party was bowing to the identity of the Shura Realm's Son of God, not him, Chen Nian. I will protect your daughter, don't worry. After the Mountain Master left, only Yi Bailing and Chen Nian remained in the room. Chapter 267. Everyone looked at each other, but they could only follow along. They couldn't let the Son of God go to his death alone, right? In the square, many elders and thousands of disciples gathered. Qing Chen looked at everyone and spoke firmly. All disciples, listen up. The Great Formation is about to open. If anyone wants to leave, stand on the left. You can leave on your own later. The target of the enemy is the Qingshan Sword Realm, and they want to pursue you. If anyone wants to stay, stand on the right. Join me in swearing to protect Qingshan with our lives. The disciples hesitated, feeling anxious. If we talk about feelings for the sect, most people don't feel that strongly. It's too exaggerated to protect with our lives. Indeed, I came here just to learn skills, not to risk my life. I still have a wife at home, I'm leaving first. Sorry, I don't want to die here either. Who would be foolish enough to go against a giant like the demon realm? More and more disciples moved to the left, creating a stark contrast with those on the right. At this moment, an elder stepped forward and bowed deeply to Qing Chen, Mountain Master. I have stayed in Qingshan for 10 years, taught many disciples, and made considerable contributions. Now I just want to go home and enjoy my old age. Please grant me this wish. Chapter 268. Everyone in the Qingshan Sword Realm was stunned, seeing those people covered in sores and wailing all around. They couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. What a fierce poison! Those people are elite warriors with divine power from the demon realm, yet they fell so easily. Who did this? Qing Chen felt a strong sense of disbelief. He was sure that it wasn't the people from the Shura realm who did this. Li Shouguang was already too busy fighting with the Hellhound, and the others didn't have such capability. Moreover, they also looked puzzled. But Qing Chen could be sure that the person who made the move must be related to the Son of God. He stayed behind to protect the Qingshan sword realm precisely because he knew the truth, which means that person must have been called by the Son of God. And everything was under his control. Poison. The Hellhound returned, protected by divine power. Seeing the warriors in agony, he was furious. Who is behind this? Show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew from a distance, mixed with white flowers like flowing water. Playing tricks. He slapped out, and the air exploded, creating a whirlwind. The white flowers burst open like fireworks, scattering in the air before converging again. Chapter 269, The Shura Huangquan Afterlife Realm. A certain area was forcibly sealed off, preventing anyone from leaving and restricting spatial movement abilities. Chen Nian had already prepared in advance, knowing these people had escape methods. Last time, someone managed to escape, so he naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. The Hellhound's remnant soul crashed into the barrier. If he had a physical body, he could forcibly break through the barrier, but now, as a wisp of remnant soul, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Son of God, wait. Be careful. Seeing Chen Nian chase after the Hellhound's remnant soul alone, Qing Chen and Li Shou both shouted out. This action was too dangerous. Ha ha. Ignorant child, running up to deliver yourself to me. I want to be polite. The Hellhound's remnant soul immediately turned around and charged at Chen Nian at full speed, directly invading his body. Son of God. This is bad. If a strong person's remnant soul enters a weaker person's body, there is a chance to seize control. If the power gap is too large, the strong can forcibly erase the other's consciousness and take over their body. Chen Nian's movement paused, stopping. The Hellhound's remnant soul had already entered his spiritual sea. Shui Yu hurried to Chen Nian's side, her brows knitted tightly. Chapter 270, Chen Nian came to Qing Chen's side and whispered. I hope the Qingshan sword realm remembers one thing. This time, it was not the Shura realm that came to the rescue, but in my personal name. Understood. We follow the Son of God, not the Shura realm. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. If he were to establish his own power in the future, the Qingshan sword realm would surely follow without hesitation. Next, he prepared to return to report, and then use the soulbone blood crystal to exchange for some cultivation resources, hoping to break through to the sixth realm. After that, he would return to the lower realm. By then, the teleportation array should be officially operational, allowing him to bring friends from the lower realm into the divine realm, such as Lu Lin, Yunongzhou, and Jiang Nan. Let us go back to the Shura realm. As they were leaving, Qing Chen wanted to assign his daughter Qingji to Chen Nian as a maid. But Chen Nian refused. Not just anyone could be his maid, he was a principled person. Of course, principles don't necessarily mean 36D. At least Luo Hongwei is smart and meticulous, with a gentle temperament that is easy to train, and most importantly, she is incredibly loyal. A spoiled girl like Qingji can be left out. Ling I'll head back first. Take care of yourself here. Soon the Shura realm's army should come to garrison. Chapter 271, Chen Nian held a full 10,000 energy and arrived at the gate. The guard immediately blocked the entrance. Please show your passage token. Chen Nian revealed the blood-red curse mark on his arm, which was the exclusive mark of the sun. The guard saw it and hurriedly made way. Please enter, son. As soon as Chen Nian stepped inside, a maid dressed in black and white uniforms approached to greet him. Hello, son, I am the service staff here, responsible for guiding you in purchasing items. Chen Nian looked up and saw that the hall contained a massive tower, divided into 5 levels. As you can see, each item is sealed with a barrier. To retrieve the items inside, you need to pay the corresponding blood crystal energy. The higher the level, the more expensive the items are. What would you like to exchange, son? Chen Nian said. Do you have resources to assist in breaking through boundaries? He could now break through to the 6th realm, but he just needed a bit of explosive power, so he needed external items to compensate. Normally, each boundary has a bottleneck that requires personal comprehension or improvement in the heart of the Tao to break through. However, Chen Nian had been fighting high-intensity enemies. So breaking through the 5th realm's bottleneck was naturally not difficult at all. There are many precious pills in the hall that can assist you in breaking through. Roughly divided into 3 grades, Heaven, Earth, and Man. Chapter 272, What secret formula? Chen Nian asked with a smile. Shumo leaned closer to Chen Nian's ear. It's that kind of thing, you know. I have a friend whose yin is strong and yang is weak. And he has a secret formula to nourish yang energy. Oh, to nourish yang energy. Chen Nian deliberately repeated loudly, that friend of yours is you, right? Shumo almost jumped on the spot. Lower your voice. If outsiders know, how will this son maintain his face in the future? All right, I understand. Chen Nian suppressed a smile. You don't look too well. Are you not doing well lately? Sigh, that woman has recently cultivated a new technique, with heavy blood yin energy. And needs to use yang energy to counteract it. She comes to find me every few days, and each time it's a whole night. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Is the previous goddess that desperate? Sure. Don't say that. If she hears it, I definitely won't escape tonight. Shumo showed a look of caution. Chen Nian curiously asked, can't you exchange for good stuff in here? No, the good ones are ridiculously expensive, and they can only last for 2 or 3 days. You also know that exchanging for supplies requires blood crystal energy, and that can only be obtained by killing enemies. I don't have that much to spare. Chapter 273, 6th Realm, Sunday. The boundary was broken, and Chen Nian's strength surged again. He really had to thank Su Li. If it weren't for her help, he would have needed to go into seclusion for at least 10 days to break through smoothly. And now, it only took 1 night. The next morning, Chen Nian was still in high spirits. Tired? Not at all. On the other side, Shumo. Hearing a call from behind, Shumo, who was lying on a lounge chair in the yard, couldn't help but shudder. Zizhuan, what are you doing here? You said you were unwell these days. I see you lying here taking a nap, looking quite comfortable, not like someone with issues. Shumo shook his head. That's not true, internal injuries generally can't be seen. Heh? I heard that this morning Chen Nian walked out from Su Li's house, standing tall and spirited, with no signs of fatigue at all. As a fellow son. Can you compare? What? He is actually like that. Shumo was shocked. It seemed that the kid indeed had something. Zizhuan. Do you have any poisonous herbs or flowers over there? Why do you want those? Tonight, I'll accompany you. So proactive. All right. I'll have my servants look for some for you. Chapter 274, Chen Nian left the base and returned to find Shumo. Finally back, how was it? Shumo asked eagerly. I spent a lot of effort to exchange this pill for you, you must cherish it. Quick, let me see. Chen Nian took out the pill and handed it to him. Is this it? Do you think it's too little? Don't give it to me. Do you know how precious this is? It takes 49 days to refine just these few. I want it, I want it. Shumo carefully opened the porcelain bottle, shook out a pill, and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a scorching sensation in his abdomen, and he became much more spirited. It works, ha ha ha. As long as it works. Chen Nian patted Shumo's shoulder. We are both sons. I won't allow you to say it doesn't work. Go on. I still have some matters here. All right, if I run out next time, I'll come back to find you. Wait, where are you going? You haven't given me the divine technique yet. Are you trying to skip out? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Shumo took out the heavenly grade divine technique Lingyang divine light, and readily handed it to Chen Nian. Remember to return it after you learn it. It has to be returned. Okay. Let me remind you that this divine technique has risks in its cultivation, because its yang energy is too intense, and can easily lead to self-immolation. Just like going into a demonic state. So it's best to prepare an ice-type treasure to suppress it at any time, which can increase the success rate. Chapter 275, Chen Nian arrived. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the timing was just right. Normally, this time would be after work. But unexpectedly, the milk tea shop only started to get busy at 6, as the weather in May was quite hot, and there were almost endless orders. So he had to wait nearby until around 10 o'clock when signs of closing began to appear. Inside the shop, a female staff member smiled and said, "Off work now. Xiao Qian, are you still going to pack 2 cups of milk tea to take home?" Ham. By the way, I noticed a guy outside lurking around for a while. Xiao Qian, be careful. You're so pretty, it's inevitable someone might have ulterior motives. It's fine, I'm very strong, bye. As Qian Long just came out, she immediately recognized Chen Nian, who was loitering under the streetlight. After a brief moment of daze, her eyes lit up. Chen Nian. What are you doing here? She quickly ran towards Chen Nian, almost crashing into his arms. I heard you were working hard, so I came to check on you, Chen Nian smiled. You definitely don't know I'm working for a purpose. I won't tell you. Qian Long looked pleased, completely unaware that her diary had become a public reading material in the star-picking tower. Chapter 276, No need, I'll find her. I can't interrupt her mission. Where is she? In the Arctic. The mission is to hunt down an ice-type monster. All right. Chen Nian didn't linger, flying straight to the Arctic. Soon, he arrived at his destination. At a glance, the world was composed entirely of ice fields and cold rivers, with the sky resembling a block of blue ice. And a bone-chilling cold wind struck his face. Chen Nian called out his terminal, Amy, send me Lu Lin's coordinates. A radar map immediately appeared before him, with a small red dot showing up on it. Meanwhile, Lu Lin's small team of 3 had just completed their mission target. Captain Lu is truly impressive. Able to easily defeat a 6th-tier demon. Isn't that right? With Chen Nian not here, Captain Lu is the face of our 749. Hearing the flattery from the 2 team members, Lu Lin still had no expression on his face. Let's go. Just as a few of them were preparing to leave, a sudden blizzard struck. The blizzard came unexpectedly, with howling winds mixed with shattered snowflakes, obscuring visibility with countless white dots. What a fierce storm. Be careful. This blizzard is unusual, there might be something fishy about it. Help. Chapter 277, Chen Nian. She was in a daze for a while before she finally repeated the name. No way. He is the true young genius, even more monstrous than Captain Lu. Chen Nian. He actually came personally to provide support, oh my god. The female teammate now felt it was somewhat unreal, regretting that she hadn't taken a good look at what he looked like earlier. No wonder headquarters said he was strong, he really is strong enough. Chen Nian fell rapidly to the bottom of the glacier, crashing into the ice cave, smashing through every obstacle in his path. Unstoppable. Master. Another human has intruded. You go stop her, she won't hold on much longer, don't ruin this king's good deed, you'll benefit afterward. Yes, understood. The human-faced snow eagle stood at the entrance and shouted at the incoming person, Human, if you don't stop now, you'll definitely die. The last word of doubt hadn't even been spoken, when that head had already separated from the body, rolling to the ground. Chen Nian glanced around, and saw that Lu Lin seemed to be trapped in that fierce ice storm. His primary task, of course, was to rescue Lu Lin. Chapter 278. The glacier collapses, merging into an ice river. Seeing this scene, the female team member waiting outside was almost scared to death. Is this really Chen Nian? No way, is he a monster or a human? Chen Nian flew back holding Lu Lin. And the few of them observed a minute of silence for the sacrificed male team member. Next, Chen Nian informed Yunongzhou, Jiangnan, Sumiaoyin, and others about the matter of going to the Divine Realm. If you want to go to the Divine Realm for training, you can come here to wait for me. Of course, I must reiterate, there are great opportunities, but also great dangers. If you decide to go, it's best to prepare means to save your lives. In the bamboo forest. Jiangnan's face couldn't hide his excitement. Master, Chen Nian invited me to the Divine Realm for training. This is a great opportunity for growth. If you could help me analyze it, will it be good or bad for me to go? The chess sage pinched 2 chess pieces, one black and one white. His eyes narrowed slightly as if calculating. After a while, the chess sage shot out one of the white pieces. Next. Master, what is this? The black and white pieces responded to each other, crushing the white piece and instantly transporting all objects within a 5-meter radius to the location of the black piece. Jiangnan was overjoyed. Master, I didn't expect you to give me such a powerful magical artifact. Your disciple is very grateful. Chapter 279. Chen Nian informed his senior brothers and sisters at the star-picking tower. Little junior brother, are you really going? Alice is my friend, to put it bluntly. If their country is completely swallowed by the demon realm, the large number of accumulated believers might lead to even more serious consequences. Sai Lingyun shook his head and sighed. If the senior brother were here, he would likely support you. After all, he is a gentleman. But as I mentioned earlier, both the master and senior brother are busy with matters in the divine realm, so be more restrained during this time. You are going to another country alone. What will you do if something goes wrong? To take an extreme guess, what if that princess has already defected to the demon realm? Don't forget you have a great feud with the demon realm, you have killed their demon offspring. If this is a play put on by the princess, intending to lure you into elimination as a major threat, what will you do then? Chen Nian nodded. Senior brother makes a valid point. I will act cautiously and try to avoid exposing my identity. Sai, with your temperament, you won't listen to what I say. Don't worry, senior brother. I still have a chess piece, a gift from the chess sage, it should be fine. After reporting the situation, Chen Nian set off without delay. Chapter 280. Alice was taken away. Chen Nian carefully chewed on this sentence. You mean, she was captured? That's right. She said earlier that she was hiding in a safe house, so she shouldn't have been so easily found. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. You betrayed her. After a brief silence, Lucy bit her lip and nodded. I betrayed the princess. My mother and sister were both taken hostage, with a deadline before dawn. To save them, I had no choice. I'm sorry. Don't say anything negative for now. Chen Nian closed the door. Tell me about the current situation. Is Alice safe? Lucy's eyes widened. You still want to intervene? This time the situation is extraordinary. Many members of the council are standing with Hubert, and with the father killed. Princess Alice is isolated and helpless. If you intervene, you will offend all the high-ranking powers. According to international regulations, saints cannot cross borders. Your country's saint cannot step onto my country's territory. If your master were here, perhaps it would be possible, but can you call him? Chen Nian calmly repeated. I ask you, how is Alice's situation now? Chapter 281. Alice's lips quivered a few times, and she opened her mouth. But she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Her father was killed, her brother was coercive, her relatives were indifferent. And Chen Nian's betrayal left her isolated and without any support. Is there really no way out? Hubert took out his phone and enlarged one of the pictures. The moment Alice saw the picture, her eyes widened, visibly reddening. The picture showed a cat. Black and white. It had been with her since she was 10 years old. Until now. The reason she loved pandas so much was that they were the same color as this cat. The cat was tied to a table, with a file hanging above it. Hubert smiled. That smile seemed to say, if you don't behave, if that knife falls, the cat's head and body will separate. You? Alice clenched her fists, nearly biting her lip until it bled. Sister, we are both grieving over our father's departure, but now we must move on. Everyone is waiting for you, come on. Just then, a guard below suddenly shouted, Your Highness, no matter what you want to do, I support you. Chapter 282. A powerful being from the divine realm was immediately filled with indescribable anger. As a seventh tier, he had half of his body destroyed by a sixth tier from the lower realm, and had the puppet prince killed in front of him. That feeling was like going to the toilet, slipping and ending up with a face full of excrement. Disgusting. Very well, you killed him. Now you should think about how to leave. The prince died a miserable death in public. Guess what? Will the people of this country let you go? He dared not approach Chen Nian easily again, fearing that he might unleash that bizarre ability to distort space once more. If he were to be caught again, his physical body would be completely destroyed, and his fragile soul could easily be extinguished. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nian had already sensed two terrifying killing intents approaching from the surroundings. When the prince was killed, the audience and reporters had already gone mad with fear. At this moment, seeing a few more people arriving made them feel as if their souls were about to fly away in fright. In the upper left sky, there was a man in a white suit with dyed golden hair. That was the Rose Knight, someone he had only seen on television before. It was said that he was the most gifted genius 10 years ago, and was now the strongest knight of the Rose Army. Chen Nian looked up and felt an aura surging like a tidal wave, almost suffocating him. Chapter 283. Chen Nian pouted. Xiao Shixiang. When Shijie Shuiyu and Shixiang Junyu made their moves earlier, they easily suppressed the whole scene. Why can't you do the same? If you really can't handle it, I can just use a pawn and leave. Xiao Chang'e immediately became furious and waved his sleeve to brush off all the dust on him. It was just an accident. What's so difficult about dealing with these two rookies? Trust me, it's a sure win, little brother. As expected, the star-picking tower has quite the bravado. The old man roared in mid-air, Take another palm strike from me, Junior. His palm instantly magnified 1,000 times, and the dark, rune-covered giant palm descended from the sky, almost covering the entire sky. I've aged a few years and made a mess of things. Xiao Chang'e didn't use the technique of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune again, but directly activated the 5 elements 8 trigrams technique. Kun, Earth Dragon roams. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a massive yellow dragon rose from it, colliding with that palm print. Boom! Fragments of stone rained down like raindrops. Wait below, Shixiang. I'll deal with them. Xiao Chang'e activated the instant shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air, pointing, wind pierces. An invisible wind cannon, moving at a speed that the naked eye could not capture, instantly penetrated the old man's spiritual armor, leaving a bloody hole on his shoulder. Chapter 284. The sky burned red with fire. Under the sky scorched by flames, the sword shadow in the lake was rapidly dimming. How did the situation suddenly reverse? That kid's spiritual son has such power that it can influence the battle of a Destiny Realm expert. The experts from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom were shocked beyond words, feeling an uncomfortable blockage in their chests. He is Chen Nian of the Star-Picking Tower. Unfortunately, such a talented young man is not from our country, but from the Xia Kingdom. Alas, one must admit that the recently nominated candidates for the Round Table Knights pale in comparison to Chen Nian. Ha ha! Those pampered noble children must have already wet themselves in fear upon encountering a Destiny Realm expert. How could they dare to take action? Finally, the duel between Xiao Chang'e and the Twilight Knight had determined the victor. Golden light points scattered in the sky, creating a rain of gold from the shattered sword energy. Xiao Chang'e laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's just the spirit travel realm. With our brotherhood combined, what's so difficult about taking your attack? Chen Shidi, we can leave now. According to the agreement, after taking this hit, the two could leave safely. Chapter 285. A strong wind arose, and dark clouds gathered. Boom! The dark clouds converged, lightning rolled. And heavy rain poured down. The wind came. Winds from all directions gathered under his feet, forming a wind position. Water comes. The torrential rain turned into a water tornado, pouring into the formation, creating a water position. Thunder comes. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck above his head, and the raging lightning formed a thunder position. At first, people thought he was joking. Breaking through the spirit travel realm is something countless people cannot achieve in their lifetime. How can you say it can be broken so easily? Tianqi's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt that the kid's aura was indeed rapidly rising, seemingly about to break through a bottleneck. Drink! He thrust out a spear with all his might, and countless spear shadows attacked in an instant, suppressing Xiao Chang'e's rising momentum. The next second, an angry shout shook the heavens and earth. I, the heir of the Qianxi mansion of Lenghu Mountain, disciple of Li Bai from the star-picking tower, Xiao Chang'e, I'm going to enter the spirit travel realm today. Who can stop me? Who dares to stop me? The aura shook the mountains and rivers, and the heavens trembled. Chen Shidi, fire comes. Okay. Chen Nian once again borrowed the fire of the spiritual sun, and the flames infused into his formation, igniting the fire position. His black hair danced wildly, and all his spiritual acupoints were filled in an instant, finally breaking through the destiny bottleneck. Chapter 286. Power, Open Heaven. The martial saint's ultimate skill. Who in the world does not know? Lancelot squinted at the distance, still able to feel that domineering and fierce aura. Oh? It seems this is an outright threat. If I ignore you, what will you do? Before he finished speaking, a blade aura came from the horizon. Swish! One slash split the sea in half. The Blade Saint, Yunongzhou's master. Chen Nian let Yunongzhou and others go to the divine domain for training. So he also took action. The two saints were not far from this place. Their actions were a warning. Anyone who dared to harm Chen Nian would directly ignore the constraints of the saints' treaty and come to kill. Chen Nian smiled and said, "May I ask? Do you still want to keep us here? If you don't speak, we can leave." Chen Nian made a gesture of invitation to Alice. "Princess, let's board the ship." "What are we waiting for?" Alice was dazed for 2 seconds before coming back to her senses. For him, the two saints were willing to violate the rules. This guy really has a lot of face. Letting him be my knight, isn't that a bargain for me? All right. Alice boarded the ship with her maid. Chapter 287. Divine Domain. With the efforts of the people from the star-picking tower, the construction of the base has officially been completed. This valley has been named Star-Picking Valley, serving as a foothold for mortals in the divine domain. Surrounding it are various protective formations set up by Cai Lingyun, as well as countless mechanical puppets created by Mo Liuguang, ensuring complete safety and security. Haha, I didn't expect we really did it. Being able to stand in the divine domain, we owe it all to Shidi Chen's promotion. He is the greatest contributor. Shui Yu asked for a flower bed to grow medicine. Junyu built a study to read, and Mo Liuguang created a mechanism library. As for Li Bai, he chose to build a wooden house by the waterfall in the valley, placing an ancient zither beneath the waterfall. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. If there's a chance, I could invite her, the Sound Saint, to play the zither here while I dance with my sword. That should be quite nice. I've met Mr. Li. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Li Bai turned around and saw a handsome young man. If I remember correctly, you are the disciple of the chess sage. My name is Jiang Nan. Hello, Mr. Li. I took the liberty to come here to relay a message from my master. Oh? Go ahead. Chapter 288, 749th Game. The highest emergency plan has been activated. In the high-level conference room, the big shots all wore serious and solemn expressions. The Xia Kingdom is facing its first major threat. Everyone, you should all be aware of the situation. The visitor is Nan Meng, the genius from the Nan family 100 years ago. His current strength is comparable to that of a true sage. His demand is for us to hand over Chen Nian, and it must be done within 3 hours. Impossible. Someone immediately slammed the table and angrily rebuked, Director, you should know how important Chen Nian is to us. He is recognized as the genius of the Xia Kingdom worldwide. And recently he has contributed significantly to our exploration of the divine realm. I oppose it too. Not to mention that we are unwilling to hand him over. Even if we were, who has the capability? He is from the star-picking tower. Most people expressed their firm opposition. However, some were thinking rationally, but this concerns the lives of millions in the capital, we must be cautious. Is it feasible to evacuate the masses within 3 hours? It is absolutely impossible. The other party is precisely taking advantage of this point, which is why they deliberately proposed such conditions. Is there no artifact that can trap him? Chapter 289, earlier. In the bamboo forest. A lantern hung from the green bamboo, and beneath it was a stone table. On the stone table was a chessboard. On both sides of the chessboard, there were 2 cups of tea, still steaming. However, only one person was sitting by the table, the chess sage. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the night sky and fell into the bamboo forest. The meteor transformed into a graceful figure in white, which was Li Bai. Old man. Have you already prepared the tea, just waiting for me to come back? What? Are you so eager to find me for a chess match because you think you've made great progress recently? You returned just in time, otherwise this old bone of mine might not withstand the tossing around. At least the secluded bamboo forest would not be preserved. What do you mean, rambling? Hurry up and sit down, you take the white pieces, and I'll take the black ones. The two played chess under the bamboo for a long time, killing pieces back and forth, unable to distinguish between them. After a long time, Li Bai suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you old thing are not that great. After a lifetime of playing chess, you still can't beat me. If I drop this piece, won't you lose for sure? On the chessboard, a large dragon of the chess sage had already been surrounded, and was about to be devoured. Yet he suddenly laughed, raised his index finger, and took out a black piece. Chapter 290, what is going on? They suddenly disappeared. The 749th Game Control Bureau was in a daze when Nan Fengsang contacted them. The emergency state can be lifted now. It's already fine. What exactly happened? That kid Chen Nian is quite cunning. When he came to the appointment, he had already prepared a backup plan, even I didn't know. He directly brought Nan Meng to the chess sage and Mr. Li. Upon hearing the name Mr. Li, everyone felt a weight lift off their hearts. With him taking action, there should indeed be no problem. It turns out Chen Nian was well prepared. Wait a minute. Didn't he just earn a special merit for rescuing the capital in a crisis? He has already accumulated quite a few special merits, he probably won't care about this. This time, the chess sage helped out. I'll arrange for someone to come and help repair the forest later. By the way, what will happen to Nan Meng? He wants to kill Mr. Li's disciple. Do you think Mr. Li will let him go? Divine Realm. The golden lion was galloping. As its mount, it was in a very good mood, running as if carried by a light breeze. After all, the people it was carrying were Li Bai and others. One day, it never expected to become the mount of a demigod. It would have a lot to boast about when it returned to that group of lionesses. And who knows how many lionesses would be mesmerized. Chapter 291, Ants, drowning in the nightmare illusion, I grant you silent death. The Nightmare Lord spread his arms, as if to embrace the sky. Dark purple mist surged out like tidal waves, covering the burning Heaven Realm army with overwhelming force. The mist was like millions of ghostly demons. Any soldier swept by that mist immediately froze in place, displaying bizarre expressions. Some had smiles on their faces. Some were furious. Some were filled with sadness. Some were laughing crazily. In this dream, you would experience the joys and sorrows of life, and then embrace death. The Demon Lord Nightmare. Ranked third among the 3 demon lords, in the sacred spirit realm. He fused with the ancient demon beast, the Nightmare Beast, and could use its abilities to ensnare opponents in a nightmare illusion in an instant, stripping them of their ability to act. Truly worthy of being the Demon Lord. The bastards on the opposite side have already become fish meat to be slaughtered. Kill. The demon soldiers immediately launched a new round of large-scale attacks. Puff. They pierced through the chests of the burning Heaven Realm soldiers, severing their limbs, and raised the blood-soaked heads high, letting out loud shouts, as if to flaunt their trophies. The people of the demon realm chose to fuse with various demon beasts to gain power, and their actions had a certain beastly nature. Chapter 292, The Spinning Stars. An instant 1,000 miles astronomical records. This is the power of the second star position, Qianzhuan. Chen Nian moved like the wind, transforming into a ghostly figure weaving through the enemy ranks, his sword like a paintbrush, splattering red paint with each strike. After a while, all the surrounding people lay in pools of blood. Only Chen Nian remained unscathed, moving effortlessly. The Demon Lord squinted his eyes upon seeing this. I can't hold back any longer, delays lead to changes. This person is extraordinary. His right arm instantly transformed into a dark purple demon claw, aimed at Chen Nian and swung his claw from a distance. Hiss! Void-rending claw. 3 claw-shaped ravines appeared on the ground in an instant. Chen Nian had already dodged to another place. In the blink of an eye, the second claw came again, with no visible trajectory, as if it could directly tear through the void to hit the enemy. Some claw marks hit the unfortunate demon army, and their bodies were instantly torn apart, splitting into several pieces. Understanding the heavenly mandate, Qianquan. The third star position lit up beneath Chen Nian's feet, that of Qianquan, the Star Lord of Literature. At this moment, Chen Nian's vision encompassed everything. The movements of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, every subtle expression, the shock and fear on their faces, he could see clearly. Chapter 293, Chen Nian first kills Nan Meng, then the Demon Lord. Killing both powerful figures will count towards his achievements in the Shura realm. Blood crystal energy 50,000 of current blood crystal energy, 70,000. His achievements in battle are probably already more than those seasoned generals who have fought for 100 years. If Su Tu and others knew, I wonder what expressions they would have. How is this Beidou 7 stars divine art? Strong, invincible. Their S1 last move. Celestial stars vastness, 7 stars return to 1. But since you've already resolved it, there is no need to use it. Remember it in your heart, and practice diligently in the future. Understood? All right, you can go back now. Chen Nian didn't he stay long, after all. He wasn't he familiar with the burning heaven realm, and this trip was just to vent some frustration. Now he had finally enjoyed a rush, and learned a new skill. Li Bai's divine consciousness returned to his body, rubbing his temples and saying, all right, borrowing your power to kill a saint is quite exhausting for me. I need to go back and recuperate. Then you should rest well, by the way. How about I visit the Celestial Sound Palace, and invite Senior Sound Saint to come to the divine realm? You're not incapable of doing that. But your wording needs to be more tactful, don't make it sound like I'm very eager, just a casual invitation. Chapter 294, Sumu continued, at that time. Many people were panicked and frightened. Chen Nian, as the hero of this incident, we hope he can come for an interview and guide the public correctly. In simple terms, Just say some heartwarming words. Su Miaoyin hurriedly said, then you go find him. Why are you looking for me? Sumu, you have a good relationship with him. And you're shy, it's a perfect opportunity for you to get close to him. Oh mom, don't say that. Su Miaoyin anxiously glanced at Chen Nian sitting opposite her, finding him chuckling to himself, her face immediately flushed. Chen Nian shouted, Auntie, this is no problem. Sumu was surprised. So Chen Nian was right next to you, why didn't you say so earlier? Just tell him that the reporters will call for a phone interview later, it won't take up too much of his time. And it will be featured in the evening news. Got it? Su Miaoyin gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. She and her sister Su Li had completely opposite personalities. She was the pure and reserved goddess, while her sister was the cunning little devil. Just from this brief exchange, she was already so embarrassed that she had to abandon her dignity and stuff pastries into her mouth. Chapter 295. Chen Nian stayed in the star-picking valley for 2 days. The Su sisters, one an angel and the other a devil, made him feel both pained and happy in between them. However, after some leisure time, Su Li expressed that she needed to go back. She was accompanied by people from the Shura realm on this trip, and couldn't stay too long. All right, I'll go back with you. It's been a while since I've been there. Chen Nian bid farewell to Su Miaoyin, and followed Su Li out of the star-picking valley. Fortunately, Su Li had arranged for the Shura realm people to wait far away, so they wouldn't expose the location of the star-picking valley. Upon meeting the Divine Son and Divine Daughter, everyone bowed in greeting. Let us go. Chen Nian summoned the Golden Lion, and had it pull the carriage. On the way, the Golden Lion couldn't help but mumble, this lion thinks that the Divine Son has just as many beautiful confidants as I do. How many have we seen on this journey? Inside the carriage, Chen Nian and Su Li heard everything clearly. Su Li smiled and pinched Chen Nian's thigh, you have quite a few beautiful confidants, huh? Your sisters all want a piece of you. Should I tell Dad when we get back? Don't mess around, tonight I'll treat you to Golden Lion Head, be good. Outside the Temple of Slaughter, Chen Nian saw the kidney-deficient Divine Son, Shumo, again. Chapter 296. Chen Nian prepared to officially set off the next day. There was one more day left. He was planning to go to the Shura Holy Pavilion to exchange some items since he had accumulated quite a few war merits, making him quite wealthy. As he stepped outside, Shumo hurriedly caught up. Chen, your mission this time is quite significant. If you fail, the consequences are unimaginable. Are you afraid I'll die and no one will supply you with pills anymore? Ah? That is not it. Am I that kind of person? The pills are secondary. I value the precious friendship between us. Shumo argued his case. Chen Nian arrived at the Shura Holy Pavilion. I'm going in to exchange some things. You have war merits again. Just a bit. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Later, I'll take you to a nice place to strengthen our brotherly bond. What nice place? Chen Nian asked curiously. War merits can be used not only to exchange resources, but also for romantic pursuits. Shumo smirked. Only after going to Cheonyu Tower together can we be considered true brothers. You, kidney deficient, still want to go to that kind of place? Chen Nian laughed. Nonsense. Not everyone is as insatiable as that woman. Ordinary women can't compare to divine maidens. They would just lie in your arms and act spoiled. Chapter 297. Chen Nian said, Su Li asked me to stay over tonight. Absolutely don't go. Shumo said solemnly, that woman, Zizhuan, has recently improved her blood yin divine art again. If it weren't for your pills, I would have been drained dry by her. Your Su goddess is close to Zizhuan, so she's probably taught her a lot. Just say you have business tonight. Brother, let me take you for some excitement. Always eating by the nest is boring, you should try the taste of wildflowers. Chen Nian gave a thumbs up, makes sense. Chen Nian, I have business tonight, after all. I'm about to be sent to the burning heaven realm, let us wait for the next time. Su Li, no. I miss you QAQ, Chen Nian, definitely next time. Su Li, HMPH, man, don't come again. That's it. Chen Nian closed the communication artifact. Is that all? Shumo was extremely surprised. If it's that woman, she would definitely make me report what I'm doing tonight, who I'm meeting, and what time I'll be back. Isn't this too free? The head of the family is like this. Not long ago, I even secretly met with her sister. Does she dare to have any objections? Impressive. Shumo gave a thumbs up. At sunset, Su Li was practicing in the yard out of boredom, when suddenly a guest arrived. Chapter 298, the next morning. Chen Nian yawned as he came out of his room, stretching lazily. He went to pick wildflowers, but didn't he manage to, and instead was forced to work hard all night, allowing Su Li's Blood-Yin divine art to make great progress again. What a coincidence. He just happened to bump into Shumo coming out of the neighboring room. Shumo had dark circles under his eyes, looking extremely tired, with no sparkle in his pupils. Brother Shu, are you all right? Why do you look so lifeless? I'm fine. I didn't expect we fell into a trap. Damn it, it seems we need to change places in the future. Chen Nian sighed. Yesterday, Su Li asked me why I came here, and I said it was because I invited you. Isn't that brotherly enough? Shumo nodded. Yesterday, Zizhuan asked me, and I said the same thing. It's all my fault. Looks like our friendship is quite solid. Of course. Let us go. Prepare to set off for the burning heaven realm. Outside Shura City, a team of about 100 people was stationed. At this moment, Chen Nian, as the leader, had not yet arrived, and people were whispering among themselves. It's my first time seeing such a young divine son going to be an envoy. Does he have enough qualifications and experience? Yeah, even professional diplomats have been turned away. What means does he have to get accepted by the burning heaven realm? Chapter 299. Chen Nian's gaze fell on the young girl. She was vastly different from the other locals, dressed quite conservatively, with a long skirt that almost covered her feet. Her skin was porcelain white, almost unhealthily so compared to the wheat-colored skin of the locals. Her face was beautifully delicate, with large eyes and a cherry-like mouth, and a 3-petal red flower painted on her brow. Beautiful. Shumo generously praised. I didn't expect to see such a beauty here. Should I go over and strike up a conversation? You go, I promise not to tell your Zishuan. Chen Nian laughed. Forget I said anything. Didn't you notice that the people around seemed to loathe that girl? Upon seeing the young girl, the nearby shops and pedestrians all distanced themselves, pointing and whispering. The 9-petal goddess, why isn't she staying at home? What is she doing out? Exactly, is she out here to harm others? When she goes mad, it will be others who suffer. So shameless. Just then, a child holding candy came running down the street and accidentally bumped into the young girl. In the next moment, 2 bodyguards beside the girl rushed out. Are you all right, goddess? I'm fine. The girl squatted down and smiled gently. Little friend, you need to watch where you're going when you walk. Don't run around carelessly. Chapter 300. In the burning sky realm, on the outskirts of the city. The bamboo forest here was generally a earthy yellow, and under such high temperatures and years of exposure, any plant that survived had mutated. In the bamboo forest, there was a house. Juying arrived at the courtyard door and looked at the few guards beside her. I'm going in to talk to Grandpa Yao. You can wait outside. The few exchanged glances. Juying knocked on the main door and called softly, Grandpa Yao, Juying is here to see you. The door was opened by an old man with grey hair. Juying, come in quickly. I just happened to have developed some new medicine recently. Let us boost your health. After she entered, Grandpa Yao closed the door. He was an elder skilled in alchemy, and he was also responsible for helping Juying change her body. Grandpa Yao, how are they doing? They are fine, hiding in the basement, but I'm worried about you. Your body is getting worse by the day, relying on medicine to hold on. I don't have much time outside, so please take me to see them first. All right. Let us go. They entered through a secret door and made their way to the basement. As the stone door slowly opened, 3 young girls appeared before them. Chapter 301. When Chen Nian came out, Shumo, Luo Hongwei, Li Shou, and the other companions immediately gathered around. So soon, how did it go? Everyone didn't have high expectations. After all, they had just been turned away not long ago. It was unlikely that things would change just because Chen Nian was there. If they want to kick us out, we wouldn't have to stick around like this. Exactly, we still have our dignity. We haven't even been offered a cup of tea. Chen Nian looked at the embassy staff. You don't even offer tea to my guests. Sorry. A guest from afar, bring tea for the guests quickly. Then, several maidservants brought tea and pastries. Such a dramatic change left everyone stunned. What is this? What's going on? Why has their attitude changed like this? Weren't they just looking down on us? My goodness, this is eye-opening. I came last time and almost got kicked out, and now they even have some snacks. The sun is amazing. Everyone felt a long breath of relief. It was so satisfying. However, they still hadn't agreed to our terms. We need to wait for further discussions. Chapter 302. That night. Although it was said to be night, the sun was still blazing outside. But on a physiological level, people needed to rest at the designated time, after all. They still needed to sleep. A maid quietly visited the embassy where Chen Nian was staying. Who are you? The 9-petal goddess is my young lady. She said she has something important to discuss with you, and wants to invite you to her home. Chen Nian recalled that Zhu Ying mentioned she could only go out every few days. What is the matter? The young lady didn't say. But insisted on inviting you over. Shumo interjected, based on my experience, being invited over for no reason means she is lonely. All right then. Chen Nian agreed and left with the maid. Soon after, they arrived at the destination. A large mansion. The maid led Chen Nian to the back door of the mansion. Took out a waste token, and unlocked the spiritual energy restriction. I'm sorry, goddess, but you can only enter from the back, please. Such tight security. Chen Nian noticed that this house not only had strict guards, but also had spiritual energy restrictions. Yes. It's to prevent the goddess from escaping on her own, and to prevent anyone from seeking revenge on her. You know, the goddess has offended quite a few people due to changing her body. It makes me feel like I'm sneaking around, but fine, the back door it is. Chapter 303. Impossible. Kai Shao refused firmly upon hearing this. Given your physical condition, entering the hell of flame demons to participate in fierce battles is just asking for death. But if I don't go, no one else can help him. After all, I've been there once, and I can do it. Kai Shao's face turned cold. No, listen to me. This is for your own good. I've already promised Chen Nian, one must repay kindness and seek revenge. This is your mother's principle, why can't I come to repay? In the past, I always listened to you. But I want to make my own decisions this time. Kai Shao didn't expect that her usually weak and obedient daughter would be so resolute this time. And her tone even carried a hint of shouting, finishing with clenched fists and heavy breathing. All right. Kai Shao compromised. If this continues, her daughter getting angry could easily trigger an episode. Chen Nian, I hope you don't worry, I will do my best to take care of her, as a friend. The next day, Chen Nian and Zhu Ying met smoothly. The Hell of Flame Demons, the entrance is located at the Great Volcano in the Burning Sky Realm. Is a secret realm. Now, many people had gathered at the foot of the volcano, all preparing to enter the Hell of Flame Demons, after all. This secret realm couldn't be opened just for Chen Nian. Chapter 304. Zhu Ying was so nervous that her body instinctively tensed up. She had been protected to the utmost by her mother since childhood, had never encountered any man, and had almost no ordinary physical contact. But last night, Chen Nian not only slept in her bed, but now he was also hugging her tightly. All right, he is trying to help me conserve energy. I shouldn't be heavy. Right? Such speed. Who is that person? It seems to be Juying, and that person from the Shura realm. Is this speed human? Chen Nian flew at full speed with Juying in his arms, and with the support of the new magic tool, the cloud-piercing Moonwalker, he quickly surpassed several teams. Soon, he saw the massive wall of flames, and the temperature hitting him was suddenly several times more intense. Passing through it would lead to the next layer. Be careful. The fire energy in the next layer will be even more fierce. If you aren't careful with your protection while passing through, you might turn to ashes. Juying reminded him, let me help you, my practice of the leaving fire divine art can resist it. No, just take care of yourself. Chen Nian charged directly towards the wall of flames, and as he was about to make contact, the blood feather flood dragon armor covered his body. Chapter 305, I help you. Juying also began to cast a spell and stepped forward. She knew that neither of the two opponents were easy to deal with, especially the Yangzhuan divine son, who had extraordinary strength. She couldn't let Chen Nian face them alone. You deal with the woman, I'll handle the man. If you can't hold on, just call me. I can do it. Chen Nian versus Yang Zhuan. Juying versus Qing Lin. The duo battle was about to break out. The two women fought fiercely, with fire whips dancing like fire snakes and spells raining down. Juying, you've caught the fire fever yet still occupy the position of the goddess. Don't you think you're shameless? If you're not as skilled, don't blame me. Very well, then don't blame me for taking your life while you're sick. On the other side, Chen Nian confronted Yang Zhuan. He was in the early stage of the daylight realm, while the opponent was in the mid-stage. If they were outside, Chen Nian felt that he could easily overpower him. But in the flame demon purgatory, the opponent had the home advantage. Both his techniques and divine power were fire-based, while Chen Nian had to resist the environmental suppression. In this situation, the enemy had the advantage. Yang Zhuan looked at Chen Nian indifferently, from the Shura realm. Today, let me show you what the power of the burning sky realm is. The third level of the leaving fire divine art, condensing flame into weapons. In an instant, his palm spun like a vortex, and flames from all directions turned into streams, converging in his palm. Chapter 306, This is impossible. Yang Zhuan couldn't believe that his spiritual son would be suppressed by the opponent. All advantages vanished. After Chen Nian's spiritual sun rose, it hung above the head of his Shura form. Divine technique, spiritual sun divine light. The light transformed into countless sharp swords, continuously bombarding Yang Zhuan's techniques. Ultimately, as the Shura form struck down with a sword, it split the leaving fire form in half, crashing down. The divine sun Yang Zhuan also spat out blood, and was sent flying to the ground. The outcome was clear. On the other side, even while sick and injured, Juying's hard strength was still stronger than Qing Lin's. After all, she was a goddess. She was the strongest girl chosen from countless candidates. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The sunlight divine sword. Juying pointed her fingers like a sword, and a radiant divine sword suddenly stabbed out. With a puff, the opponent's chest was instantly pierced. The victory was also decided here. Qing Lin clutched her chest. Realizing her brother Yang Zhuan had also suffered a miserable defeat, his face looking as if he had eaten something foul. Let's go. The two abandoned their struggle and fled in a disheveled manner. Of course, it was impossible to kill them. After all, divine sons had protective artifacts, and this was their territory. Killing their divine son would truly tear the facade apart. Chapter 307, Safe. Returning to the upper layer, the pressure significantly decreased. Chen Nian released his blood-burning state and almost collapsed onto the ground. Are you okay, Juying? I'm fine, heh. I didn't expect we both survived. Let's rest a bit before continuing. Okay. Juying turned her back, took out a small medicine bottle, shook out 2 pills, and put them in her mouth. Her complexion improving a bit. After the two rested sufficiently, they continued hunting flame demons and refining divine fire. After half a day's effort, Chen Nian's jar was finally filled with original divine fire, marking the official completion of his task. Let's go, it's done. Okay. The two exchanged a relieved smile before retracing their steps, successfully leaving the flame demon purgatory. Just as they emerged, 2 groups of people immediately surrounded them. The ones surrounding Chen Nian were from the Shura realm, while the other side was there to check on Juying. Divine Son Chen, how did it go? Did you gather enough original fire? Enough? Wow, you really did it. I never thought the task could be completed before we came out. Divine Son Chen is amazing. The people from the Shura realm cheered with joy, as this seemingly impossible task had finally come to a successful end. Chapter 308, you said Juying left the Burning Sky realm. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes, she left with that Shura realm Divine Son. Ha! She was well protected in the Burning Sky realm, and no one dared to touch her. But once she's outside, like a canary that has flown out of its cage, she could be caught by hunters. Lady Qinglin, should we send someone to hunt down Divine Girl Juying? As long as she dies, you can take her place. Idiot. Qinglin said coldly, if we act ourselves and leave any flaws, wouldn't it lead to our doom? Naturally, we should use others to do the dirty work. Juying has plenty of enemies. Go, secretly pass the message to those people, they will help deal with Juying. Yes, my lady. Recently, I've been tracking her movements and found that she goes out to buy women's items each time, and then visits that old alchemist. The old man who helps her change her body. Buying women's items to go to the old man's place, what is she doing secretly? Qinglin thought for a moment, go investigate. I have a feeling she has secrets unknown to others. Jiaxing Valley. Ever since Li Bai and Yin Sheng settled here, Yunongzhou, Jiangnan, and others have been shamelessly coming to seek advice. Chapter 309, Juying initially thought that the sister in front of her was too young. Isn't medical skill something that gets better with age and experience, like Grandpa Yao? She still had some disbelief in her heart. But the other party could see her physical condition at a glance, and she was incredibly surprised. Thank you, sister. Inside the room, Shuiyu and Juying were sitting and checking her pulse. Chen Nian stood by. After checking for a while, Shuiyu frowned, you have inflammation in your body. Primarily heat, in severe cases, it can cause pain throughout your body and loss of essence. Yes. Juying nodded vigorously, realizing she'd encountered a divine doctor. Chen Nian added, this illness is called fire fever in the Burning Sky realm, and there is no cure. It is said that she has already changed her body 3 times, and still couldn't cure this illness. Changed her body 3 times? Yes. Juying lowered her head in acknowledgement. Take off your clothes, I'll take a closer look. Juying didn't move. Shuiyu glanced at Chen Nian. So why are you still standing here? Men, please step back. I don't mind, senior sister, you can treat me like I'm invisible. Do you want to get poisoned? Sister, I'm leaving now. Chen Nian wandered outside for a moment, and Luo Hongwei returned. Chapter 310 7 people did not hide the hatred and anger on their faces, their scolding voices like sharp swords stabbing towards them. My sister was killed by you. Goddess. You are unworthy. My sister was so cheerful, but just for you to exchange her body, her soul was extinguished. Finally, we have the chance today. We will definitely kill you to avenge our blood feud. Several of them attacked simultaneously, surrounding Juying from all directions, even ignoring Chen Nian. Kill. Chen Nian casually formed a divine talisman in his hand. You character. Ah. Everyone's body instantly became heavy, hundreds of times heavier. And they immediately fell from the air to the ground, producing deafening crashes. 7 large pits appeared on the ground, each with a person lying in it. Why is my body so heavy I can't move? Someone struggled to lift their head. If you have the ability, just kill us. Stop pretending to be so kind. It makes me sick. Although they couldn't get up, their mouths still spoke harsh words, each glaring at Zhu, wishing they could swallow her alive. Chen Nian looked at Zhu. So, should I tell them the truth, or? Chapter 3:11 Chen Nian stood up and instantly appeared in front of Qinglin, blocking the way ahead. What? You from the Shura realm want to interfere in the affairs of the Burning Sky realm? A group of soldiers also surrounded him with weapons in hand. If Chen Nian dared to make any move, they would immediately attack him. Chen Nian looked at Qinglin. A cold blood light flashed in his eyes. Infinite killing realm. Open. In an instant, Qinglin found herself unable to move, her pupils trembling without focus. If Chen Nian wanted to kill her, he could easily do it in front of the army, and then escape safely from the Burning Sky realm. But the consequence of doing so would be that no one would care for Zhu, and she would have no chance of turning things around. Only carrying a lifetime of infamy. Therefore, he opened the infinite killing realm not to attack, but to place a string of Buddhist beads on Qinglin. Evil artifact, Hawan Buddhist beads. Once worn, it would mark her soul with a brand, completely obeying the holder of the beads, that is, Chen Nian. After putting the beads on Qinglin, they immediately transformed into a golden light talisman, imprinting on the back of her hand, then gradually fading into her skin. The soul mark had been branded. Chen Nian then released the infinite killing realm, allowing her to regain her senses. Chapter 3:12 Shura Realm's Son. I advise you to be wise. I know your strength is considerable, but if you act against me in the city, do you think you can leave unscathed? Qinglin sat leisurely beside Chen Nian, one hand gently stroking his thigh, chuckling seductively. How about you come and be with me? What is so great about that woman Zhu? Does she have bigger breasts than me? Can she be more charming than me? Besides her fair face and skin, what other advantages does she have? Chen Nian chuckled. Aren't you close with your godson brother? Why are you also interested in me? Of course. Qinglin's hand gently moved towards Chen Nian's chest, first taking Zhu position as goddess, then stealing her man. That feeling is simply wonderful. As for brother Yang Zhuan, although he is also a son of God, he did lose to you that day, so his halo in my heart has weakened a bit. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Zhu is indeed not as flirtatious as you. What did you say? This sentence instantly enraged Qinglin. She stood up abruptly, her eyebrows sharp as swords. I will soon become the goddess of the Burning Sky realm, and pulling you in now is giving you face. Don't take it for granted. Want to pull me in? Fine, kneel down and serve me, Chen Nian said calmly. Chapter 3:13 What happened to Lady Qinglin? Why did she suddenly kneel down? Come and see. In less than half a minute, hundreds of people gathered from all directions. The number continued to multiply and soon surged to thousands. The streets were densely packed with people, and those who could fly jumped onto rooftops or simply hovered in the sky, as it is human nature to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had already reserved a private room in a tea house, opening the window just in time to see the scene on the street. He leisurely sipped tea while enjoying the show. I am guilty. Qinglin knocked her head heavily on the ground, the sound echoing. What crime did she commit? Confessing in the street, unbelievable. As the goddess, Zhu had never used others' bodies to heal herself. She had secretly hidden the 3 girls. And they were not dead at all. Qinglin's words stirred up a storm. What? The goddess Zhu body has never been replaced. This is too explosive. Wait. Did we misunderstand goddess Zhu? Actually, I always thought she was a kind girl. She would gently greet the children every time. Chapter 3:14 Shura Realm Palace. Report to His Highness the Shura King. The delegation led by Sun Chen has returned to the Shura realm. Oh? Bring him up. Ah? Sun Chen did not return with the team. As soon as this was said, the people in the hall began to whisper among themselves. Did Sun Chen fail to fulfill his mission and abscond? This is too much to not complete the task, but not return at all. Su Tu stepped forward. Shura King. That kid Chen Nian is ambitious. The military order was just a momentary impulse. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Should we really chop off his head? Just then, General Li Shou quickly walked into the hall. Report. Sun Chen has successfully completed the mission. The primordial divine fire has been gathered. Please review it, Shura King. After speaking, he respectfully presented a pot-shaped artifact with both hands. The Shura King reached out to grab it, took a look. Indeed, it is the primordial divine fire. Wow! This is something. Such a difficult diplomatic task, he managed to complete it. Su Tu laughed. What did I just say? This kid Chen Nian is steady and reliable. He is someone who can achieve great things. Immediately someone asked, then if Chen Nian has made great contributions, why hasn't he returned? Chapter 3:15 Extreme Abyss Valley. Huge ice spikes pierced the ground like broken weapons, the icy surface covered in a blue frost. Everywhere one could see the frozen bones of gigantic beasts, twisted in shape. Having been frozen for millions of years, the valley filled with heavy, bone-chilling mist. It appeared to be an ancient glacial relic. At the deepest part of Extreme Abyss Valley, in the coldest center of the glacier, a woman was confronting a magical beast. The beast was named Ice Soul Three-Headed Wolf. Its snow-white fur standing up like ice spikes covering its body. The three heads' blue pupils locked onto the woman in front of them, ready to erupt into battle at any moment. The woman was Zhu Ying's mother, Kai Xiao. She had traveled all this way, fighting her way into the valley just to find the nether blue frost flame. Now, the nether blue frost flame is being guarded by this beast, close at hand. Step aside. I only want the nether blue frost flame, Kai Xiao said coldly. The Ice Soul Three-Headed Wolf spoke. Impossible. If you take away the fire, the glacier here will melt completely in a short time, and my cultivation place will be gone. If you don't let go, you will die. Kai Xiao was too lazy to say another word, releasing a powerful aura of the divine travel realm on the spot. Instantly, the ground beneath her feet exploded, and she, clad in armor, shot towards the three-headed wolf like a cannonball. Chapter 3:16 Chen Nian disguised himself, transforming into the demigod who possessed Li Bai's body that day and slaughtered the demon lord. Cough. He stepped between the two and coughed. Both of them immediately sensed an outsider approaching, and to prevent danger to their physical bodies, they quickly retracted their souls simultaneously. When they reopened their eyes and saw the person in front of them, Kai Xiao was the first to widen her eyes. Who are you? Who dares to disrupt things? Qing Lin questioned loudly. Chen Nian squinted slightly and said, Do you want to speak like this to me? Are you tired of living? What? As a powerful figure in the divine travel realm, Qing Lin had always received the utmost respect, and had never been scolded like this. To say someone was tired of living to a divine travel realm expert, what level was he? A saint? Moreover, this woman Kai Xiao seemed to know this person. What was their relationship? Just as Qing Lin was puzzled, Kai Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and clasped her hands. Senior. Thank you for your help that day. Or I would have fallen to that phantom demon lord. It was just a casual effort, no need for such courtesy. Now, Qing Lin suddenly understood. It turned out that this person was the widely rumored demigod, the master of the Shura realm's godson, Chen Nian. Chapter 3:17 How the hell do I fool you? Chen Nian immediately understood that the other party might have seen some flaws, but was still uncertain, so they deliberately came to test him. If he revealed his true identity, the nether blue frost flame would likely be lost. Please guide me, senior. Seeing Chen Nian not responding, Qing Lin's gaze locked onto his back, suddenly intensifying her tone. Is the senior silent because you are unwilling, or because you don't know? With your realm, capturing a mere spiritual fire should be effortless. Why bother to specially store it in a magical tool? Please answer, senior. Her tone became increasingly aggressive, as if she was fully convinced that Chen Nian was an impostor. Just a thin veil away from being exposed. Chen Nian's body stiffened. What to do? If he failed to act cool and was exposed, wouldn't that be embarrassing? At that moment, an invisible soul entered Chen Nian's mind, causing him to shudder. His eyes suddenly lit up with a strange brilliance like a sea of stars. Chen Nian slowly turned around, not answering. I knew you were a fake. Let me see who you truly are, daring to act mysterious here. Qinglin finally confirmed her suspicion and struck a palm towards Chen Nian. Chapter 3:18. Juying first froze in place, then slightly lowered her gaze, nodded, and replied in a gentle voice. The dress slowly slipped off. The girl's flawless, fair skin was revealed inch by inch. Okay, stop staring at me. Since the first time Juying invited Chen Nian to her home, she knew this guy was no gentleman. However, she didn't dislike it. She just felt her heart racing faster, and her face was even hotter than when she was sick. Chen Nian smiled. All right, let's begin. For the next whole day. For 12 hours, Chen Nian treated Juying's illness. He skillfully controlled the nether blue frost flame, almost eliminating all the sources of her ailments. By the end of the operation, Chen Nian was drenched in sweat, his back completely soaked. Of course, during the treatment, he inevitably touched her all over. Finally done. Chen Nian let out a long breath and looked at Juying, whose face was now more radiant and as rosy as an apple. Smiling and asking, how do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yes, there is. Chapter 3:19. Qianzu Mountain. Chen Nian's next target. He intended to go to this place to reforge the Blood Sea of Corpse Mountain with liquid divine water. Although it would not reach the level of a divine artifact after reforging, it would at least elevate the weapon's strength by several grades, likely reaching the half-divine artifact level. Of course, upon returning to the Shura realm, Chen Nian inevitably had to deliver a wave of supplies to Su Li. He then prepared to set off officially. This time, he was handling personal matters, so he naturally couldn't bring the Shura realm's army, only taking his maid Luo Hongwei with him. On the way, Chen Nian called back the Golden Lion, as the journey was extremely long, and he couldn't be without a mount. Set off. Chen Nian noticed that since the Golden Lion had eaten that high-level beast last time, its strength had become even greater. Not only did it break through to the 7th tier, but also, wherever it passed, the monsters below didn't even dare to breathe, pure bloodline suppression. With such rapid improvement, what if its heart floated? He needed to find an opportunity to give it a lesson. During a rest on the road, Chen Nian shouted at the lion, I see you've gotten much stronger lately. Come over and practice with me. The Golden Lion was taken aback, thinking, Isn't this guy afraid of getting beaten? Chapter 3:20. Qianzu Mountain is Chen Nian's destination. Originally, he was supposed to go there to ask someone for help. But before he even arrived, killing the people of Qianzu Mountain would be awkward, right? Chen Nian held the ring in his hand. When I get to Qianzu Mountain, should I help her fulfill her wish or pretend not to know? If I help her fulfill her wish and give this to her mother, when asked how her daughter died, I would say it was me who killed her. Luo Hongwei comforted, Young master, you are doing this to free her. If you ignore it, she will only live in more torment and pain, and harm more people. I believe young master did nothing wrong, just tell the truth. Chen Nian thought for a moment and put away the ring. Let us take it one step at a time, perhaps I won't even find her mother. And then it won't matter. He didn't dwell on it further. Chen Nian dug a pit, buried the woman on the spot, and continued on his way. After half a day of travel, at dusk, the two finally caught sight of the outline of Qianzu Mountain. Young master, Qianzu Mountain is a neutral area. Neutrality means it does not serve any divine realm, and equally provides weapon forging services to all divine realms. Chapter 321, Chen Nian did not forget that he had a task here. To help that woman fulfill her wish. He still had a ring in his hand that he needed to give to her mother. But he didn't know the woman's name, nor her residence. So he could only take the opportunity to inquire around. Have any teams recently gone out from Jiangsu Mountain? Among them, there is a woman with a ponytail. About this tall. There are many teams and many women. Who knows who you are talking about? I don't know. Chen Nian suddenly remembered that Luo Hongwei mentioned that the woman had a mark that only the chief forgers possess. Right, that woman is a chief forger. Every year, a new chief forger is born, and there are quite a few women among them. How would we know which one you mean? If you want to find out about this, you need to check with the Chief Forgers Association. But the Chief Forgers Association is not something you can just enter casually. Give it up. Chen Nian understood. To find out who that woman was, he first needed to help Shu Liang win in the selection competition. Only by winning would he be qualified to enter. Now their goals were aligned. The next day, the Chief Forgers Conference officially began. Chapter 322, Chen Nian set aside his doubts and prepared to focus on the main task. He would help Shu Liang secure the position of Chief Forger. Now, it was his turn to help. Hongwei, where did Shu Liang run off to? Young master, he seems to be in the exclusive forging base of the Chief Forgers Association. Where the equipment and conditions are better. Is he working late at night? Now that he is a chief, he doesn't need to work so hard. Let us go take a look. The so-called forging base is located at the center of the mountainside, guarded by personnel. And one must verify their identity to enter through the cave entrance. Once Chen Nian entered, he immediately saw the huge forging furnace burning fiercely below, illuminating the rock walls with a bright red glow, surrounded by various forging tables and tools. Bang! 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 It was 1 o'clock in the morning. And the sounds of metal striking continued in the base. Chen Nian looked up and saw Shu Liang, drenched in sweat, wearing only a grey-white vest. He was holding a small hammer, hammering away, occasionally wiping the sweat from his forehead, grinning foolishly, completely unaware that Chen Nian had arrived. Bro! What are you hammering away at so late? Chen Nian, what are you doing here? Shu Liang hurriedly put down his work, looked up with a smile and said, Chapter 323, Yu Wenqing's last wish was to give the ring that represented her feelings to Shu Liang. Shu Liang looked at the item in his hand, his nose suddenly feeling sour. In that moment, he knew that Chen Nian was not joking, everything he said was true. She is dead. Even though he had tried hard to keep his thick lips from trembling, tears still streamed down his face, staining his dusty cheeks. I'm sorry. Chen Nian handed over the ring in his other hand to Shu Liang. If I had arrived earlier, maybe I could have saved her. Shu Liang couldn't say a word. He wouldn't blame Chen Nian. If it weren't for him, he might have remained oblivious to the truth for a long time, always holding on to hope. And might not have even received what she left behind. But he couldn't find any other words to say, just tightly holding the ring in his palm. Slowly walking out. As he walked, memories of the past surfaced in his mind. That broad back seemed lonely. The distance between life and death is daunting, an insurmountable chasm. Luo Hongwei walked to Chen Nian's side and quietly asked, Young master, are you not afraid to tell him the truth now? What if he refuses to forge weapons for you? Chapter 324, At the foot of Jiangsu Mountain. Flames soared into the sky, the sounds of battle echoed through the mountains. After several hours of fierce fighting, countless corpses lay scattered, the stench of blood permeating the night wind. The teams from Jiangsu Mountain were retreating step by step. We can't retreat any further. There are civilians living on the mountain, they have no combat ability at all. What to do? The Mountain Lord and his group of madmen have no scruples, they clearly want to swallow us whole. As a neutral area, the surrounding divine realms would not attack Jiangsu Mountain without reason, but the remnants of the evil god did not care about that. They swarmed wherever there were people. Like a horde of locusts. Chen Nian was also forced to retreat. He had killed nearly 1,000 evil god followers, and his blood energy was halfway spent. If he didn't take a break to recover, he would run out of blood energy and die. Brother Chen, are you okay? Hurry. The Mountain Lord wants us all to retreat. He is going to use the divine weapon technique. People hurriedly retreated, and suddenly the Mountain Lord soared into the air. Hands raised, chanting incantations. Countless weapon spirits, heed my command, let the wind of heaven come. Buzz? The mountaintop exploded. A beam of light shot up into the sky. That was the town weapon of Qianzu Mountain, the heavenly blade opening cloud sword. Chapter 325, Shu Liang. Shu Liang. Shu Liang lay on the ground, limbs spread out. In his blurred vision, he seemed to hear someone calling him. It was not the other forgers, but the woman who lived in his heart. The revolving lantern. In a daze, he was transported back to the day they first met. The sunset that day painted the sky red. She walked towards him from under the sunset, arriving at his shop, playing with his creations in her hands. Boss. Your craftsmanship is great, these are really nice, how much? Boss? Shu Liang suddenly realized he had lost his focus. Feeling so embarrassed, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. As he was about to leave, he mustered his courage to ask her. Wait, what is your name? Yu Wenqing. The warmth of the evening sun, the gentle pulse of the world, isn't it beautiful? Outside, Qianzu Mountain had been pushed to the brink. The friendly forces had dwindled from nearly 10,000 to less than 2,000. Meanwhile, the enemy forces were increasing. A dense crowd of mad fire followers. Their pupils burning with demonic flames, looked like a sea of starlight from above. The demonic flames spread. The high priest waved his hand, voice booming, today. Let our flames bloom completely. Chapter 326. People stared at the flattened 10,000-meter plain, murmuring in disbelief. What terrifying technique is this? One punch shatters everything, shocking the world. He is only at the 7th realm. Or is it unbelievable that he just broke through? Before, I thought he was just an ordinary fire controller. But it turns out he saved us. The 8th realm high priest was killed by Chen Nian in one punch, his soul extinguished. The remaining soldiers posed no threat, and were all eliminated. Thus, the remnants of the mad fire evil god were completely wiped out. Qianzu Mountain is safe. People sat on the ground, the joy of surviving filled them with excitement as they breathed in the air. We won. The Mountain Lord looked at Chen Nian's figure and sighed. I wanted him to stay earlier, but it seems we are not worthy. His future achievements are not something Qianzu Mountain can accommodate. Luo Hongwei also watched Chen Nian from behind, her heart equally tumultuous. Once upon a time, when competing with the Divine Child, I was on par with her in realm. Now, however, he has already reached the 7th realm, and his 7th realm is terrifyingly powerful. Following the young master is indeed the best choice in life. Chapter 327, The Man with the Title Dragon Yang. In the Demon Realm. The 3 great demon lords rank first, at the peak of the Sage Realm. The first person under the gods. After completing the soul search, the weak human in front of him has lost all value. He casually raised his hand, and the black vortex of space swallowed him, leaving only a piece of torn cloth gently falling to the ground. A living person has thus evaporated from the world. Long Yang raised his hand, drew the star-picking order into his palm, and then was sucked into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, Long Yang appeared in the Demon Realm's shrine, presenting this token. Bring the best artifact masters in the realm to me, to deconstruct this token for me. Several artifact masters were summoned to the Great Hall, and studied the star-picking order for a whole day. Report to your highness. I am certain that the people from the lower realm are using this token to communicate with each other. The frequent appearances of lower realm people in the divine realm prove that they have mastered the method to enter the divine realm, and even opened a passage. If we can find their stronghold and capture them all, we can eliminate a major headache. The demon god asked indifferently, can this token track their stronghold's location in reverse? There is a formation inscribed in this token that can emit a distress signal. Once the signal is sent, it will transmit the location information of this token to the main token holder. Chapter 328, Star-Picking Valley. Not far away, senior brothers Ling Yun and Mo Liuguang watched from a distance as Ning Meng rode through the sky holding the bruised lion head, and couldn't help but sigh. Junior sister Ning Meng is still so unreasonable. I seriously suspect she has violent tendencies. By the way, how did junior sister Ning Meng become so much stronger while goofing off in the lower realm? You know she has always had top-tier talent. The martial arts sacred body is not just for show. Although she may not be as versatile in magic and weaponry as junior brother Chen. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, junior sister Ning Meng is indeed stronger. If it comes to fighting, I'm afraid neither of us can match her, right? I estimate junior brother Chen will surpass us soon. Last time I saw he seemed to have reached the 6th realm. Haha, we have our own specialties. There's nothing we can do if we can't keep up in cultivation. True, we don't need to fight anyway. By the way, I recently made a supergiant robot. I need to find a chance to test it. What? It's a large combat puppet that requires 4 people to control at the same time. I named it Zero. And you'll find out when the time comes, haha. Soon, Ning Meng commanded the lion to land, then clapped her hands and jumped off the lion. Chapter 329, Li Bai's expression darkened. It seems to be a major matter that could make even the chess sage spit blood. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. And he cannot reveal more information, which is why he asked his disciple to send the message. Understood. Li Bai used his finger as a pen and wrote a line of small characters in the void, then flicked his finger. This line of text was transmitted to each disciple. Zhang Yu was sitting at the desk reading, with sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his grey-white robe. Looking like a humble scholar on his way to the capital for examinations. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before him. The chess sage has foreseen. There may be changes soon, everyone should be cautious. It was a message from his master. Suddenly, the token on the table began to glow. It was another token holder sending a distress signal. Zhang Yu was already accustomed to this kind of situation. Many newcomers to the divine realm encounter danger and call for help, and he has saved dozens of people so far. As usual, he immediately set off and instantly disappeared from his original position. The wind chime hanging on the window swayed, producing a crisp sound. Zhang Yu sped through mountains, lakes, plains, and hills at an unimaginable speed, as fast as an uncatchable wind. Chapter 330, Star-Picking Valley. Li Bai glanced at the token in his hand that was flashing red. A danger signal. It was sent by Zhang Yu. Having taken in Zhang Yu as his eldest disciple for a long time, Li Bai had never received a message from his artifact. He always spoke face to face. No matter the distance, he would always come before him. It seems he cannot escape for the time being, but he must warn us, hence the danger signal. The only person in the world who truly understands Zhang Yu's strength is Li Bai. Although he does not learn any combat techniques, with pure speed alone, he can outpace everyone in the sage realm. It seems the enemy he encountered this time is much stronger than before. Not good. Li Bai suddenly remembered that Aziz had just left Star-Picking Valley not long ago. Now that a crisis is imminent, she will be in danger outside. With this thought in mind, Li Bai immediately chased out of Star-Picking Valley. He hovered in midair, raised his 2 fingers to sense Zilianshi's aura, and with a realization, flew southwest. Recently, the 2 of them had toured the mountains and waters and discovered a beautiful riverside by the mountains. Zilianshi really liked that tranquil and elegant place, so she should have gone there to relax. flying at high speed along the way. Li Bai quickly arrived at the riverside mountain area. Chapter 331, the location of Star-Picking Valley is exposed. The demon army is pressing in. A great disaster is imminent. And people were immediately terrified and at a loss. How could this happen? Isn't our location extremely concealed? Yeah, why did it suddenly get exposed? What should we do now? Are we really going to fight against an entire divine realm? Chen Nian stepped forward and calmly looked at everyone, saying, "The eldest brother has no news. And the master has also not returned, which is enough to prove they are in trouble. Now we can only rely on ourselves. For those who want to leave, the passage is always open, you can go back to the lower realm directly now. For the rest who stay, if we want to preserve this base, a great battle is inevitable. Now you can make your choice." In the end, those who remained accounted for 40%, including several of Chen Nian's friends. The remaining 60% hurriedly returned to the lower realm through the teleportation passage. With the eldest brother and master absent, the one in charge on the scene naturally became Shui Yu. "Sister Shui Yu, what should we do? Since the other side has mobilized their army, there must be top-level strong ones accompanying them. With just us, we probably won't be enough to fight." Sai Lingyun said. Chapter 332, Come Out, 0. Mo Liuguang threw out a round ball artifact, which suddenly exploded on the ground. With a loud bang, a large amount of white mist erupted. What appeared before them was a humanoid giant robot about 20 meters tall. Its body shimmered with metallic and mineral luster. And there were 4 cabins arranged horizontally on its chest, seemingly able to seat 4 people. Wow, there is such a thing. No wonder he is a descendant of the Mo family's mechanism arts. Several senior brothers were astonished. Get in. The 4 of us should be able to fight against that powerful opponent in the God Travel realm with the help of this battle puppet. The leftmost part controls the hands, the rightmost part controls the feet, and the 2 central hatches are responsible for a series of combat and defense actions. Chen Nian and Ning Meng jumped up and rushed directly into the 2 central hatches. Sai Lingyun and Mo Liuguang entered the left and right sides, respectively. A mechanical prompt sounded. Driver detected, hatch closing, spiritual energy connection system activated. At the same time, the mechanisms in the cockpit connected with the bodies of the 4. And Chen Nian could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his body being extracted. The spiritual energy extracted from the 4 of them was infused into the body of the Zero machine. Chapter 333, Jin Zai did not expect that as a dignified being in the God Travel realm, his attacks would be blocked by a mere battle puppet. In his moment of shock, he saw the battle puppet charging at him with an energy greatsword in hand. What a joke! How dare this thing challenge me? The Demon King. The insult was too great, causing him to lose his composure on the spot. In the instant he raised his right fist, the ancient flame demon Otl had already attached itself to his right arm, and the overwhelming end of the world demon fire wrapped around his fist, suddenly striking out. Furious fist break. With a single punch, a massive fiery fist came crashing down from the sky. Chen Nian controlled the puppet, crossing the dual swords to slash forward. The X-shaped sword energy shattering the fiery fist in midair. Amidst the swirling flames, the Zero machine had already approached Jin Zai. Fire, fire, fire. With Ning Meng's shout, the Zero machine's pupils lit up with red light, and a dark red energy cannon suddenly fired. Boom! It hit directly. Hooray! However, when the explosion's flames dissipated, Jin Zai appeared before them completely unharmed. Nothing happened. After all, he is in the God Travel realm. Even with the 4 of us using the Zero machine, we can only barely hold him off. Defeating him is impossible. Chapter 334, The Chess Sage and the Dao Sage exchanged glances. Let's move. Heavenly Chessboard, activate. 8 trigrams array. Commence. Suddenly, a gigantic circular 8 trigrams array appeared in the sky, continuously rotating and showering down multicolored divine light. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, a massive chessboard covered an area of 100 miles, resonating with the 8 trigrams array above. At this point, the entire space was sealed. Only entry was allowed. No exit. But the chess sage and the Tao sage could no longer take action, they could only rely on the remaining 4. How do we divide? The strongest one goes to the 2 of us, Lao Chu, Nan Feng Kang, you 2 pick 1 each. Done? The sword sage and the blade sage confronted the demon Lord Guangji. The martial sage faced the demon King Bone Skeleton. Nan Feng Kang confronted the demon King Heart Nightmare. As for the remaining demon army, it was up to the spiritual practitioners within the Great Xia realm to resist. Oh? So these people are the saints from the lower realm. Compared to Guangji and Lord Longyang, their aura seems a bit too weak, haha. But it's still interesting. Are they trying to stop us by trapping us here? Then let's take the blood of the saints as a flag for our first large-scale expedition in the demon realm. Hearing their contemptuous words, Chu Wuwang's explosive temper could no longer be contained. Chapter 335. After receiving the news, Zhu Ying had requested her mother, Kai Shao, to help. However, as a general of the Burning Sky realm, Kai Shao's status was significant, and it was impossible for her to help a lower realm force like the Star-Picking Tower. Otherwise, it would bring her criticism. This time, Zhu Ying, disregarding her mother's advice, rushed over as quickly as possible to provide assistance. In her heart, it was Chen Nian who gave her a second life. Chen Nian was already her only choice for a future husband. Who is she? She seems to possess extraordinary strength and is here to help us. None of the others recognized Zhu Ying, so they all looked at the red-dressed beauty in surprise. Luo Hongwei quickly explained, she is the goddess of the Burning Sky realm, Zhu Ying. Not long ago, my lord had, some connection with her. Qian Long looked astonished. Another beauty, who has ties with Chen Nian. Although she isn't as pretty as me. That previous Yi Bailing could be overlooked. At least I had seen her in the lower realm, but how many beautiful women does Chen Nian have in the divine realm? Although he felt indignant, Qian Long's actions in battle did not slow down at all. With her powers gradually awakening, she was also a formidable force. Divine Technique, Heavenly Water Dragon. Chapter 336. Longyang suddenly looked back, and saw a flash of white light blooming in the black void. The white light traversed through the void's whirlpools at an unbelievable speed, shattering each whirlpool it passed through. In just a few breaths, hundreds of void whirlpools disappeared. The trajectory of the white light formed a character capable of shaking mountains and rivers. When? The heir of the Ghost Valley sect. One in literature, and one in martial arts. Zhun Yu, as the inheritor of the Ghost Valley's literary lineage, derives his roots from the path of literature, to prove the way of the literary saint. The literary saint ascended as the literary star. The literary star, part of the Big Dipper, ranks in the celestial position. Zhun Yu's divine power resonates with the literary star. Literary Tao divine power. If I remember correctly, that should be a literary lineage that perished in ancient times. It actually awakened at this moment. The characters dissipated and transformed into countless white light particles, surging into Zhun Yu's forehead. A mere old god dares to show up in the era of new gods. Seeking death. The demon manifested. Longyang cut his wrist, and a drop of essence blood splashed out, swallowed by the demonic shadow behind him. Immediately after, the demon's body rapidly solidified. The second of the ancient 10 great demon beasts, the void-devouring beast. Its massive body could cover the entire sky. Chapter 337. The pestilence was poisoned. He did not expect that his teammate would come over to harm him. At this moment, his internal organs began to melt into thick blood, and blood started flowing from his 7 orifices. Big brother, I didn't mean to. The voice of Frost Prison's soul trembled. Useless. The pestilence glared, and a dark grey light shot out from his pupils, instantly shattering its soul. The energy from its shattered soul scattered in the air. And the pestilence suddenly opened its mouth to inhale, sucking all of it into its body. With your useless soul, I will ascend the ladder of saints. Absorbing the soul of a being in the God-travel realm, the pestilence's abdomen suddenly swelled, and the powerful soul energy merged into its limbs and bones. Its muscles began to swell at an exaggerated speed, like a balloon being inflated, flesh bursting through the skin and crazily growing, lumps of flesh began to cover its body. In the end, it transformed into a giant flesh tumor, about 100 meters tall, thick chunks of flesh flowing on its surface, exuding a nauseating stench. The ancient demon pestilence tumor. The once dreaded Black Death was the work of this demon. Chapter 338. Letting the spirit sun explode would directly cause severe internal injuries to oneself. It was a suicidal move used only when desperate. Did he actually use it directly? Boom! The world was illuminated by light, bright as day. The explosion of the spirit sun shone like countless swords of sunlight, piercing through the body of the shadow demon. He let out a howl of agony. His skin severely burned over large areas, even revealing glimpses of his bones beneath. But Xiaochanga was not in a much better state. The explosion of the spirit sun caused his spiritual sea to churn violently, resulting in serious internal injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Crazy. I won't play along anymore. The shadow hunter attempted to dive into the ground's shadows, but the next second, Xiaochanga raised his 2 fingers. Earth Dragon, rise. The ground beneath him cracked open, and a soil dragon erupted, sending him flying into the air. Wind blade, slash. Xiaochanga's fingers sliced through the air, and countless wind blades crisscrossed, cutting his body into several pieces. At the same time, a loud bang echoed from the clouds above, and a divine thunder crashed down. Tai Hao Chi thunder, spanning heaven and earth. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the shadow hunter mid-air. The natural thunder, imbued with destructive power, obliterated both his body and soul in the roaring thunder. Chapter 339. As the body of the shadow disaster was destroyed, a crimson light immediately fled into the distance. That was his soul. He wanted to escape, but it was futile. Chen Nian charged out of the cockpit, taking aim with a drawn bow. And a large bow immediately manifested. Did junior brother Chen want to shoot him dead? But how could the arrow's speed catch up to a fleeing soul? The next second, Chen Nian gave them the answer. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood. A blade shot through the air, precisely becoming that crucial arrow. With a loud bang, the air exploded in a circular wave, the blade released, and a blood-red light streaked across the sky. The shadow disaster's soul desperately fled. But the semi-divine speed that had locked onto his aura was faster. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a flash of blood light suddenly magnifying in his eyes. An arrow pierced through his soul. The already weak and ethereal soul instantly disintegrated. In the air remained a cry of unwillingness and anger, no. One of the 8 demon kings, the shadow disaster, fell just like that. We won, ha ha ha. Just a mere godly realm, a small matter, huh. In the end, it was still junior brother Chen's weapon that arrived in time, who would have thought he secretly obtained half a divine artifact. Several of them disembarked from the 0-number machine, all exhausted. Chapter 340. Zi Lianxi closed her eyes, cool tears sliding down her face. She spread her arms in front, quietly waiting for the impending death. However, the expected death did not arrive, but a gust of wind lifted her skirt. She suddenly opened her eyes. Bai Yi, you. In her blurred vision, Li Bai held up a massive energy ball with one hand, his trembling legs cracking the ground, as if he were holding up the entire sky. I said, Li Bai pronounced each word clearly, if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Zi Lianxi's eyes instantly turned red. He seemed to be the same spirited Li Bai from years ago, unchanged in the slightest. If spring winds have compassion for flowers, may I be young once more. Don't just stand there, let us go. In the future, I may not be able to protect you any longer. Li Bai's words were abruptly cut off, because Zilianshi had already rushed over without hesitation, hugging him tightly from behind. Her warmth flowed into Li Bai's body, together supporting the massive energy ball. Azi, are you crazy? You're the crazy one. If I don't die, how can you ascend the divine ladder? Without becoming a god, how can you fight him? Li Bai smiled bitterly. Even if you really die, I still cannot become a god. Cutting off worldly ties is about one's own heart. If you die, it will only leave an indelible mark in my heart, becoming the moonlight hidden deep within. Chapter 341, Whoosh. 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 7 beams of starlight rose simultaneously, shooting towards the heavens. Li Bai hovered in the air, precisely at the intersection of the 7 beams, his black hair dancing wildly, his white robe as pure as snow. At this moment, he had the qualification to look down upon all beings and stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The celestial stars were vast, 7 stars merging into one. This knife shatters stars. The blade emerged, as if to sever heaven and earth. A crack of light appeared on the Calamity Star, and then it suddenly shattered. Boom! The shockwave exploded in a circular pattern, sweeping the sky within 100 miles clean of clouds. The beast of the illusory realm, the serpent, vanished. Wu Yin gazed at the dazzling starlight, feeling as if struck hard in the chest, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. I actually lost to a human. The illusory realm serpent was severely injured, and he himself suffered serious damage to his path. To heavily injure a deity at the semi-divine level was unprecedented in history. He had lost the strength to fight again, and could only choose to retreat. After sending a retreat order to his subordinates, Wu Yin did not linger and vanished in the blink of an eye. Master, are we just going to let him escape? Li Bai shook his head. Being able to repel him is already a blessing. True gods are not so easily killed. Chapter 342, Demon Realm. Wu Yin leaned against the temple wall, nearly unable to stand. Your Highness, are you all right? That Li Bai actually has such ability to injure you like this. I'll go fetch medicine to heal you right away. Wu Yin shook his head and sat back on the temple throne. Li Bai does not have this ability, but his disciples are all extraordinary, possessing literary and divine powers, and there is also a half-divine artifact assisting, cough cough. Long Yang took the initiative to step forward to apologize. It is the fault of my subordinates for not defeating that person. We shall recuperate now and return to wash away today's disgrace. A complex look surged in Wu Yin's eyes. There may not be another chance. Bring Mingju to the throne. Mingju, the goddess of the demon realm, is the most gifted among the younger generation of the demon realm. Shortly after, a woman walked into the temple. She wore a floor-length gown adorned with black flowers, with a delicate black rose tattooed on her fair shoulder, her expression cold, emanating an aura of keep your distance. I have seen your highness. No need for courtesy. As Mingju raised her head, she saw a white serpent shadow appear around the demon god. Just being looked at by that serpent's eyes rendered her unable to move. That was the number 1 of the ancient 10 demon beasts, the illusory realm serpent. Chapter 343, Star-Picking Valley. After several days of recuperation, peace finally returned here. The only problem was that the location had been completely exposed. However, the exposure of the location was no longer a major issue. What about the demon realm that came to attack the Star-Picking Valley? What was the outcome? All major divine realms had intelligent spies, and they understood the situation well. Who would dare to come in the short term? At this moment, outside the yard on the grass, several people were seated around a stone table. Each one was a stunning beauty, their looks extraordinary. From left to right, they were the goddess of the Shura realm, Su Li, the disciple of the music saint. Su Miayin, the daughter of the sword saint, Yi Bailing, the goddess of the burning heaven realm, Zhu Ying, the little dragon girl, Qian Long, and Lu Lin from 749. Except for Lu Lin, who was expressionlessly eating snacks. The others had varying expressions, and their gazes clashed in the air, thick with tension. Chen Nian thought about whether he should just give up being the Shura realm's son and settle for being the son of the Shura field instead. Everyone would definitely be happy to help him, but once the help was over, the problems would be serious. Isn't this the grand meeting of the century? Noticing the atmosphere growing heavier, Chen Nian brought over a plate of sunflower seeds and said with a grin, "Why don't you ladies have some sunflower seeds while we chat?" Qianlong grabbed Chen Nian's arm. "I've heard everything." Chapter 344, Chen Nian and Su Li return to the Shura realm together. Yi Bailing continues her training in the Qing Shan sword domain. Zhu Ying also returns to the Burning Heaven realm. Su Miaoyin and Qianlong stay in the Star-Picking Valley. On the way, Chen Nian couldn't help but complain about Luo Hongwei. "Was that something you should have said in that situation? You just pushed me into the fire pit. I asked you in advance, and you said it was fine." Luo Hongwei, inexplicably reprimanded by Chen Nian, pouted unhappily. "Oh, still talking back, for a mere maid. You sure have some guts." "I'm sorry, young master, I shouldn't have talked back, it was my fault." Luo Hongwei turned her head away, looking defiant, and even let out a cold snort. She dared to act this way because, after a long time together, she realized that Chen Nian was actually down to earth. Although he was a distinguished son with extraordinary talent, he could still mingle with everyone. No wonder those girls liked him. So Chen Nian definitely wouldn't he be truly angry over such matters. He was probably just bored on the way, and wanted to tease her. "Sorry. Has no one taught you to show your chest when apologizing?" "No, that's just your twisted imagination, young master." Chapter 345, Zhu Miao chuckled, "Don't be afraid, beautiful. From now on you're one of my family. As long as you serve me well, no one will bully you." "Master Zhu, that might not be appropriate." The Shura guards all showed difficult expressions. If it were someone else, the Shura guards wouldn't be afraid, but the Zhu family was different. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Shi, was the direct superior of the Shura guards, a leader of thousands. Anyone who offended the top boss would find it hard to survive. "What's inappropriate? Get lost. If you dare to block my way again, I'll tell my dad. As for Lord Su, I'll have someone inform him myself. Come. Take her back to my residence." The matron from Qiongyu Tower hurriedly approached. "Young Master Zhu, aren't you here to enjoy the flower wine today?" "Enjoy what? Do your girls even have a signature?" "I'm in a hurry to go home and pamper her, ha ha ha." Then, two attendant girls grabbed Ming Zhu, one on each side, and led her home. Along the way, Zhu Miao's lewd gaze kept sizing her up, and he started to fantasize about what would happen later. However, he didn't dare to act on the street, so he kept holding back. Chapter 346, In the Son of God's residence, in the yard. A small golden lion lay on the ground, lazily closing its eyes to bask in the sun. It could freely change size, which was quite convenient. Suddenly, it caught the scent of a dog. Its eyes opened slightly. It turned out to be a male pet dog, curiously circling around it. "Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep." The golden lion lay back down on its paws, showing no interest in the male dog. Not even a female dog intrigued it. It didn't like hybrids. A few minutes later, the dog was on its back. "Damn! You dog, you're all male." The golden lion jumped up in anger. Just then, Chen Nian returned. The dog immediately ran to Chen Nian's side, barking while wagging its tail and rubbing against his leg, appearing very affectionate. "Licking dog." The golden lion scoffed. After Chen Nian came in, he casually pulled out a storage pouch. "I got some meat from high-level magical beasts, all stored in here." Upon hearing this, the golden lion ran to Chen Nian's side, kicked the pet dog away, and wagged its tail vigorously. "Son of God is mighty. Son of God is generous. I love the Son of God the most." Chapter 347, Ming Zhu's wrist was held in midair by Chen Nian. At the same time, Luo Hongwei's hand was positioned in front of Mingju's neck, seemingly ready to sever her head if she moved. The air froze at that moment. Mingju's gaze finally became clear, her eyes flashing with panic. It's over. Now that her killing intent was exposed, she probably wouldn't survive. The final outcome was self-evident. With his power as the son of God, it would be easy for him to kill her. Young master, she harbors killing intent towards you. This person cannot stay by your side. Luo Hongwei said coldly, ready to strike as soon as Chen Nian gave the order. Chen Nian was silent for a few seconds before releasing her wrist. Mingju stepped back a few paces before steadying herself. What just controlled your mind? And that thing is not low level, even a hint of its aura is enough to suppress 100 beasts. Mingju didn't speak. The matter of the void realm serpent within her was a significant secret that must not be exposed. However, she had already realized the power of that curse. Once a thought of not wanting to kill Chen Nian arose in her mind, the curse would activate immediately, and the void realm serpent would forcibly control her actions. If she resisted, she would probably die a miserable death. Chapter 348. Am I a good actor? Luo Hongwei smiled playfully. It turned out that tonight's events were all part of her carefully crafted script. The two of them once again played the roles of red and white faces, deliberately giving Mingju a chance to eavesdrop in order to subdue her. To be honest, you don't seem to be acting at all. It feels like real emotions are showing. Not at all. How could I dare to complain about the young master? But men are always fond of the new and tired of the old. When someone new comes, they receive special favor. Luo Hongwei lightly huffed. Although she didn't dare to compete with the other main consorts for favor, she felt she should rank first among the maids. All right, tomorrow I'll take you shopping. You can buy whatever rouge or dress you want. Then I thanked the young master for his generosity. Luo Hongwei smiled charmingly, clearly quite satisfied. However, there is indeed a spell called Blood Contract in the Shura Sacred Pavilion. The young master can prepare it in advance. If she truly becomes irredeemable, it could be used as a last resort. That makes sense. Chen Nian entered the Shura Sacred Pavilion. Kill Sequence Ability 004 Blood Contract. Introduction. Sign a contract with the target's soul using blood. The contracted party cannot harm or betray you, and must periodically provide blood. If you die, the contracted party also dies. Chapter 349. Do you still want to kill me? Upon hearing this question, countless thoughts surged through Mingju's mind. During the time she had been following Chen Nian, she had not only avoided humiliation and bullying, but had also enjoyed regular meals of lion's head. As a captive of an opposing force, this treatment was truly excellent. Moreover, Chen Nian was the one being attacked by the demon realm. He was able to rescue her from the claws of evil without holding grudges, and treated her sincerely. He was definitely not a bad person. He was merely on the opposite side of the demon realm. If she had not followed him, but had fallen into someone else's hands, she might have been worse off than dead. Without the influence of the illusory realm serpent, did she really still want to kill him? The answer was no. Mingju opened her mouth, but swallowed back what she was about to say. Instead, she said, even if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be able to. Now you have the chance, right? Chen Nian smiled, resting his hands behind his back, with no defenses in front of him. HMPH. Mingju noticed he was deliberately teasing her, and turned her head away with a cold snort. Is there something wrong with your body? No, no. At that moment, Mingju was surprised to find that she didn't want to kill Chen Nian, and her body was not affected by the illusory realm serpent's backlash. Chapter 350. After all, she was a dignified goddess. Could she really betray herself for something as trivial as lion's head? Mingju rolled her eyes in anger. She huffed and said, let me be clear, I have no sense of belonging to the Shura realm, but I do have some recognition of you. Therefore, based on my feelings, I will no longer harm you. After hearing this proud declaration, Chen Nian couldn't help but smile widely. What are you laughing at? Given your honesty, this deity grants you freedom. Whether you stay or go, it's up to you, you can leave anytime. Ming Jue stood frozen in place. She didn't expect to regain her freedom. For a person, this was the most precious thing, no less than life itself. Thank you. That night, Ming Jue quietly came out of her room. Empowered by the illusory realm serpent's strength, she silently passed through the gate and left the residence. The golden lion in the yard breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. The one who devoured Lion's head had left. So they wouldn't have to be butchered anymore. Ming Jue left Shura City and traveled 300 miles to the outskirts, where she finally took out the communication feather. After a while, several powerful auras appeared from around her. Chapter 351, Guian gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Nian. Hiss! A surge of black energy erupted from his skin, forming a giant black demon. The dark demon, a type of dark elemental demon, could attach dark poison to enemies with every attack, corroding their bodies and even their souls. Let us see how capable you really are. Guian commanded the demon to attack Chen Nian, who raised the blood sea of corpses, and barely blocked the incoming ghostly claws. Attempting to block the dark demon's attack with a weapon was foolish. Be careful. That dark poison can spread through the weapon to its master, it's highly contagious. Ming Jue instinctively warned Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian's knife was no ordinary weapon. It was a semi-divine artifact. Although he could not yet unleash its full power, even a small portion was enough. The knife emitted a blood-red divine light, instantly dispersing all the dark poison into the air. What? As his pupils constricted, he realized Chen Nian's blade was already coming at him, and he hurriedly summoned the demon for defense. Crack! The cold, frost-like blood-colored blade slashed through, cutting the dark demon's massive body in half. At the same time, a sun spirit appeared in Chen Nian's palm. The spirit had two colors, a bright red from the true fire of Samadhi, and a ghostly blue from the ghostly blue frost flame. Chapter 352, Star-Picking Valley. After returning, Chen Nian rushed to Su Miaoyin's residence. Without any hesitation, he pushed the door open. Su Miaoyin, who was practicing the piano, was startled. Why didn't you knock? Do we really need to be so polite? What if I was changing clothes? It's fine, I don't mind. Pervert. Chen Nian grinned. Miaoyin, I'm taking you somewhere. Where to? You'll know when you get there. I'm not going. I don't want to run into your love interest again. Hey, don't pull my hand. Su Miaoyin was dragged along by Chen Nian, stumbling all the way, and in the end, she could only give in to him. Shortly after, they landed. Where exactly are you taking me? We're here. Under the bright moonlight, a rugged middle-aged man stood there. Dad. Hey. Chen Nian responded. You're annoying. Su Miaoyin blushed and glared at Chen Nian, quickly running towards Su Tu. It was a touching father-daughter reunion. All right, my daughter has grown into a beautiful young lady. It's a pity there's a big bad wolf like Chen Nian around, who's always stepping on my little white flower. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't been with him. Chapter 353, The battle in Beihuang Valley lasted a day and a night. The Windfall Realm and the Qingting Realm joined forces, with a total of 400,000 troops to besiege Su Tu's 10,000 troops. In the fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only 500 of Su Tu's 10,000 troops retreated to Beihuang Valley. He fought against two saints by himself and managed to injure both of them. That fierce determination to fight to the death even forced the saints to temporarily retreat. However, there was more than just saints coming this time. Wind Spirit Barrier. An invisible wind formed a barrier, trapping Su Tu and the others in the valley. Birds flying by crashed into the wind barrier, instantly exploding into blood mist. Su Chu gazed at the figure standing on the wind in mid-air, feeling an unparalleled pressure. And he finally understood, the god had personally arrived. Su Chu knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, with visible cracks appearing on his armor. He suddenly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do I really have such a high status that you gods need to personally come to greet me? Heh. After all, you're the infamous Blood King, your mouth is still tough. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you're just bait. The real fish hasn't taken the hook yet. Su Chu suddenly realized. Chapter 354, In the Temple. The crowd wanted to advise against the god of slaughter. Get lost. A harsh reprimand echoed. The force of it made everyone take several steps back. Weaker individuals even lost their balance and fell to the ground. Blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Quick, run. In a moment, everyone in the hall had left, leaving only the noble standing beside the Asura king. As the chief messenger of the Asura realm, the noble usually offered counsel to the Asura king, but this time he had no way out. It seemed the only choice was to abandon the pawn to protect the king. Abandoning Su Chu was the best course of action for the Asura realm. Your Highness. Seal off the temple. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter. You will stay by my side. Yes, I dare to ask, Your Highness. What do you intend to do? The noble wanted to say more, but he saw that the Asura king had already closed his eyes and leaned back on the throne, seemingly falling asleep. Was this a form of transcendental meditation? Chen Nian returned home. The maid Luo Hongwei and Ming Jue approached him from either side. Young master. How is the situation? No one dares to save him, but I cannot just stand by. Understood. If you need me, just send for me. Chapter 355, Chen Nian drew a circle on the map with his index finger. Su Chu is trapped in this valley. Tomorrow night at midnight. Your city defense troops will first launch a feigned attack from the west, the more imposing, the better. Understood. Next, Minga, Brother Lin. The three of us will take this small path from the east and rush into the valley at the fastest speed. Remember, do not linger in battle. Okay. Su Chu will surely be trapped within the barrier. My weapon can break the barrier, and then I will activate the teleportation array talisman given by my senior brother. It will randomly teleport us to nearby areas. Of course, just relying on the teleportation array won't guarantee our escape, we must prepare for the worst. As the enemy may continue to pursue us. If we encounter an unstoppable strong enemy, Minga, you will need to use your power to temporarily hold them off, and buy us some time to escape. I will do my best. Chen Nian sighed in relief. Since there are no problems, everyone should rest well and prepare for tomorrow's action. In the lower realm, in Daxia, the National Security Bureau was currently having its daily routine morning meeting. Due to the recent stirrings among various forces in the divine realm, the lower realm also had to keep a constant watch on their movements, making meetings a daily occurrence. Chapter 356. Su Chu could only watch helplessly as his subordinates went to their deaths. He tried to hold on to one or two people, but he still underestimated their determination. Some were subordinates who had followed him into battle for many years, while others were newcomers who had just joined this year. Yet, in this grand act of moths to the flame, no one flinched. They had been cowardly, timid, and afraid of death before. But now, no one was willing to stay behind as a burden, they had all become fearless warriors. Damn it! Su Chu slammed his fist heavily onto the ground. Compared to the tragic sacrifice of his subordinates, the surroundings were filled with mocking laughter. What are they doing? Are they board guarding and putting on a show for us? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Su Chu stood up. Gripping his blood-red battle knife tightly, he took heavy steps toward the barrier. With each step, cracks began to form on the ground. His subordinates could charge bravely to avoid dragging him down. So what reason did he have to survive and become a burden to the Asura realm? However, at that moment, a thunderous sound of battle suddenly erupted from the west. About 1,000 people charged in, and in an instant, flames soared into the sky. It's them. Chapter 357. Chen Qingyuan raised his hand indifferently. Ants seeking death. The moment his hand fell, a purple-blue lightning bolt, like a wild dragon, carrying a terrifying power meant to shatter all things, suddenly struck down from the sky. This was a full-force strike from the peak of the Sage Realm. Even in a complete state, Su Tu would likely have to avoid its edge and dare not take it head-on. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. That lightning, which seemed poised to pierce through heaven and earth, was effortlessly pinched between Lin Zhiyu's fingertips. What? Both Shen Qingyuan and Feng Chen, the two sages, looked on in shock. Su Tu gazed at Lin Zhiyu's back, feeling the gradually emanating aura, and murmured in disbelief. Asura King, Your Highness. He did not expect, nor did Chen Nian, that the god of slaughter had truly arrived. His physical body remained on the throne, but his consciousness had already ventured out, transforming into Lin Zhiyu, following Chen Nian to rescue Su Tu. No wonder it was so easy to break through the barrier just now with his assistance. Lin Zhiyu crushed the lightning between his fingers, then absorbed its terrifying power with his palm, and suddenly pushed it backward. Chapter 358. The Wind God raised his index finger. Countless mysterious azure trajectories converged. That was the source of the storm in the world. The wind began to dance wildly. The subtle air currents gathered from the entire shattered world, compressing, stretching, condensing, and refining. A slender arrow, sharp as a needle and radiating an extreme sharpness, formed at his fingertips. This arrow contained the power to slay gods. The Thunder God also raised his palm. Heavenly punishment of the universe. Boom! Thousands of bolts of lightning simultaneously struck from the clouds within a 100-mile radius. Each bolt contained the destructive power of heaven and earth's thunder. The icy blue lightning that nearly illuminated the sky was reflected in the Thunder God's cold, blue eyes. The lightning in his palm had already coalesced into a Thunder God warhammer. Drop! The Thunder God warhammer fell, bringing with it a sudden destructive lightning strike towards the Asura King. It was a pure, overwhelming impact of destructive matter. At the same time, a pool of blood suddenly opened beneath the Asura King's feet, and a skeleton king bathed in blood suddenly stood up, using its jade-like white bones to withstand the impact. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound of an explosion, the shockwave shattered the surrounding mountains and cliffs. The skeleton frame remained intact and was not shattered. But this was just the beginning. Chapter 359. What's wrong? Not running away. The Thunder God strode forward, the lightning in his eyes flickering. In fact, the god of slaughter could escape. He was currently in a state of transcendental meditation, with his physical body still in the Asura temple. This state allowed him to traverse thousands of miles, and if his physical body faced danger, he could return to it at the fastest speed. But he did not escape. Because if he did, Chen Nian and Su Tu would surely not survive. Therefore, he could only continue to fight with this body condensed from divine power. Run! The Asura King said lightly, What you tread upon is the territory of my Asura realm, in my domain, do you still need to run? Indeed, during this chase, they had already entered the territory of the Asura realm. In their home ground, the god held the greatest advantage. Because billions of subjects were his believers, he could mobilize the power of faith at any time. You're just bluffing. You are injured, even if your faith enhances your divine power. You may not be a match for us. Then you can try. Get moving, don't give him time to gather faith. The wind god raised his hand and slashed down. The wind in the world transforming into a 1,000-meter-long wind sword. This is wind flowing at the ultimate speed, and anything it touches will be severed in an instant. Chapter 360. The Wind Extreme Instant Kill Realm. Centered around the wind god, a radius of 1,000 meters became the domain of wind. Within the domain, there were billions of winds. Any material object that entered would be instantly torn apart by billions of winds. If Chen Nian charged in at this moment, it would be akin to suicide. But at this very moment, Chen Nian was filled with rage. He could not retreat. Once this rage subsided, he would no longer be able to bear the immense power and faith of the god of slaughter, and he might just collapse. Chen Nian charged into the domain without hesitation. Then, within a second, all the flesh, bones, and organs of his body were shredded into millions of pieces. Fool! The wind god sneered, having never seen such a reckless person. But the next second, his brows furrowed sharply. The already shredded Chen Nian's body began to regenerate. The final phase of the divine technique, indestructible Asura. For 10 seconds, he could not die, his body would be instantly reconstructed upon destruction, unlocking the ultimate divine technique. The Asura Forbidden Realm of Eternal Destruction. After gaining the power of the god of slaughter, the final phase was finally unlocked. Thus, Chen Nian's body cycled between being shredded and regenerating until he finally broke through the wind's domain and stood before the wind god. Impossible. Chapter 361, Su Tu returns. Dad. When Su Li saw her father return safely, her nose instantly felt sour. She suddenly realized that Chen Nian was not accompanying him and hurriedly ran over to ask, Dad. Where is Chen Nian? Where is he? He is fine. Su Tu briefly explained the situation. After hearing this, Su Li felt grateful and relieved. Not only for Chen Nian, but also for that demon realm goddess. She never expected that she had sacrificed herself to save everyone. Girl. I will first meet with the Asura king, and then we will return to the lower realm together. Okay. Su Li smiled happily. The family finally had a chance to reunite properly. At the Asura temple. When Su Tu walked in, the crowd gathered parted to the sides, making way for him. General Su. Wait, why isn't he wearing armor? This is the first time I've seen General Su in plain clothes. Su Tu wore a simple plain robe. With the armor that symbolized the Blood King, which he had worn for 20 years, now neatly folded in his arms. During the time he was trapped, he thought of many things he had never considered in the past 20 years. So he made an important decision. Approaching the throne. Thud. Chapter 362, the Asura king paused slightly. It seemed he had been too accustomed to using Su Tu's name and could not correct it for a moment. After all, compared to those who pursued wealth and power, Su Tu stayed in the Asura realm not for anything else, but to repay a debt of gratitude. The Asura king trusted him greatly, otherwise, he would not have traveled a long distance to rescue him. However, Su Tu had already left. The formation below began to whisper among themselves. Did you know? I heard General Su Tu has resigned. Ah? So General Su won't be coming. How can this be? Now is a critical time for the Asura realm's survival. How can General Su not be here? If he isn't here, how are we going to fight this battle? Yes. I'm already used to following General Su Tu into battle. When he left, it felt like losing the anchor of the sea. Sigh. Morale was low. There were even mixed murmurs of sarcasm. Is Su Tu going home, or is he retreating in battle? Who knows? If he can resign, can I? I don't want to fight this battle anymore. Who wants to go die for nothing? Seeing this, the Asura king's brows furrowed slightly, his expression cold. But is anyone volunteering for the position of commander? It immediately became dead silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 363, Chen Nian had no choice, but to honestly confess to his second senior sister. All right, then I will give you the poison my sister has been keeping. Shuiyu opened the secret door of the medicine cabinet, and took out a delicate small porcelain bottle. This poison is called Dream Departure, which, as the name suggests, allows a person to die in their sleep without any pain. Although the effect is not terrifying, the toxicity is among the most potent. While it cannot kill a god, it can at least have some effect. Thank you, senior sister. Fully prepared, Chen Nian's 5-member team set off immediately. The 5 rode golden lions, soaring out of the star-picking valley, racing towards the wind-fallen realm. Xiao Chang'e looked at the figures of the departing members and asked Shui Yu beside him, what are they going to do now? Sneak attack the god's physical body. It's quite crazy, right? Xiao Chang'e trembled all over. Such a shocking event. If they succeed, wouldn't they be able to boast about it for a lifetime? Perhaps even be remembered in history. Huh? Seeing Xiao Chang'e disappear as well, Shui Yu rolled her eyes. One after another, they are a handful. Su Tu led the army, stationed at the center of the Blood Desert Plain. At the horizon, a dark tide was continuously surging. That was the enemy army. Report. The enemy army is approaching, with a number of about 300,000, 3 times that of our troops. Chapter 364, The End of the World. Demon Dragon let out a deafening roar, blood spilling across the sky. However, how could a demigod-level beast be so easily defeated? The broken bones and flesh regenerated at a visible speed, and the other half of its wing recovered within mere seconds. The Asura king soared into the air, actively moving towards the thunder god. Meanwhile, the end of the world demon dragon engaged in a fierce battle with the wind god. After just a few breaths of combat, the thunder god felt the strain and hurriedly said, "Why are you still entangled with that beast? Hurry and come help. It's not that easy. That beast has formed a blood pact with him, and by absorbing his essence blood, it can regenerate infinitely. It cannot be killed." The wind god's expression grew serious. We can no longer hold back. He has the power of faith supporting him, his divine power will continually recover, and if we continue to expend our strength, it will only be disadvantageous for us. In an instant, the air solidified. The wind in the entire sky seemed to be frozen, losing any sense of movement. Immediately afterward, the air surrounding the wind god began to flow wildly, forming a swirling vortex that sped up more and more, the clouds in the sky being violently pulled and twisted. The howling wind sounding as if the sky itself was groaning. The wind god reached into the eye of the storm and retrieved his artifact. It was a longbow seemingly made of flowing storms, with the ends of the bow resembling outstretched wings, constantly drawing in the air currents of heaven and earth. Chapter 365. Who are these thieves daring to invade my wind-fallen realm temple? Seeking death. The aura released by the expert in the god travel realm pressed down on several people, making it hard for them to breathe. How is this possible? If there was an expert in the god travel realm guarding, there shouldn't only be a small threat, right? Jiang Nan's mind shook violently. Cough cough. Suddenly, a cough echoed from above. Everyone looked up. Above the square's wall stood a figure in white, casually leaning against his back with one hand, calm and composed. Xiao Shixiang. Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. Arriving early is not as good as arriving just in time. With such a grand scene, how could a once-in-a-millennium genius of magic be absent? Xiao Chang'e instantly teleported to the front of several people. The pressure vanished. Everyone felt a surge of joy. With Xiao Chang'e here, as long as he could hold off that powerful being in the realm of Shenyu, we could take the opportunity to break through the temple's defenses and find a chance to attack the god's physical body. Everyone thought this way. Xiao Chang'e said, "Everyone, you hold off this powerful Shenyu being, and I will go break through the wind god's temple." Everyone. To injure the god's body in the realm of Shenyu, such a historic event is naturally something I must do. Why is everyone staring at me without saying a word? Chapter 366. What is there to think about? Ningmeng rolled up her sleeves. We are the descendants of the martial saint lineage, of course, we are strong enough to fly bricks. That makes sense, then let's do it. Chen Nian was the first to activate his divine technique, igniting his blood. As his essence blood burned every second, his strength continuously increased. Meanwhile, Ningmeng inhaled a breath of scorching air, and the meridians in her limbs seemed to emanate a faint golden light. The full power of the martial Tao saint body was being fully unleashed by her. After waiting for a few breaths, both of their powers reached their peak. Chen Nian controlled the sea of corpses and blood, instantly mobilizing all his divine power and fiercely stabbing toward the wind god's chest. Once again hitting that transparent barrier. The tip of the sea of corpses and blood continuously collided with the barrier, even causing the space to subtly distort. Now is the time. Attack! Both of them punched out simultaneously, striking the hilt of the knife with unparalleled force. The combined version of inch power opened the heavens. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would probably have been shattered on the spot, but this is a semi-artifact, fully capable of withstanding their strikes. Thus, the sea of corpses and blood acted like a nail, and the immense force they applied was like a hammer. This nail finally pierced through the transparent barrier. Poof! The tip of the knife pierced 3 inches into the wind god's chest. Chapter 367, Li Bai stood beside everyone, looking at the wind god with a slight smile. I don't care how you fight with the Shura realm, but if you make a move against my disciple, then that's crossing the line. A mere demigod dares to be arrogant before this king. Ha ha! Li Bai laughed toward the sky. With your current condition, do you really want to fight me? Have you thought this through? The wind god fell silent. He had already consumed a lot in the battle with the god of slaughter, and his physical body had been injured, greatly inferior to his peak state. Since you're not speaking, then there's no need for a farewell. Li Bai left with everyone. The wind god could only clench his fists in place, gritting his teeth, but he didn't dare to step forward to stop them. Master, why did you suddenly come? Chen Nian asked curiously. Hey, you troublemaker. You can even think of barging into someone else's temple. If I didn't come, I'd just watch you die. Ha ha, master, you flatter me. But it wasn't embarrassing. At least we got the job done. Li Bai showed a look of satisfaction. Blood Desert Plain. This vast plain covered in blood-colored vegetation is the main battlefield for the Shura realm's main force resisting foreign enemies. If it were breached, the enemy's army would point their swords at Shura city, threatening countless innocent civilians in the city. Chapter 368, In the Lower Realm, the Su family. Su Miaoyin and her mother, Zhu Ting, were both present, waiting for news about Su Li. The reason was that they had waited too long, and Su Li, feeling uneasy, decided to return to the Shura realm to inquire about the situation. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, he will be fine. But you said he would come back. It's been so long and there's still no sign of him. I'd rather he had changed his mind. Not long after, Su Li returned. Just as Su Miaoyin was about to ask about the situation, her gaze fell on Su Li's red-rimmed eyes, and her opening mouth couldn't make a sound. Su Li slowly sat down on the sofa, her eyes vacant as she said slowly, Dad died in battle. As soon as the words fell, Su Miaoyin's face instantly lost color, and Zhu Ting also froze like a marionette with its strings cut. Su Li struggled to speak. When I returned to the Shura realm, the entire city was mourning him, saying he was the hero of this battle, but I didn't want him to be a hero. I should have stopped him at that time. Su Li bit her lip, blood seeping out. Su Miaoyin hugged Su Li, gently patting her sister's back. Zhu Ting, with red-rimmed eyes, also embraced both daughters. The three of them huddled together, as if only this way could they bear the pain of losing a loved one. Chapter 369, You Brat. Su Tu was anxious. Wife, let me sleep with you, otherwise, that Chen Nian kid is going to take advantage of our daughter. All right, all right. Seeing your demeanor, make sure to wash up. After Zhu Ting reluctantly agreed, Su Tu secretly gave Chen Nian a thumbs up. Well done. That night, Su Li and Su Miaoyin slept in the same bed. Sister, we haven't slept together in a long time. Just thinking about it makes me a bit happy. Being able to snuggle in the quilt and whisper like when we were kids. What are you whispering about? What are you doing? Wow, sister, you're so big now. I didn't notice it before. Which man would marry you? He wouldn't want to get out of bed. Don't touch me. Su Miaoyin blushed and pushed her away. Sister, how do you think we should repay Chen Nian? What else can we do? We can't offer ourselves, right? Su Li smiled slyly. Yes, sister. Such a pure and noble person, naturally, it's impossible to offer herself, so I guess it falls to me to be wronged. Where are you going? Just teasing you. Sister, I'm going to the bathroom. After Su Li went out, she never returned. Su Miaoyin thought carefully and realized she had been tricked. That girl must have gone to find Chen Nian. Chapter 370. What does saving Minga have to do with that goddess of the Qianling realm? Chen Nian asked the key question. Although she can make the laws obey her will and has immense power, she cannot bring back the youth of someone who has already aged. What you need to find is the Wan Yao Ridge. Wan Yao Ridge. That's a huge force opposing the Qianling realm, filled with countless demons. The lord of Wan Yao Ridge is Cheng Huang. Shui Yu smiled slightly. The classic of mountains and seas recorded Cheng Huang, who looks like a fox, with horns on its back, living for 2,000 years. Cheng Huang is at the demigod level. If you can obtain her blood and bring it back, I can use it as a medicinal guide to help Minga return to youth. Obtain the blood of a demigod-level demon. Isn't that a bit too difficult for me? So you can choose to join the Qianling realm, which is opposed to Wan Yao Ridge, and use the power of the Qianling realm to achieve your goal. But make sure not to expose that you are the disciple of my master, just as I said at the beginning. Understood. Chen Nian sorted out his next goals. He would head to the northern Qianling realm, find a way to join them, use their power to injure the demigod Cheng Huang, and then obtain her blood to save Minga. Although it sounds difficult, he is willing to give it a try for Minga. Chapter 371. In the end, Chen Nian set off alone. Lion, come out and let's get moving. Master, I'm afraid I need to rest for a while. The golden lion's voice echoed in his ears. What is going on? I haven't eaten lion's head recently. Are you feeling weak from riding too many lionesses? Even if I ride 30 lionesses in a day, I wouldn't be tired. You're just bragging. Actually, I've been feeling an increasing heat of energy within me lately. Perhaps I've been consuming too many magical beasts, and my bloodline is awakening. Needing some time to close myself off. All right. Without a mount, Chen Nian could only fly north on his own. Along the way, he occasionally stopped to ask passers-by for directions, sometimes grabbing some wild game for barbecue, resting and then continuing. He flew for a full 7 days. It was indeed very far. The divine realm was vast and boundless. Finally, Chen Nian arrived at a small town, ready to rest, have a good meal, and ask for directions. After finishing his meal at a restaurant in the town, he stepped outside and asked a street vendor, "Hello, brother. Is it far from here to the Qianling realm?" The vendor turned his head. "You want to go to the Qianling realm? Ha ha. There are quite a few people who want to go there. I heard that the Qianling realm is in the sky, very grand. And the girls inside are all as beautiful as fairies. The old man next door has a son who's 30 and unemployed. Always shouting about wanting to work in the Qianling realm." Chapter 372. This young lady is a guide to the Qianling realm. You don't need to worry. As long as you enter, you will see the true scenery of the Qianling realm. Because this woman was beautiful, everyone's guard went down, and they followed in her footsteps. Only Chen Nian stood still. The woman walked up to him and said softly, "Little handsome guy, why aren't you coming? Are you afraid this little girl will trick you?" "Yeah, brother, let us go. We've come this far, we can't back down." Chen Nian smiled. They say the more beautiful the woman, the more she can deceive. I'm just being cautious while out here. Phut, little handsome guy. You're really sweet-tongued. Since you're so sweet, why don't you come and kiss me to try? Chen Nian replied with a smile. Everyone was shocked, thinking, what kind of person is this, flirting with the fairy? Isn't he afraid of offending someone? The woman took a few steps back, her eyes flashing with disgust. A mere group of mortals, daring to think of physical contact with me, it's really disgusting. All right, stop the banter, let us go. After saying that, she swayed her graceful figure and led everyone inside, while the others couldn't help but admire her curvaceous figure, almost losing their souls. Chapter 373, Start. As the host's voice fell, people panicked and desperately fled in all directions, wishing they could hide in a corner at the edge of the arena. Because only the one who survives to the end is qualified to live. Only Chen Nian remained in place. Grazer grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. I didn't expect there would be a courageous human. Very good, the hunting game starts with you. Boom. He charged at Chen Nian like a cannonball. Oh, Mr. Grazer launched a sudden attack, it's so fast. One punch and he might blow that human's brains out. Ah, what happened? The scene froze at that moment. Chen Nian's palm casually caught Grazer's iron fist. No matter how hard he tried, it remained unmoved. Grazer's fist was caught. Shock flooded his pupils. You are. Chen Nian casually twisted his hand bone, and his 5 fingers drooped down weakly. The whole arena was in shock. What's wrong with that human? His power is terrifying. Aren't these prey captured from a poor village? How can there be such a person? Chapter 374, Yang Sha arrived in the center of the arena, instantly causing a wave of exclamations. My God, look who we've seen. That is the capable subordinate of the holy son of the ruined city, Yang Sha. His strength can be considered peak among the 6 realms, absolutely invincible. It seems the holy son is also interested in him, and wants to send a subordinate to test his strength. It looks like today's arena battle is going to reach its climax. Yang Sha approached Chen Nian and said, My young master appreciates you. If you can defeat me, you can be invited to join him. Your young master is the holy son of the Huang Jinshi clan, lord of Ruin City. Oh? Chen Nian, with an expressionless face, waved his hand. Let us fight first. Pretty arrogant, let me test your limits for the young master. Yang Sha suddenly thrust both palms forward, and 2 fire dragons immediately spewed out, spiraling and intertwining like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. He is not dodging. That is the spiritual fire passed down in their clan. Do you want to be burned to ashes? As people worried that this battle would end too quickly, Chen Nian had already squeezed that flame in one hand. What a garbage fire, let me show you mine. A ghostly blue flame instantly erupted from Chen Nian's palm, revealing itself to be the nether blue frost flame. Chapter 375, Ka, the cage is opened. The people inside immediately trembled, thinking they were going to be captured and eaten. Unexpectedly, the one who entered this time was Chen Nian. Furthermore, he was accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman. Everyone, it's safe for now. She has promised to settle you down, and there will be no danger to your lives. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. Zhu Yao stepped forward and said, Next, I will take you to the human base, and you just need to work well inside. Then, Chen Nian followed Zhu Yao to the base. He found that there were quite a number of humans settled here, about 100 or 200. It seems that before he arrived here, Zhu Yao had indeed been rescuing people. Many who had mistakenly entered the 10,000 Demons Ridge had been saved by her. Chen Nian curiously asked, Saint Zhu Yao, I have a question I'm very curious about. Just call my name directly, go ahead. Other demons eat humans. Why don't you eat humans? Or are you a vegetarian? Zhu Yao covered her mouth and chuckled, That's not it, I still eat meat. The question you asked relates to the conflict between the 2 major forces in the 10,000 Demons Ridge. How so? You should know about the Qianling realm, right? Chapter 376. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Yao knew she was a step too late. The around the cutting board proved one thing, Liu Mingji had already been Zhu Yao immediately looked at Chen Nian beside her. She saw his breathing suddenly become rapid, and a chilling killing intent rose instantly. Wait, don't be impulsive. This is the territory of the Tiger Ben tribe. They are the demon clan under Zhu Yang. If you act here, the consequences will be unimaginable. I kill without considering the consequences. Chen Nian stepped forward. The drunken tiger demons also sensed someone approaching and drunkenly turned their heads. What? Am I hallucinating? Why is a human coming over? Haha, have you ever seen food come to you voluntarily? Wow, there really is. We just had a feast. And now we can have a second helping, hee hee. Remember to shave off the fur on him, the one just now was prickly. Several tiger demons got up and surrounded Chen Nian. Chen Nian raised his hand and caught the fist that was as big as a bowl coming at him. Then, with a twist of his hand, the tiger demon's wrist broke with a crack. Chapter 377, At the village entrance. A dirty little girl sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hands, staring blankly into the distance. Fang Fang, are you waiting for your father again? Yes, yes. Stay away from her, she's a little beggar that nobody wants. A passerby pulled their child away to keep them from getting too close. Liu Fangfang didn't mind this. If 3 years ago she was still a crying little brat, now she had matured a lot. Crying was out of the question. Just then, Liu Fangfang saw that familiar figure walking towards her. Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, when will you take me to find Dad? I'm hungry, buy me some buns to eat. For Liu Fangfang, this was just an everyday conversation. But today was different. Uncle Ma's expression was heavy, he kept his head down. What is wrong, Uncle Ma? Ma Fei slowly squatted down, kneeling on the ground, and raised his eyes to look at Liu Fangfang's dirty little face. He choked out 3 words from his throat. I'm sorry. Liu Fangfang rubbed Ma Fei's hair. It's okay if you don't buy me buns. Chapter 378, All right, I have to go back. Zhu Yao said goodbye to Chen Nian, preparing to return to Wanya Ridge. You should leave quickly, the demons from Wanya Ridge are probably already wanted. Chen Nian asked, if you help me escape, will you be punished as an accomplice? I didn't expect it. I spent such a high price just to recruit you as a guest, and now it's gone, and I've become an accomplice, Zhu Yao pouted. Chen Nian smiled and stretched out his hands. Why don't you capture me back and redeem yourself? Aren't you afraid of death? Dying for the saint as Zhu Yao seems worth it. Zhu Yao knew he was joking, but still felt quite happy, giggling uncontrollably. Don't worry. I'm at least the saintess of the nine-tailed fox clan. A few little demons won't bring me any major crime, at most some minor punishment. Thank you. You really are different from other demons, you have a sense of humanity. Until we meet again. Zhu Yao left the town and rushed back to Wanya Ridge. As soon as she returned, she was immediately recognized by several demon guards. The saintess Zhu Yao is back. Quickly notify the Lord. Soon. A large group of demon guards in standard armor came. They were from the Demon Law Department, responsible for rewards and punishments within Wanya Ridge. Chapter 379, The Tiger Ben clan naturally couldn't provide evidence. But their people were brutally murdered, and this matter couldn't just be left unresolved. So they tried every means to drag Zhu Yao down. This was also a task given to the Tiger Ben clan from above. As long as the saintess Zhu Yao faced severe punishment, the people's hearts would tilt more towards the Bawang Jinshi clan, and at that time, the balance of power between both sides would shift. When the plaintiff and defendant each held their ground and there was no conclusive evidence, martial judgment became the final solution. Wanya Ridge valued martial arts. The side that won in the martial judgment would be regarded as the righteous side favored by the gods. Even if guilty, they could be released without punishment. The rules of martial judgment were simple. The plaintiff and defendant would fight a match. If one side felt their strength was insufficient, they could let an agent replace them. The saintess unexpectedly requested martial judgment. If judged normally, she might not be in danger of losing her life. But martial judgment was a matter of life and death. Right? This is too dangerous. Everyone, don't panic. The Saintess has outstanding talent and strength. It's not that easy to lose. An elder said, the defendant has requested martial judgment. Does the plaintiff agree? Chapter 380, Chen Nian's kick struck. He exchanged blows with the master of the wasteland city from a distance. Golden and dark blue flames clashed like two giant beasts tearing at each other. The flames of both sides were attacking each other. Where did that person's flames come from, that they could match the Saint Sun? It is said he is from the burning sky realm. It is indeed that divine realm specializing in flames, no wonder. The wasteland city sneered, playing with fire against the Saint Sun, you're still too immature. His meridians throughout his body suddenly turned a brilliant gold. The bloodline power of a high-ranking demon was completely activated. The golden flame transformed into a giant lion, beginning to madly tear at Chen Nian's flames. Each time devouring and shredding a dark blue flame. The Saint Sun was serious. As expected, our Saint Sun is superior. Chen Nian smirked slightly, sorry. But I'm going to hit you again, divine symbol flame. Scarlet 3 flame true fire surged out from the symbol. What? He has a second type of fire. How can one person's body contain two types of spirit fire? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the red and dark blue flames continuously fused and rotated. In the end, a two-colored fused spirit sun appeared in Chen Nian's palm. Chapter 381, The Wasteland City was unharmed. He felt a bit relieved. This punch looked powerful. But it didn't seem that bad, at least it didn't hurt him. But just then, a gasp was heard throughout the venue. The defensive barrier shattered. Damn! That punch almost broke the protective barrier for the audience. Especially the audience sitting in that area, some were so scared they peed themselves. And the smell of urine filled the venue. Damn, I thought I was going to die, that was terrifying. I've been watching gladiator matches for so many years. And this is the first time I've seen cracks in the defensive barrier. Damn, I'm probably not going to sleep well tonight. The reason Chen Nian didn't hurt the wasteland city was that he had previously said he would spare his life. If he had really hit him, he would have died. The crowd realized too late. The outcome was clear, the Saint Sun had lost. The elder judge announced loudly, I declare that in this martial judgment, the agent of Saint Zhu Yao is the winner. Saint Zhu Yao is innocent. At the same time, due to the previous betting agreement, this person spared the Saint Sun's life, so the matter of him killing the Tiger Ben clan will no longer be pursued. Once the verdict was announced, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan cheered loudly. Chapter 382, The Master asked you to follow me inside. Zhu Yao came outside and led Chen Nian into the palace. Entering the luxurious and elegant bedroom, Chen Nian could smell the mysterious fragrance in the air and hear the silver bell-like laughter of the foxes coming from behind the scattered curtains. Finally, it had arrived. Ahead, there was a pink and white curtain. Behind the curtain, a woman's figure could be vaguely seen, her graceful silhouette barely discernible. Cheng Huang. Earlier, Chen Nian had caught a distant glimpse of her in the arena. She had a celestial bearing and stunning beauty, somewhat resembling Zhu Yao, with a cold expression. Like an ethereal fairy of pure ice and jade. Chen Nian slightly bowed his head and clasped his hands in greeting. What do you want with me? The voice of Cheng Huang came from behind the curtain, gentle and ethereal, devoid of any emotion. Chen Nian glanced at Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao whispered. Why are you looking at me? Just say what you need. Considering that you saved me this time, my master should help you. I have a friend who is ill. Chen Nian said. It's not an ordinary illness, but a loss of her life's essence, causing her to transform from a young woman into an elderly person. Even if she changes her body, it cannot be cured. So, you want my blood? Chapter 383, Where to Escape. Cheng Huang felt somewhat confused. The Wan Yao Ridge had already been sealed off. If she forcibly broke through to escape, she would expose herself. The only option now was to continue hiding within Zhu Yao's body, temporarily avoiding the Wan Yao Ridge. But with hundreds of demon clans under her command facing imminent disaster, who would dare shelter her? The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was struggling to survive and was now scattered everywhere. Unconsciously, perhaps influenced by Zhu Yao herself, she arrived at Chen Nian's residence by the small stream. Knock, knock. She knocked on the door. Chen Nian, unable to reach Zhu Yao and feeling anxious in the yard, hurriedly opened the door upon hearing the knock. To his relief, it was Zhu Yao. "Are you okay? I heard your master was injured. And now your Nine-Tailed Fox clan is also being hunted. What about you?" Seeing Zhu Yao walk straight into his home without responding, only leaving a simple, "Close the door," Chen Nian shut the door, thinking how rude she was. Once inside, Zhu Yao finally looked at Chen Nian, due to special reasons. "I need to temporarily hide here from the pursuers." "No problem, hide as much as you want. I'll fend off any troubles for you," Chen Nian readily agreed. Chapter 384. The Golden Lion's appearance scared a group of demons to death. Feeding him so many magical beasts seems to have paid off. Even a noble being like Cheng Huang couldn't help but feel shocked in the back at the ancient ferocious beast known to be on par with ancient demons. The lion with the bloodline of the Sun Golden Crow, the Golden Crow Divine Lion. It was said that the strongest Golden Crow Divine Lion back in the day could transform into the second sun in the sky, incinerating everything in the world. How could it acknowledge this young man as its master? Get lost. Chen Nian didn't want to say a second word. Hurry up and go. Those little demons dared not linger any longer, and the demon generals also felt a sense of retreat. Go? The demons all retreated. Zhu Yao felt relieved. It seemed they didn't need to reach a point of no return for now. But this matter wouldn't end so simply. "No, where are you going?" Chen Nian turned his head, seeing Zhu Yao preparing to leave, and hurriedly asked. "They are just temporarily retreating. They might come back with stronger reinforcements." "Staying here will only implicate you," Zhu Yao said seriously. Chen Nian grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "With me here, what are you afraid of?" Cheng Huang never expected that one day she would hear a man say such words to her. Chapter 385. The Great Elder stunned for a moment. He could only step forward and say, "It is we who have eyes, but fail to see," offending the Divine Sun. "Please enjoy your stay at Wan Yao Ridge. If our hospitality is lacking, please forgive us. Fall back." The Holy Sun Huang Cheng was immediately dumbfounded. "Dad, Zhu Yao, shut up, you can't provoke someone like her. Get back here." Huang Cheng not only failed to reclaim his dignity, but was publicly scolded, leaving in disgrace. Once all the demons left, Chen Nian finally closed the door. "Zhu Yao, it's safe now, come out." Chen Nian thought that his display of power should have made the girl quite moved, right? However, when Zhu Yao came out, there was no admiration in her eyes, no joy, she simply said, "Thank you." "So cold, did you get your period recently?" Chen Nian felt a bit annoyed at Zhu Yao's glare. "I risked exposing my identity to protect you, and you're not even grateful. At least show some emotional value. From now on, you will be my servant, responsible for attending to my daily life." "What did you say?" "I said you are my servant. Is it a grievance for you to be my servant? Haven't I been your guest before?" Chapter 386. Cheng Huang. The demons looked at the nearly obscuring fox shadow in the sky, trembling with fear, unable to move. Cheng Huang's pupils glowed with a seductive dark purple light. Then, the executioners below, prepared to carry out their sentence, simultaneously drove their knives toward their own heads. Crack! 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 All the executioners fell to the ground, dead. Cheng Huang really appeared. "If you want to chase me, come. The huge fox shadow dissipated, and Cheng Huang sped out of Wan Yao Ridge. She knew that Zhu Yang's target was herself. Now that she had appeared, there was no point in killing those low-level fox demons. She charged toward the sky and soon saw the barrier sealing off the entire Wan Yao Ridge. Break! Her fox paw broke through the air, unleashing a pink claw light that seemed to tear through space, instantly shattering the transparent barrier. She escaped from Wan Yao Ridge just like that. Another figure followed closely behind. A tall man dressed in a red trench coat. A demigod, Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang, the legendary demon king, who would cause chaos in the world as soon as he was born, resembling a monkey, with white hair and bare feet. Finally emerged, her. Cheng Huang, it seems your practice of severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires isn't so thorough. Otherwise, why would you care about the lives of your subordinates? Chapter 387, Chen Nian, in Wan Yao Ridge, also felt the earth-shattering aftermath of the battle in the distance. Such a level of combat could only be associated with the gods. Who are the gods of Wan Yao Ridge? ISNT at Cheng Huang and Zhu Yang. In other words, not long ago, Cheng Huang was lured out and forced to battle Zhu Yang. And coincidentally, Zhu Yao also left behind a note and disappeared. What a coincidence! Thus, Chen Nian began to connect Zhu Yao's sudden visit, her change in character, her abrupt departure, and the demigod battle altogether. In the end, he could only arrive at one conclusion. Zhu Yao is Cheng Huang. It's impossible. Although these two look somewhat alike, they are completely different individuals with vastly different personalities. How could they be the same person? Or if Cheng Huang is hiding in Zhu Yao's body, that doesn't make sense either. Assuming she's in a state of astral projection, it can't last long. Staying out of her body for too long has side effects, and she might not be able to return to her physical form. It's even less likely she could stay in someone else's body for an extended period. No matter how ruthless the master is, they can't just take over their own disciple. Right? Chen Nian felt that he had to find the person in person to verify the truth. Chapter 388, Chen Nian successfully leaves the Wan Yao Ridge with Cheng Huang. It's safe now, come out. At this moment, a delicate little fox head popped out from Chen Nian's collar. Looking around to confirm that they were no longer under Zhu Yang's mental surveillance. Only then did she crawl out. However, she couldn't revert to human form for a while and could only slowly heal, maintaining her little fox shape for the time being. As Cheng Huang landed on the ground, Chen Nian asked, "Now you should tell me what's going on. Why did you appear in Zhu Yao's form, and where did she go? You and Zhu Yao must be more than just ordinary master and disciple, right?" Facing Chen Nian's questions, Cheng Huang fell silent for a moment before deciding to reveal the deeply hidden secret to this man. He is one of the few people she can trust. She is my sister Zhu Yao's daughter. 20 years ago, Zhu Yao secretly fell in love with a human from the Qianling realm. But neither knew the other's identity until they encountered each other in a battle, and were forced to fight. That battle resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. To save her beloved, Zhu Yao took a fatal blow for him from her demon kin, and the other party was publicly executed for consorting with a demon woman. Before dying, Zhu Yao begged me to save her child, and that was when I discovered she was pregnant. Chapter 389, Chen Nian returns to the town with the lion and fox. Having heard about the previous demon attack, he didn't expect that saving Ma Fei with a blood contract would actually have some effect. He was initially worried about how to enter the Qianling realm, but now an invitation had arrived at his hands. After resting for a few days, Cheng Huang had also regained some of her strength. Let's go. It's time to head to the Qianling realm. However, Cheng Huang still looked like a little fox and easily jumped onto Chen Nian's shoulder, ready to hitch a ride. The Qianling realm is the territory of the Qianling goddess. Maintaining this form can help me hide my demonic aura to the greatest extent. All right. Suddenly, The golden lion popped its head up. Master, I want to stand on your shoulder too. Get lost, you think you qualify? A guy who goes against the heavens wants to ride on his master's back. Chen Nian opened the invitation. And a wisp of ethereal golden light burst forth from within. It seemed that as long as he followed the golden light, he would reach the Qianling realm. Following the golden light, he flew upwards, passing through layers of clouds, and finally saw the divine realm suspended above the sea of clouds. The Qianling realm. A sky city floating above the endless sea of clouds. Its ground was composed of solid, jade-like gleaming clouds, with peaks and mountains scattered across it. And the buildings made of jade and glass stood gracefully atop the cloud platforms. Chapter 390, What's going on? Yu Nongzhou was stunned. What does it mean that the goddess approached him voluntarily? Lin Qingyuan walked up to Chen Nian. With a thought. It seemed this person was the one who received my invitation. I didn't expect him to arrive in the Qianling realm so quickly. He must be a good person. However, she didn't mention the invitation, but instead focused her gaze on the little fox on Chen Nian's shoulder. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone in the Qianling realm loves to keep pets. From small cats and dogs to various spirit beasts. This is why the spirit calling system was born. It's not just talk that everyone has a Pokemon. Lin Qingyuan had raised many spirit beasts since childhood, but had never seen such a cute and well-behaved fox. Moreover, it seemed to possess a naturally noble aura. Its eyes exuding an irresistible pride. What a cute fox, can I pet it? Lin Qingyuan asked with a smile. The other people in the Qianling realm were also dumbfounded. It was the first time they saw the goddess actively approach a stranger. Yu Nongzhou sneered inwardly, this guy Chen Nian, he wouldn't let us touch it before. But now that the goddess wants to, he will definitely agree. After all, that's just the type of person he is. Chapter 391, At the Inn. The lion lay at the door while the fox squatted by the window. As soon as Chen Nian opened the door and entered, the lion immediately pounced forward. Its tail wagging excitedly, Master, you're back. What the hell, when did you become like a dog, trying to please me? At that moment, the snowy white fox suddenly jumped onto the bed, then leaped from the edge of the bed directly into Chen Nian's arms. Huh? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. What's going on? Is Cheng Huang acting cute? Chen Nian, it's me. The fox spoke. This tone, is it Zhu Yao? MHM. Zhu Yao's consciousness had temporarily taken over the body. During the time Cheng Huang occupied her physical form, she had always been aware of everything that happened, watching everything unfold. Including being taken in by Chen Nian during their escape from Wan Yao Ridge, and how Chen Nian helped fend off the demon horde's covetous glances. Ultimately taking her away from the Wan Yao Ridge when her life was at stake. All these experiences. Cheng Huang was indifferent and thus appeared cold. But Zhu Yao was emotionally rich and a completely normal girl. As Chen Nian wished, her progress had reached about 70. Sometimes, when Cheng Huang spoke coldly to Chen Nian, she would internally support him and even complain about her master. Chapter 392, Do you need my help? Chen Nian asked. Monitoring the surrounding human towns and villages is my duty in the Qianling realm. Moreover, I am the goddess of the Qianling realm. And my cultivation at the half-step destiny realm is beyond what an ordinary destiny realm can match. There is no need for you, an outsider, to intervene. Actually, I am quite strong too, Chen Nian grinned. Lin Qingyuan thought he was joking. How strong could he be? After all, he looked about the same age as her. No need. And I'm very fast, you can't catch up to me. Are you sure? This was the first time Chen Nian faced disdain from a woman regarding his speed. Wait. It seems there's nothing shameful about being called slow by a woman. Men can't be too fast. Enough, let this goddess go deal with those demons. I'll be back within an hour to play with little Zhu. Lin Qingyuan raised her jade finger and slightly closed her eyes. Words imbued with the power of the Qianling realm were read out from her mouth in a monotone. At this moment, I shall be at the gate of the Qianling realm. As soon as the words fell, she vanished from the spot and instantly arrived at the gate of the Qianling realm. Chen Nian was astonished. So this is how the so-called word spirit can be used. This is amazing. However, now that the Mount of all demons no longer has Cheng Huang to balance Zhu Yang, those man-eating demons will run rampant. And it's not impossible for them to act openly. Chapter 393. The blood seeping from the corner of Lin Qingyuan's mouth stained her lips red. She was injured. But even now, with her strength, it would be completely fine for her to leave safely. However, she was unwilling to go. Allowing the demons of the Mount of all demons to slaughter humans right under her nose would severely affect her Dao heart. She was the stubborn, single-minded type of righteous character. Still not leaving. The wolf demon sneered, "It seems you really want to die at my hands, then I shall fulfill your wish." Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the rooftop. "Just passing by, may I ask if the goddess needs assistance?" Lin Qingyuan cast a surprised glance. Her small mouth suddenly opening. "How did you come here, benefactor?" Ma Fei, seeing Chen Nian's figure from afar, was immediately overjoyed. The wolf demon, who had never seen Chen Nian, frowned. "Another one seeking death. You humans really love to save people. Miss Lin, if you need me to take action, you can say so." "No need." Lin Qingyuan bit her lip and huffed. "You just want to trick me into owing you a favor again. Then make me do things for you, shameless. Ha ha, this time you don't need to repay me, it's a free service as a friend." Chapter 394. Chen Nian truthfully informed Lin Qingyuan of the situation. "So you mean, there was infighting in the Mount of all demons? And Cheng Huang and Zhu Yang have fallen out. Therefore, you want to unite with the heavenly spirit realm to resolve the source, Zhu Yang, and reconcile the Mount of all demons with humanity." Lin Qingyuan was astonished. She didn't expect this human was planning such a grand event. The 1,000-year conflict between the heavenly spirit realm and the Mount of all demons has made the extermination of demons a responsibility ingrained in the bones of the people of the heavenly spirit realm. What he aimed to do was to end this millennium-long grudge. In this way, indeed many lives would be saved. It was an epic worthy of being inscribed as a milestone. The demon child of the lustful demon Shura realm, who was spoken of by people, actually had such a broad mind, which indeed changed Lin Qingyuan's view of him. However, why did she still feel a bit angry? "You are trying to pursue other goddesses. I am also a goddess, and as the goddess killer, you actually have no ill intentions at all. In this way, if I encounter other goddesses in the future, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Miss Lin, why do you look so displeased with me? I've already said I'm not interested in you." "Okay. Got it." At this moment, Ma Fei saw that the battle had ended and finally ran out, bowing deeply to Chen Nian. Chapter 395. Chen Nian's floating ship was carrying 50 to 60 people, and was just about to take off. Behind, many auras were chasing them down. The demons hurriedly rushed out, and upon seeing Chen Nian and his group, shouted, "Dare to come to the Mount of all demons to steal people so brazenly. No matter who you are today, don't think you can leave alive. Chase. Leave no one behind." Chen Nian knew that even if he revealed his identity as the demon child of the Shura realm at this moment, they probably wouldn't care. After all, this was about their direct interests. Since that was the case, let's fight. Take the people away, I'll hold them off. After giving orders to the greedy wolf, Chen Nian jumped down from the floating ship. In mid-air, blood-colored incantations appeared on his forehead. 10 directions killing calamity, I command. Gods and Buddhas perish. Certify the path of Shura. The Shura descent spell activated, and countless demons rushed towards him. Chen Nian ascended into the air, manifesting the Shura King's form, and slashed down with a single knife, a vast river of blood splitting the sky. The might of that one slash shattered mountains and split seas. Below. The countless demon shadows chasing after him exploded in response. A thick rain of blood mixed with broken limbs and bones pouring down from the sky. Chen Nian repelled the swarm of demons, but of course, he didn't foolishly stay in place and hurriedly fled. A bunch of useless trash. A few leader-level great demons stepped forward, each exuding a presence above the destiny realm. Chapter 396, TSK, as expected of the Master's former confidant. She truly is a goddess among thousands. Just as this thought emerged in Chen Nian's mind, he suddenly noticed that the goddess's gaze had turned towards him. Precisely locking onto his eyes. In an instant, Chen Nian broke out in a cold sweat. So terrifying. Are you seeking death? Lin Qingyuan hurriedly said, the goddess can see the emotions of others. If you have any wicked thoughts towards her, it will appear pure black in her eyes, extremely conspicuous. I have no wicked thoughts, not at all. Chen Nian dared not think further. He only saw the goddess looking down at the multitude below. Requesting the goddess's blessing. Requesting the goddess's blessing. The people spoke in unison, prostrating on the ground. The goddess spoke. Her voice echoing like celestial music in the heavens, may you all be free from illness and disaster. Her words immediately manifested with the power of spoken spirit. Before long, a chorus of astonished voices arose from below. My leg doesn't hurt anymore, the injury is healed. My waist too, I just accidentally twisted it a few days ago. How amazing. Oh my God, my tooth is really healed. With a single phrase to dispel illness and disaster, this is the power of a deity. Soon, the assembly concluded perfectly, and the goddess left the people's sight, returning to the temple. Chapter 397, at that moment, Cheng Huang blocked Chen Nian's path. Throughout the journey, Chen Nian had helped her numerous times, and it was for her sake that he sought help from the heavenly spirit goddess. Indeed, while Chen Nian wanted her blood, there was also selfishness. However, she recognized Chen Nian in her heart, otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her body to be controlled by Zhu Yao. Now that the heavenly spirit goddess wanted to kill Chen Nian, how could she not care? A mere demigod dares to obstruct me. An indescribable terror pressure erupted from the heavenly spirit goddess's mouth. An invisible force surged like a tsunami, crashing down on Cheng Huang, causing cracks to appear even on the temple's floor and walls. Before Cheng Huang, a semi-transparent barrier rippled continuously. The so-called goddess, being so unreasonable. How could she surpass the demons in any way? As both sides stood in a stalemate, Lin Qingyuan hurriedly knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Qingyuan's heart is clouded, it is not his fault. It's only because I witnessed some things I've never seen before. I request the goddess not to punish him, I am willing to enter seclusion for 10 years to repent. A harsh voice came from Chen Nian's mouth. No, it is not necessary. Humanity has feelings, it is a natural law. You are not at fault. It is the heavenly spirit realm that is at fault. Chapter 398. The moment Chen Nian walked out safely, Lin Qingyuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the goddess didn't really kill him. Cheng Huang also stepped forward. What was the outcome? The goddess indeed gave me something. I don't know if it will work. But as a goddess, she shouldn't issue empty promises. Are you planning to return to the Mount of All Demons next? Lin Qingyuan asked. That's right. I've been fleeing from Zhu Yang's pursuit all the way, and now it's time to kill my way back. I can help you in my personal capacity. Lin Qingyuan immediately added after speaking, but it's not for you, it's for the great cause of that transvestite and peace. All right, then let's do it for our cause. In Wanyao Ridge. After Cheng Huang left, the operation to eradicate her remaining forces continued. Those who surrender can live. But those who do not surrender will be killed without mercy. However, this rule does not apply to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, as they are the most central demon clan to Cheng Huang. Therefore, any demon from this clan found will be killed in a dilapidated courtyard somewhere. A Fox Clan woman tightly held a 10-year-old fox demon in her arms, looking at the approaching demons with a pale face. Mom, I'm scared. Chapter 399, Same Realm. It's impossible for Chen Nian to have such terrifying combat power. Even the geniuses and divine sons of the major divine domains can't, let alone these demons. Before the words fell, Chen Nian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he was already in front of the bone demon. The sea of corpses and blood surged. And the blood-red tip of the knife stabbed fiercely at the bone demon's pupil. Vaz? A hand covered with a faint blue light suddenly reached out. Two long fingers firmly pinched the violent knife tip, stopping just an inch away from the bone demon's eyes. Young man, you're being a bit noisy. The one who caught the sea of corpses and blood was an old man with white hair. He was a senior elder of the Huang Shi demon clan. One of Zhu Yang's capable subordinates, in the realm of divine wandering. Why, Your Excellency? The bone demon breathed a sigh of relief, with a divine wandering realm expert stepping in. This kid is certainly doomed. The sea of corpses and blood was pinched between two fingers, as if trapped between two mountains, unable to move. The words in Chen Nian's palm shone with golden light. Since I can't defeat him, I'll continue to absorb the power within until I can. What? The elder's fingers trembled. He realized that the breath of this human boy was rising at a terrifying speed, exceeding the realm of human understanding. Mid to late peak of the Destiny Realm. Chapter 400, the words in Chen Nian's palm shone with golden light again. The realm was still rising. Mid to late peak of the Divine Wandering Realm. Holy Spirit Realm. With the power of the goddess of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Chen Nian directly crossed 3 realms and became a saint on the spot. You? Mo Jin's pupils suddenly constricted. What kind of evil method did this kid use to forcibly ascend to the Holy Spirit Realm? Boom! The large hand he slapped down was perfectly blocked by a blood barrier. Chen Nian stood calmly beneath the barrier, the 8 desolate ash lion, right. Since you demons love to eat people so much, I'll throw you to my lion to eat later, so you can also taste the feeling of being eaten. You brat. A mere early Holy Spirit realm dares to be arrogant in front of me. The 8 desolate lion roared. Mo Jin roared in anger. And the terrifying sound waves began to shatter the blood barrier, causing it to crack and break apart. At the same time, the houses below, flowers, trees, and the entire mountain range began to tremble and shake. Old man, you're so noisy. Chen Nian's palm suddenly grabbed Mo Jin's face. Huh? 5 outstretched fingers like a giant claw pressed down, digging into his flesh with increasing force. You can't be unaffected. Chapter 401, Holy Spirit Realm, Peak. The pinnacle of a saint is also the end point of humanity. One more step forward, and it is the realm of the gods. Chen Nian felt the vast and boundless power within him, giving rise to an unparalleled confidence. Holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars seems not impossible. However, a saint is ultimately not a god. A demigod has already 1 foot in the door of the divine. There is an insurmountable chasm between the two. Zhu Yang also did not take Chen Nian seriously. Come out. Chen Nian beckoned to Zhu Yang. You wouldn't want Wanya Ridge to become a wasteland, would you? Earlier, Cheng Huang and Zhu Yang fought, both intentionally protecting Wanya Ridge, mostly using spiritual power to clash. But Chen Nian couldn't do that. His inch force would shatter an entire mountain range. Ha ha, you're still worried about the safety of Wanya Ridge for me. Zhu Yang laughed heartily. You probably misunderstood something. My mate's territory is my territory. Is there a problem with worrying about my own territory? Cheng Huang, this kid keeps calling her a maid. Is he really addicted to it? Zhu Yao felt a bit sour upon hearing Chen Nian's words, thinking that her master had occupied her body at that time. But that was her. Chapter 402, Big Senior Brother, I heard a huge commotion on your side. What happened? Earlier, Chen Shidi punched Zhu Yang to the ground. What? However, the other party seemed unscathed. Just as Zhang Yu said, when the smoke and dust cleared, Zhu Yang stood in the center of the meteorite pit. After his outer garment was damaged, a dark red armor was revealed inside, radiating a faint crimson glow. The semi-divine artifact, Wanyao armor. This soft armor was made from the fur and essence blood of hundreds of demon clans, even including Zhu Yang's own, refined for 49 days. It's just a pity that Zhu Yang always wanted to add Cheng Huang's fur and essence blood to it, but failed to do so. However, even so, the defensive power of this soft armor is terrifying. Even Chen Nian's full force inch strike couldn't break its defense. To force this king to summon the Wanyao spirit armor. It seems you do have some strength. The game should almost be over. In an instant, hundreds of demon phantoms appeared on the Wanyao armor, with countless ferocious demons interweaving and appearing behind Zhu Yang. And Zhu Yang himself, like the moon surrounded by stars, was at the center. Roar! Chapter 403, Chen Nian soared into the air, summoning the last star position. The jade balance controls the law. Thus, the 7 stars have gathered. The place where Chen Nian summoned the star position lit up with a star halo, the 7 stars connected, forming the complete Big Dipper. Chen Nian continuously traversed between the 7 star positions, moving at extreme speed. Each time he traversed, an attack landed on Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang could no longer keep up with Chen Nian's speed, but with the Wanyao spirit armor protecting him, he wasn't harmed. He was just being kicked around like a sandbag. However, something terrifying was quietly happening. With each hit, his 5 senses were gradually fading: taste, hearing, and sight. He realized he could see nothing, hear nothing, and that hollow fear gripped his heart like a big hand. Impossible. A mere mortal can actually strip this king of his perception. No. Zhu Yang lost all 5 senses, hanging in the air like a puppet. He didn't even know that Chen Nian was standing right in front of him. Chen Nian raised the sea of corpses and blood. It should end now. The stars are vast, and the 7 stars converge into one. Whoosh! 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 7 stars simultaneously shot out beams of starlight, gathering above his knife tip, forming a dreamlike river of stars in the sky. Chapter 404, No way, Chen Nian has to come with me. Lin Qingyuan was unwilling to let Chen Nian stay here. His realm has dropped now. Who knows what he would become in the hands of a vixen? Wouldn't he be turned into a furnace right there? Zhu Yao frowned and said coldly, as the goddess of the heavenly spirit realm, you should return to report back. The internal cleansing of the 10,000 demon ridge still needs to be done, and there's no time to entertain guests. As for Chen Nian, I will take care of it myself. As the goddess of the heavenly spirit realm, you shouldn't have different feelings for a man, should you? Zhu Yao believed that getting rid of this goddess first was the priority. That way, she could retrieve Chen Nian from her master, after all. Her master was such an important person, it should be inappropriate for him to compete with her. This was true. But Lin Qingyuan couldn't find a suitable retort for a moment, and could only glare at Chen Nian with gritted teeth and leave angrily. Outside, the gods were already waiting to welcome her. Welcome, goddess. When Lin Qingyuan angrily returned to the ship, the gods all respectfully bowed. What made the goddess angry? Nothing. When Lin Qingyuan sat at the bow of the ship, a god approached with a smile and said, By the way, goddess, now that you are of suitable age, you can undergo gene matching when you return. I wonder which lucky man will enter the heavenly water palace with the holy maiden. Chapter 405, Zhu Yao. What, you? You think being a male servant is addictive? Chen Nian said seriously, Actually, I've always had a dream since I was young. What dream? To be an assistant for a beautiful woman with perfect jade legs. Your master's legs are amazing. You shameless. Just kidding, don't get worked up. Now that I've lost all my power, I can't leave, so I'll just endure for now. Chen Nian sighed. Zhu Yao clenched her fists. Chen Nian, you don't have feelings for my master, do you? How could that be? She is so old. That's good. But there's a saying. Age is not a distance. A woman 3 years older hugs a golden brick. You rogue. Chen Nian stayed in the 10,000 Demon Ridge for half a month, teasing Zhu Yao from time to time, and enjoying his days. In fact, Cheng Huang didn't restrict his freedom, it was just that she felt it was unsafe for him to be out after his realm dropped. Which was why she forced Chen Nian to stay. After all, with her status, she had to be proud, otherwise it would be embarrassing. But it was about time to leave. Chen Nian hadn't forgotten his initial goal, which was to obtain Cheng Huang's blood. Chapter 406, Star-Picking Valley. Chen Nian and his companions returned smoothly. I'm back. When Chen Nian's voice came from outside, Star-Picking Valley instantly erupted with excitement. Chen Nian. The little dragon maiden excitedly waved her arms on the ground, the sunlight reflecting dazzling brilliance from the scales at the corners of her eyes. Luckily, Chen Nian didn't bring back any other women this time. It seems he doesn't flirt around every time. The sleepy Ning Meng also got up, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she came out. Cai Lingyun and Mo Liuguang, who were playing chess, also stopped. And even Shui Yu temporarily put down the poison she was handling and walked out of the courtyard. As soon as Chen Nian landed, he saw the little dragon maiden running towards him. He instinctively felt a fear inside, afraid that her head would grow dragon horns and bump into him. Fortunately, what rushed into his arms was not a hard dragon horn, but the soft jade-like warmth of a girl. Ah! I couldn't stop the car. Sorry QQQ, it seems you've gained some weight during the time we didn't meet. What did you say? I'm not joking. Why did your dragon horns come out? Wait. If Qian Long bumps into me again, achievement unlocked. Then Chen Nian saw his senior brothers and sisters. Chapter 407, Xiao Chang'e was beaten up badly and became obedient. Shui Yu, holding a pill, walked to Chen Nian's side. Do you want to give it to her? Or should I? It's better for you to do it, senior sister. All right. Shui Yu took the pill and flew into the cave behind the waterfall. Since Ming-Er had excessively depleted her vitality and became old, she had been living alone behind the waterfall, never showing herself to others. Usually, the only ones who could see her were Shui Yu and Luo Hongwei. Shui Yu walked into the cave. In the dim light embedded in the wall, she saw Ming-Er sitting on the bed, hugging her legs. Her pale white hair fell around her, wrapping her body as if she didn't want anyone to see her face. There was a bowl of rice on the table that had only been eaten a few bites. He has been back for some time. Aren't you going to see him? I'm afraid to see him. Ming-Er's slightly hoarse voice came. Afraid you're too ugly. Because he is surrounded by pretty and excellent women, it's just skin deep. All right, I brought you new pills today. Ming-Er shrank back. I've taken so many pills before, and they didn't work. Does that mean I can only be like this in the future? Chapter 408, Divine Council Ring of All Phenomena. This organization was originally a neutral organization to maintain order in the divine realm. When Chen Nian was still in the lower realm, they had several conflicts with him, even sending people to assassinate him, but all returned in vain. All members of the organization are drawn from various divine realms. Once a member joins the organization, they cannot participate in any divine realm wars and can only act as order maintainers. Their task is very simple. Control all lower realm people. Establish a reverse world selection process, and allow lower realm people to return to the divine realm in an orderly manner. However, since Star-Picking Valley officially established itself in the divine realm, lower realm people gained their own channels to cultivate in the divine realm. The most important recruitment channel for the Ring of All Phenomena was lost. Various divine realms could no longer absorb fresh blood from the lower realm, and naturally, they would not let their people join the Ring of All Phenomena, as that would weaken their own strength. In short, due to the rise of Star-Picking Valley, The ring of all phenomena fell into a stagnation period. In the future, there would be fewer and fewer people. Of course. The ring of all phenomena also considered going to war with Star-Picking Valley to completely eliminate this tumor from the divine realm. But the fundamental problem is that all the people in the ring of all phenomena come from various divine realms. They do not have a single deity of their own. Chapter 409, Lin Qingyuan's heart suddenly sank. What are they doing with the goddess? But the goddess is still asleep now. The news of the goddess's slumber is known only to a few trusted gods and people like Lin Qingyuan, and to prevent chaos, this news has been kept under wraps. If other divine realms find out, they might take advantage of the situation, so it must be kept secret. I understand. I will go and stall them as much as possible. The people of the Ring of All Things shouldn't be too overbearing, I should be able to handle it. Lin Qingyuan thought to herself. Outside the palace gate, a group of envoys from the Ring of All Things, led by Tor, were being blocked from entering. What? The Ring of All Things maintains order in the divine realm, yet now wants to meet the goddess, and is turned away at the door. Is this your hospitality? A priest stepped forward and said, the goddess rarely leaves her chamber and often enters seclusion for cultivation. Even we seldom get to see her. Do you think it's that easy to just demand a meeting? At that moment, a clear voice came from behind, if there is anything, please let me know. Once the goddess exits her seclusion, I will convey your message. Chapter 410, The problem arises. I haven't even recovered my strength, how can I help? Moreover, the heavenly spirit realm has sent out a distress signal, indicating that this crisis is not something an ordinary person can resolve. Even if I regain my strength, I might not be able to help. Never mind, I'll act first and think later. Ming-Er, Hongwei, come with me. Yes? Okay. Chen Nian took the two maids, mounted the golden lion, and headed towards the heavenly spirit realm. However, the heavenly spirit realm is far to the north, and even with the speed of the golden lion, it would take several days to arrive. Water from afar cannot quench a nearby fire. Chen Nian was afraid that by the time he arrived, he would be of no help. Just then, a white streak of light appeared from behind and landed on the back of the golden lion. Master! Why are you here? The newcomer was Li Bai. I'm already aware of the situation. The main seat of the Ring of All Things has ascended to godhood. It seems they want to dig people from various divine realms to expand their power, their ambitions are evident. The heavenly spirit realm may be their first stop. The heavenly spirit goddess fell asleep to help you, and if I just stand by without helping, would that not be ungrateful? Master! You really don't just want to meet an old flame. Chapter 411, Tor, what are you still doing here? Didn't we agree to extend the deadline by 3 days? Several priests questioned coldly. Haha, sorry, I've changed my mind. Today, right now, I demand to see the goddess, clear the way. Do you wish to disrespect the goddess? Bold madman. 2 priests of the Saint Realm blocked the way. Tor shouted loudly, Order domain, open. A platinum light suddenly burst forth. And it seemed as if millions of divine citizens appeared around, densely arranged like deities, covering the entire sky. Within this domain, no one was allowed to attack each other, or they would face divine punishment. After issuing this command, Tor continued to walk inside. The 2 priests could not let him in and immediately launched an attack. 2 powerful words of the Saint Realm surged towards him. Bang! The words were blocked by Tor's palm. He grinned, sorry, you have violated the divine order. In the next moment, the eyes of those divine citizens hanging in the sky suddenly brightened, and countless beams of platinum divine light fell like swords. Phut! 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 The 2 saints were pierced in multiple places. The order domain allows the one who opens it to issue a relatively fair decree, such as neither side may attack each other, neither side may fly, both sides must fight with a certain level of power. Chapter 412, Capture him. Go. Dozens of guards from the heavenly water palace rushed forward. In an instant, the world seemed to turn black and white, the flow of time slowed significantly. And everyone's movements appeared to be slowed down 100-fold. In Ming-Er's pupils, a dazzling light flickered. That was the power of the temporal demon. The illusory serpent. As long as one does not forcibly use this power to trap someone whose realm is much higher, the body will not be overloaded and can be used normally. In the time-slowed domain, only Chen Nian and a few others were unaffected. After a few breaths, the flow of time returned to normal. In front of Chen Nian, all the guards that had surrounded them were dealt with by Ming-Er and Luo Hongwei. Bodies were severed, blood splattered everywhere. You go in and rescue them, I'll handle things here, Chen Nian said to the two maids. But young master, your realm worries Ming-Er. It's fine. The two women exchanged glances and immediately prepared to rush into the heavenly water palace to rescue people. With your abilities, do you think you can enter? Huang Ling was about to stop them when time froze again. He immediately stood like a statue, unable to move. Ming-Er glanced at him and entered the heavenly water palace with Luo Hongwei. A mere destiny realm cannot stop her, after all. She had once escaped from a true god with Chen Nian. Chapter 4:13. I have even killed demigods. What are you, a demigod's son? Chen Nian casually snapped his fingers. Several blood spikes suddenly shot out, instantly shredding the headless body, reducing it to ashes along with its soul, leaving no room for mercy. The existence of a demigod is just to scare others, and to scare Chen Nian. Ridiculous. Killing in the heavenly water palace is an insult to the heavenly spirit realm. Arrogant brat, if we do not subdue him today, how can our heavenly spirit realm stand in the future? Break. The power of the divine talisman instantly dissipated. Your hands should be broken. Your legs should be broken. Your head should be shattered. 3 words of power were simultaneously uttered by the three. In the next second, Chen Nian's arm joints twisted sharply, producing a crisp cracking sound. His legs also bent in a strange manner, the thigh bones shattering. Even his neck was being torn with great force from his body, seemingly on the verge of being ripped apart. 3 Destiny Realm practitioners simultaneously used their words of power against a single youth, indicating that they were using all their strength without any reservations. At this moment, Chen Nian's limbs felt as if they were being pulled in different directions by several wild horses, each running towards different directions. Chapter 4:14. Who are you? Tor narrowed his eyes, his blade-like gaze piercing towards the white-clad figure before him. In the next instant, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a name escaped uncontrollably from his lips. Li Bai. It's me, what will you do? Li Bai caught the flying Qianyuan sword with a reverse motion, his figure flickering as he descended to the ground like a phantom, leaving behind several blurred after-images. You ran thousands of miles to the heavenly spirit realm just to ruin my good plans. Li Bai, do you really think you can act recklessly in the divine realm? Tor's eyes burned with rage. Li Bai smiled lightly. First, you are unworthy. Second, dealing with you is enough. Tor clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking, his anger almost bursting forth. As a fellow demigod, how dare you look down on me like this? A small, godless force like the star-picking valley dares to be so rampant. He clenched his fingers tightly towards the void. Slash! The space tore apart in response. Several geometrically structured pillars gleaming with platinum light shot out from the rift. That is the Order Divine Pillar, imbued with the power of order, capable of striking targets directly regardless of spatial distance. Once hit, the Order Divine Power enters the body, gradually making one submit to the laws set by Tor. Chapter 4:15, Crack. The translucent protective crystal wall could no longer withstand the violent lightning. It shattered with a loud bang. Li Bai was violently thrown back by the residual force, his body tumbling for dozens of meters before barely stopping in front of the goddess of divine spirit's throne. Tor stepped forward leisurely, closing in with each step. You can't even use demigod-level powers now, you don't even have the right to stand in front of me. Get lost, or do you want to try the taste of being judged by order divine power? Li Bai did not answer. He simply raised his hand, fingers spread. And the fallen Qian Yuan sword suddenly sprang up, transforming into a stream of light, and leaping into his palm. As his fingertips touched the cold sword hilt, a moment of daze hit him, and countless images from many years ago surged back like a tide. The woman's eyes sparkled with surprise as she clapped, "You. Did you come up with this yourself? This sword technique is so cool. What is it called? I haven't thought of a name yet. If you like it, can you name it after yourself? Really? How about calling it Beluoqiangxing?" The two had not used this move since they parted ways. Taking a deep breath, as if he inhaled all the spiritual power around him, his momentum disregarded the shackles of the laws and suddenly soared, reaching the peak of the demigod realm. You dare to defy the order laws. Seeking death. Chapter 4:16. Chen Nian gave Lin Qingyuan a lesson. When he came out, it was already late at night. Ming'er and Luo Hongwei were waiting outside for him. I thought you were here to rescue someone. I didn't expect you to linger inside for a while. Looks like you're doing well. Ming'er coldly snorted with a hint of jealousy. You really live up to the title of the goddess killer. Don't forget. You are also the goddess of the demon realm, Luo Hongwei reminded. Chen Nian said seriously, if I say that the goddess of divine spirit asked me to stay, would you believe it? Not believing. Not believing. In their eyes, the divine spirit realm, devoid of love, sees reproduction merely as a task. How could it foster feelings? Let us go. What about that goddess? She's resting inside, said her legs are inconvenient, so she won't come out to see you off. Chen Nian asked, what about my master? Could it be that the old flame has rekindled? Old flame my foot. Li Bai has appeared. How is it going, master? Did you show off in front of your ex-girlfriend? Li Bai covered his mouth and whispered, that battle, I deliberately made it a bit difficult. She should be able to perceive the situation at that time, and her heart must be deeply moved. Chapter 4:17. A priest suddenly stepped forward, Your Highness. The goddess requests an audience. Understood, let her come in. Chen Nian said, should I step back? Your form shall hide. The goddess of divine spirit casually said. And Chen Nian completely turned invisible, even his breath vanished. Impressive. At this moment, Lin Qingyuan walked in, completely unaware that Chen Nian was nearby. Chen Nian waved his hand in front of her, but there was no response. After Lin Qingyuan saluted, the goddess asked, speak, what is the matter? Your Highness. Lin Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, gathering her courage to say loudly, I have united with Chen Nian in the Qian Shui Palace. I know he is not from the divine spirit realm, but I cannot accept any other man in my heart. Yuan. No, I have violated the laws of the divine spirit realm, and request your punishment. So brave, Chen Nian gave a thumbs up, taking responsibility like this. A simple girl is indeed good. After a moment of silence, the goddess asked lightly, do you like him? This question is very deadly. Love is also a violation of the laws. If you violate this as well, especially as a goddess, it is a crime upon crime. Think carefully before answering. I also felt that way for the first time. I don't know if it's love, but seeing him makes me happy, my heart races. And sometimes my face gets really hot. Chapter 4:18. You little brat, don't say I didn't warn you. If this continues, you will eventually fall from the destiny realm. Li Bai said impatiently. What do you mean? Chen Nian was astonished. At 30, one stands firm. At 40, one is without confusion. At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven. The so-called destiny realm corresponds to this. To establish a foothold in the destiny realm, you must know what your destiny truly is. Otherwise, you will fall from your realm. What is destiny? What does it mean? For example, Xiaochang's destiny is to reveal his divine presence before others. Don't be fooled by his frequent foolishness. He is proving his path of cultivation, and will only grow stronger in the future. Chen Nian was stunned. So, showing off can make one stronger. It must be Xiao Shixiang. Junyu's destiny is reading books, the treasures are within the books, and this move is his destiny divine ability. Shui Yu's is medicine and poison, these are all things they want to devote their lives to. Her destiny divine ability is eternal moon. You also need to find a lifelong goal to dedicate yourself to. Whether it's a certain thing, a certain person, or a grand ideal. Once you find your destiny, you will comprehend a unique destiny divine ability belonging to you. It seems my next task is to find my own destiny and comprehend an amazing new skill. Chapter 4:19, Peach Mountain. The sect created by the Sword Saint. Back in the day, Li Bai, in high spirits, waved his sword among the blooming peach blossoms, which led the petty Sword Saint to remember it and always wanted to defeat Li Bai. Unable to do so himself, he cultivated a disciple named Luo Chifeng, nurturing the sword for 10 years, only to be defeated by Chen Nian in the end. Chen Nian never expected that as a disciple of the star-picking tower, he would one day visit here, and even brought the Sword Saint's daughter along, TSK. Actually, your father is quite pitiful. How so? If he couldn't defeat my master, that's one thing, but the disciple he painstakingly cultivated was defeated by me, and his precious daughter was also wooed by me. Phut! Yi Bailing couldn't help but laugh. Then you're amazing, wooing such a beauty like me, shouldn't you be proud? The two flew non-stop towards Peach Mountain. Although it was August, the mountains were still covered in blooming peach blossoms, and the fragrance filled the air for miles. Upon returning to Peach Mountain, the two noticed something was off. It was the afternoon, yet there were only a few people in the training square, most of them looking listless. What are they all lazily doing? Shouldn't it be sword practice time now? Yi Bailing immediately asked a female disciple. Chapter 4:20, The Peach Blossom Moon Falls. Yi Bailing slashed with her sword, and millions of peach blossoms intertwined with the sword energy, sweeping towards Luo Chifeng's face like a torrential rain. Each peach blossom concealed unmatched sword intent. This sword was dreamlike and beautiful, with a chilling murderous intent. The sword fairy once used this move to sweep away thousands of demons. A violent wind suddenly erupted around Luo Chifeng. The fierce wind spiraled, instantly forming an invisible wall of wind 2 meters outside his body, blocking all the incoming peach blossoms. Immediately after, his figure lunged forward, and the long sword swept swiftly. A sharp arc of the sword forcibly tore a passage through the sea of pink blossoms. The peach blossoms of the junior sister have yet to fully bloom. Why not temporarily set aside matters of love between men and women? Luo Chifeng said loudly. You have too much control. Yi Bailing raised her eyebrows. And the sword intent suddenly changed. The overwhelming peach blossoms instantly solidified into countless small peach-colored swords, shooting towards Luo Chifeng's back like a sudden downpour. At the same time, her body moved with the swords, piercing forward with a cold light. Facing the dual threats from front and back, Luo Chifeng's toes touched the ground, and his figure suddenly spun. With each rapid turn, the long sword slashed out a circular sword energy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of buzzing circular sword energies had been slashed out in all directions. Chapter 4:21, Wind. Suddenly, it surged. A hurricane-like whirlwind rolled back the mountains of peach blossoms, rapidly swirling around Yi Bailing, gathering into a massive storm vortex. Huh? Is that snow? The crowd suddenly realized that, besides the peach blossoms, there were also glistening white snowflakes dancing in the air. Yi Bailing slowly raised her sword. The clear sword blade reflected a flawless bright moon. The cold moonlight flowed quietly over her face, her deep, beautiful eyes turning icy jade in the shimmering light. Wind, flowers, snow, and the moon. Chen Nian was momentarily lost in thought, memories flooding back like a tide. The inn in the capital, those unforgettable 4 characters, along with that lingering night, resurfaced in his mind. The wind is a clear song that blows through the high platform, the flowers are branches of powder that bloom into 300 poems. The snow decorates the sunny bow lazily, and the moon is a good night's clear light that is hard to see again. The Destiny Divine Sword technique of wind. Flowers, snow, and the moon. The fierce wind, peach blossoms, flying snow, and moonlight intertwined into countless sword shadows, which gathered into a torrent of sword shadows, soaring into the sky. The violent collision shook the heavens and the earth. The peach mountain trembled violently. The sword fairy quickly unfolded a barrier, protecting the mountain. Chapter 422, Chen Nian's return caused an uproar. Revisiting old places, old friends were still around. The best Ice Cube girl, Lu Lin, the most obsessive-compulsive mentor, Director Li. The sharp-tongued artificial intelligence, Me, and the friends from 304. Chen Nian greeted everyone and then began to get down to business. In the office, Chen Nian said, I heard that recently the Order Divine Realm has sent many people down to the lower realm to gather followers. What is the situation now? Just in time, we have been troubled by this matter too. Me, pull up the distribution map. On the digital projection, a world map appeared, with several countries marked in red, among which the Daxia region was the lightest in color. The marked areas are those severely infiltrated by the Order Divine Realm. And our Daxia is considered relatively mild, but we cannot suppress it either. Of course, we are also trying to inform the public not to be swayed by free pies falling from the sky, but free things are always hard to refuse, sigh. Chen Nian said seriously, is there anything I can help with? It must be helpful. With your influence in Daxia, and being an idol in the hearts of countless young people, your voice carries weight, the old folks don't have your prestige. Chapter 423, Cao Shen's performance caused a stir. The casual punch sent shockwaves like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. The crowd gasped, phone cameras flashing wildly, and millions of viewers in front of the TV felt their hearts racing. No need for hard training, power within reach. Some began to unconsciously move forward, their gazes burning. This is the gift of the God of Order, breaking the shackles of mortals. Cao Shen spread his arms, his voice filled with temptation, the whole world is moving forward. Why cling to the past? Slap! A bloody hand suddenly struck, twisting Cao Shen's head 45 degrees, abruptly stopping his passionate speech. You? I hit you. Do you have an opinion? Chen Nian stepped forward. His appearance momentarily froze the boiling scene, all cameras instantly focused. He is Chen Nian, the blood-hand butcher of 749. The number 1 in the Genius Grand Competition, the champion of martial arts in the capital, the pride of our Daxia. Wow! I didn't expect the mysterious guest to be him. My son is always shouting to see Chen Nian, and every day he practices with his toy sword. Hurry and let him watch TV. Recently, it seems there have been rumors that Chen Nian has gained a new title. What is it called? The Goddess Slayer. Chapter 424, Chen Nian explained the situation to the two. I was sent by my master to the lower realm to resolve the Order Divine Realm's recruitment of followers. And it is already settled. Since it's for official business, then fine, I forgive you. Qianlong pushed her milk tea over. Do you want to drink? You can have mine. Chen Nian suggested, let us go, I'll take you to eat at a buffet. Actually, I've already been blacklisted by the buffet restaurants around here. Qianlong weakly raised her hand. With me here, don't worry, let us go. Chen Nian took the two to the buffet restaurant, and directly reported his name. Wow, Chen Nian. It's really him. I just saw him on TV a while ago, he is so damn handsome. He directly made that Divine Realm person's face swell. Our Daxia's top genius is truly domineering. The manager shouted, today our little shop shines, the whole place is free of charge, everyone eat freely. Oh? After Cao Shen and the others left in embarrassment, they were floating on the sea. Master Cao, Are we just leaving like this? If you activate the divine power mark left by the God of Order, you might be able to slay that Chen Nian. Chapter 425, That damn aunt runs pretty fast. If Ning Meng's melee combat ability is 10 stars, then her flying spells and other abilities are just 1 star. She simply cannot catch up with Qianlong, after all. Qianlong is a proper mage. In the end, she gave up chasing Qianlong. It better to leave troublesome matters like this to Chen Nian. Why should I exhaust myself? So, she chose to find Chen Nian. On the coast, after Chen Nian joined, he began to rapidly patrol the coastline for dozens of miles, constantly exterminating the monsters crawling out of the sea. In this area, there were basically no monsters that could invade the city and harm ordinary people. However, due to the sheer number, he couldn't take a break. Kill, kill, kill. While constantly defeating monsters, Chen Nian was also reflecting on his own state of mind, wanting to achieve a breakthrough. Protecting the city, safeguarding peace, bearing the weight for countless homes. This should be my destiny, right? However, Chen Nian discovered that no matter how many monsters he killed, it seemed to have no effect, and he still could not find his own destiny. This won't do. The sentiment for home and country should be grand enough. At this moment, another gigantic octopus crawled out from the waves, its massive tentacles sweeping around, knocking several psychics away and spitting blood. Chapter 426, It's you again, Chen Nian. Cao Shen recognized the person at a glance, his pupils shrinking sharply. But he did not panic, nor did he plan to escape. The great temptation was right before him, if he could obtain it. He would surely soar to greatness in the future. Moreover, with the power of the God of Order's divine talisman, why would he fear Chen Nian? However, Chen Nian paid no attention to those few people. He gently held Qianlong in his arms, looking at her weak face, saying nothing else, and pressed a healing pill into her mouth. After swallowing it obediently, Qianlong's complexion regained some color, and she weakly said, "I'm fine." "You're hurt. Yet you say you're fine. Why didn't you tell me? You're scaring me QAQ. Qianlong pouted. "Feeling wronged. I didn't want to delay you from doing important things. I'm sorry, but I've noted down your scolding, Silly dragon. Hey. Can we end this little kid's play now?" Cao Shen raised his arm, the divine light shining. "All beings in this sea area, heed my command, attack together. Kill and divide the spoils." As soon as he finished speaking, monsters from all directions rushed toward them, like a black tide surging toward Chen Nian and Qianlong. Chapter 427, In the end, the brilliance of the Star of Light could not shine. Chen Nian's power could no longer be sustained, and the 7-star positions extinguished simultaneously. The Big Dipper had scattered. His last chance to turn the tide could no longer be executed. Even the blood burning could not be maintained. The essence blood left in his body had almost burned out. At this moment, let alone defeating Cao Shen and the others, even resisting the relentless tide of monsters became exceedingly difficult. He stood before the giant door of the Dragon Palace, still refusing to retreat. The approaching monsters were all ruthlessly sliced apart by him, and his vision had long been blurred by a curtain of blood. However, human strength has its limits. In the end, he knelt half on the ground, barely able to fend off the incoming attacks, making the simplest defense. "Just now," he shouted at him. Cao Shen said sternly. The few people beside him exchanged glances and pressed forward. Only Cao Shen remained inside the platinum cube barrier. He did not dare to go out carelessly. What if the opponent exploded again? At that moment, the giant door of the Dragon Palace behind him suddenly opened again, and a ghostly blue light poured out. A pair of slender arms gently wrapped around Chen Nian's waist from behind, holding him tenderly yet firmly. "I'm here, I'll accompany you." Chapter 428, Star-Picking Valley. Chen Nian didn't even call for Ning Meng, and hurried back to Star-Picking Valley. Although on the surface, Qianlong had only sustained minor injuries, he was worried. What if there were internal injuries? He had to return to let the world's best healer. His second senior sister, take a look. Second senior sister, how is she? The external injuries are not serious. She just exhausted too much energy. The wounds can heal by themselves, a day of sleep will suffice. That's good. Now, tell me what happened, how did she get hurt? Shuiyu slightly tilted her head. And it seems you have stabilized your footing in the Destiny realm. Have you comprehended the Destiny divine ability? It's like this. Chen Nian recounted the events leading to it. After listening, surprise flickered in Shuiyu's eyes. Senior sister, I'm curious. Isn't your Destiny divine ability a bit too powerful? And there are so many types, it's simply unscientific. Maybe I'm just a cheat, Chen Nian chuckled. Shuiyu lowered her head and pondered for a moment. I have a guess. Perhaps at that time, not only did you comprehend the Destiny divine ability, but so did Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. Senior sister means, we both comprehended the Destiny at the same time. Indeed. The destinies of both of you subtly fused, resulting in that was truly miraculous. Such a thing has never happened in history. Chapter 429. Chen Nian's first target is naturally the Shura realm. The wool from the old god of slaughter should be the easiest to fleece. Without delay, Chen Nian hurriedly bid farewell to Star-Picking Valley and returned to the Shura realm with 2 maidservants. I, the son of the Shura realm, have returned. Upon returning to the Shura realm, Chen Nian had someone announce his arrival and was ready to go directly to the temple to see the Shura king. At this time, it was the morning meeting time in the Temple of Slaughter. Your Highness the Shura King. The Divine Assembly is about to begin. It's time to decide on the candidates for the Shura Realm's battle. The so-called Divine Assembly is when various divine domains temporarily put down their weapons and select outstanding young talents from their respective domains to compete. The ultimate victor can gain priority access to the divine ruins. Naturally, we should choose the strongest young people. I vote for Chen Nian. However, this year's restricted realm is the Destiny realm. Does Chen Nian have the Destiny realm? Yes, and he has an unpredictable whereabouts. We might as well choose other sons to compete first. Everyone, come up. Then, 5 young men and women stepped onto the platform. All half kneeling on the ground to pay their respects. We pay our respects to Your Highness the Shura King. Chapter 430. Mi Ji voluntarily relinquished her spot. Her action puzzled many people. A precious spot that could earn her immense opportunities, even a chance to be remembered in history, was just given away. You want to give it to me? Chen Nian assessed the young woman. Yes. Although the son has a bad reputation, his talent and strength are there. I believe you can achieve better results in battle than I, Mi Ji said frankly. Seeing this, Ling Ju sneered coldly. As expected, women aren't very smart. Your Highness, I believe this is inappropriate. The gap between early and peak Destiny realm cannot be compensated by talent. As the realm increased, battles across realms would only become increasingly difficult. Which was a common consensus. Before the Shura King could speak, Chen Nian took the lead. I also think this is inappropriate. Haha, at least you have some self-awareness. Ling Ju sneered. Just because she gives me her spot, I have to take it. Sorry, I, Chen Nian, do not want her spot. Chen Nian turned to Ling Ju, curling his lips. I want yours. The whole place was in an uproar. People never expected that Chen Nian not only wanted to participate, but also wanted to forcibly take Ling Ju's spot, which was quite arrogant. Chapter 431. I hereby announce, Chen Nian, as the captain of the Shura Realms competition team. No one shall dissent. The Shura King was too lazy to waste words and directly declared the result. Son of the God of Slaughter. Mi Ji stepped forward and said, Thank you for your trust, but my strength should not be stronger than Ling Ju. Perhaps replacing him would be the best choice. Chen Nian smiled. My choice is the best choice, just do your best. Got it, Captain. Congratulations, son of the God of Slaughter. The captain is indeed extraordinary. Ling Ju is really overestimating herself, thinking she can win. The other team members also came up to flatter him. Seeing that Chen Nian did not respond to their flattery, their expression suddenly turned extremely awkward, but they could only force out a fake smile. Son of the god of slaughter. Wen Gong hurriedly ran over. The Shura king has asked this old servant to take you to a place, please follow me. Under the leadership of the noble, Chen Nian followed closely behind and entered the underground palace beneath the Shura temple. After passing through a series of strictly guarded checkpoints and stone doors, they finally saw the back of the god of slaughter. In the hall, once the person was brought in, the old servant took his leave first. Chapter 432, Order Divine Realm. Several divine envoys were chatting after a meal. Since we have now become the new divine realm, we naturally must participate in the divine assembly. Unexpectedly, in the past, we could only serve as order maintainers at the divine assembly, but now we can finally show our skills. By the way, who does the Lord God plan to send to battle? Naturally, it will be the most talented young people of the Destiny realm. It is said that the newly appointed son of the Order realm will be the captain of the participating team at the divine assembly. That son is incredible. With peak cultivation in the Destiny realm and extremely high talent, having mastered several Order divine abilities, with extraordinary combat power. It is said that the son has recently gone out to train and subdue nearby regional forces to establish prestige. Future achievements are expected to be limitless. Chen Nian received news from a scout. The newly appointed son of the Order realm, Luo Qianming, has set off for training. Xiao Jiang, it's time to test your abilities. Use the basic information I provided to deduce Luo Qianming's location. These are all spirit stones and treasures for your deduction. Chen Nian has numerous military achievements, so exchanging for materials from the Shura realm is easy. No problem. Chapter 433, the other subordinates had not reacted yet. When they realized that the sun's aura had completely disappeared, their pupils shrank to pinhole size, frozen in place. How could this happen? The sun is in trouble. And we are finished. Chen Nian also knew they would be punished upon returning, so he was not that cruel and ended up killing the rest as well. However, he left one person alive. Do you know who I am? No, I don't know, don't kill me. I am Chen Nian. You in the Order Divine Realm should want to kill me, right? Oh right, I forgot I changed my face, now you can recognize me, right? Chen Nian cancelled his disguise. You are the Shura realm's son, Chen Nian. All right, you can go. Chen Nian waved his hand with a smile. He let this person go and deliberately revealed his identity to draw the focus of the Order Divine Realm onto himself. After all, everyone was in a life and death situation anyway. So it didn't matter. If he didn't say so, they might vent their anger on the innocent people in the town. Order Temple. A group of big shots was laughing and talking, envisioning a bright future. With the Divine Assembly imminent, if our Order Divine Realm wins, it will surely slap the faces of other Divine Realms hard. Chapter 434, Xiao Wuolin, the newly appointed goddess of the Order Divine Realm. A true genius selected from 100,000 female spiritual practitioners. Dressed in a platinum long gown, with embroidered flying fish at the hem. She exudes an aura like a flower on a high ridge that is unattainable. Now, she is on her way to Changfeng Valley. In the carriage, sitting next to Xiao Wuolin is a handsome man in a black long robe. He is Xiao Wuolin's junior, Fei Mo's senior sister Lina. We haven't been close in a long time. Just as Fei Mo's hand was about to reach around Xiao Wuolin's waist, it was coldly pushed away. Now that I am a goddess, I must naturally pay attention to propriety. Do you think it's still like before? Don't put your hands on me. Hey! What was wrong with before? Back then, you even let me call you Mom. You will always be my beloved senior sister Lina. You won't look down on me just because you've become a goddess, right? Now we have an important task, let's focus on that first. Xiao Wuolin said sternly. Their task is to lure Chen Nian into action, once Chen Nian makes a move, the divine officials lurking nearby will immediately capture and kill him. In other words, Chen Nian is the bait to catch the big fish, Chen Nian. Senior Sister Lina, do you think Chen Nian will really come? Chapter 435, by the way. If you dare to resist, I will immediately flood your mind with billions of killing intents. Then, your head will explode like a watermelon, ha. After hearing Chen Nian's words, Chen Nian's pupils trembled with fear. She certainly didn't want to die right after becoming a goddess. At this moment, Fei Mo had secretly taken out a communication artifact. That was for emergency use, a backup plan. As long as he pressed the artifact, he could send a distress signal to the two divine officials. Phut! A blood spike suddenly pierced through Fei Mo's palm, nailing him to the ground like a nail. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The rescue attempt failed. Fei Mo was only at the 7th realm, and had no power to resist. This is what happens when you play tricks, did you see that? Chen Nian grinned. Chen Nian finally resigned to her fate, gritting her teeth, and shedding her clothes to reveal her fair skin. You can do whatever you want. Since Lina has fallen into your hands, then I am yours. No, Senior Sister Lina. Fei Mo's eyes were about to split. The previous sense of superiority was instantly trampled to worthlessness. Shut up. Chen Nian coldly scolded. What are you, to compare yourself with Chen Nian? Chapter 436, at this moment. A man strode into the Order Temple. Demigod, Tuo. I have seen the Lord. The divine officials and elders on both sides bowed and saluted. Not long ago, Tuo was injured by Li Bai. After returning, he had been in seclusion to recover, and he had just now emerged fully healed. All of you step back. I have matters to discuss with the God Lord privately. Yes. Everyone exited the temple. Brother, the star-picking valley killed my son and also injured me. This grudge cannot go unpunished. With the divine assembly approaching, all the domain masters will attend, and star-picking valley will be isolated and helpless. That is the best time to strike. My second brother and I will lead the elite forces to secretly raid star-picking valley. We will definitely be able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. In Tuo's view, attacking star-picking valley does not require hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, only strong warriors, absolute strong warriors. 2 demigods, 5 saints. That is enough. No matter how strong Li Bai is, he cannot deal with such a lineup. In this way, at the Divine Assembly, we kill Chen Nian, while on the other side, we raid star-picking valley. It will be a double-pronged approach to completely eliminate this major threat. After listening, the God of Order nodded slightly. This matter is entirely entrusted to you. Brother, rest assured, this raid will only involve elites and will be absolutely covert. We will surely flatten star-picking valley. Chapter 437, Lin Qingyuan continued. She came with me mainly to see the world at the Divine Assembly. Can you take us with you then? Wait a minute, you, a goddess of the heavenly spirit realm, want to mix in with the Shura realm's team. What is the problem? The demon realm's goddess is still a maid. As a goddess killer, it's normal for you to have more goddesses around you, Lin Qingyuan shot a glance at Chen Nian and said unkindly, besides, you haven't even done anything with me yet. Before she could finish a sentence, Chen Nian covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open. Shizi didn't expect that Lin Qingyuan, who used to be a pure and lofty goddess, had never even touched a man's hand. Now, she seemed to have no intention of resisting at all. Sure, don't say such things, it's inappropriate, Chen Nian whispered. What are you talking about? Lin Qingyuan mumbled incoherently. Because the star-picking valley had taken in many orphans, who had no parents, if they heard your words, it would surely evoke painful memories. Chen Nian pointed to Jiang Nan, who was walking towards them. Look, he is one of the orphans. Chen Nian. Jiang Nan waved excitedly, his mood already soaring. Chapter 438, Lin Qingyuan and Qianlong had competed several times. In terms of magical skills, the two women were evenly matched. In cooking, Qianlong won. In talent, Lin Qingyuan won. In weaving, Lin Qingyuan won. In who could eat more, Qianlong completely dominated. When it came to being a foodie, she had it down. I'm angry. I'm going to cut ties with you for a day. Qianlong decided to sulk a little, otherwise, Chen Nian would keep bringing a goddess back every few days. And that wouldn't do at all. However, it was well known that Qianlong was easy to appease. Luo Hongwei, as Chen Nian's maid, was the first to come and act as a mediator. Miss Qianlong, actually, he has been targeting people from the Order realm recently, even killing their divine son and goddess, which has led to an irreconcilable situation. He is risking retaliation from the Order divine realm just to go against them. And the only reason is to vent your anger. After all, the people from the Order realm had once harmed you. So that's how it is, Qianlong sniffed, feeling a bit emotional. All right then, I forgive him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Xiazi had been playing chess for 3 days and nights without getting off the chessboard.